Liyue traverses into the world of Pokemon, where his parents are set to establish a breeding house in Celebration City, accompanied by a system that emerges alongside him. Acquired Super Fresh Start Physique, Appraisal Beginner, Pokemon Item Lottery Ticket X1. Star of the Crowd, Master Level, the most dazzling star among the throngs. Bofin, Beginner Schrodinger's Bofin. Main Quest, Optional Advancing the Breeding House. Acquired Specialty Dish, Crispy Apple, a level upon consumption. Acquired Smoked Citrus Juice, C level. Acquired Diancie, Evolution Stone. Acquired Keystone. With fervor surrounding the construction of the breeding house, let the momentum build. How did the breeding house transform into a sanctuary for legendary Pokemon and mythical beasts? Is it unreasonable to establish a Pokemon restaurant in the backyard? What about creating a Pokemon hot spring resort? What? We can even develop a Pokemon park? Why have I become a career guidance counselor? Dodrio, please let me explain. Come in, red and green. Boss Daigo, please step inside. Please battle me. Ash, since you're here, why not have a meal first? The majestic wave guidance hero, Lucario. The epitome of rationality, the Silver Metagross. The monarch of the desert upon the earth, Tyranitar. Swift as the wind, the intangible phantom, Dragapult. The solitary night of dawn, Surfetched. The thunderous shadow that rends the sky, Zeraora. The resplendent pink princess, Diancie. The sky's sovereign akin to a deity, the black Rayquaza. Chapter 1. Silver Metagross, Get Days. Sinnoh Region, Rikka Town. Indeed, the fork in the road at the back mountain resembles the later Metagross Mountain. Before Liyue lies a fork in the road, the fourth location he has sought based on his hazy recollections. Approximately 18 years ago, Liyue entered this world, where humans coexist with Pokemon. Here, he finds a peculiar blend of familiarity and strangeness. Familiar faces like Ash and Pikachu, yet the environment feels foreign. Once mere memories from animations and games, they have now become tangible experiences. With his home undergoing demolition and the breeding house closing, his parents have temporarily embarked on a journey. At last, Liyue has the opportunity to search for the Silver Metagross. After all, its allure is irresistible. He cannot refuse. Strength is transient, but charm is everlasting. Charming individuals must possess equally charming Pokemon. At the Musashi and Kojiru ramen shop down the mountain, Liyue overhears a couple's conversation. I heard someone challenged the Silver Metagross on the back mountain again and got utterly defeated. That Metagross has quite the temper. Let's hope no one else gets hurt. A light bulb flickers above the couple. Hello? Would you mind sharing more details with me? I can cover your ramen bill. Given Liyue's appearance, the couple does not decline. Having forcibly become a light bulb and paid for their meal, Liyue successfully gathers information and makes his way to the back mountain of Rikka Town. Liyue tosses out 2 luxury balls. Lucario, Arcanine, I entrust this to you. Arcanine, cloaked in a fluffy coat of tawny fur with striking orange and black stripes and a bushy tail, stands ready. Lucario, standing bipedally with yellow and blue hues, adorned with white bone spikes on its forearms and chest, exudes an aura of nobility akin to a werewolf. Leave it to me. Lucario nods solemnly. With the power of aura, Lucario can convey information telepathically. Whoa. Leave it to this esteemed one. Arcanine grins widely, akin to a dragon king returning home. On one knee, Lucario places its palm on the ground, sensing the surrounding aura emanating from its center. Aura resides within my heart. Lucario's aura can easily detect activity from a kilometer away, painting a vivid picture of the surroundings in its mind. Arcanine dashes forth like an arrow loose from its bow, lowering its head and twitching its nose. In less than a quarter of an hour, I found it. Lucario's voice brims with excitement. Following the fork upwards, Liyue arrives at the cliff's edge that extends from the mountaintop. Standing at the cliff's edge, Lucario points down into the ravine. It's right below. Metagross, come forth. Liyue's voice echoes through the valley. Soon, a disc-shaped creature with arms, adorned with sharp golden spikes at its joints, emerges from the ravine, reflecting a brilliant metallic sheen under the sun, a bright silver. Metagross. While regular Metagross are bluish-green, the shiny variant boasts a radiant silver Liyue's eyes flicker with astonishment. How could such a dashing Pokemon as a Shiny Metagross exist? The diameter of this Shiny Metagross is nearly 1 meter, approximately 30 centimeters larger than the average specimen, locking eyes with the red pupils of the Silver Metagross. Metagross, let's battle. If I win, you shall be my Pokemon. Buzz. The Silver Metagross nods expressionlessly. Lucario, return for now. Arcanine, it's your turn. Awatu, 0, 2. Arcanine howls majestically. L.I.Way's Arcanine possesses the Intimidate ability, capable of lowering the attack power of opponents within its vicinity. The silver Metagross glimmers with metallic luster, its demeanor unchanged. Sigma, A. Arcanine tilts its head in surprise that L.I.Way murmurs softly. It seems its ability is Clear Body, which means my Intimidate and Roar won't be effective. Clear Body prevents the opponent's moves and abilities from diminishing its stats. The silver Metagross strikes first. Its right claw glimmers as it launches a downward metal claw towards Arcanine's large head. Endure it, then unleash Will-O-Wisp at close range. The metal claw accurately lands on Arcanine's head, but simultaneously, 3 dark purple flames erupt from Arcanine's body. The 3 chilling dark purple flames swirl, intertwine, and compress, exploding upon contact with Metagross, igniting it like a parasite that clings to its form. Having been struck by Will-O-Wisp, the Metagross immediately falls into a burned state. Though you possess Clear Body, it matters not. I still wield the power of Will-O-Wisp. The silver Metagross, visibly pained, has flickering pupils, flamethrower. Liwei seizes the opportunity to press the attack. An orange-red flame bursts forth from Arcanine's gaping maw, splattering across the Metagross. The force of the flames sends the Metagross crashing against the cliff wall, wincing in agony. Blackened marks appearing upon its metallic body, the layer of blue light envelopes Arcanine, causing it to float uncontrollably, interrupting its flamethrower. Suspended about 30 centimeters above the ground, Arcanine appears flustered, its limbs paddling in midair. Oh, telekinesis, is it? Liwei did not expect the Metagross to employ telekinesis in such circumstances. This only further affirms the extraordinary talent of this shiny Metagross. Break free and launch Flare Blitz. Awoo! With a commanding howl, Arcanine becomes engulfed in flames, charging fiercely toward the levitating Metagross. The metallic creature, initially intent on evasion, was engulfed in flames, the searing burn rendering it unable to dodge its fate. Boom! Struck by the blazing charge of the swift hound, the metallic creature was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the cliffside. Deliver the final blow. Quick attack. This was no turn-based game. Seizing the opportunity demanded relentless pursuit. Before the metallic creature could plummet to the ground, the agile, swift hound propelled itself from the cliff, radiating a brilliant white light, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before the descending foe. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the metallic creature's eyes spiraled as it succumbed to unconsciousness upon the ground. It's not as difficult as they claimed. In fact, it's rather simple. Go, Luxury Ball! Levi tossed forth a Luxury Ball, its body a deep black adorned with yellow stripes in the center, flanked by 2 rings of red at the top and bottom. With a higher capture rate and a more comfortable interior, the Luxury Ball offers a delightful abode for Pokemon, fostering intimacy between them and their trainers. Its sole drawback is its expense. The unconscious metallic creature was instantly transformed into a beam of red light and ensnared within the Luxury Ball. There was no tremor, a flawless capture. Levi retrieved the Pokeball from the ground, exchanged a glance with Lucario and the Swift Hound, and raised the Luxury Ball triumphantly. Silver metallic creature, get days. Lucario. Awoo. Simultaneously, Levi's Pokemon watch chimed melodiously. Chapter 2. The Super Novice and the Ascendant Breeding House. For the title, see this chapter's discussion. In the rear mountain, Levi, having just captured a silver metallic creature, received a call from his father, Leon, through his Pokemon watch. Son. The round, cherubic face on the screen revealed Leon, whose handsome features were still evident despite the passage of time. Step aside, let me speak with my son, Wenhui interjected, elbowing her way past Leon. The two stood together, easily leading one to assume that Leon's household was brimming with wealth. Once a dashing youth, Leon now bore a slightly more rotund figure. Son, when are you coming back? I have something important to discuss with you. Leon's voice rang out. Just tell me, and I'll return. Leon's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued. The compensation for the old store's demolition has arrived. Your mother and I plan to open a breeding house in Jubilife City, complete with a yard where we can grow our own fruits. We just need to renovate it, which will take about a month. However, Wenhui swiftly shattered Leon's dream with a single punch. Both of Levi's parents were Pokemon breeders, and Jubilife City was the most economically and technologically advanced city in the Sinnoh region, crowded and exorbitantly priced. Levi calculated his parents' earnings over the years along with the demolition compensation. and wondered if they could truly afford a breeding house with a yard. Are we really that wealthy? Is the money sufficient? Leon chuckled. Not quite. But we can borrow a bit from your uncle. Levi's uncle, Li Wen, resided in Jubilife City and was a renowned Pokemon stylist, specializing in designing outfits for trainers and Pokemon. In truth, he was both a designer and a tailor. How much do we need to borrow? Levi inquired. Around 30 million, Leon replied. As Levi recalled that he had just spent 880 yuan on a bowl of ramen. After a moment of contemplation, Levi considered that both his parents were seasoned breeders, and he himself had some breeding knowledge. If necessary, he could always ask his grandfather for assistance. I support your decision, Levi finally affirmed. Then it's settled. We'll make the purchase. Leon responded enthusiastically. All right, I will return soon. Great. We'll discuss it further when you get back. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice echoed in Levi's mind. Ding, system binding in progress. Ding, detected selectable main quest, the Ascendant Breeding House. Newbie gift package has been opened. After administering a basic treatment to the silver metallic creature's injuries, Levi descended the mountain and hurried to the Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy, I'm counting on you. He called out to the pink-haired nurse with a sweet smile, who bore a striking resemblance to other Nurse Joys found in various regions. Upon seeing the silver metallic creature in its luxury ball, Nurse Joy's eyes widened in surprise. You captured it? That's impressive. Nurse Joy had treated numerous Pokemon that had been battered by this silver metallic creature, which had established itself as a dominant force in the rear mountain, so much so that some privately referred to it as the Mountain of Metal Creatures. Indeed, the process was quite perilous. It's wonderful that you managed to capture it. We were even contemplating erecting a sign to keep trainers away. Rest assured, we will take good care of it, she assured, as the little Jigglypuff patted its chest confidently. While waiting at the Pokemon Center, Levi finally found a moment to examine the system. His gaze shifted to the exclamation mark, and suddenly a virtual message box and personal panel popped up before him. System has been bound. Newbie gift package rewards, Super Novice Physique, Identification I, Beginner, and a random Pokemon item lottery ticket. The personal panel then displayed. Name, Levi. Age, 18 years. Physique, Super Novice. Physical attributes greatly enhanced. Damage from Pokemon skills reduced to 001. Able to withstand a full force attack from a light shard. And even a full punch from Mutwo must be defended against. Special abilities, none. Special Culinary Codex, unlocked. Skills, Spotlight, master level the brightest star in a crowd. Accompanied by a personal BGM and Spotlight. Special skill, cannot be upgraded through experience. Identification I, beginner can obtain basic information and identify mastered moves of Pokemon. Cannot be upgraded through experience. Command, intermediate you have mastered the healing roar, so avoid it now. This is the moment for divine skills. 100100000. Breeding, intermediate your breeding skills are commendable. 1200100000. Energy cube, intermediate you can create delicious energy cubes based on Pokemon preferences. 2500100000. Poffin, beginner your Poffins are akin to Schrodinger's Poffin, never ascertainable as good or bad until they emerge from the oven. 01000. Culinary arts, beginner your knife skills are satisfactory, they won't burn or poison anyone. 1001000. Ancient language, beginner as a descendant of the divine and town. You are somewhat lagging behind. This should not be the case. 01000. Just give me the items, the complaints can wait. Ignoring the system's banter, he continued to scroll down. Main quest, optional 1. The Ascendant Breeding House. Please take up employment at your family's breeding house, grow it strong, and recreate its former glory. First phase goal, satisfy 100 customers, including Pokemon. First phase reward, 1 random special dish, 1 random Pokemon item lottery ticket, and 1 random item. Side quests, optional 1. Mother's wish, having witnessed Levi grow into adulthood, Wenhui now hopes her son will find a kind and gentle girlfriend. Task reward, unknown, based on Wenhui's satisfaction level. 2. Roland's wish, Roland aspires to become an even more distinguished mythologist and trainer than her sister, Cynthia, Sharona. Please assist the host in fulfilling this wish. See this chapter's discussion. Task reward, unknown, based on Roland's satisfaction level. Special notes. 1. This system is merely a guide and will not impose mandatory tasks on the host. Please choose freely. 2. There is no time limit for tasks, and failure incurs no penalties. 3. Side quests expand with friendships, including Pokemon. 4. The random Pokemon item list has been published. Please click to view details. Special dishes? Perhaps Pokemon curry from the Galar region? Or food that glows? Never mind. I'll research that later. Levi opened the random Pokemon item lottery list. Goodness, you even have Master Balls, he exclaimed. Keystones, Lucario Evolution Stones, Electric Z-Giant Bands, and Terra Crystals. Is this system Doraemon or Arceus? Having accepted both the main and side quests, Levi decided to assist at the breeding house. He figured he might as well take on the tasks, as there were no time constraints or penalties for failure. With only a random Pokemon item lottery ticket resting in his backpack, Levi chose to use it. Joy Sayaka and Xiaowu. Chapter 3, Diancie Evolution Stone, Proficiency. In the Pokemon Center, after using the random Pokemon item lottery ticket, a star-studded chessboard appeared before Levi. The radiant light finally settled upon a circular, translucent stone characterized by its dual hues of red and yellow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the extremely rare Diancie Evolution Stone. Levi slowly typed out a question mark. Where am I supposed to find you a Diancie? The system bag also now contained a Diancie Evolution Stone. Diancie Evolution Stone, a marvelous stone that enables Diancie to Mega Evolve when held. Levi extracted the stone from his bag and examined it closely. He was quite familiar with Diancie, a mythical Pokemon from the Kalos region, a variant of the small diamond Pokemon, which shone with a pink luminescence. Within a group of small diamonds, there is typically only one Diancie, but it is not unique. The only Diancie he knew of was from the underground kingdom of Kalos. Yet he reasonably speculated that others might exist elsewhere. As long as he could locate a small diamond population, there should be a chance of finding a Diancie. The identification he possessed was merely at a basic level. Perhaps a higher-tier identification could help him discover a small diamond undergoing mutation? Diancie was already one of Levi's objectives. The task status had shifted to in progress, yet there was nothing he could do at present. The breeding center would take some time, his girlfriend remained elusive, and Roland's wish was yet to be addressed. At the age of 22, Cynthia had long ascended to the pinnacle of the Sinnoh League, and she was also a knowledgeable mythologist. As Cynthia's sister, Roland harbored a grand dream. Yet she had to admit its realization was daunting. Setting the task aside for now, Levi's primary focus was to introspect and explore how to acquire skill experience. Clenching his fist, he felt the surging power within him. His physical prowess had indeed improved. As a true novice, was it time to take flight? Summon Shiba to me. Ahem, just kidding. Levi truly could not compete with Shiba just yet. His physique was formidable, and his combat abilities were undoubtedly top tier, even surpassing that of a master. The identification compensated for Levi's lack of a Pokédex. He cast his identification gaze upon Lucario. Name Lucario. Gender male. Type fighting steel. Ability inner focus, does not flinch from attacks. Moves swords dance, meditate, aura sphere, meteor mash, bone rush, flash cannon, ice punch, thunder punch, bullet punch, force palm, protect. Quick guard. Strength rating gym beginner. Evaluation 2 out of 3 farmers punches acquired. Lucario exhibits the potential of a champion. Unlike the game, Pokemon are not limited to 4 moves. His grandfather was a top-tier breeder, and Levi had Lucario learn Ice Punch and Thunder Punch, 2 of the farmer's punches. Lucario, sensing Levi's gaze, rubbed its belly. Levi nodded slightly. Just a moment, I'll prepare it right away. He set aside everything else and prepared food for Lucario. Levi always made Pokemon food himself, as his grandfather had taught him from a young age to treat his Pokemon with care. His grandfather's voice echoed in his ears. An exceptional breeder must craft food based on the training objectives, development, physical condition, and varying tastes of the Pokemon. To nurture a strong Pokemon, the quality of the food it consumes is paramount. One must never skimp on this. After beginning to raise Lucario and Arcanine, Levi gained a deeper understanding of these words. The essence of Pokemon breeding centers around investment. To cultivate a Pokemon of champion caliber, both talent and investment are indispensable. Levi had previously only nurtured Lucario and Arcanine, and the expenditures had been staggering. Now, with the system, perhaps he could receive assistance in raising Pokemon to some extent. Is today still spicy? Lucario asked seriously. Lucario, extra spicy please. Levi's Lucario had a peculiar palate, favoring spicy food, and the spicier, the better. As a berry enthusiast, Levi was well acquainted with them. Berries with high spiciness, such as dragonfire berries, branch berries, and thorny berries, were exceedingly rare and practically unavailable in the market. As a compromise, Levi opted for the appleberry and cherryberry. He placed both types of berries into a small, home-use berry mixer, and the central disc of the mixer began to whirl. Approximately 15 minutes later, the machine's output continuously dispensed glistening red cubes. And after grinding some berry powder to sprinkle on top, the dish was complete. The identification allowed Levi to view the information of the energy cubes. Energy Cube, spicy, a blend of apple berry and cherry berry, with a decent flavor. Preparing food for Lucario had long become second nature to Levi. This was merely his standard level. He also prepared additional meals for Arcanine and Metagross. Due to his temporary unfamiliarity with Metagross's preferences, he made food according to mainstream tastes. If it did not suit their palate, he could always grind other berries into powder or use different seasonings. All right, time to eat. Thank you, I shall begin. Lucario, unable to contain its eagerness, gracefully tied its napkin and sat at the dining table, elegantly using a spoon to consume the energy cubes. Lucario's life motto was to be elegant. As Lucario took its first bite, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding. Gained 7 points in energy cube proficiency. Levi glanced at Lucario, observing its movements. Noticing Levi's gaze, Lucario raised its head. Delicious. With each bite Lucario took, the system notification would sound. Ding. Gained 9 points in energy cube proficiency. Ding. Gained 8 points in energy cube proficiency. After Lucario finished eating, the skill bar for energy cube crafting displayed a change. Energy cube, intermediate, 259810000. Levi's mind began to formulate a conclusion. When Pokemon consumed the energy cubes he had made, the proficiency in crafting energy cubes increased, seemingly with each bite. However, receiving a notification for every single bite felt somewhat overwhelming. Ding. Would you like to change to a cumulative proficiency notification? Quite user-friendly. After preparing lunch for Lucario and the others, Levi briefly borrowed the kitchen at the Pokemon Center. As he chopped vegetables, the game's notification sound echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Gained 1 point in cooking proficiency. If this were a game interface, there would undoubtedly be a constant stream of one floating above his head. Ding. Gained 1 point in cooking proficiency. If only such a mechanism existed while doing homework. Completing each problem would yield a point, and he would surely be enrolled in a prestigious university in no time. Levi couldn't help but entertain this thought. A bowl of overly salted vegetable and egg noodles. Defamation. I simply enjoy salty food. Levi had ventured out this time solely to capture a silver Metagross. And after retrieving his Pokemon from Nurse Joy, Levi boarded the train home. Diancie Evolution Stone, Mega Diancie, Diancie, Small Diamond. Chapter 4, New Side Quest. A simplified map. With even more towns than shown, the route from Shinhua to Chiefing City includes numerous towns. The next stop is Shinhua Station. Passengers arriving at their destination, please disembark promptly. Levi boarded a train in Lehigh Town, located in the southern part of Chiefing City, and returned to Shenhui Town. The absence of flying-type Pokemon posed some inconvenience. While riding on a wind speed dog or a steel monster was feasible, it lacked the stability offered by a Metagross. The breeding facility occasionally dispatched Pokemon, and flying types were sometimes utilized. However, this issue would soon resolve itself once the steel monster evolved. In November, snowflakes danced through the air, and even conversations were laced with visible breath. Shenhui Town, though diminutive in size, was renowned. This fame stemmed not only from its central shrine, which could trace its origins to ancient times, preserving the history of Sinnoh, but also because it was the birthplace of the Sinnoh champion, Cynthia. Levi had not returned to Shenhui Town for over 6 months, yet everything felt so familiar. The fresh mooing milk, the sweet honey brewed by the 3 honeybees, the bustling sounds from the street vendors echoed, creating an ambience reminiscent of a lively marketplace, where most were accompanied by their Pokemon. Xiaowei, you're back. Come and taste. Boomed the enthusiastic voices of uncles and aunties, beckoning Levi to sample their culinary delights. I'm back, but there's no rush. I'll come another day, Levi replied, holding a skewer of meat in one hand while waving with the other. Levi, Lucario, you're back. A sneaky figure leapt from behind, tapping Levi and Lucario on the shoulder. They had sensed her presence long before, choosing to keep it unspoken. Sister Ming, it's been a while. Lucario, Levi exclaimed. Before him stood a young woman in her mid-20s, donned in a cotton coat and hat, named Mai Meng. Levi affectionately referred to her as Xiao Mengjia. Passers-by did not disrupt their warm exchange. What brings you back so suddenly? She inquired. The journey has ended. I came to visit Grandpa. Come, Xiao Meng insisted, pulling Levi and Lucario towards her stall. Perched on a chair was a plump, feathery ducklet, its rotund body completely enveloping its webbed feet. Quack! It greeted, raising its ingredients upon seeing Levi and Lucario. Long time no see, ducklet. Just in time. I just made some celebration muffins. Take a few back for Grandpa Lean. Without waiting for a response, Xiao Ming began to box them for Levi and Lucario. The celebration muffins, crafted from berries and other ingredients, resembled sweet cake bread, akin to but not identical to a pastry. Muffins were soft and fluffy, while pastries were crisp and crumbly. Although named after the celebration city of Sinnoh, they were actually a specialty of the Galar region. The celebration muffins were not widely known, so Levi was pleasantly surprised that Xiao Ming could make them. Levi and Lucario instinctively took a step back, arms crossed in front of them. You can't have it for free. Exactly, Xiao Ming's eyes widened. What do you need money for? Grandpa Lin has always taken good care of me. Then we shall take our leave, Levi suggested, gesturing towards home. Xiao Ming pouted, ultimately deflating like a punctured balloon. Levi counted. There were perhaps a dozen muffins. After sharing one with Lucario, he waved his hand decisively. Xiao Ming, Jia, I'll take all of these. I'll bring them back for Grandpa and the Pokemon. As Xiao Ming helped him box the muffins, Levi asked, how did you start making these? Previously, Xiao Ming sold ingredients directly, and Grandpa often purchased from her. Despite her difficult upbringing, having lost her parents and grandparents, she remained optimistic, which was partly why Levi's grandfather extended his support to her. Xiao Ming smiled. There's no competition. I'm the only one who can make celebration muffins here. I actually went to learn how to make them. Levi gave her a thumbs up. That's quite ambitious. With her hands on her hips, Xiao Ming beamed with pride. Of course, her skills were indeed impressive. Her celebration muffins surpassed those Levi had encountered before. I'll head home now. Let's gather again sometime. Okay, hurry back. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ming, a chime echoed in Levi's mind, indicating the addition of a side quest. Side quest. Xiao Ming's woes. The berries in Xiao Ming's orchard have recently been pilfered by unidentified Pokemon. Please assist her in resolving this issue. Quest reward. A random Pokemon item lottery ticket. So reluctant to trouble others, Levi glanced back at Xiao Ming, who was busy packing up her stall, and shook his head in resignation. Lucario, tomorrow we should help Xiao Ming. Lucario, even without a reward, he felt compelled to lend a hand. His childhood home was enclosed by waist-high bamboo fences. From a distance, he spotted a rotund Jengar sitting at the entrance, merrily slurping noodles. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be beef noodles. The rich color of the braised beef sauce, with generously sized chunks, wafted a delightful aroma into the air, an impressive creation by his grandfather. You can't eat that. Jengar, you'll turn into a noodle. Let me help you share. Jengar, who had been grinning with its teeth on display, noticed Levi eyeing its beef noodles and quickly retreated several steps, clutching the bowl protectively. Gum, gum. Lucario dutifully acted as a translator. There's more in the kitchen. Help yourself. Where's Grandpa, Jengar? Jengar pointed with its stubby arm towards the backyard. Gum. Come out. Wind Speed Dog, Steel Monster. Levi tossed 2 luxury balls, releasing Wind Speed Dog and Steel Monster from their confines. Oh whoa. The Wind Speed Dog landed, shaking itself vigorously, its fluffy mane dancing in the breeze. Sniffing the air, it dashed towards the kitchen, vanishing in an instant with astonishing speed. Do you need to use extreme speed just to have a meal? Beep. Steel Monster immediately surveyed its surroundings, being a cautious creature born in the wild, and even more so, due to its rare coloration. This is my home. There's no need to worry. Beep. Jengar, ever familiar, produced a bottle of soda and approached Steel Monster. Gung gung. Lucario could no longer contain its amusement at Jengar's antics, which translated to, hey, friend, care for a drink? Steel Monster was visibly unimpressed. As they made their way to the backyard, Levi could hear his grandfather's voice. Windspeed Dog, is that you? Levi has returned? Oh, all right, I'll serve you. A stout, vigorous elder with black hair, clad in a cotton coat, emerged from the kitchen and encountered Levi. Grandpa, what brings you back so suddenly? Levi asked earnestly. I wish to learn breeding and culinary skills from you. No sooner had he spoken than the mechanical voice in his mind chimed again. Ding. You have a new side quest. Jengar. Chapter 5, Seeking Culinary Guidance from Scallion. Due to the system's locked special recipes, Levi wished to learn culinary arts as well. After all, with proficiency, hard work would suffice. Breeders and chefs were categorized by levels, with certification from the league achieved through examinations. The levels, in ascending order, were beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite, master, and grandmaster. Master chefs of an elite caliber, utilizing specific ingredients to craft Pokemon cuisine, possess the ability to enhance a Pokemon's strength akin to the rarest of resources and exotic berries, effectively serving as a means of cultivation. The water-type champion of Kalos, Zumi, epitomizes a masterful culinary artist. The old man's culinary prowess is of a masterful level, while his cultivation skills are unparalleled. Upon Levi expressing his desire to learn from him, the old man's visage turned grave, and the atmosphere around them abruptly thickened. The previously exuberant and carefree Speed Star, slurping on his beef noodles, became cautious, eventually fleeing with his bowl in a hasty retreat. Mean, did he just sell me out? That was an extraordinarily swift exit. Levi had anticipated this outcome. When it comes to cultivation and culinary arts, the grandfather has always maintained a serious demeanor. For such an attitude is essential in being responsible for Pokemon. A side quest appeared on the task panel. Lean's wish. Lean is troubled by his eldest son's lack of ambition as a Pokemon stylist, and his second son, granddaughter, and grandson's failure to inherit his culinary skills. Please prepare a dish that would satisfy Lean before the opening of the cultivation house. Task reward, random specialty dish 1. Levi had not expected his grandfather to harbor such aspirations, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. Uncle Li Wen displayed little interest in cultivation, choosing instead to become a designer and tailor. Levi's cousin, Vera, took an even more unconventional route, delving into the study of ancient history and fossils. Although his father, Leon, has embarked on the dual path of a cultivator and chef, his grandfather's critique remains. He is neither exceptional nor lacking. Both cultivation and culinary arts require innate talent. Individuals like Levi, whose Pokemon gain proficiency merely by consuming their meals, certainly possess an advantage. Although Levi prepares food for his Pokemon, he had never contemplated pursuing the path of a cultivator himself. He initially intended to focus solely on nurturing his own Pokemon. With the establishment of a new cultivation house by his parents, Levi made a decisive choice. His parents had borrowed money from his uncle. He certainly did not want to be labeled a burdened second generation. Even without a system task, he felt compelled to undertake this endeavor. Lean gazed at Levi with a serious expression. "You're not jesting, are you?" Leon shook his head. "No, Mom and Dad are opening a new cultivation house, and I wish to assist them while exploring this path for myself." Levi's principle is that if he is to embark on a journey, he must strive for excellence. The old man nodded slightly. That is a justifiable reason. In truth, you possess talent and the resolve to persevere, unlike your sister, who weeps at the slightest provocation. The old man's words evoked memories of Levi's childhood, spent either memorizing the Pokemon cultivation manual or preparing Pokemon cuisine. Regardless of whether the dishes were edible, they all found their way into Genki's spatial stomach. After all, it was impossible to spoil. His cousin had long since departed. Levi, however, had learned the craft. Albeit his travels ceased upon acquiring Riolu, Levi accepted the side quest, Lean's wish. The old man pondered for a moment. Cultivation is somewhat complex. Begin with culinary arts and demonstrate your knife skills. You must also obtain a cultivation certificate. There exists a synergy between cultivation and culinary arts, both of which are indeed intricate. A cultivator must comprehend various Pokemon species, delving deep into the specifics of individual Pokemon, tailoring care even down to their fur management. Although Levi's cultivation skills are at an intermediate level, he holds no rank within the Alliance. Indeed, the old man replied curtly, "What is. Now go wash and chop the vegetables. Am I to do it for you?" Understood. Seizing the opportunity while Levi washed the vegetables, the old man summoned the ducklet from the backyard, which was busy tending to leeks. "Quack, what brings you here?" The ducklet's eyes sparkled with wisdom. "You are to supervise him, correct him whenever he errs." The ducklet confidently patted its chest. "Quack. Let me, the leek master, guide him." The old man had but two Pokemon, the culinary ducklet and the ever-hungry Genki. Under the old man's tutelage, the ducklet's culinary skills surpassed Levi's. Indeed, the duck outshone the human. The old man then called in Lucario, who stood outside. "You will explain what the ducklet has instructed him." Lucario understood. After relaying the instructions, the old man departed, leaving Levi to observe the ducklet adjusting its golden glasses on the left and Lucario with crossed arms on the right, while the sounds from the television in the front yard played. Was this all part of your scheme, grandfather? Levi harbored grave suspicions that his grandfather had gifted him a Riolu egg with today's events in mind. "Quack. First, julienne the vegetables. Do not attempt to mimic my accent." Following this, Levi commenced his culinary journey under the ducklet's watchful guidance. As he picked up a finely sliced potato, the ducklet nodded in satisfaction. "Quack. Well done. Now slice it further." "Quack. Next, cut it into cubes." The ducklet wielded its leek, poking at Levi wherever his technique faltered. "Quack, quack. The three surfaces for rolling must be uniform. Watch me demonstrate." Lucario diligently translated. The kitchen was filled with the sounds of quacking. It is no wonder Levi's knife skills surpassed those of cooking and seasoning. He had prioritized mastering the knife techniques first. Then he made his escape. Under the ducklet's guidance, Levi rediscovered the joys of childhood, accompanied by potatoes and cucumbers. Yet, without a doubt, Levi felt fulfilled. Over the next 2 hours, under the tutelage of the ducklet, his culinary proficiency steadily increased by increments of 1, 2, The old man's assessment of Levi's knife skills was that they barely met the eye. Continue chopping. Practice for 10 days to half a month before discussing further. Grandfather, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. The old man shot him a glance. So you wish to abandon your studies? Not at all. Sister Xiaoming's berry orchard has been beset by thieving Pokemon, and I wish to assist her in locating them. At these words, the old man frowned. This child. I encountered her merely a few days ago. Why didn't she mention this? Levi shrugged. Wasn't Sister Xiaoming always like this? She disliked burdening others. Very well. Return promptly after your search. Understood. I shall prepare garlic crab and garlic braised shrimp for you today. The following day, Levi took the opportunity to visit Sister Xiaoming with Lucario, Speedstar, and Metagross. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the knock, Xiaoming opened the door. Xiaowei, Lucario, come in. Xiaoming's abode was modest, comprising a single room and a living area. And Levi noticed the absence of the ducklet in the living room. Where's the ducklet? It's guarding my berry orchard. Has something occurred? It was only after Levi and Lucario pressed her that Xiaoming revealed the issue of thieving Pokemon in her orchard. We will help you uncover the culprit. Lucario, leave it to us. Chapter 6. Bear Cub, side quest completed. Xiaoming's residence. To catch a thief, one must identify the bait. What berries have been pilfered most frequently? Peach berries. Instantly, Levi envisioned the soft, pink peach berries resembling peaches, sweet and succulent, favored by sweet-toothed Pokemon. Levi snapped his fingers, simple enough. He promptly retrieved a portable energy cube maker from his backpack and crafted an energy cube using peach berries. Ultimately, he drizzled it with the essence of the soul. A batch of energy cubes drenched in sweetness, exceedingly delightful. Levi nodded in satisfaction. It was of standard quality. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing suddenly echoed. Under the watchful eyes of Li Wei and Lucario, Sister Xiaoming's face visibly flushed with color. With her ears turning red, she hurriedly explained, I'm sorry. I just have a penchant for sweets. Li Wei and Lucario each consumed one and handed her another, declaring it delicious. Let us go? The Xiaoming fruit orchard was not far from home, as she resided on the outskirts of Shenhui town, making it convenient for her to cultivate trees and fruits. Come forth. Frosmoth and Metong. Xiaoming blinked. Oh, a silver Metong? Greetings, Metong, I am Xiaoming. Indeed, this time out has proven fruitful. With a beep, Metong returned the greeting. It had already encountered Xiaoming in a luxury ball yesterday. Sister Xiaoming, please place this energy cube in the area where that Pokemon frequently appears. Alright. Ding. Gained 25 proficiency points in energy cube handling. Li Wei refrained from exposing the flustered Xiaoming, who was still holding the food bowl. He was a man of pride. Let us hide for now. About half an hour later, Lucario, who had been using aura sensing, suddenly opened his eyes. It's here. Ding. Gained 48 proficiency points in energy cube handling. Acts around it. Unaware that it had been encircled while indulging in an energy cube it had never tasted before. A brown bear cub with a yellow muzzle and crescent-shaped markings on its head was feasting heartily. The bear cub, sitting about 40 centimeters tall, was an utterly adorable Pokemon. Lucario, Frosmoth, and Metong had surrounded it, while Xiaoming's far-fetched excitedly waved its leek from the periphery. Quack! Go, duck! Go! Duck! The bear cub remained blissfully ignorant of its encirclement, sitting on the ground and licking its sweetened paws. Li Wei's eyes also displayed information about the bear cub. Name, bear cub. Gender, female. Ability, pick up, possesses a chance to find items while walking. Skills, scratch, lick, throw, round eyes, scramble. Strength rating, ordinary, intermediate. Evaluation, a bear cub in its growth phase. Go, Metong. Li Wei had inspected Metang's abilities the previous night. Name, Metong. Ability, clear body, not affected by the reduction of abilities from Pokemon moves and abilities. Skills, tackle, magnetic levitate, psychic, metal claw, bullet punch, Psyshock, hyper beam. Strength rating, elite, advanced. Evaluation, an elite Pokemon with promising potential. The strength ratings of Pokemon range from ordinary, elite, veteran, professional, gym leader, master, champion, battle legend. Each level is further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers. Psychic, do not harm it. Metong used Psychic to restrain the bear cub, which showed no intention of resistance. Lucario, ask where its mother is. Lucario shook his head. It says it hasn't seen its mother since birth. Li Wei furrowed his brow. A Pokemon hunter, perhaps? Unfortunately, lacking further information, Li Wei could not make a judgment. He quickly made a decision. Sister Xiaoming, do you wish to capture it? Xiaoming paused, blinking me. Don't you want it? Li Wei shook his head. If you don't want it, I'll take it to Miss Junsha and decide what to do with it from there. Li Wei had little interest in capturing the bear cub. For Xiaoming, however, it could guard her orchard after evolving. although he feared the possibility of it pilfering from its own domain. I've decided to capture it. As Xiaoming threw a pokeball, the bear cub transformed into a red light and entered the ball. The pokeball shook back and forth on the ground, and with a thud, it ceased to wobble. I've captured the bear cub. Quack. Ding. Side quest. Xiaoming's worries. Completed. Rewards distributed. In Li Wei's system backpack. Alongside the Diancie evolution stone, there was now an additional random item lottery ticket. Thank you. Li Wei, Lucario, Frosmoth, and Metong. Li Wei waved his hand. No need for thanks. We're all in this together. If you need anything, just ask. Li Wei's grandfather had raised Xiaoming as if she were his own granddaughter. Sister Xiaoming, let us have dinner together tonight. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for Grandpa Lin? I'll cook. I've been learning culinary skills from Grandpa recently. All right then, I'll look forward to it. Quack. I'm in for a treat. Well, I must return to practice my knife skills. Be careful on the road. Early in the morning, Jengar went out to buy a plethora of vegetables. Li Wei observed Jengar's short arms rummaging through its round belly, extracting bag after bag with a rhythmic thud as the knife fell repeatedly onto the cutting board. His culinary skills were improving rapidly. I'll practice chopping meat in a couple of days. It wasn't until Xiaoming arrived that Li Wei found relief. The old man nodded at the bear cub licking its paws. You know, with proper training, a bear cub can be quite splendid. Watching it lick its paws obliviously, Li Wei suddenly felt a twinge of regret, wondering if it truly suited the role of orchard guardian. No worries, we can teach it. The old man shifted his gaze from the bear cub. In no time, he had devised a training plan for it. Being so oblivious also required a certain talent. This at least indicated it was quite focused. The old man turned to Xiaoming, advising, if you encounter any issues, come find me. Do not hesitate. While I may not solve everything, it's better than being left alone, unsure of what to do. Yes, Grandpa Lin. Xiaoming bowed deeply. Li Wei was supposed to be the one cooking, yet he had yet to earn the old man's approval, relegated to the role of a mere vegetable chopper. He wasn't even as skilled as the Farfetch'd beside him. Duck, duck, stellar knife technique. Quack, quack, rampage. Farfetch'd's leak effectively enhanced the flavor of the ingredients, giving Li Wei an immediate disadvantage. Quack. Farfetch'd furrowed its brows, lightly tapping Li Wei's arm. Lucario continued to serve as the translator. What are you doing? Cut more seriously. That evening, after escorting Sister Xiaoming home, Li Wei finally utilized the random Pokemon item lottery ticket. Chapter 7. The Cultivation of Dragonfire Fruits. Signing up for exams. That night, after completing Grandpa Lin's course on fire-type cultivation, Li Wei returned to his room. In the cold winter night, he leaned against Frosmoth, using it as a pillow. Frosmoth, completely unfazed, rested its large head on its paws, snoring softly. Li Wei's Frosmoth was a quintessential wanderer. During the day, it roamed the outskirts, returning promptly in the afternoon, only to eat and sleep at night. Most residents of Shenhui Town were familiar with Frosmoth while in Jubilife City. It was Li Wei or Lucario who took it out for a stroll. After taking a shower, Li Wei used the random Pokemon item lottery ticket he had earned from the side quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 Dragonfire fruits. Well, you're quite the fruit machine too. Dragonfire fruit, a tree fruit that is both bitter and spicy, yet brimming with nutrition. When crafted into energy cubes, it can enhance the special attack abilities of Pokemon such as Baofeng and others to a certain extent. Although it is a tree fruit, Dragonfire fruit is a precious and rare commodity, not merely a matter of bad luck. Moreover, it possesses a notably high spiciness, which is particularly favored by Lucario and Arcanine for its fiery flavor. While it carries a slight bitterness, this can be balanced out with other fruits for flavor enhancement. A sudden thought struck Levi's mind. Could he possibly cultivate these tree fruits himself? The issue with Dragonfire fruit is not merely its cost, but rather its scarcity in the market. At least Levi had never managed to procure any. The more common tree fruits available include Blurine, Pecha, and cherry berries. If he could grow them, Levi would have an abundant supply of Dragonfire fruits. Wouldn't he be able to indulge in them daily? There was no need to rush. He would inquire further tomorrow. At the crack of dawn, Levi was awakened by Lucario. It's time for training. Mornings were reserved for the training sessions between Levi and his Pokemon. The previous day had been spent assisting Sister Xiaoming. Thus no training had taken place. The primary focus was on developing a training regimen for the currently weakest Pokemon, Metong. Although Levi harbored little interest in becoming a champion or battling legends, he felt a sense of responsibility towards the Pokemon he had captured. Metong was indeed eager to grow stronger. The reason Metong agreed to Levi's requests was its recognition of Lucario's and Arcanine's formidable strengths. Analyzing Metang's various data points was an integral part of formulating the training plan. Unlike Levi and Lucario, Metong could not follow the Saitama training method. Levi encouraged Arcanine to strike with all its might. Pika, testing your strength. Metong unleashed a full-powered bullet punch. It inflicted only a negligible amount of damage on Arcanine, who stood unfazed, responding with a playful growl. Are you tickling me? Next up was a cannon beam directed at Lucario. Lucario, utilize Aura Shield. Lucario crossed its arms before its body, forming a protective barrier of brilliant azure aura, a feat achievable only by a select few Pokemon like Lucario. While similar to the defensive techniques of other Pokemon, it possessed its unique qualities. A silvery radiance gathered before Metong, coalescing into a beam as thick as a thigh, cascading down upon the protective shield. The next phase involved speed and stamina, as they traversed back and forth across the yard 10 times. Gengar, having spent an entire night researching, curiously observed Levi and Metang's training. With a foundational understanding of Metang's data established, Levi devised a nurturing plan. Currently, the focus would be on advancing its psychic abilities, specifically the skill Psycho Boost, alongside training its Steel-type move Meteor Mash. While Metang's stamina was fairly good, it still needed to learn defensive moves like Reflect and Light Screen, ensuring it could withstand attacks. Lucario would lead the training sessions. Levi's responsibility was to provide suitable Pokemon food. Despite Metang's evolved form, Metagross, having inferior special attack capabilities compared to its physical attack, it could still benefit from the training enhanced by Dragonfire fruits. As long as there was an ample supply of fruits, he could nurture Metagross to become a dual threat. With that, the training commenced. 3 hours later, Levi approached the elderly man who was tending to his garden. You grow Dragonfire fruits? Indeed. Do you have experience with that? The elderly man shot him a disdainful glance, clearly unimpressed, but explained that the soil of Shenhui Town was unsuitable for cultivation, which was why Dragonfire fruits were scarce. They were notoriously difficult to grow and had specific planting times. They could be sown no earlier than the 35th month, but typically, it was between the 6th and 8th months. Levi pressed for information on where suitable soil could be found. Identifying tree fruits was also a vital part of nurturing. The elderly man listed several locations, the forests of Bidai City, beyond the mountains north of Shenhui Town, where they could be grown. Most importantly, the soil needed to be loose, breathable, well-drained, and slightly moist without waterlogging. Additionally, it required 6 to 8 hours of sunlight daily. Overall, it was quite a challenge, as a slight misstep could lead to root rot. In the presence of the elderly man, Levi dared not declare himself a fruit-growing expert. He had a long journey ahead on the path of nurturing. Realizing he had spoken at length, the elderly man suddenly asked, "So, you do possess Dragonfire fruits?" To which Levi replied, "Indeed." He retrieved a Dragonfire fruit from his backpack. The fruit resembled a dragon fruit, and the elderly man's initially dismissive demeanor shifted as he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Such high-quality Dragonfire fruits. I'll keep one for myself to try planting in April or May, and you can handle the rest. Thank you, Grandpa. The elderly man merely looked at him coldly, signaling that the time for inquiry had passed, and it was time to practice. That evening, Leon once again reached out to check on his son. Levi's parents had adopted a rather hands-off approach to parenting. Upon answering the call, Leon exclaimed, "Son, why have you suddenly returned to Shenhui Town?" "I've come back to learn from Grandpa. I plan to take the nurturing certification exam." "Son, don't get any strange ideas. Although we owe some money to your uncle." Levi had previously been helping out at home, but had not taken the exam. Hold on. Levi hastily interrupted his father's spiraling thoughts. "I found cooking and nurturing quite interesting." "That is wonderful. A nurturing house with a garden would require more than just Leon and Mei Wei. They might be stretched thin." Previously, Levi had shown little interest in Pokemon nurturing, and they had no intention of pressuring him to take over or assist. Now that Levi willingly offered to help, it would save them some expenses. The family could remain together, much to Leon's delight. "Son, you've finally grown up," Leon exclaimed, covering his face with joy. Levi, exasperated, facepalmed. "You're making it sound like I was ungrateful before." Leon's facial flesh jiggled with laughter. "Study hard, son. I have faith in you. I'll go share this good news with your mother." On the 16th day back in Shenhui Town, Levi's knife skills had finally earned the reluctant approval of Chef Tsong, and he had registered for the nurturing assessment. The nurturing house was also undergoing vigorous renovations and would be ready for operation within a month. Levi had a significant task ahead of him. Chapter 8, Special Cuisine Compendium, Smoked Citrus Juice, Level C, unlocked. In the kitchen, Levi was set to undertake an important endeavor. He also had a side quest to gain his grandfather's approval through Pokemon food. Having honed his skills in crafting energy cubes, Levi had previously favored making energy cubes. This time, however, he intended to prepare Baofeng. Both Lucario and Arcanine had a penchant for spicy flavors, while Metong, though not particularly fond of spice, was willing to partake. He would not use the last 2 dragonfire fruits, but rather opted for cherry berries. After all, the system's evaluation of his Baofeng-making techniques was Schrodinger's Baofeng. Levi adhered to the principle of practice makes perfect. He also wished to observe the experience gained from crafting Baofeng. After spending half a month under Chef Tsung's mentorship, Levi's focus had significantly improved. While his culinary skills remained elementary, he had nonetheless made progress by observing his grandfather in the kitchen for the better part of 2 weeks. After blending the tree fruits, he placed them in cold water, stirring continuously during the heating process until a batter formed, which he then poured into molds and placed in the oven. This was the challenge of crafting Baofeng, as it required meticulous attention to timing and stirring technique. This also highlights the shared essence of culinary arts and Pokemon cuisine, the mastery of heat. Regrettably, fate was not on Li Wei's side, as he faced 3 consecutive failures, with the remnants of his attempts laid out beside him. At that moment, his discerning eye came into play. After sampling the dish, Li Wei silently discarded it into the trash bin. It was utterly inedible. Lucario glanced at the failed attempts in the bin, displaying a hint of exasperation. Lucario vividly recalled Li Wei's earlier vow to never attempt making poffins again after a particularly dismal batch. Observing Li Wei's earnest demeanor, Lucario resolved to consume the dish with grace, regardless of its taste. Wasting food is a shameful act, unbecoming of a refined Pokemon. Li Wei muttered softly. It's all about the heat. The elderly gentleman who entered the kitchen happened to catch sight of Li Wei engrossed in perfecting his poffin. Thus, he knew he had to concentrate intently. Li Wei slapped his cheeks, focusing all his energies on crafting the poffin, meticulously analyzing where his heat management had faltered. Entirely unaware of the elderly gentleman's arrival, as he stirred the berry paste and gazed at the flame, Li Wei's demeanor was as reverent as if he were offering incense. The old man nodded approvingly at Li Wei's earnest expression. As they approached the final stage, Li Wei stirred the mixture clockwise with a ladle, and the air filled with a delightful aroma. He hastily poured the berry paste into the molds and placed them into the oven. Ding! As he opened the oven door, Lucario was instantly greeted by the enticing fragrance of the poffin. It actually worked. Lucario was somewhat astonished, while Arcanine whimpered, tears of joy streaming from its mouth. The poffin resembled pink cookies, a true poffin indeed. Depending on the color of the berries used, poffins could take on various hues. Li Wei's discerning eye quickly provided him with information. A slightly overcooked, spicy poffin with insufficient stirring. Though successful, it paled in comparison to the energy cubes he typically prepared. At this level, securing his grandfather's approval might prove challenging. However, Li Wei remained undeterred, believing that patience would yield results. He had succeeded, it was worth a try. Lucario clasped its paws together in prayer. Well then, I shall indulge. As Lucario pinched off a piece and bit into it, its ears perked up in surprise. Delicious. Ding. Gained 13 proficiency points in poffin making. Ding. Gained 12 proficiency points in poffin making. Watching Lucario relish the poffin, Li Wei stroked his chin in contemplation. In terms of quality, the energy cubes should have been superior, yet the experience points for poffins appeared to be higher. Why are you enjoying it so much? It's tastier than I anticipated. Lucario approached the poffin with a sense of reckless abandon, only to discover that its flavor exceeded expectations. Li Wei began to formulate a theory. Does a Pokemon's satisfaction level influence the proficiency gained? Li Wei nodded slightly, realizing that he could create more poffins in the future. He beckoned to Arcanine and others to give it a try. Since Onionzige did not consume spicy food, he refrained from inviting it. Arcanine savored it the most, embodying the spirit of indulgence, which explained its robust physique. Beep. Metagross gazed at the cherry berry poffin with unwavering intensity, its eyes resolute as if preparing for initiation. In reality, it was assessing whether this morsel might spell its demise. Li Wei could not help but cover his face, urging it to take a bite. Having never tasted a cherry berry before, Metagross was primarily skeptical of Li Wei's culinary prowess, fully aware of his past blunders. Considering the trainer's feelings, after much hesitation, Metagross took a piece of poffin and reluctantly chewed a small bite. In less than a second, its eyes lit up. Incredible. Ding. Gained 8 proficiency points in poffin making. How does it taste? Beep. Lucario promptly translated for Li Wei. It's a bit spicy, but delicious. Li Wei's lips curled into a smile, nodding with newfound confidence. I do possess a modicum of talent. The elderly gentleman behind him scoffed. You haven't mastered the heat. You've overcooked the berry juice, and your stirring leaves much to be desired. If you aspire to create an exquisitely fragrant poffin, your technique is still lacking. Li Wei turned his head swiftly, Grandpa. Only then did he notice the elderly gentleman standing behind him. He was taken aback by the old man's assessment, which mirrored the insights from his discerning eye. The old man merely cast a glance, having not even tasted the poffin, yet accurately pinpointed its shortcomings. Was this the allure of masterful culinary skills? The elderly gentleman posed another question. What insights have you gleaned from this poffin-making endeavor? Li Wei's eyes sparkled, recognizing this as a golden opportunity. He carefully organized his thoughts. There are numerous parallels between culinary skills and the preparation of Pokemon food, including heat management, seasoning, and even knife skills. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Your half-month of practice has not been in vain. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice resonated once more. Ding! Side quest. Lien's wish completed. Received random specialty dish, smoked citrus juice. Li Wei blinked in surprise. Grandpa, are you satisfied with this poffin? The elderly gentleman, hands clasped behind his back, let out a dismissive snort, asserting that even Jengar would refuse to eat it. Nevertheless, he emphasized that every endeavor involves a learning process, and the willingness to learn is of utmost importance. Li Wei nodded in understanding. The old man was not content with the poffin itself, but rather with Li Wei's dedication to learning and exploration. A hint of a smile graced the old man's face. What do you wish to eat tonight? I shall prepare it for you. Morning training, afternoon culinary practice, and evening breeding studies made for a day that was both fulfilling and monotonous. Only at 10 o'clock did Li Wei return to his room, casting a glance at the personal panel visible solely to him. Specialty Dish Encyclopedia 1. Smoked Citrus Juice C Grade. Made from citrus smoked for 35 days, combined with honey, rock sugar, osmanthus, and rose petals, simmered for 2 hours and chilled. Click to view video production process. Effect. Consuming it rapidly restores stamina. 1 cup is better than 10. Note. Daily production limit, 0-10. Exceeding this limit will yield effects equivalent to ordinary berry juice. Chapter 9. The Ancient Ruins of Bidai City, a Timeless Encounter. Li Wei pondered the smoked citrus juice depicted in the Specialty Dish Encyclopedia. A friendly reminder. The difficulty of this specialty dish exceeds the player's culinary skill level, presenting a considerable risk of failure. Understood. Yet another Schrödinger-esque conundrum. While regular berry juice is available on the market, derived from ordinary citrus fruits, it does indeed possess stamina-restoring properties. However, the concept of smoked citrus juice was entirely new to Li Wei. This suggested that if he were to consult the old man, he would likely only offer advice based on experience. Li Wei clicked on the video details, and his perspective shifted instantly. A woman laid fresh citrus fruits on a bamboo mat, utilizing pine branches for smoking. As day turned to night, she turned the fruits every half day over 3 days until the surface turned black and the insides were completely dried. Soaking, simmering, turning high heat to low, adding water, and simmering further, adding rose petals. Exiting the video, Li Wei meticulously recorded every step of the woman's process, including the simmering times. Excellent. Once he procured citrus fruits tomorrow, he could begin the smoking process. Although the system's friendly reminders may falter, one must practice diligently to witness any progress. Amidst the tedious training, half a month has elapsed, heralding the arrival of a new year. Levi's parents, his uncle Li Wen, and his aunt Rue Sui have all returned to Chinatown. Only his cousin Vera was unable to return due to work commitments. In stark contrast to the hefty Liang, Uncle Li Wen, clad in a tailored suit, resembled a dashing bachelor, though slightly balding. It is understandable for a renowned designer and tailor to lack a full head of hair. Upon realizing Vera's absence, Liang looked quizzically at his elder brother Li Wen, inquiring why she had not yet returned. Uncle explained, she has gone to Bidai City to explore ancient ruins. I hear a new batch of stone tablets has been unearthed. Even the champion has attended. Liang scoffed at this. Ancient ruins? Shinha Town has its own, does it not? Wen Hui shot Liang a disapproving glance, clarifying that the ancient ruins of Shinha Town and Bidai City are not comparable. Meanwhile, Levi, who was silently observing, pondered the significance of the Bidai City ancient ruins. He vaguely recalled that they housed either the white jade orb or the diamond orb, though he couldn't quite remember which. These two orbs are linked to the temporal deities Dialga and Palkia. Speaking of the guardians of time and space, aside from the film adaptations, Levi also recalled the Galactic Team. The Galactic Team had long since revealed their true colors. No one anticipated that an organization, which maintained a commendable public image and claimed to be developing cosmic energy, would be a clandestine group operating under the facade of legitimate enterprises like Galactic Towers in both the Shun Ao region and Bidai City. Following the Galactic Team's downfall, the sun had set on their ambitions. Suddenly, the system emitted a chime, startling Levi, who was lost in thought. The remnants of the Galactic Team remained. But surely they wouldn't task me with dealing with them, would they? Fortunately, the system proved to be merciful, presenting a side quest, a meeting across time and space. Optional: the Shun Ao region, rich in ancient ruins, has bequeathed invaluable treasures over the annals of history. The residents of Shinha Town must bravely strive to unravel the mysteries of these ancient relics and pursue the traces of legendary Pokemon. First stage task objective: encounter Dialga, Palkia, or any one of the following: Ushia, Aknol, or Emrit. Task reward: choose one trace of a mythical Pokemon. Levi, who had been quietly observing, was nearly taken aback. The objective was to meet the Guardians of Time, or one of the 3 legendary Pokemon, with the reward being information on the traces of a mythical Pokemon. To assert that Levi had no interest in legendary or mythical Pokemon would be a fallacy. Darkrai, Diancie, Zeraora, Victini, and Karaki are among his favorites, especially since Levi possessed a Diancie evolution stone. He had contemplated capturing them or establishing camaraderie like Ash had done. The opportunity lay before him. Levi had to consider whether this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to reclaim the glory of mythical Pokemon. Additionally, mythical Pokemon could elevate the prestige of the breeding house. Without hesitation, Levi accepted the quest. To waver would be a sign of disrespect. The conversation among the elders was lively and soon shifted from Vera back to Levi. Observing the metallic Pokemon, Liwen remarked, "Little Wei has even captured a silver Metagross. I recall the former Hoenn champion, Dawu, had one as well." Dawu had long abandoned his title, now pursuing a life as a miner. Leon clapped his hands excitedly, exclaiming, got it, my son Dawu. He indeed possesses the demeanor of a champion." Levi, who was still absorbing the conversation, nearly choked on his drink. "You all are quite adept at making connections." Aunt Rue Sui patted Levi on the shoulder, affirming, "Indeed, our little Wei's height and looks are certainly on par with Dawu." Levi's passive skill, which draws attention, master level, needed no further elaboration. Uncle Liwen, feigning seriousness, remarked, "I've actually met Dawu. Little Wei truly does not fall short." All eyes turned to Liwen, confusion evident on their faces as they pondered the validity of his claims. Liwen blinked innocently. "Did I not mention this before?" In unison, they retorted, "No." Liwen stroked his chin, explaining, "The current champion, Mikoli, sought my expertise to design costumes for the grand festival, and former champion Dawu was also present. They were quite satisfied with my designs." Aunt Rue Sui, her teeth clenched, exclaimed, "You could at least promote yourself a bit, saying you designed their outfits." Liwen, running his hand through his thinning hair, lamented, "That would be too exhausting. My hair is already sparse. I might as well name them." Observing her husband's thinning hair, Aunt Rue Sui found herself at a loss for words. Their banter, however, sparked an idea in Levi's mind. Leveraging connections could indeed be a wise choice. Having attended a trainer school and traveled abroad, Levi had cultivated a few contacts. Uncle was indeed quite busy. He had to return to work as a tailor after only 2 days at home due to a large order worth 5 million. It was said that he was designing a gown for Princess Shalabia of some kingdom. Before departing, Uncle expressed his strong support for Levi's choice to study breeding and culinary arts. "Little Wei, learn diligently and do not forget your grandfather's teachings. That way, I can avoid being scolded by the old man." Liwen wiped away a tear, playing the part of a dramatic character. "Uncle, your theatrics are excessive." Levi interjected. "You both are quite the performers." Just then, the old man passed by, casting a deathly glare at Liwen, reminiscent of a stern teacher. Fortunately, it took Uncle less than 10 seconds from boarding the vehicle to taking off. "I haven't even boarded yet," Levi lamented, leaving Aunt Rue Sui bewildered in the wind. Zafuchida Wu. Chapter 10. The Enhancement of Closed-Door Training, Akin. The renovation of the breeding house was nearing completion, and Levi's assessment at the breeding house would soon take place in Jubilife City. Levi's month-long study and training were coming to an end, and the old man granted him a day off. On the eve of his departure from Shinha Town, Levi intended to visit the Shinha Town Historical Research Institute. He wished to consult Dr. Giselin about the temporal deities and the 3 guardians. However, he learned from the security staff that Dr. Giselin had gone to Bidai City and would not be returning for some time. Growing up in Shinha Town and being acquainted with the granddaughter of Dr. Giselin, Levi was somewhat familiar with the place. "Thank you for the information." Due to the scientific conference in Bidai City, Levi would temporarily miss the opportunity to meet with him. Levi then turned to meet Sister Xiaoming, who was accompanied by Bear Baby and Duckweed, serving as her loyal guardians. Having enjoyed Levi's Pokemon cuisine during this time, both Bear Baby and Duckweed welcomed him warmly. Bear Baby even leapt from the chair, tugging at Levi's pant leg for a treat. Bear baby, you mustn't do that. It's all right, here you go. Levi, having anticipated this, produced a handful of energy cubes while affectionately ruffling Bear Baby's head. Duckweed, you can have some too. Ding. Gained 31 points in energy cube proficiency. Levi's greatest fear was refusal to eat. The more they could consume, the more welcome they were. Sister Xiaoming, contact me on my phone if anything comes up. If you have time, come play in Jubilife City. I'll send you the address. Xiaoming smiled gently, revealing the chat history with Li Wei's mother. No need. Aunt Wenhui has already sent it to me. I will visit when I have time. All right, goodbye then. Xiaoming waved her fist in encouragement. You must do your best in the breeder examination. I believe in you. Rest assured, Li Wei replied confidently, having signed up for the intermediate breeder examination. After bidding farewell to the elder, Li Wei and his parents boarded the train heading to Jubilife City. The elder had no intention of accompanying them. He preferred to remain in Shenshu town. Before parting, he solemnly instructed, do not neglect your breeding studies. I have arranged for a teacher to give you a few lessons. Do not bring shame upon me. Li Wei was taken aback. A teacher? Who is it? The mention of a renowned breeder sparked his thoughts of Qingsu, Professor Okido, and Brock. He had heard of Qingsu, who was already the leader of the Johto gym. Sir, times have changed. We now live in the information age. Qingsu's 5-minute Swift champion legend and the battle legend of the Silver Mountain, Red. These names and their tales are the talk of trainers everywhere. Li Wei was uncertain whether the esteemed 10-year-old Ash, with 25 years of experience, was indeed from Shinshin town. He suspected it was likely, especially since Sinnoh had recently welcomed a chain of ramen shops owned by Musashi and Kojiro. However, he pondered whether Qingsu and Professor Okido were too prestigious to be his teachers. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Wei dismissed the thought. The elder wore a knowing smile, suggesting that one would understand once they met. He will only come once you pass the examination. Li Wei nodded helplessly. All right then. Kakik. Gung Gui waved its handkerchief to bid farewell. Gaga, you must do your best. The elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching as they departed by train. Before returning to the small courtyard, from his seat in the back, Li Wei observed this scene. Dad, if we get the chance, let's take Grandpa to Jubilife City. Your uncle and I wish to, but your grandfather does not want to go. He enjoys living in Shenshu town. If there are no conditions, then let us create conditions. As Li Wei uttered these words, it was as if a radiant light surged behind him. Although he appeared full of ambition, he truly had no concrete plans. Son, I have faith in you. His father, a master of emotional support, provided ample encouragement. However, that was all he offered. Why not just give me some delivery coupons instead? When Hui understood the concerns the father and son shared. Do not worry too much. Your grandfather is in good health. Li Wei agreed with this assessment. The elder could still chase 10 streets with a stick. Jubilife City was quite far from Shenshu town, requiring 8 hours of travel even by the fastest maglev train. Sitting comfortably in the soft sleeper, Li Wei gazed at his personal panel. Physical condition, super newcomer, slight. Specialty culinary collection, 1. Smoked citrus juice C. Consuming it quickly restores stamina. Click to view detailed preparation process. Skills, breeding, intermediate slight, 5350100000. Culinary skills, intermediate. Your knife skills are excellent. And you can control the basic cooking process with a balanced seasoning. 1217100000. Energy cube, intermediate slight, 773310000. Poffin, intermediate. You can prepare poffins that Pokemon enjoy based on their tastes. 109100000. Backpack, Diancie Evolution Stone, Dragon Fruit X2. More than a month of study was monotonous yet rewarding. No longer was he the Schrodinger's Poffin. Li Wei felt immensely powerful now. The rapid ascent in breeding experience was attributed to the elder's generous teachings over the past month. Recognizing Li Wei's swift learning, the elder had sought a capable mentor. His intention was to capitalize on his grandson's enthusiasm for learning, fearing that one day he might lose interest. The proficiency in Energy Cube soared, largely thanks to Gung Gui's insatiable appetite. Although Li Wei's energy cubes paled in comparison to the elder did not prepare any himself. Gung Gui had no choice but to make do with what Li Wei offered. With multiple Pokemon assisting him, Li Wei distributed his culinary skills and poffins, surprisingly elevating him to the intermediate level. The enhancement of his breeding skills, coupled with the abundant supply of energy cubes, had allowed Lucario to master Quick Attack. The hefty wind speed dog learned Stomp, strengthening its abilities to enter the gym, beginner level. The silver metal monster progressed from a promising elite to an experienced, beginner, Pokemon, successfully learning Ice Punch and Psychic. Li Wei anticipated that the metal monster would evolve in a month or two, with the steel gem and metal coat. Training could be expedited. While Li Wei practiced, the Elder occasionally provided special training for Lucario and the others. The main and side quest statuses were all ongoing, but Li Wei merely glanced at them before losing interest. He opened his phone and noticed a long string of messages from a friend. Ajin, hey, I'm online to play games. Ajin, waiting online, it's urgent. Ajin, big shot, save the kid. Li Wei. Ajin, you just replied now. I thought you ghosted me. That ellipsis made me think of Senior Chihong. Chapter 11. Is this what you call a breeding house? With nothing much to do on the train, Li Wei began chatting with Ajin, remotely guiding him through a level. You couldn't even get past such a simple level? You're really lacking, Ajin. Ajin, why did you take so long to come online? Li Wei, I've been in seclusion, barely having time to check my phone, let alone play games. Ajin, you too. Want to have an intense battle with me? Bakuza is itching for a fight. Li Wei, learning culinary skills and breeding. Ajin. On the other side of the screen, Ajin, with his non-mainstream bangs, looked disheveled in the wind. Ajin, you're learning breeding too? Do you want me to introduce you to a breeding house? Li Wei, my family runs one. Ajin, damn rich second generation. Li Wei, it's funded by loans. If it fails, I'm a negative second generation. Li Wei and Ajin had met during his travels, becoming friends as Li Wei had previously carried him through a game. Ajin, how's your culinary skill? Ajin, being a foodie himself, loved sampling local specialties. To satisfy Ajin's curiosity, Li Wei generously shared pictures of the dishes his grandfather had prepared during this time. Smoked fish slices, JPG. Oil braised prawns, JPG. Garlic crab, JPG. Potato pancakes, JPG. Spicy potatoes, JPG. A flurry of images was sent. Ajin, be a person. This looks so delicious. Can you send me some? Li Wei, no, it's my grandfather's cooking. Ajin, your grandfather cooks this well? Li Wei, you know the champion Jimmy from Kalos. Akin, of course I know. A renowned chef who doesn't regard being a trainer as his main profession. Li Wei, my grandfather is on par with him. Both of them are master-level chefs. So it is indeed an equal match. After chatting for over half an hour, Akin, rest assured, I'll help promote you. Akin also assists at the breeding house. But he is far away in the Johto region's Hagi town, while Li Wei is in the Sinnoh region's Jubilife City. They are peers. Yet there is no conflict of interest. Li Wei can easily imagine Akin thumping his chest on the other end. Although Akin often appears unreliable, he is a person of great loyalty. Li Wei, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Akin, it's a promise. Just as Li Wei was putting away his phone, his father, who had been staring at the phone screen, suddenly spoke up. Son, do you understand what your uncle meant by establishing a video account? His uncle suggested to him that to make the breeding house famous, video content on streaming websites is indispensable. He mentioned something about the EV streaming video site, but I don't know what that is. Currently, the most popular site is undoubtedly the EV streaming video site, headquartered in Jubilife City. Professor Rowan, Professor Sycamore, and Little Shauna all have video production teams on EVNet. And prominent figures like Red and Green are also quite active there. Li Wei has never engaged in such activities, but his uncle's suggestion is indeed practical. Li Wei nodded, saying, I've never tried it, but I'll give it a shot. Then, I'll leave it to you. Son, I have faith in you. Li Wei helplessly replied, Is that all you can say? Leon paused, deep in thought for a moment. Son, I believe in you. His mother rolled her eyes. After all that contemplation, you just changed the way you address him? Li Wei couldn't help but chuckle, leaving aside everything else. His father's emotional support was quite substantial. With a chime, the system notification echoed again. Another side quest appeared on the panel. I really didn't intend to become a content creator. Open an account on EV streaming video site and become a creator to document the vibrant life at the breeding house. Phase 1 task. Achieve the modest goal of 1,000 followers. Task reward. Slightly increase the breeding house's fame, 1 random specialty dish recipe, and 1 random Pokemon item lottery ticket. Another specialty dish recipe? Li Wei's spirits lifted. He had already experienced the power of smoked citrus juice. 1 cup invigorates the mind. 2 cups banish fatigue. Considering the praise his father gave for the system's dragon fruit quality, it was clear that the system produced nothing but excellence. 1,000 followers doesn't seem too difficult. Li Wei chose to accept the task. After an 8-hour journey, they arrived at Jubilife Station, and the announcement came. Passengers disembarking. Please exit promptly. Upon stepping off the train, Li Wei immediately stretched and inhaled the fresh air. Come out, Lucario. Lucario dislikes being in its ball, yet finds riding uncomfortable. So it opted to emerge temporarily. Look, it's Lucario. It seems well trained. Don't you think the trainer looks quite dashing? Lucario's appearance drew the attention of several passengers, with some raising their phones to capture the moment. After all, Lucario is a rare Pokemon and one of Champion Cynthia's main partners from Sinnoh. Over here, the dapper Leon waved to them, climbing into his uncle's newly purchased 7-seater vehicle. Leon started the engine, and they were off to the breeding house in half an hour. The breeding house is located in the eastern suburbs of Jubilife City. The ornate gate opened automatically, and upon seeing the breeding house, Li Wei was left dumbfounded. Before him lay a cobbled path suitable for vehicles, winding through sandy areas, meadows, and lakes, with hills visible in the distance. For a moment, Li Wei couldn't discern how far it extended. Wait, you call this a breeding house? Leon stood tall, justifying with confidence. What is wrong with that? Professor Rowan even refers to the back mountain as the backyard. On the train, Leon had studied the EV video network and followed Professor Rowan's account. Li Wei grimaced at the thought of following Professor Rowan. Damn it, I can't argue against that. Wait, do we have that much money? Even in the suburbs, Li Wei knew that even with the additional 30 million borrowed from his uncle, it would still be insufficient. His uncle suddenly smiled slightly, exuding an aura of authority, concealing his accomplishments. That's because the mayor of Jubilife City is supportive, considering the reputation of your grandfather and me. This, Leon truly did not exaggerate. It is widely acknowledged that bald heads belong to strong individuals. As a renowned Pokemon-style designer, his bald uncle possesses formidable connections. Coupled with his grandfather being a top-notch breeder and a master-level chef, they indeed hold a certain status within the league. Li Wei appeared somewhat puzzled. The mayor's support? His uncle explained, Jubilife City is economically prosperous, with developed industries, yet lacks a breeding house that combines fame and strength, making it a perfect match. Understanding the reasoning, Li Wei inquired, how large is this place? Leon placed his hands on his hips, grinning mischievously like a dragon king. Not too big, just a little over 1 square kilometer. Chapter 12, Lucario's Conspiracy. Li Wei now harbored a singular thought. I can't really be like Akin said, a rich second generation, can I? Divine systems, luxury cars, and beautiful women flocking to me. Legendary Pokemon arriving uninvited, and wealthy families manipulating everything at their fingertips. The resurgence of spiritual energy. I digress. Remembering his father's borrowed 30 million, Li Wei's dreams abruptly shattered. In reality, he was a chef deeply in debt, desperately needing to elevate the breeding house. Birds perched atop trees, burying themselves in the soil, while grass Pokemon hung from branches in the yard. Sporadic wild Pokemon could be seen, appearing cautious as they noticed the vehicle. Li Wei asked, is this place open? Wenhui nodded. It's enclosed by railings, with a few gaps allowing wild Pokemon to enter and exit. His uncle promptly advised, so, when taking in Pokemon from other trainers, be careful not to let them escape, but our Li Wei is always cautious in his endeavors. So there's no need for concern. As his uncle drove, he introduced Li Wei to the breeding house, steering towards the central building. The breeding house covers an area of approximately 12 square kilometers, divided into 5 environments: foothills, forests, lakes, wetlands, and dunes. Li Wei quipped, you call this a breeding house? This could be called a breeding base. His uncle laughed heartily. Very clever, Li Wei. The mayor of Jubilife indeed has such plans, and you'll see once we enter. His father, Leon, spoke with palpable excitement. And, if the breeding house operates well, we can expand. Clearly, his father was brimming with confidence. Expand? Li Wei began to understand the mayor's level of investment in the breeding house. Perhaps he wishes to establish the breeding base as a new emblem for Jubilife City? If it could flourish during his term, it would certainly serve as a political achievement. Upon stopping the vehicle, Li Wei, his parents, and Lucario disembarked, greeted by red maple and cherry blossom trees flanking the house, with sturdy branches supporting swings made from vines. Come out, Furfru and Metagross. Upon encountering such an expansive area, Li Wei promptly cast aside 2 luxurious Pokeballs. The Steel-type Pokemon, as per its usual cautious nature, utilized its psychic abilities to survey the surroundings, finding the vast openness somewhat disconcerting. The speedy dog, upon emerging, dashed straight towards the swing set, determined to test its sturdy frame against the swing's capacity. You can't go up there, it will collapse. Fortunately, it was the superhuman strength of Li Wei that restrained the exuberant creature. A woo. The speedy dog tilted its head in bewilderment, pondering, when did my trainer become so strong? Both Li Wen and Leon, along with Wenhui, shared a collective expression of astonishment, akin to a moment frozen in disbelief. Son, how did you become so powerful? Just a bit of practice back home, Li Wei casually replied. Leon glanced at his slender son, then compared himself to his own more rotund physique, first patting his belly, then scratching his head in perplexity. Why didn't I achieve the same results? Ding ding, the father was left in utter confusion. With a carefree spirit, he dismissed the thought and nodded in approval at the speedy dog, who was frolicking on the grass, its tongue lolling out in delight. You all come out too. The father and mother each released their Pokeballs, and 4 orbs of crimson light descended in succession. Machoke and Scyther were the father's Pokemon, while Ninetales and Gardevoir belonged to the mother. From now on, we shall reside here, he declared. Cha! Scyther nodded coolly. Callie, Machoke responded while striking various muscular poses, a sight that had long ceased to surprise the onlookers. Machoke's personality mirrored that of its father, flamboyant, optimistic, and self-assured. Gardevoir, with palms facing each other, communicated telepathically with Wenhui. Ninetales leaned against Wenhui, affectionately rubbing its palm against hers. Lucario nodded towards Li Wei, suggesting, shall we explore a bit? Don't wander too far, Li Wei cautioned. Lucario nodded towards the speedy dog and steel-type Pokemon, taking them along as they ventured forth. Curiously observing Lucario and the others depart, Li Wei felt a twinge of puzzlement. However, his thoughts were quickly interrupted by his uncle's voice. In the center is where you will live. To the left is the storage and power room, and to the right is the specialized training area. At the heart of the breeding base stood a set of 3 connected houses, the center one lower than the flanking structures, forming an H shape. Li Wei raised an eyebrow. The training facilities must be quite costly, I presume? His uncle nodded. Mayor Zhu Qing is quite supportive of the breeding house. It's somewhat of a half-sale, half-gift arrangement. The ever-optimistic Leon chuckled heartily, patting Li Wei on the shoulder with his fan-like hand. No need to worry, son. From now on, you'll only have maintenance costs, and the league provides discounts for that. At times, Li Wei found himself envious of his father, who hailed from such a buoyant family. Although the situation may seem absurd, it remained within Li Wei's realm of acceptance until he laid eyes upon the Pokemon Center. Situated at the rear left of the building was a Pokemon Center, staffed by a Miss Joy and her companion, Diancie. Hello, I am Joy Shualon, the resident here. And this is my partner, Diancie. Lucky. Diancie waved cheerfully. The young Miss Joy appeared as though she had just graduated from nursing school. Wenhui extended her hand for a handshake. I look forward to your guidance. Joy Shualon smiled warmly. And I look forward to learning from you all as well. Li Wei was taken aback. You mean there will actually be a Miss Joy stationed here? With a sweet smile, Miss Joy explained. Since there are numerous wild Pokemon in the vicinity, I am responsible for their care as well. Even for wild Pokemon, Miss Joy would provide treatment, akin to how Ash and his friends rescued Pokemon and brought them to the Pokemon Center. After all, this was a rural area. In the event of an emergency, traveling to the nearest Pokemon Center could take considerable time. Breeders and Pokemon doctors have distinct roles, and the league graciously assigned me here. While Li Wei and his family toured the house, Lucario and the others were plotting their own plans. As the leader, Lucario called upon the speedy dog and steel-type Pokemon. Lucario, our leaders have invested significantly in establishing this breeding house. We must assist as much as possible. Pika, but what can we do? Aside from helping here, we can. Lucario proposed an idea. Pika, good idea. The steel-type Pokemon, with its supercomputer-like brain, assessed the feasibility of Lucario's suggestion. The speedy dog nodded vigorously, whoa. Leave it to me. With unwavering determination, Lucario extended his right hand. The speedy dog placed its massive paw atop Lucario's hand, followed by the steel-type Pokemon resting atop that. Anytime, anywhere. Super detective. Serious about our cases. What enthusiasm. Meeting adjourned. We shall take action tomorrow. Chapter 13, Lucario in action. Soon, Uncle Liwen departed, having taken time out of his busy schedule to pick up Li Wei and the others. His uncle's shop was not far from here, a mere 30-minute ride on the nearest train. Acquiring such a vast breeding estate had drained their family's income over the years, leaving them indebted to Uncle Li Wen for 3 million. Yet, Li Wei remained optimistic. The absence of rental pressure post-purchase meant his parents could save a significant amount, and they could always earn it back. Especially with such excellent facilities, as long as they could build a reputation, losses seemed impossible. If all else failed, he could participate in the Baby Cup and the league. Winning the league championship would also yield a handsome prize. With some fame, I could even secure endorsements. Li Wei mused, arranging his plans with clarity. Suddenly, he realized with a start, oh no, I've become blindly optimistic like Dad. Son, what are you mumbling about? His father, having seemingly appeared from nowhere, nearly startled Li Wei. Nothing, just contemplating how to film some videos. Leon, oblivious to his son's emotionless fib, cheerfully patted his shoulder. Go for it, son. Do your best. Dad believes in you. Li Wei refrained from responding, as his father's encouragement had become a formulaic mantra. Noticing both parents fully equipped for an outing, he inquired, "Are you two heading out?" Compared to his perpetually optimistic father, his mother appeared much more grounded. "We're heading to the center of Jubilife City to order supplies. Would you like to join us?" Li Wei shook his head. "No, you go ahead. I need to figure out how to shoot videos and prepare for the breeder assessment." Without waiting for Li Wei to finish, Leon hopped into a black pickup truck, ready to start the engine. "We're off, son. Do your best." His mother quickly followed suit, bringing along Mac-Hoke and Gardevoir. Mac-Hoke waved goodbye with all four of its hands. With a wry smile, Li Wei inhaled the exhaust fumes, realizing they hadn't intended to take him along at all. Having grown accustomed to his parents' laissez-faire parenting style, Li Wei felt confident about the breeder's assessment in 2 days and found himself at a loss for what to do next. He also wondered where Lucario and the others had wandered off to. They had mentioned wanting to explore, but now they were nowhere to be seen. Oh well, given their strength, I'm sure they'll be fine. Li Wei succinctly summarized several tasks. Noting that the breeding house and I truly did not intend to become a content creator were currently his most viable endeavors. One required achieving a customer satisfaction rate of 100 for both the breeding house and its Pokemon, while the other aimed for his account to amass 1,000 followers. The breeding house was, at present, in a state of operation, albeit devoid of customers, as the sign had yet to be hung. In addition to displaying the sign, he needed to recruit some employees, whether human or Pokemon. Li Wei intended to discuss these matters with his parents upon their return. Upon returning to his room and opening his computer, he recalled that he already possessed an account on the EV Video Network, though he had not yet uploaded any content. Sitting before the screen, he pondered how to quickly gain traction. Perhaps a script centered around encountering a stray Meowth? He refrained from mentioning that. From the floor-to-ceiling window of his room, he could already spot several Meowths frolicking on a nearby hill. This was a wild colony of runts and cats. An cursory count revealed at least a dozen. These runts and cats, characterized by their blue skin and predominantly blue-black fluffy fur, were smaller in height and length than a Rapidash, yet were formidable intimidators. Li Wei knew he could not resort to coercive tactics, as the runts and cats might retaliate with a shocking jolt of electricity. Although blessed with the super fresh body, he understood that being electrocuted would still be quite unpleasant. As he browsed the homepage, he encountered various categories: dance, music, animation, sports, cuisine, and battles. The battle section featured real battle footage, slightly edited. Popular videos included Dato vs. Kona, Dandee vs. Chibana, and Sharona vs. Wusong. Yet he found no trace of Akai vs. Aoi, which left him feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Conversely, there were numerous compilations of battles from Aoi's Tokiwa Gym. How many times has Genghis gone over my view count? The popular supermodel Zyajur, Black Pearl Lalina, Charmander Evolution. The sections of the EV Video Network were intricately categorized, and after indulging for a while in the exquisite dance area, he quickly regained focus. Adjusting his pants, he noted that most of the featured videos were Pokemon-related. Although Zyajur was a supermodel, she was also a gym leader, thus contributing to the Pokemon traffic. As for scripting, Li Wei realized it was beyond his capabilities. If his script were to be exposed one day, he would face a total online ban, leaving him with no solace to seek. After much contemplation, he concluded that he could only linger in the culinary or lifestyle sections, which could potentially connect with the breeding house. The leading video in the lifestyle category was titled Professor Oak's Backyard. Perhaps one day, the breeding house could evolve into something akin to Professor Oak's domain. Li Wei began to dream, glancing at his culinary skills. He recalled the multitude of dishes his grandfather had taught him. His grandfather claimed his culinary prowess was inherited from Li Wei's great-grandfather, whose past was shrouded in mystery as he had journeyed alone to the Sinnoh region without speaking of his origins. His grandfather often lamented that his culinary skills paled in comparison to those of his ancestor. Reflecting on his grandfather and great-grandfather's legacy, Li Wei felt a profound sense of inadequacy. It was only when he opened the fridge to find it utterly barren that the reality struck him. They had just moved in, and there was nothing to be had, not even food for Pokemon. With the cold weather unsuitable for making smoked citrus juice, he realized he had exhausted his stock of sun-dried citrus. His previous attempt at creating smoked citrus juice had been a disaster, only salvaged under his grandfather's guidance. Faced with the emptiness of the refrigerator, Li Wei pulled out his phone. "Dad, please buy some ingredients. I want to film a cooking video." "Sure thing, son. You can count on me. Here's a picture." With nothing pressing to occupy him, Li Wei observed the giant mantis guarding the house and the Ninetales lounging beneath a tree, choosing instead to immerse himself in reading. Meanwhile, at Lucario's side, the breeding house was situated on the outskirts of Jubilife City, but it was not devoid of habitation. Nearby were residences, primarily independent houses and villas. A well-dressed man riding a Rapidash galloped down the smooth road, while an elegantly attired woman walked her orange-haired, black-striped herdier. A young man rode his bicycle, accompanied by a winggull soaring beside him. These individuals were the targets of Lucario's mission. Lucario, let us commence the operation. Awoo. Pika. Runson Cat. Chapter 14. Rapidash, a resounding success. Lucario's plan was straightforward, to attract customers by showcasing their prowess and the exceptional breeding they had undergone, thereby drawing patrons to the breeding house. Their first target was the herdier. Lucario assigned this task to Rapidash. Like a heavy tank, Rapidash thundered down the road before coming to an abrupt halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. When did Rapidash arrive here? The finely attired woman, with her hair elegantly styled and wearing a hat, remained composed yet slightly puzzled. This Rapidash appeared harmless, its drooping tongue dripping saliva onto the ground. Its well-groomed coat exuded an air of majesty, and its size surpassed all the Rapidash she had ever encountered, leaving her genuinely astonished. The woman, Belle, was married to the chief of police in Shuqing City. She had seen many Rapidash, yet none seemed as well-bred as this one. Hello, Rapidash, is there something you need? Rapidash lowered itself, straightened its hind legs, and wagged its tail. This was a quintessential canine gesture. Let us play. Hidden in the shadows, Lucario instinctively covered its face. Ysnt it following the script. It is often said that Pokemon resemble their trainers, and Lucario had absorbed Li Wei's mannerisms quite adeptly. Lucario's original intention was for Rapidash to demonstrate its skills to capture Belle's attention. However, Rapidash had veered off course. The red pupils of the Metagross flickered. Analysis in progress. Success rate, 99. 99. Lucario slowly generated a question mark. Soon, the herdier, initially quietly sitting beside Belle, began wagging its tail without realizing it. Belle's gaze flitted between Rapidash and herdier, wondering if they wanted to play together. Woof woof. Rapidash responded enthusiastically, observing herdier also wagging its tail. Belle pondered for a moment before unfastening herdier's leash. She gently instructed, it's still just a pup, so please don't bully it. Woof woof. Belle had a pokeball in her bag, and even if Rapidash suddenly became aggressive, she felt confident in her ability to intervene. Go and play, herdier. Herdier mimicked Rapidash's posture, lowering itself and wagging its tail. The two canines, one large and one small, touched noses. Ding. Match successful. Rapidash, a resounding success. Well, it seems the script truly was ineffective. Watching Rapidash and herdier quickly bond, Lucario realized that its plan had utterly failed. Originally, Belle was about to reach into his bag to retrieve a pokeball, but upon realizing that the Rapidash bore no ill intent, he relaxed his tension. Awoo. Learn from me, dear apprentice. Awoo. The herdier tilted its head curiously. Suddenly, the Rapidash arched its back, orange-red particles gathering upon it. And soon flames coalesced into a fearsome fanged appearance in its mouth. The herdier attempted to mimic the Rapidash, though it was in vain. Disappointed by its failure, the herdier sighed. Just then, the Rapidash affectionately placed its large paw atop the herdier's head, delivering a gentle pat. Awoo. Awoo. Do not be disheartened. Emulate me, and continue to gather flames upon your back. A glimmer of realization flickered in Belle's eyes. Was this Rapidash imparting a technique? If Belle were not aware that this Rapidash was certainly not the parent of the herdier, he would have conjured an elaborate narrative of a long-lost reunion. Alas, he lamented. He had been watching too many melodramas lately. The situation was utterly perplexing, straining to embody a detective. Belle could not fathom why the Rapidash had suddenly appeared to teach a move. Perhaps he could inquire further with his husband later. After witnessing the Rapidash's smooth progress, Lucario and Metagross departed, seeking new targets. Realizing their initial plan was lacking, Lucario devised an alternative strategy. Targeting the nearby wild Pokemon, Lucario intended to challenge them alongside Metagross. This would not only showcase their prowess, but also provide training for Metagross. Beep. Analysis successful. Thus began the village-dominating escapades of Lucario and Metagross. The friction between wild Pokemon was rampant, as they constantly sought to challenge one another to grow stronger. Lucario's aura rapidly expanded, scanning the surroundings for signs of wild Pokemon engaged in battle. Two wild Nidorans were locked in a fierce rivalry over a night arena, tension palpable. Just then, a silver streak darted through the air, and a Pokemon delivered a punch that struck both Nidorans equally. Beep. No early romances allowed. As the Nidorans stared at one another in confusion, Metagross had already tossed 3 blue-orange berries and gallantly departed, leaving the bewildered Nidorans behind. Nana, what did it just say? Nana, what romance? Do you wish to grow strong like me? If so, come to our breeding house. Observing from the shadows, Lucario nodded in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to it, after its departure, The Nidorans remained puzzled. Nana? But it didn't specify where? Lucario and Metagross remained steadfast in their commitment to battle, eager to demonstrate their strength. With fiery determination igniting their spirits, they vowed to establish the breeding house's reputation. Spotting a swarm of wild Beedrills, Metagross's eyes gleamed with excitement as it charged towards them. This action was akin to a provocation. The Beedrills brandished their stingers menacingly, and the swarm charged. Buzz, run for your lives. In no time, the Beedrill swarm was in full retreat. Watching the scattered Beedrills, Metagross raised its arms in exhilaration, roaring with triumph. Beep. Who's next? By 4 o'clock, Lucario and Metagross returned one after another. Levi noticed that Metagross appeared somewhat fatigued, with visible wounds adorning its body. Did you go out to battle? Beep. Lucario nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Levi thought little of it. Metagross had always been combative, often challenging other Pokemon back in Town. What of the Rapidash? It should be returning soon. Just as Levi finished speaking, the Rapidash burst through the door, dashing towards him. Levi ruffled the Rapidash's mane, and just as he intended to ask if they were hungry, he caught a whiff of food emanating from the Rapidash. Have you eaten? Oh woo. Levi cautioned, be sure to discern the edibility of outside food. Some may be toxic. The Rapidash's eyes twinkled with contemplation as it responded, oh woo. It claims that everyone outside is good. Chapter 15. Trainer Employment Guidance 01 in the evening, after their parents had completed their shopping for essentials. Uncle Liwen and Aunt Ruehue arrived. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Uncle chuckled. I heard that little Wei is cooking tonight. We must come to sample. Back in Town, Grandpa had firmly held the spatula, leaving Levi and his father merely as sous chefs. This time, however, Levi and his father, Leon, collaborated seamlessly, preparing a full banquet. Spicy boiled beef, garlic base, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, kung pao chicken, caramelized sweet potatoes, stir-fried meat with green peppers, and a serving of Pokemon curry beef rice for each, including Lucario and the others. Among the dishes, Levi recorded a video of the tenderloin, perfectly fried to a golden hue, while he meticulously crafted the sweet and sour sauce. The culinary prowess of the family patriarch was unmatched. Although this feast might not elicit applause from Uncle and Aunt, it was sure to impress. Uncle's eyes lit up, and he swallowed hard. Little Wei's culinary skills have flourished. Being family, they dug in eagerly. The chopsticks danced like blades, leaving the plate spotless as if licked clean. The Rapidash cradled the plate, reluctantly licking it. Metagross lifted its plate, consuming every last drop of sauce in one gulp, leaving Levi astounded. After a satisfying meal, Levi, his parents, and Uncle found their motions surprisingly synchronized. Even Shinedo leaned unceremoniously against the chair, rubbing its belly. Only Lucario, ever the epitome of grace, managed to maintain composure, sitting upright with closed eyes in meditation. When we proposed, brother, sister-in-law, now that we are so close, why not come over for dinner tonight? We have rooms for sleeping. So you needn't return to the city center. Uncle and Aunt exchanged glances, both intrigued. Uncle nodded contentedly. Sure, I'm not busy lately. If you need any assistance with the breeding house, just let me know. Levi, puzzled, asked, didn't you say you were designing clothes for the princess? Is it so soon? To his recollection, Uncle had taken the commission less than 2 weeks ago. Speaking of this, Uncle gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Princess Shalubia is the best client I have ever encountered, like an angel. She was the first who didn't require any revisions, saving my hair. Following this, Uncle extolled Princess Shalubia for a full 10 minutes, leaving Levi in a daze. Princess Shalubia was equally pleased with Uncle's aesthetic and craftsmanship. In summary, both parties were quite satisfied. By the way, she also nurtures Pokemon, and if she has any needs, I will recommend you. Wen Hui chimed in with a smile. Then thank you in advance, brother. Under Mayor Zhuqing's guarantee, they chose to take over the breeding base, but they were still burdened with debt. Unlike fashion designers, the competition among breeders is indeed quite fierce. However, it would be disingenuous to claim that Comrade Wen Hui is entirely unconcerned. That is simply not the case. Even though Uncle does not press for debts, he waved his hand casually and remarked, We are family. There is no need for such formalities. Auntie inquired, The signboard will be hung in 3 days, correct? By then, we can officially open for business, and I can introduce some friends to come as customers. Comrade Leon nodded cheerfully. Yes, it will be in 3 days. The following day, after their morning training, Lucario and the others mysteriously departed. Levi chose not to intervene, opting instead to edit the video he had made on sweet and sour pork. He picked up a golden piece of the dish with chopsticks, initiating a segment of captivating ASMR. Is it pleasant? If it sounds good, then it must be exquisite sweet and sour pork. Levi's video served as a tutorial on preparing sweet and sour pork, instructing viewers to cut the pork tenderloin into finger-sized pieces. Season with an appropriate amount of salt and white pepper, and optionally add cooking wine according to taste. It is well known that stating season to taste in instructional videos is merely a ruse, so I will provide you with precise measurements here. Levi included images of the ingredients, detailing the weight of the pork tenderloin used. It is crucial to note that if the batter is too thick, add water. If too thin, add flour. Once all the flour is incorporated, we commence mixing it into a batter. The mixture should not be too thin, as the color of the tenderloin must not be visible once coated. Why, you may ask? Because the weather is chilly, and the tenderloin is susceptible to the cold, crossed out. Next, we pour in ample oil. Fry over medium-low heat for approximately 5 minutes until it turns a light golden hue, then retrieve it. Additionally, we shall deep fry it a second time over high heat for just 1 minute. The ratio for the sweet and sour sauce follows suit. Adjust according to your palate. Add vinegar if it's too sweet, or sugar if overly sour. After bringing it to a boil over high heat, add 15 grams of salt for seasoning. The scene returns to the sweet and sour pork Levi prepared at the beginning, followed by the swift dog licking the plate clean. Lastly, I have a quick mnemonic for the audience to note. Loudly summon with a grand incantation, Mom and Dad, I have a dish for you to learn. Then simply wait. The video concludes here, aptly titled Pokemon Trainer Employment Guidance 01, Sweet and Sour Pork. Levi selected to upload it, feeling quite satisfied with his inaugural video. He stroked his chin, nodding slightly. I never imagined I possessed a talent for teaching. As this was his first attempt at video editing, Levi was not entirely adept, and it consumed a considerable amount of his time. The review process for the video requires patience, but as there was nothing inappropriate within, Levi did not dwell on it. On the following day, Levi was to head to Jubilife City for the breeder assessment, needing to set off early. He initially intended to bring Lucario and the others along. Are you certain you do not wish to accompany me? Lucario, we would prefer to explore the vicinity. As you wish, just refrain from causing any trouble. Although Levi did not comprehend the allure of wandering around a neighborhood filled with private residences, he chose to respect their decision. After all, accompanying Levi into the city would confine Metal Monster and Swift Dog to their Pokeballs for most of the time, which was indeed less comfortable than remaining here. Having been outside for 2 days, nothing untoward had occurred. From Levi's observations, it seemed that only Metal Monster had engaged in challenges with wild Pokemon. And with Lucario as a backup, there were no significant concerns. The subway station was approximately 1 kilometer from the breeding facility. Riding Swift Dog to the station, Levi boarded the train. Be cautious on your way back. Oh woo. Do not worry about me. Jubilife City is expansive and well-connected, without a map or navigation. One could easily lose their way, but fortunately, the transportation system is efficient. Levi arrived at the Jubilife City Pokemon Center without incident. Hello, Nurse Joy. I am here for the intermediate breeder assessment. Very well. Please present your ID card. Levi handed over the ID card he had prepared. After a brief operation on the computer, Nurse Joy smiled sweetly. Mr. Levi, you are registered. The first round of the written test will commence at 9 a.m. Please be patient. Chapter 16, Intermediate Breeder Assessment. In the lounge of the Jubilife City Pokemon Center, the Intermediate Breeder Assessment occurs once a month, attracting a considerable number of participants. Including Levi, there were a total of 11 individuals present. This number merely reflects the competition in Jubilife City, highlighting the fierce rivalry among breeders. Levi, being the youngest among them, naturally drew attention upon entering the lounge, with the spotlight of a master-level trainer upon him. Levi was indeed a striking figure, especially as it is rare to see someone so young attempting the intermediate breeder assessment. Levi, empty-handed, stood in stark contrast to the others, who were frantically preparing. While they were busy, Levi took a seat and closed his eyes to rest. They refrained from mocking Levi, instead perceiving him as a mere participant seeking experience. Since there were no restrictions on the number of candidates passing the intermediate breeder assessment, it was sensible for them to focus on their own performance rather than harboring resentment. One individual did approach Levi, flashing a toothy smile. Hello, I am Dio. Dio was the first person Levi noticed. Tall and robust, he stood out even while seated, resembling a human manifestation of Mac-Hoke, with arms that seemed thicker than Levi's thighs. Levi appeared almost slender beside him. At first glance, Dio exuded an overwhelming presence, yet his smile was warm and inviting, a delightful contradiction. Hello, I am Levi. Given your age, you must be quite young to be attempting the intermediate breeder assessment. My family operates a breeding house. Dio's eyes brightened. Oh, what is its name? Jubilife Breeding Center. It hasn't opened yet, but the sign will be hung tomorrow. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of intrigue crossed Dio's eyes. though he refrained from probing further. Dio was quite loquacious, quickly divulging his background. He was once a professional Pokemon fighter, but after an injury to his leg, he chose to retire and now aspires to become a breeder. He shared that he had always dreamed of being a breeder, but due to his formidable physique, he was recruited by his teacher to become a professional fighter. My partner is a Blaziken. A true man must have a Blaziken. Dio's eyes burned with fervor. Once I obtain my intermediate breeder certificate, I intend to find a breeding house to work in. Our breeding house will be hiring. You are welcome to apply. Levi offered his phone, and they exchanged contact information. Dio smiled. I will certainly consider it. Levi's breeding center had successfully emerged as Dio's top choice. Jubilife City boasts a multitude of breeding houses, yet the only one daring to bear the name Jubilife Breeding Center is this one. To be named after Jubilife City likely signifies official backing. A striking young lady clad in a sharp uniform entered, her face adorned with a victorious smile. The written test is about to commence. Please follow me. Dio's gaze flitted curiously between Levi and the lady. Was she addressing you just now? Levi dismissed it nonchalantly. You must have misinterpreted. Dio retorted confidently. That's impossible. I can clearly see Blaziken's fists, let alone her. The staff member appeared slightly disheartened. Having endured a grueling journey to reach this point, it seemed Levi showed little interest in her. The young lady displayed a sweet smile as she explained. The written test will last 1 hour, and you may submit your papers early if you wish. As Leeway stood up, he realized that Dio was indeed tall, standing at an impressive height of 2.06 meters barefoot. Leeway's had only reached the lower end of his nose. The written examination was conducted on a computer, and Leeway found his designated seat. The bell chimed, signaling the commencement of the test. The first section pertained to Pokemon types and abilities. 1. What are the type and the greatest weakness type of Champion Cynthia's signature Pokemon? Garchomp? A. Dragon, Ground, Ice. B. Dragon, Steel, Fairy. C. Ground, Dark, Dragon. D. Dragon, Flying. Rock. 6. How does weather affect skills, particularly the accuracy of blizzards used by Abomasnow under certain conditions? 10. In what ways does the Intimidate ability influence Pokemon during battles? And which abilities remain unaffected? Please list them. The second section assessed evolution and hatching. 1. What item must Sneasel hold to evolve into Weevil? A. Sharp Claw. B. Dark Stone. C. Binding Claw. D. Priority Claw. 10. How can one ensure that the offspring Pokemon inherit specific moves through selective breeding? The third segment focused on health management and the handling of status conditions. 1. Please enumerate the various abnormal statuses in Pokemon and their conventional remedies. 2. Kindly delineate the rules for the usage of nutritional supplements. In comparison to other contestants still grappling with their thoughts, Leeway wrote with remarkable fluency, signaling his completion in under 40 minutes. The computer had already generated his score, 97. Meanwhile, others were still valiantly wrestling with the exam paper. Upon catching a glimpse of Leeway's score, the young lady's smile broadened, and she softly remarked, "There will be a second round of assessments shortly. Please wait in the lounge." "Thank you." Leeway quietly exited, and those who had passed gradually returned to the lounge. Dio expressed his surprise. "I thought you had left." His sentiment echoed that of the others. After all, Leeway had submitted his paper in less than 40 minutes, which appeared rather lackadaisical. It seemed plausible that Leeway had deemed the exam too challenging and chose not to squander any more time. If Leeway had not left, perhaps he had indeed passed? Could one really pass with such a swift response? Surely, there must be more to him than just good looks. With her neatly cropped hair and glasses, a confident young woman adjusted her spectacles, pondering deeply. After the written examination concluded, the group finally exhaled in relief. Engaging in discussions, 6 individuals left, scoring below 60. From an original 11, only 5 remained, 2 males and 3 females. This round's exam was notably challenging, even featuring tactical analysis questions. The bespectacled woman nodded. "That's quite normal. A proficient breeder must provide strategic advice to trainers." Another young lady expressed her frustration. "I can't believe I got that question about Scyther learning wing attack wrong. How could I?" Dio raised an eyebrow, flashing a grin. "I scored 73. Not bad, right?" Leeway's response was rather nonchalant. "Not bad." Dio retorted, "You're so dismissive." A woman exuding confidence laughed. 73? What's there to be proud of? I scored 81. Leeway shot her a glance, wondering at her audacity. Did she not consider to use Physique? He could easily overpower her with a single punch. Surprisingly, Dio's temperament was more amiable than Leeway had anticipated. He showed no signs of anger. Not upset. Dio yawned. Why would I be angry with an old woman? Fuming, the confident woman glared at the bespectacled girl and demanded, "Old woman? I'm only 30 this year. Look at how well I maintain myself." The bespectacled girl could only think, "It's apparent. I would believe it if you said you were 35. A staff member entered the room and proceeded to announce the scores. Chapter 17. The Near-Perfect Energy Cube. In the lounge of the Pokemon Center in Jubilife City, Li Wei and Diyu engaged in conversation, while two young women formed a cluster, successfully isolating the confident woman named Meiyu. Meiyu radiated an air of self-assurance, as if victory was already assured. The lady who entered held a printed sheet, her smile bright as she announced, Li Wei, 97 points. Rui Shi, 88. Meiyu, 81. Uz, 77. Diyu, 73. Congratulations on advancing to the second round. In the second round, Pokemon selections would be prioritized based on the first round scores. Diyu's eyes widened, unable to contain his exclamation, "What kind of monster are you?" The young women named Rui Shi and Uz also cast incredulous glances. They had initially assumed Li Wei was merely coasting through the first round, but it appeared he was a prodigy. Meiyu was incredulous. How could this be possible? It's utterly absurd. Li Wei had completed the exam in under 40 minutes, achieving a score of 97, which exceeded her comprehension. The staff member calmly clarified. This score was generated by the computer. If there are any disputes, you may request to review Mr. Li Wei's examination paper. Meiyu immediately raised her hand. I contest this. The slightly exasperated staff member softly replied. Very well, please follow me. Out of curiosity, Rui Shi and Uz trailed behind. After reviewing Li Wei's paper, Meiyu fell silent. Shouldn't I recite the adage about the river changing course every 30 years? One should not underestimate a young girl's potential. Observing her silence, Li Wei internally scoffed. No one suspected Li Wei of cheating, as the exam questions were randomly generated from a vast question bank. Prior to the test, no one was privy to the specifics of the questions, including the number of multiple choice, fill-in-the-blank, and judgment questions. Li Wei's score of 97 could only attest to his capabilities. Diyu, towering above Li Wei, patted his shoulder. No wonder your family runs a breeding house. It's in your blood. I should come over for an interview in a couple of days. After a prolonged silence, Meiyu suddenly inquired, Your family runs a breeding house? Li Wei nodded yes. I've been learning from my grandfather since childhood. That explains a lot. The staff member interjected, If Ms. Meiyu has no objections, shall we proceed to the second round of assessments? The second round was straightforward. The staff member escorted them into a room containing 5 Pokemon, Electrike, Maril, Cherubi, Espurr, and Scyther. Each participant was to choose one Pokemon for management and prepare a meal, which would be evaluated by judges. As the staff member explained, Li Wei scanned the surroundings and noticed the presence of surveillance cameras. They were likely monitoring the proceedings. Please be aware that these 5 Pokemon are quite discerning regarding their tastes. Based on the first round scores, Mr. Li Wei may select first. Li Wei pointed to the small green-haired dog-like Pokemon in the corner. I choose Electrike. His choice surprised them. Conventionally, selecting Maril, Cherubi, or Espurr would have been more prudent. Electrike, if displeased, could unleash an electric shock. As the selections continued based on scores, only Scyther remained for Diyu. However, Diyu appeared undaunted, clapping his hands with a smile. Come here, little Scyther. Watching the towering Diyu, Scyther sweat nervously. Initially eager to flaunt its prowess, it reluctantly followed him. Li Wei donned insulated gloves and selected a non-conductive brush from the array of tools. Electrike, come here. Sitting on the ground, Li Wei produced an energy cube, instantly captivating the attention of the Thunder Beast. As he unveiled the energy cube, the other Pokemon were similarly drawn in, particularly the Meowth, which unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ding gained 109 points in energy cube proficiency. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, several judges, including Miss Joy, were intently observing the 5 contenders in the assessment. Mr. Dio exuded an imposing aura, even intimidating the Scyther. There are pros and cons to such pressure. At times, excessive intimidation can hinder a bond with the Pokemon. Wearing insulated gloves and wielding a non-conductive brush, Master Lin's grandson displayed a commendable foundation in nurturing knowledge. Indeed, the Thunder Beast stores electricity within its fur, making grooming an indispensable step, and his methodology was impeccably sound. Now, it remained to be seen how he would groom. If he failed to put the Thunder Beast at ease, he might find himself shocked. An elderly gentleman's eyes lit up. Ah, a high-quality energy cube. It appears to be an orange fruit energy cube designed for stamina recovery. The quality of energy cubes is categorized into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and perfect. As Li Wei's proficiency in crafting energy cubes improved, he too had a chance of creating high-quality cubes. Miss Joy expressed slight bewilderment. Why the orange fruit? The orange fruit boasts a complex flavor profile, combining spiciness, sourness, and bitterness, yet harmonizing in a delightful manner. If Li Wei had crafted this himself, It would indeed be remarkable for someone so young. Could it be that Master Lean had a hand in its creation? That possibility cannot be dismissed. While the judges deliberated, Li Wei was already grooming the Thunder Beast. Although there was a risk of being shocked, grooming the Thunder Beast was not particularly difficult. One merely needed to brush in the direction of its fur. Throughout the process, the Thunder Beast rested its head on Li Wei's lap, cooperating with every motion. Miss Joy awarded a perfect score of 100 for fur management. The Thunder Beast's body language suggested it was thoroughly enjoying the experience. Next, attention turned to how he would prepare food. He could opt for simple dishes or tackle the more challenging Pokemon food and energy cubes. The examination room was equipped with an energy cube maker, and Li Wei selected the model he typically used. He intended to create energy cubes. Li Wei opened the inner chamber, ensuring it was properly cleaned and free of any unpleasant odors. Miss Joy nodded slightly. Did you even consider the scent? How meticulous. Earlier, Li Wei had used an orange fruit energy cube to gauge the Thunder Beast's taste preferences. Continuing with the orange fruit was a wise choice. It would certainly avoid pitfalls. Among a collection of orange fruits, he utilized his discerning eye to select several of superior quality. Approximately 20 minutes later, the translucent energy cube that fell from the machine left Li Wei momentarily stunned. The discerning eye provided its verdict. A nearly perfect orange fruit energy cube. Nearly perfect. This was the finest energy cube Li Wei had crafted to date. The air was filled with a delightful aroma, accompanied by the sounds of Pokemon swallowing in anticipation. The elderly gentleman suddenly stood up, his expression brimming with excitement. This energy cube surpasses the previous ones. This judge specialized in energy cubes and understood the immense difficulty for someone of Li Wei's age to produce such quality. Don't run away, mister. Dio caught the scyther that attempted to sneak a taste. Go ahead and try it. He encouraged the Thunder Beast. Chapter 18. Main Quest, Surpassing the Master. In the examination room, chaos ensued, forcing a temporary halt to the assessment. The judges, including Miss Joy, moved from the adjacent room to investigate. Li Wei had produced several quantities of orange fruit energy cubes. The Thunder Beast, Maril, Cherubi, Meowth, and Scyther were relishing the energy cubes with great enthusiasm. These supposedly finicky Pokemon displayed no signs of being choosy in the slightest. Joy S. Happiny, along with Mr. Dio S. Infernape and Rue, she S. Meowth, also joined in the feast. Infernape, with one hand in each, squinted in delight. Roar. The notification chimes echoed in Li Wei's mind. Ding. Gained 999 points in Energy Cube Proficiency. Ding. Gained 999 points in Energy Cube Proficiency. Li Wei had modified the proficiency notification to announce the cumulative total. Ding. Energy Cube Crafting Skill upgraded to Advanced. Taking a moment to glance at his personal panel, he noted, Energy Cube. Advanced, you can create high-quality energy cubes that Pokemon rave about, with a certain probability of crafting perfect quality. 102-310-0000. The most exhilarated of all. The elderly gentleman picked up a crystal-clear energy cube and took a bite. The sweet, sour, spicy, and bitter flavors blossomed on his palate, evoking memories of his youthful exuberance. Roar. Don't snatch it from me. The elder, known as Yason, gave Li Wei a thumbs up, admitting, the energy cube I made pales in comparison to yours. Li Wei humbly replied, I merely exceeded expectations this time. Typically, I'm not this proficient. Yason smiled warmly. That only indicates your potential. Your future is limitless. Perhaps you may even surpass your grandfather. The system chimed once more, announcing an additional main quest. Main quest. Surpassing the master. Optional, exceed your grandfather and become an alliance-recognized master breeder. As the host has passed the intermediate breeder assessment. Initial and intermediate breeder rewards are now issued. 3 random Pokemon item lottery tickets. Third stage task goal. Become an alliance-recognized advanced breeder. Third stage task reward. 3 random Pokemon item lottery tickets. Random skill enhancement. The rewards were undeniably generous, yet the challenges were equally formidable. Advanced, elite, and master levels awaited. Culminating in the revered master level. Li Wei understood that surpassing his grandfather, a recognized elite breeder, would not be a simple endeavor. Li Wei chose to accept the challenge. He turned to Grandpa Yason and inquired, Do you know my grandfather? Yason nodded. Old friends. We were rivals back in the day. Though I was no match for your grandfather. Li Wei refrained from pursuing the topic further and exchanged contact information with Yason, hoping for guidance in the future. Yason stroked his beard and chuckled. Guidance? Perhaps you will surpass me before long. Miss Joy remarked, Mr. Li Wei, you have successfully passed your intermediate breeder assessment, scoring full marks in the second round. There is typically a discussion process, but given your results, there is little to discuss. After tasting Li Wei's nearly perfect energy cubes, The Pokemon food prepared by the other 4 contenders appeared as mere scraps in comparison, drawing disdain from Marill and the others. After much persuasion from Miss Joy, Marill and Scyther reluctantly sampled the offerings. Mr. Dio muttered under his breath, "I should have let you prepare yours later." Li Wei awkwardly admitted, "I truly exceeded expectations this time." Mr. Dio waved it off. "It's nothing. Being outperformed is quite normal." Before the results were announced, Grandpa Yason surveyed the 4 remaining contenders and, pointing at the empty bowls, asked, "What can you discern from this energy cube? Correct answers will earn you bonus points." Yason's query ignited a flicker of hope among the remaining 4. Although answering correctly would yield extra points, the inability to conceive an answer was a daunting challenge. Confidently, Miyuki ventured, "As long as the food is sufficiently delectable, is there really any issue with flavor?" Mr. Yason, shaking his head yet nodding, replied, "Not entirely accurate, but partially so. Is a Pokemon's taste truly significant?" Brother Dio nodded affirmatively. "Of course it is. Otherwise, why would we create such a variety of Pokemon cuisine?" Mr. Yason surveyed the eager Pokemon gazing at Li Wei, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Flavor is indeed important, yet not entirely so. Aside from fundamental dietary restrictions, such as an inability to tolerate spiciness or bitterness, there are, in fact, no substantial flavor issues. Not all Pokemon possess telepathy. There are times when we cannot fully comprehend their tastes. At times, even Pokemon themselves may be oblivious to their own preferences. You, as the creator of Pokemon cuisine, hold the authority over taste. While it is essential to consider the Pokemon's preferences, it should not be the sole focus. One must also draw from their own strengths." Li Wei exemplified this beautifully. He remained unfazed by the staff's reminders, crafting what he excelled in, while the rest of you felt somewhat constrained in your endeavors. The individuals mentioned, Miyuki, Dio, and Yuko, reflected on this, acknowledging the slight sense of restriction they felt. Beside them, Rucky, fervently jotting down notes, put away her pen and bowed, expressing her gratitude for Mr. Yason's guidance, stating, "We have gained invaluable insights." "Thank you, Mr. Yason." Mr. Yason smiled amicably. "Well then, I shall take my leave. We need to discuss the assessment results." Brother Dio leaned towards Rucky and whispered, "Could I borrow your notes?" "Of course," she replied promptly. Yuko raised her hand eagerly. "I want as well." As they began to copy, a sudden click resonated through the air, followed by a flash of light. Li Wei brightened his phone, commenting, "There is indeed something known as a camera." Yuko's face flushed crimson, reddening from her neck to her ears. "We know now." Brother Dio jested, "With your cleverness, you might end up friendless." Miyuki also discreetly snapped a photo. The results arrived swiftly. Ultimately, only 2 individuals passed the assessment, Li Wei and Rucky, while Brother Dio did not succeed. Out of the 11 contenders for the intermediate breeder assessment, having 2 pass is quite commendable, as it is often challenging for even one to succeed. Rucky, with her short, stylish hair, presented her phone. "Let us exchange contact information. Is your breeding house hiring?" Li Wei shared his details. "Yes, we start hiring tomorrow. Please remember to send me the address." After confirming their friendship, Rucky hurriedly departed. Brother Dio nudged Li Wei, quietly inquiring, "Can beginners interview?" "Absolutely. Even without certification, as long as there is a passion for Pokemon, one can learn gradually." Brother Dio laughed heartily. "I adore that sentiment. I must take my leave now. I need to prepare for the next examination." The fiery, roaring tiger also waved goodbye to Li Wei, exclaiming, "Zhao." The fiery, roaring tiger was already contemplating the possibility of having Brother Dio join the breeding house, thus allowing it to savor the energy cubes crafted by Li Wei. Chapter 19, Belle and Zoro. At the Pokemon Center in Celebration City, Nurse Joy smiled as she handed Li Wei his intermediate breeder certification. "Mr. Li Wei, here is your certification. If it gets lost, you may apply for a replacement." The credential resembled an ID card, featuring a photograph along with personal details such as age and name, while the reverse side displayed details of the Sinnoh League and assessment location. The cheerful Chansey waved, exclaiming, "Lucky." Li Wei solemnly accepted the document, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Nurse Joy and Chansey." Upon receiving the intermediate breeder certification, Li Wei dialed his father's number. Before he could utter a word, his father's voice burst forth like a rapid-fire barrage. "Son, did you pass the intermediate assessment? If not, it's all right after all. You haven't even passed the beginner level yet. Your grandfather was rather insistent on you attempting the intermediate." "I passed," Li Wei interjected. Leon realized that all the comforting words he had meticulously prepared seemed to be in vain. "You passed? Why didn't you say so sooner? You've had me worried for so long. I called you the moment I passed." Leon pondered the elapsed time. "Wait, why is it taking so long? Something must have happened. I'll explain when I return." "All right." I'll await your return. Beep, 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 beep. His father hung up with astonishing speed. Li Wei then called his grandfather. The elder remained composed, showing no change in expression upon learning that Li Wei had passed the assessment. Understood. To his grandfather. This was merely expected. It would be a significant issue if Li Wei had failed. Coke, coke. After a few days apart, Gung Gue eagerly squeezed beside the elder, insisting on seeing Li Wei. During the assessment, there was an old gentleman named Yason. He mentioned being your friend. The elder nodded. We were rivals in our youth. Now we are considered friends. Stay at the breeding center and do not wander off. The teacher I arranged for you will come to find you soon. After imparting this brief instruction, the elder hung up. Beep, 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 beep. Listening to the incessant beeping of the phone, Li Wei couldn't help but lament. Truly, a testament to their shared traits. They both hung up with remarkable swiftness. Boarding the train, Li Wei safely returned to the suburbs. This time, he did not ride on his Rapidash. He had to walk, which was fortunately only about a kilometer. The roads in the suburbs were sparsely populated, and Li Wei observed the surrounding houses, estimating the local population. From a distance, Li Wei seemed to spot his Rapidash. Typically, a Rapidash stands on 4 legs with an average height of about 1.9 meters, while Li Wei's Rapidash was considerably larger, standing at 2 meters tall and appearing quite plump. In truth, the Rapidash was not overweight. It simply had a broader back. Besides the Rapidash, there was a stylishly dressed blonde woman accompanied by a herdier. Rapidash. Upon hearing Li Wei's voice, both Rapidash and herdier, along with the blonde woman, turned their attention towards him. The Rapidash began to recognize him, and upon realizing it was Li Wei, it immediately sprinted towards him. As the Rapidash galloped through the wind, its tawny, fluffy coat danced in the breeze, its bushy tail swaying energetically. Don't pounce. Don't pounce. The Rapidash always enjoyed testing Li Wei's limits. Leaping forth with 2 hefty hooves aimed at Li Wei's shoulders, its paws playfully swatting at him. What have you eaten? If you've had a meal, please don't lick me. Possessing the extraordinary physique of a super new human, Li Wei subdued the affectionate Rapidash, preventing it from licking him. Woof. The restrained Rapidash appeared bemused, as if questioning why its trainer was behaving more like a Pokemon than a human. Feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. Climbing onto the back of the Rapidash, Li Wei patted its fluffy head. Let us go. Take me to meet your new friends. Woof. The wind held past them, and in less than a minute, the Rapidash came to a halt in front of a beautifully decorated villa, where Belle and the waiting herdier were poised. Li Wei glanced at the woman. Despite her fashionable attire, it was evident she was around the same age as his mother, Wen Hui. Li Wei initiated the greeting. Hello. I am Li Wei, the trainer of Rapidash. The blonde woman nodded with a smile. I met your parents yesterday. You can just call me Aunt Belle. Belle provided a brief explanation, and during their shopping excursion, Li Wei's parents encountered the speedster dog, leading to their acquaintance. Hello, Aunt Belle. You can call me Li Wei or Xiao Wei, he said. Belle adjusted her sunglasses and complimented. Your speedster dog is exceptionally well bred. It's also thanks to my grandfather. Li Wei replied modestly. Belle smirked. Just as your mother described, you are quite humble. Observing the speedster dog nestled beside Li Wei, rubbing its fluffy head against him, she remarked, it clearly adores you, and that is all that matters. Please do visit our home more often, Aunt Belle. My mother would be absolutely delighted, Li Wei invited. Belle nodded with a smile. Certainly, I will bring my cat-eye dog along for a visit. That very night, on the first day they met the speedster dog, Belle had already inquired with her husband, Zoro. She sensed that a family capable of breeding such a speedster dog could not be ordinary. Setting aside their breeding prowess, acquiring a speedster dog of such quality was quite a rarity, typically circulating only among the police department. Zoro, the head of the Zhuqing Police Department, held the rank of senior inspector, making any investigation quite straightforward for him. Moreover, the breeding center was a project that the mayor of Zhuqing had expressly wished to promote, and Zoro was well informed about it. Thus, Belle was quite aware of the circumstances surrounding Li Wei's family, an esteemed breeding family, featuring the renowned Pokemon stylist, Liven, and the 21-year-old ancient researcher, Vera. Both of Li Wei's parents were also advanced breeders, making their family exceptionally talented. Li Wei possessed a Lucario and a Shiny Metagross, and judging by the breeding of the speedster dog, his family was no ordinary lineage. Cultivating a friendship with Li Wei's family would be mutually beneficial for Belle and Zoro. Are you coming back with me, or will you stay here for a while? Oh whoa, the speedster dog glanced at Cat-Eye Dog, its intentions unmistakable. Li Wei nodded in understanding. Staying here is fine, but don't cause any trouble, all right? Remember to come back for dinner. Oh whoa, I've got this. Belle laughed, rest assured. The speedster dog has been with me for 3 days and hasn't caused any trouble. It even taught Cateye Dog some moves. As dusk approached, Lucario returned safely. While Metagross dutifully sought out Nurse Joy for treatment, and the speedster dog sauntered back just in time for dinner. To celebrate Li Wei's passing of the assessment, they opened a bottle of champagne. His uncle raised a toast, exclaiming, "Congratulations to Xiao Wei for passing the assessment. Keep up the good work." Li Wei quickly raised his glass in gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." After a hearty meal, Li Wei returned to his room. Leaning against the speedster dog, he decided to use 3 random Pokemon item lottery tickets from his backpack. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a metal film." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a speed enhancer, powerful version." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a life pearl." His backpack now contained 3 additional items. Metal film. When carried, it enhances the power of steel-type moves and can also be used as an evolutionary item. Li Wei was quite familiar with this item, as his father, Leon, had evolved his Scyther using a metal film. Aside from these 2 uses, the metal film could also play a role in Pokemon breeding. This item was particularly suitable for Metagross, who was on the verge of evolution, and Li Wei planned to use it for its development. Speed Enhancer, powerful version. This item boosts a Pokemon's speed. The powerful version is more effective than 6 regular ones. In the game, Li Wei recalled that this item increased speed EVs by 10 points. However, in the real world, he found it challenging to predict any differences. He decided to give the speed enhancer to Lucario or the speedster dog. Li Wei then turned his attention to the last item, Life Pearl. When carried, it enhances the power of a Pokemon's moves but causes a slight decrease in its stamina. Speaking of the Life Pearl, it reminded him of the powerful Garchomp that utilized it effectively. Among his 3 Pokemon, the speedster dog was the most robust, so it would be suitable for it as well. Li Wei promptly made his decision. He handed the small blue bottle containing the speed enhancer to Lucario. "Lucario? What is this?" "A fantastic item to boost your speed. You'll know once you try it." Lucario, skeptical about its taste, decided to gulp it down all at once. "How is it?" "Sweet and surprisingly delicious. I'll go test it outside." "No rush. I'll have you test your speed tomorrow." Li Wei then presented the metal film, resembling 2 stacked button batteries, to Metagross. "Metagross, this is for you. Just consume it directly." The metallic energy contained in the metal film needed no explanation. Metagross recognized it instantly. The metal film could be ground into powder or consumed directly. Without the means to grind it into powder, Li Wei opted for the latter. Beep. "Oh woo." The speedster dog looked at Li Wei with pleading eyes. "What about me? You will have yours too. Just hold on." Li Wei retrieved a purplish-red life pearl from his backpack. The speedster dog eagerly licked it, nodding in satisfaction. "This isn't for eating. Just carry it with you." The speedster dog grinned, wearing an expression of utter understanding. Li Wei could only hope it truly comprehended this and wouldn't swallow the life pearl. Unlike the fire gem and fire stone, which the speedster dog could lick or consume without consequence, the life pearl was different. Li Wei had to repeatedly remind the speedster dog, "Remember, this is not food." "Oh well, I've got this." While the speedster dog contentedly licked the life pearl, Li Wei opened the EV video network. His first video had unexpectedly gone viral that afternoon, garnering 99 private messages and reaching 900 followers. After all, this was Li Wei's inaugural video, and many might have been hesitant to follow initially. The class representative summarized, "Lying at home, culinary skills rising. Let us save this for later. Just hand in the homework once, and you'll know how." He had already shown it to his girlfriend, who remarked that it looked delicious and wanted him to make it next time. His mother had also seen it, humorously commenting, "Do I look like sweet and sour pork to you?" She had playfully scolded him afterward. Among those who had purchased a virtual home on the EV video network, a newcomer in the gourmet section was discovered. Li Wei's sweet and sour pork appeared visually appealing and aromatic, with the speedster dog licking the plate clean as testament to its deliciousness. Li Wei estimated he wouldn't need to shoot a second video to surpass 1,000 followers, thereby achieving the first minor objective of the side quest. I never intended to be a content creator. He planned to release a second video the following day. As Li Wei drifted into slumber, with the 1,000 followers subscribing, an alert chimed. Ding. Detection of account followers exceeding 1,000. The first phase of the quest, I never intended to be a content creator, has been completed, and rewards have been issued. Ding. Received 1 random Pokemon item lottery ticket and a random specialty recipe. Crab Roe Lion's Head, B-level. Second phase objective, account followers exceeding 10,000. Task reward, random specialty dish 1, random Pokemon item lottery ticket 2. Early in the morning, the renovation crew arrived with the Mashokes. While attending to his morning routine, Li Wei took a moment to glance at the recipe and special effects for the crab meat lion's head. Crab meat lion's head, be great. The texture is tender and fluffy, rich yet not greasy, with a fresh crab flavor. Consuming it grants a slight permanent boost to strength, one time only. Click to view the detailed preparation video. Daily preparation limit, 06. Note, this dish's culinary difficulty exceeds the host's cooking level, and any attempt to make it will inevitably fail. Li Wei muttered under his breath. You could just tell me not to waste food. The system humbly added a line at the end, urging the host to enhance their culinary skills before attempting again. To avoid waste. It was rather receptive to feedback. He then decided to use the newly acquired Pokemon item lottery ticket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Moo Moo Milk, high quality. 1. Moo Moo Milk, high quality. A bottle of revitalizing liquid. Consuming an entire bottle can provide a slight boost to stamina, one time only, and is safe for human consumption. A permanent slight increase in stamina is somewhat regrettable with only one bottle. With Li Wei possessing the super fresh body constitution, even this minor boost seemed unnecessary, especially since he wasn't engaging in any sports. If only there were 10 bottles, he could organize things more clearly. However, it was quite suitable for his speedy Arcanine with the Life Orb, and Li Wei planned to give it a special treat. The two Mashoks hung the sign of the Zhuqing Breeding Center, officially marking the opening of the breeding center. Yes, exactly like that. Comrade Leon nodded in satisfaction. Li Wei snapped a picture of the sign and sent it to Brother Dio and Rueishi, also posting it on his social media timeline. I've already sent out the recruitment information. I expect applicants will arrive for interviews soon. Li Wei had edited the job postings and shared them on recruitment websites the previous night. Comrade Leon nodded in approval. Well done, my son. Shortly after they hung the sign, the breeding center welcomed its first guest. Chapter 21. The first customer, Lily and the elegant cat. Zhuqing Breeding Center. Happy opening. Li Wei. His parents, uncle and aunt, Miss Joy, and a host of Pokemon posed for a photograph to celebrate the center's grand opening. Miss Joy departed with her Chansey. Well, we'll head back to work now. Lucky. Although it was termed as returning to work, they merely moved from the entrance to the Pokemon Center within the base. Brother, the mayor mentioned he would support us and enhance our visibility. Do you think it's just empty promises? Typically optimistic. Comrade Leon seemed burdened by debts and uncertainties about the future. Uncle Li Wen adjusted his glasses and chuckled. What is this? You're having doubts now, Xiao Wei? Do you know the answer? Li Wei nodded. Allow me to explain. He pointed towards Miss Joy's departing figure. Father, could you tell me who that person is? Comrade Leon looked puzzled. That's Miss Joy and her Chansey. Where do they work? In the Pokemon Center next door. Li Wei nodded slightly. The Pokemon Center will undoubtedly attract trainers and wild Pokemon. This is the support the mayor promised us. However, whether we can succeed depends on our own efforts. Comrade Leon's expression shifted to one of realization, as if he had finally grasped the concept. Son, you are truly brilliant. Li Wei felt a sense of exasperation. So he had been entirely oblivious until now. How could his father be so optimistic? Comrade Wenwei nodded in agreement. I thought he knew as well. Uncle patted Comrade Leon's shoulder, laughing heartily. Let us head to the city center and give it our all. Aunt Ruei added reassuringly, if my students have needs, I will certainly make referrals, so don't worry. Aunt was a teacher at the Zhuqing Pokemon Training School, maintaining an optimistic outlook on the breeding center's prospects. Li Wei was encouraged by the first phase reward of his side quest. I never intended to be a Up Master, which promised a slight increase in the center's visibility. Li Wei also changed his account name to Zhuqing Breeding Center and included the detailed address along with his and his parents' contact information. However, since the task was completed in the early hours, he figured it would take some time for customers to arrive. Although there were no trainer guests currently, wild Pokemon had already entered the breeding facility's vicinity. He observed a family of Rattata, a Bizel, a family of Bibarel, and a green Budew on the trees. In the lake and alongside the stone path, there were schools of Magikarp. These were the wild Pokemon Li Wei had noted thus far. Over the past few days, Lucario and Metagross had demonstrated their strength to the wild Pokemon, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. While Li Wei and Lucario were training, the first customer arrived. A tall woman with elegant purple hair tied up greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, Xiao Wei. Welcome, Sister Lily. Lucario. Lily hailed from Sinnoh Town and was a renowned Pokemon fashion designer with a shop in Sinnoh. When Li Wei returned to Sinnoh, Lily was not at home. She had previously designed outfits for Mikuri as well. Although she was significantly younger than Uncle, she was only 30, with flowing hair that seemed far from thinning. Sinnoh had produced notable designers like Li Wen and Lily, as well as the champion Cynthia. It was indeed a land of talent. Even the Dragon-type elite 4-member Drasna from the Kalos region had grandparents from Sinnoh. Given this, Li Wei felt he couldn't lag behind as a resident of Sinnoh. He had no interest in becoming the champion of Sinnoh, but if it were about becoming the champion, he had something to say. Spotting Lucario, Lily's eyes sparkled. Is this your newly caught Metagross? It's silver and quite handsome. Li Wei nodded. I just caught it recently. Sister Lily, what brings you to Juqing City? I saw Miss Wenwei's message and happened to be in Juqing City, so I thought I'd drop by. Lily was quite familiar with Li Wei's family, including his father. The way Li Wei, Comrade Wenwei, and Lily addressed each other was distinctly casual. I entrust my elegant cat to you. Please help me manage its fur. A four-legged cat with a purple shawl around its neck and a creamy body, with purple ears and tail, appeared on the grass. The elegant cat is a Pokemon that takes great pride in its appearance, often either sleeping or grooming itself. Meow. The elegant cat greeted them before resuming its grooming. My parents are in the living room preparing for the recruitment. They're in the middle room. Lily nodded slightly. No need to mind me. I'll just go find them. You all continue training. The sounds of Lucario, Howl, and Pika echoed as they continued their training. Due to the elegant cat's vanity and cleanliness, Li Wei needed to take it to a clean room for grooming. Elegant cat, follow me. Meow. Li Wei and the elegant cat were well acquainted, and it followed closely at his heels. To the left of the entrance, there was a designated room for bathing and grooming. Through the transparent glass, the elegant cat curiously observed the clean space and nodded in satisfaction. Shall we start with a bath? Meow. The tone was elevated, indicating a need for a bath. The Sinnoh region in January was quite frigid, yet the indoors was warmed by heating. Electricity was generated through electric-type Pokemon and wind power. Hence, there was no concern regarding utility bills. The electric-type Pokemon belonged to the Alliance, and Levi merely needed to provide sustenance for them. Levi began by grooming the elegant cat, ensuring there were no tangles in its fur. Your coat is remarkably smooth. You manage it splendidly, he remarked. With his right hand, he combed through the fur while gently caressing the cat's chin with his left, employing a touch of flattery. It was a delightful experience both physically and mentally. The elegant cat rested its chin in Levi's palm, emitting a soothing purr. Very comfortable, meow. Thanks to the cat's constant grooming, there were no knots to address. Levi adjusted the water temperature to a comfortable 40 degrees Celsius, filling a small basin for the elegant cat to test the warmth. Meow. Satisfied with the temperature, Levi carefully cradled the cat and placed it into the bathtub, gradually wetting its fur. He then applied specialized Pokemon shampoo, starting with the back, moving to the sides, the belly, and finally the tail. As a professional groomer, and with the familiarity he shared with the elegant cat, the bathing process went exceptionally smoothly, progressing seamlessly to the drying phase. For drying, only a Pokemon-specific dryer could be used, as the elegant cat had sensitive hearing, and a regular blow dryer could potentially harm it. Levi opted for the lowest noise setting, which would dry the fur in about half an hour. The final stage of fur management entailed recombing the dried fur and making precise trims. All done. A brand new elegant cat. The elegant cat gazed at its reflection in the mirror, letting out a soft meow. Ding. Your skills have pleased the elegant cat. Task progress, 1100. Yuri and the elegant cat. Chapter 22. The charming meow and the elegant cat. High-quality energy cubes. The Blessing Cultivation Center. Shortly after Yuri arrived at the cultivation center, her assistant, Nami, hurriedly joined her. Honestly, President, I've told you not to leave me behind and run off. Nami, dressed in a tailored suit, voiced her frustration. Haha. Yuri chuckled awkwardly. I did provide you with the address. Nami, hands on her hips, retorted. Wasn't that only after I called to ask? She had woken up that morning feeling as if the sky had fallen, discovering that the president had mysteriously vanished from the hotel. Comrade Wenwei promptly intervened. All right. Don't be upset. If there's nothing else, why not stay for lunch? Yuri pondered. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Aren't you all busy with recruitment? Wenwei shook her head. Recruitment doesn't start until the afternoon. It's no issue. Then let us stay, Yuri agreed. Come. Let us see how Levi is taking care of the elegant cat. The trio traversed the corridor to the left building, just in time to witness the elegant cat admiring itself in the mirror, its slender tail swaying gracefully. The elegant cat, with its smooth fur glimmering in the light, was undeniably adorable. You are simply too cute, elegant cat, Yuri exclaimed, approaching it with a speed that left Levi bewildered, rubbing her cheek against the cat. Ding. Yuri is pleased with the elegant cat's fur management. Task progress, 2100. The elegant cat, feeling a bit overwhelmed, gently pushed her face away with its paw. Meow. How can you be so indifferent, elegant cat? Comrade Wenwei raised a finger to explain. The elegant cat just had a bath and grooming. It doesn't appreciate disheveled fur. Levi silently mused. It's being quite generous by not scratching you. He picked up the comb once more and meticulously groomed the elegant cat's fur. Nami, having met Levi before but not yet well acquainted, was inspired by his adeptness in grooming the elegant cat. Summoning her courage, Nami produced a pokeball and asked, "Could you assist in managing my charming Meow's fur as well?" Levi nodded. "Certainly, please release it." The charming Meow, characterized by its large ears, spring-like long tail, predominantly blue fur, and white paws and mouth, appeared to be in a good mood. "You've done well in raising your charming Meow," Levi observed. Nami blushed, scratching her cheek. "It's the president who helps me. I can't manage it alone." Yuri wrapped an arm around the slightly flustered Nami, smiling. Nami is quite capable at work, but she is still learning the ropes of raising Pokemon. Gathering her courage, Nami inquired, "Can I watch how you manage the charming Meow's fur?" Levi nodded. "Of course. Just follow the steps I used for the elegant cat. But there's a preliminary step for the charming Meow." "Does your charming Meow have any dietary restrictions?" he asked. Typically, the elegant cat would become agitated if its fur was messy, while the charming Meow would get temperamental if it was hungry. After a moment of thought, Nami shook her head. "No, it just has a preference for sweets." Levi went to the adjacent room and returned with 2 food bowls filled with a small amount of peach fruit energy cubes, one drizzled with sweet syrup and the other soaked in regular moo moo milk. One bowl drizzled with sweet syrup, a high-quality peach fruit energy cube. This was an energy cube Levi had hastily prepared the previous night. He had made several flavors specifically for occasions like this. Levi's skill in crafting energy cubes had reached an advanced level. As long as the fruits were of good quality, the energy cubes would invariably be of high quality. As a former Pokemon coordinator, Yuri could immediately discern that the energy cubes were of exceptional quality. The drooling charming Meow and the eager elegant cat tugging at Levi's pant leg made it evident as well. "Did Mr. Lean make these?" Comrade Wenwei shook her head. "No, Dad never makes energy cubes." The elder had never engaged in such endeavors. It was Levi who had learned to do so on his own. Placing the 2 servings before them, Levi looked up with a smile. "I made them." Ding. Acquired energy cube proficiency, 777 points. Ding. Acquired energy cube proficiency, 888 points. It was clear that they had never tasted such delectable energy cubes before, hence the particularly high proficiency gains. Yuri's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "You can create high-quality energy cubes now?" She knew that a single high-quality energy cube could fetch over 10,000 in the market, not in RMB. Even if consumed once a day, it would accumulate to a significant expense over a month. Levi nodded slightly. "I seem to have a knack for making energy cubes." Comrade Wenwei began to contemplate selling the energy cubes. "I need to acquire a business license." As a senior breeder, she had some understanding of energy cubes. Yuri reminded her, "Wenwei, your family wouldn't incur losses merely by selling energy cubes. You should quickly prepare the materials." Wenwei smiled gently. "I've thought of that." As a financial whiz and business prodigy in her family, she had already devised plans, even for the cultivation of the fruits. First, groom the fur. Maintain the water temperature at 40 degrees, as different Pokemon have varying sensitivities. Allow them to test the temperature. If there is no dryer, utilize the blow dryer on the lowest setting, keeping it at a distance, and avoid directing it at the ears. While managing the charming Meow's fur, Levi simultaneously instructed Nami, who was recording the process on her phone. "It seems you've recorded the wrong focus." Yuri cast a fleeting glance and noticed that Nami's camera focus was entirely on Levi. Was she recording a video on hair management for charismatic Meow? Why was the lens directed at Levi's face? "I apologize for my subconscious actions." Nami flusteredly fumbled with her phone, instantly transforming into a flustered maiden. The dazzling brilliance of the master-level performance was something Levi had long since grown accustomed to. "Ding, charismatic Meow is satisfied with your skills. Task progress, 3100. At that moment, charismatic Meow was performing somersaults on the spot, reminiscent of a gymnastic routine. Yuri chuckled softly. "I've watched it once and grasped the essentials. I'll teach you when we return." Yuri and Nami spent most of their time in the Divine Town, or, as was the case now, on business trips. It was impossible for them to remain in Zuching City continuously. Although their relationship was amicable, both Yuri and Levi shared the same profession, and residing in the same city would only lead to competition for clientele. "Could you send me that video?" The room was equipped with surveillance, and with Nami's recorded perspective, they already had 2 angles covered. Levi considered it an exceptional opportunity for a water-themed video. "Damn, why am I already thinking about water for the second video?" Levi sighed in exasperation. "No problem, I'll send it to you right now," came Nami's response. "Thank you so much," Levi replied with a grin. Undoubtedly, Nami was also pleased with charismatic Meow's hair management, and task progress increased to 4,100. Charismatic Meow. Chapter 23, Ugly Fish, Employment Guidance 02, Hair Management. Zuching Breeding Center. I never intended to become a content creator. The task reward had resulted in a modest increase in fame, which was likely beginning to show results. Besides Yuri and Nami, that morning, Leon and Wenhui had taken on 4 commissions. 3 of these were fostering tasks that required imparting new techniques, and 1 even necessitated evolution. All 3 were substantial commissions, presenting a splendid opportunity to enhance the reputation of the breeding center. Then we shall take our leave, Yuri declared. After finishing lunch together, Yuri took Nami away. Wenhui waved them off, drive safely. Once they departed from the breeding center, Nami couldn't help but exclaim, not only is he handsome, but he can also breed Pokemon and cook. After lunch, Lucario and the others dashed out for some fun. Earlier that morning, Levi had conducted a speed test on Lucario. After administering a powerful speed-enhancing agent, Lucario exhibited a notable increase in speed, surpassing its previous capabilities even with quick attack. Metal Monster had consumed the metallic film, and Levi estimated that once it fully digested the energy from the film, it would evolve into Metagross. Levi did not accompany Yuri and the others to bid farewell. He was busy editing the second video, while simultaneously researching breeding plans. The first of the 4 commissions was already completed. It involved customizing a meal for a Bada butterfly participating in the upcoming Zuching Gorgeous contest to enhance its beauty. For such specific requests, Levi was confident in his abilities. After inquiring about the flavor preferences, he promptly prepared a batch of berry energy cubes designed to increase beauty. The client departed satisfied, having received their first unsolicited positive review, and task progress rose to 6,100. Now, he had to attend to the evolution of the ugly fish, a Caracara learning dig, and a Zubat learning wing attack. Leon was responsible for teaching the techniques, while Levi was tasked with the evolution of the ugly fish. He titled the edited instructional video featuring dual-angle transitions as Trainer Employment Guidance 02, Pokemon Hair Management. While it primarily showcased charismatic Meow and elegant Cat, much of the content was applicable to other Pokemon as well. Levi interspersed the video with some narration. If all else fails, he suggested bringing the Pokemon to the breeding house and investing in professional help. The Zuching Breeding Center welcomed such endeavors. He concluded with a cheerful advertisement before wrapping it up. As the video entered the review stage, Levi switched to his desktop and created a new folder titled Ugly Fish Breeding Plan. The ugly fish had 2 evolution paths. One involved carrying the beautiful scale for communication evolution, and the other required reaching a certain level of beauty for evolution. The trainer's request focused on beauty evolution, necessitating feeding it beautiful scales or food that could enhance its beauty. The breeding evolution of the ugly fish was set to become the subject of Levi's 3rd water-themed video. Once evolved, the ugly fish was said to transform into the most beautiful Pokemon, Milotic. Levi reserved judgment on this claim, as he felt that Shinedo and Tiancie had their own merits to discuss. The ugly fish Levi aimed to nurture had considerable issues. It was exceedingly timid and fearful of humans. Earlier that morning, when Levi merely glanced at it, the ugly fish immediately retreated into the rocky structure of the fish pool. Levi had instructed Lucario and the others not to disturb it for the time being, allowing the ugly fish to acclimate. Levi was 100% certain that the ugly fish had suffered psychological trauma, most likely inflicted by humans. In addition to providing food to enhance its beauty, he needed to instill confidence within it. Without such confidence, evolution would be impossible. Levi knew he must treat this ugly fish like a priceless porcelain artifact, handling it with utmost care. As Levi pondered how to restore the ugly fish's confidence, the recruitment process had commenced. A knock echoed through the office. "Come in." "Hello. I am Rixie, here for an interview." With warm brown hair cut into a stylish bob and clad in a tailored coat paired with shorts, Rixie epitomized grace over comfort. Upon hearing her name, Leon and Wenhui exchanged knowing glances. Rixie had submitted her resume prior to her arrival. Wenhui set aside the printed resume and prompted, "Please introduce yourself briefly and explain why you left your previous breeding house." They had already reviewed Rixie's background and were particularly interested in her response to the second question. "I am a peer of your son Levi, and we both passed the intermediate breeder exam with an overall score of 80. The reason for my departure is straightforward: workplace harassment, including numerous irregular and even illegal practices." Rixie enumerated the transgressions of her former breeding house. These were indeed violations of the law. "I trust you are aware that Pokemon cannot breed indefinitely. They are not mere breeding machines. Typically, they can have a maximum of 2 litters per year, and after 5 to 6 years of breeding, it is crucial to ensure the health of the next generation. Exceeding these limits results in weak or poorly qualified offspring." Wenhui nodded in agreement. "What you say is absolutely correct. Such situations do exist, as they significantly reduce costs. The world of Pokemon is fundamentally bright, yet there are always those willing to risk everything for profit. Rixie then recounted in vivid detail how she secretly gathered evidence and anonymously reported her breeding house. My dear sister, you're in an interview. Yet you're telling us about your anonymous reporting of the breeding house, Wenhui remarked, utterly exasperated. It sounds less like breeding and more like espionage, Leon mused, his thoughts straying further from the topic. Any breeding house that heard Rixie's boldness would undoubtedly hesitate to hire her, fearing she might report them at any moment. This was a grudge to be reckoned with. However, Leon and Wenhui recognized the value of such talent. She was competent, passionate about Pokemon, and possessed a strong sense of responsibility. The elder had always emphasized, if you earn your living from this, you must not aid in wrongdoing. The Levi family held this principle close to their hearts, and it was the very foundation upon which they established their breeding house. Wenhui rose to her feet and sincerely extended her hand toward Ruishi, saying, "Welcome to the Zhuqing Breeding Center. I hope we can work together to create an ideal nurturing environment." Ruishi promptly shook her hand, expressing, "I believe in this endeavor. I thoroughly researched before submitting my resume, and it's evident from your son as well." Leon, puffing out his chest with pride, took full credit, exclaiming, "That's because he takes after me." Wenhui and Ruishi briefly introduced the surroundings of the breeding center and the accommodation conditions. Aside from the building where Li Wei and the others resided, there was an additional staff dormitory. "I'll head back to pack my things and come in for my first day tomorrow." After Ruishi, a towering figure entered, accidentally bumping his head upon entry. Leon couldn't help but exclaim, "A humanoid powerhouse." Wenhui shot him a look, clearly too weary to comment further. No, we aren't hiring bodyguards here." Diyu smiled gently. "No, I am here to apply for the breeding position." Chapter 24, The Man with Credentials, The Embarrassing Major Ma. In the breeding center's office, it was evident that there was no need for bodyguards or security personnel, at least for the time being. The combination of Ninetales, Shinado, Macamp, and Scyther was more than sufficient. "I apologize for his behavior. If he has offended you, I offer my sincere apologies on his behalf." Leon had already been subdued by Wenhui. In light of the earlier commotion, Wenhui formally apologized to Diyu, who waved his hand with a chuckle. "Oh no. I quite like Macamp. That's a compliment in my eyes." Previously a professional Pokemon fighter, Diyu had retired due to a leg injury, but reassured them. "Do not worry, my injury will not affect my life or work." "That's more like it." Leon nodded silently in acknowledgement of Diyu's former profession. Wenhui searched Diyu's name and discovered a plethora of accolades. He was a man of distinction. Champion of the 16th P1 fighting competition. Champion of the 19th Pokemon World Martial Arts Tournament. Top 8 in the 27th Pokemon World Martial Arts Tournament. Diyu debuted at the age of 16, reaching the pinnacle of his career immediately, clinching 3 championships in succession, before retiring after 5 top 8 finishes due to his leg injury. Even now, he was merely 28 years old. "What led you to choose the path of a breeder?" "I've always had a fondness for nurturing Pokemon. It was somewhat serendipitous that I became a Pokemon fighter. I passed the beginner breeder assessment, but when it came to the intermediate level, Diyu, having lived comfortably during his time as a professional athlete, had received numerous endorsements. His transition to breeding stemmed purely from passion. They sought individuals who genuinely loved Pokemon. And Diyu was a perfect fit. Breeding knowledge could be acquired gradually. "Welcome to the Zhuqing Breeding Center. You are free to come by any time to complete your onboarding." Wenhui jested, "If you encounter any unreasonable customers, please do enlighten them with some wisdom. The service industry does encounter a myriad of peculiar individuals." Diyu laughed heartily. "Leave it to me. Dealing with eccentric customers will be an advantage for someone of my stature, not to mention the impressive credentials that would easily intimidate any unruly client." Throughout the afternoon, Leon and Wenhui conducted interviews, meeting with 12 candidates in total. They were not only looking for breeders, but also for miscellaneous cleaning staff. However, the only candidates who truly impressed them were Ruishi and Diyu. The conditions they offered were favorable, and the environment of the breeding center was appealing. People naturally gravitate towards better opportunities and more comfortable surroundings. When discussing their profession, they would carry themselves with more confidence. Leon and Wenhui preferred to be selective, as there was no rush at the moment. In the courtyard, amidst the ornamental fish pond, the pond was modest, measuring 8 meters in diameter, with a hollowed-out artificial mountain at its center. Initially barren, it now housed a timid Phoeba. Due to its lack of confidence, Li Wei merely placed food at the edge of the pond before departing. "I've left the food here. Remember to eat," he said. His phone buzzed with messages from Diyu and Ruishi. "I will be starting tomorrow." Li Wei replied simply, "Welcome." Rueishi's response was as silent as a stone sinking into the sea, while Diyu remarked, still as perfunctory as ever. After replying to them, Li Wei took a moment to glance at his social media feed. He soon came across a Jin's bold advertisement. A Jin directly tagged Li Wei's account, announcing his establishment of a breeding center in Jubilife City and inviting people to come and experience it. Li Wei accidentally clicked like. As Li Wei did not have friends like Qi Hong or Qing Lu, he could not see if they had replied. However, he did spot a familiar face among mutual friends, Major Ma Ji, one of the former trio from Team Rocket, hailing from the United Regions. He was also the first gym leader in the anime to be genuinely defeated by Ash. How embarrassing, Major Ma Ji. Major Ma had turned over a new leaf. Continuing to serve as the gym leader of the Leaf Gym, he had once ventured into the territory of the Masked Man and successfully escaped. Having rescued a Jean and Xiaoyin, Li Wei's social media also received a response from him. Captain Ma Ji of the A Water Flow ship. Sounds great. I'll definitely pay a visit. Li Wei had previously taken a ride on Major Ma's ship, and they had added each other as friends. Li Wei assumed it was merely a courteous remark. After all, what business did someone from Kanto have in Sinnoh's Jubilife City? His first video had gone viral, still basking in its popularity, and its view count was steadily climbing. After Li Wei uploaded his second video, his followers received notifications. The missing person had returned. Li Wei edited the parts where he appeared on camera, focusing primarily on Elegant Cat and Charming Meow. Come, esteemed guest, let us indulge in a bubble bath. As Li Wei placed a large green onion duck figurine atop Charming Meow's head, the comments flooded in, feeling the duck power. Understood, this is the seal. So obedient during bath time, Jazz Cat. Thanks to the adept techniques of the uploader, recommendations for a set featuring Dong, Sure Meow were made. My Elegant Cat says the cat in the video is pure wheat. Did you notice? The energy cubes presented by the uploader are of remarkably high quality. Someone astutely observed the crystalline energy cubes. Due to a previous reminder from Lily, the final close-up of Li Wei grooming Charming Meow was captured. The silky fur was evidently well-maintained. Bathing Pokemon, especially those as exquisite as Elegant Cat and Charming Meow, is a formidable challenge. Yet, Li Wei delivered a commendable performance with his skilled artistry. Let us give my Meow Meow a try. The uploader's advertising was impressively proficient. This also successfully drew attention to the unique name of the Jubilife Breeding Center. The address was included in Li Wei's profile, allowing fans to locate it easily. Step 1 for the class representative, grooming. Coupled with the followers amassed from the previous video, Li Wei's latest video saw a rapid increase in views and a continuous rise in followers. Li Wei selected a few intriguing comments to respond to before closing the app. 10,000 followers were just around the corner. The following day, Diyu and Rueishi arrived early, ready to report in. Rueishi resided in the girls' dormitory, but Diyu was quite impressive. He had purchased a charming two-story villa right outside the breeding center, approximately 800 meters away. While the paperwork was still being processed, Diyu had already moved in with his belongings. Upon hearing this, Li Wei fell back in astonishment, wondering if one could truly comprehend what passion meant. Diyu proudly showcased his impressive skills, proclaiming that his video had made it to the trending section of the IBU Network's living area. The videos featuring the Elegant Meowth and the Charming Meowth garnered an astonishing 70,000 views overnight, surpassing the first episode. Rueishi remarked softly, "If you were to reveal your face, you would have likely surpassed 1 million views by now." Li Wei waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "We are a tech-oriented channel, not relying on appearances. Come, let me show you around the breeding center." Chapter 25, The Warriors of Battle. At the Jubilife Breeding Center, Diyu owned the most magnificent Flareon. Li Wei also introduced them to Lucario, Arcanine, and the Silver Metagross, but Diyu was particularly fond of Macamp, as its muscular physique resonated with his aesthetic preferences. Rueishi, on the other hand, had a charming Meowth, which was quite popular in the Sinnoh region. Akin to Meowth and Persian, and many kept it as a mere pet rather than for battles or beauty contests. Rueishi had stumbled upon Li Wei's second video because of her interest in the charming Meowth. With the backdrop of the Jubilife Breeding Center, Li Wei's voice, and the high-quality energy cubes, she recognized him last night. "I am the one who pointed out the superior quality of your energy cubes in the comments." Suddenly, the BGM from Detective Conan played, and she adjusted her glasses. Being a Pokemon detective was indeed a profession, with a show titled Detective Lachi being quite popular in the Alola region. As she showcased her comment, one particular comment surged to the top of the section. Li Wei, Diyu, and she exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily frozen in place. The comment was from someone with the ID The Warrior of Battle. Li Wei clicked on the avatar, revealing a yellow badge of EV, belonging to the renowned Akai Hong. He was a well-known content creator on Ibu, a former Kanto champion and Quartz Conference champion. Observing the reply timestamped at 1 o'clock in the morning, Li Wei couldn't help but wonder why a content creator held precedence over a Kanto champion. Are you substituting ellipses for exclamation marks? And don't you ever sleep at night? Beneath Akai Han's reply were a flurry of supportive comments. Akai, we love you. Give him the spotlight. Li Wei pinned Akai Han's comment and responded, all right, Akai. I will arrange for the next episode shortly. Thanks to the traffic Akai brought along with his verified status, Li Wei's follower count began to surge rapidly. Do you chuckle at the situation? You've got quite the knack for this. Li Wei cleared his throat, stating seriously, ahem, one must eat, after all. My breeding center operates on borrowed funds. Do you patted Li Wei's shoulder? If you find yourself in need of money, I can lend you some. Du Yu is indeed wealthy. He purchased a house on a whim, and Li Wei had no doubts about it. No need. It's not that dire. Come, let me show you around. The scenic mountains, lakes, and dunes were immediately visible, requiring no introduction from Li Wei. He primarily intended to guide Du Yu and Rui Shi to the warehouse and training rooms. From their current position, they could see Leon teaching a Kakuna how to dig holes. At that moment, Leon was vigorously wielding a shovel. Only half of his body visible, as the other half was buried in the earth. Du Yu was taken aback. Is this how you teach digging? Li Wei had long since grown accustomed to such sights. He preferred teaching by example. Fortunately, Kakuna seemed to enjoy this method of instruction, eagerly learning with its bones stick beside him. Kakuna, it chirped, also half-buried. Li Wei could only surmise that Leon likely shared a great deal in common with Ash. Let's go, Li Wei exclaimed, rousing the dazed Du Yu and Rui Shi before leading them to the warehouse. The warehouse was spacious, filled with items, berries, and various tools. Each shelf represented a different attribute. 2 shelves held healing items, while 2 others contained miscellaneous supplies. Each shelf was clearly labeled with attribute tags and textual labels. Straightforward and concise. Li Wei then guided them through the corridor and living room to the training room in the right building. The training room comprised 5 sections: fighting, strong winds, thunder, ice and snow, and desert, utilized only for special needs. Li Wei took them through each room, explaining where the switches were and how to adjust the control panels. If you accidentally find yourselves trapped in here, do you see that switch? Press both sides simultaneously to trigger an automatic alarm, and Miss Joy will be notified. Rui Shi continued taking notes. Got it. Du Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. This is so luxurious. He was particularly intrigued by the fighting training room. Can I use it with my Flareon? Of course. The training room is meant for use. But you must complete your tasks first. The purpose of the training room is to assist Pokemon in learning moves, not merely for decoration. No problem. Next, they headed out to interact with the nearby wild Pokemon. Li Wei took them to encounter the wild Pokemon species within the breeding center's vicinity. Du Yu chuckled. Hello there, little Meowth. As Du Yu reached out to the Meowth, Li Wei and Rui Shi quickly restrained his hands from either side. What's going on? Du Yu inquired in confusion. Rui Shi replied earnestly. Although the Meowth may appear small, it has quite a fierce temperament, often discharging electricity without warning. If the charming Meowth is the suave aristocrat, then the little Meowth is the ultra-aggressive blue cat. You're right. Run. The Meowth's cheeks began to crackle with blue electricity. Rui Shi blinked in disbelief. So fast. Du Yu retorted, well, you were saying bad things about it right in front of its face, so of course, it's going to retaliate. Li Wei explained. The little Meowth perceives Du Yu's larger stature as a threat, making it more prone to anger. I see. Rui Shi quickly noted this down. Du Yu scratched his head, surprised that such things could happen. Li Wei reassured him, no worries, you'll get used to it with time. Suddenly, a whalemare waved at them. Du Yu roared. Are you challenging me? Flareon, let us use Roar. This whalemare was quite combative. Despite its aggression, it was rather weak. According to Lucario, the Metagross and whalemare had battled 11 times, with the whalemare losing every time. It was deemed merely a source of experience points. The identification system provided information on both Pokemon. Name, Flareon. Type, Fire Dark. Ability, Intimidate. Skills, Swords Dance, DD Gold Arm, Flare Blitz, Knock Off, Quick Attack, Taunt, Roar. Power Rating, Experienced, Advanced. Name, Whalemare. Type, Water. Ability, Water Veil. Speed increases in rainy weather. Skill, Water Jet, High Speed Stars, Water Gun, Electric Flash, Strength Rating. Ordinary, Intermediate. There exists a significant gap of an elite level between the two. The blazing Roar Tiger still intimidates with its resounding growl, yet it cannot inflict any damage. As the swimming ferret creates ripples, victory is claimed by Brother Dio. Scarlet. Chapter 26. Crispy Apple A-Class. Employment Guidance 03. Smoked round citrus juice. Zhuqing's breeding center. A week has elapsed, and new employees have gradually arrived at the breeding center. Leon and comrade Wenhui are responsible for recruitment, while Li Wei, brother Dayo, and Ruishi take charge of training the newcomers. Brother Dayo and Ruishi quickly acclimated, already well-versed in the rhythm of life here. Before the commencement of a day's work, Leon announced some delightful news to everyone. To help everyone get acquainted swiftly, we shall host a welcome banquet tonight. Fear not, there shall be no forced performances or self-introductions. We shall simply indulge in a feast. The expansion of the breeding center necessitates the familiarity and synergy among employees to provide superior service for the Pokemon entrusted to their care. Hooray! Long live the boss. Another bustling day commences. Mr. Haru, here is your cool leopard. Please take care. The front desk attendant, Xiao Ro, presents the entrusted Pokemon to the customers with her sweet smile. Haru checks the newly learned moves of Cool Leopard with his Pokédex. Excellent, I am quite satisfied. Ding. Haru is pleased with Cool Leopard's training. Task progress, 36100. Over the course of the week, Li Wei's main task progress has been quite promising. However, at this moment, Li Wei is not feeling particularly joyful. He is still contemplating how to restore the confidence of his ugly fish. The good news is that ugly fish has begun to eat. The bad news is that it remains entirely elusive. Li Wei has developed a tacit understanding with ugly fish. Once the food is gone, it departs. Ugly fish waits until no one is around to eat. As the number of individuals at the breeding center increases, ugly fish's opportunities to emerge dwindle. Ugly fish, you must attempt to come out. I will ensure people keep their distance from the fish pond. Li Wei invokes his privileges as a small boss, instructing staff to steer clear of the pond, yet he cannot monitor customers at all times. Brother Dayo suggests, why not set up a warning line here? Both Ruishi and Brother Dayo have attempted to assist, but to no avail. Li Wei snaps his fingers. What a splendid idea. He promptly crafts a wooden sign and establishes a simple warning line. Most individuals willing to bring their Pokemon to the breeding center are indeed Pokemon enthusiasts. After all, this is a paid service, and most are quite understanding. The breeding center's reputation is gradually rising. Comrade Wenhui is busy tallying accounts, the calculator clicking away vigorously. I never anticipated the business would flourish so. Leon exclaims cheerfully. Li Wei's video on the EV network must have contributed significantly. Indeed, the elder brother possesses foresight. Li Wei began uploading videos on the EV network after heeding Uncle Li Wen's advice. Comrade Wenhui reminds him, the business license has arrived. Be sure to pick it up from the city center this afternoon. After recruiting new employees, they managed to secure a Pokemon food business license. This signifies their ability to sell energy cubes, buffing, and a variety of Pokemon food. Alright. Upon hearing that the license has been obtained, Leon is filled with enthusiasm. Comrade Wenhui is a decisive individual. The fruit trees in the yard have already been planted. After establishing the warning line, Li Wei temporarily ceased addressing ugly fish. He has granted ugly fish 7 days to adapt, yet it remains entirely uncommunicative. Even sending Lucario to communicate yielded no results. Should I employ the art of persuasion? Perhaps love could awaken it? Or should I seek out little Huang? Li Wei now particularly envies the prowess of the powerful Hikari. Forget it. Let us film another video for now. Li Wei intends to produce the 4th episode of Pokemon Trainer Employment Guidance. The 3rd episode was hastily altered due to the urging of Scarlet, transforming into a segment on smoked round citrus juice. Li Wei is untroubled by the possibility of others replicating the smoked round citrus juice. The system has explicitly stated that the unique effects of signature dishes can only be realized through Li Wei's cooking. If others attempt to replicate it, it will merely be delicious. In that episode, Li Wei invited Brother Dayo, Ruishi, and the Blazing Roar Tiger as taste testers. His parents and Lucario had already sampled it. Lacking any entertainment value, this smoked round citrus juice, enhanced with unique regional fruit, received high praise from Scarlet and propelled the account's followers beyond 10,000. Scarlet wholeheartedly commended Li Wei's innovative approach to enhancing fruit juices, leading the two to engage in a mutually beneficial exchange and add each other as friends. Despite having hardly conversed, Scarlet is perpetually occupied with battles on Silver Mountain, while Li Wei is engrossed in matters at the breeding center. Busy, they are both busy. Perhaps busyness is a blessing. Li Wei fears that Scarlet might challenge him to a battle. He has already received the task rewards, a specialty cuisine Pokédex 1 and 2 item lottery tickets. Crispy Apple A-Class, a traditional Chinese imperial dessert. Crisp on the outside and soft within. The 1,000-layer flaky pastry requires repeated folding and refrigeration of the dough, necessitating stringent control over baking time. Consuming it grants a substantial efficiency buff, 12 hours. Click to view video details. Daily production limit, 01. A gentle reminder, please enhance your culinary skills before attempting. Do not waste ingredients, and you may also begin with a simplified version. Undoubtedly, this is currently a culinary challenge that Li Wei cannot undertake. The simplified version omits the outer 1,000-layer pastry, merely wrapping it in egg wash and breadcrumbs. Li Wei glances at his culinary skill level. Culinary, intermediate slightly, 345710000. With the addition of new staff, Li Wei can enhance his culinary skills more swiftly. The 2-item lottery tickets yielded a Everstone and a Power Band. Everstone, when held, it suppresses a Pokemon's evolution. Power Band, when held, it enhances the power of physical moves. The Everstone holds little utility for Li Wei, who among those operating a breeding center does not possess a couple of Everstones in their stock. Some Pokemon are unwilling to evolve, and certain trainers prefer their Pokemon to remain in their original forms. For instance, Rueishi's Meowth refuses to evolve and carries an Everstone. Li Wei bestowed the Power Band upon Metal Monster, securing it around its right arm. The third task of I never intended to become a content creator primarily comprises 2 objectives: 100,000 followers, 2758 910 0000. 1 million views on videos, 35. Task rewards: 3 random Pokemon item lottery tickets, 1 random specialty dish, 1 random skill, intermediate, 1. Inside the room, Li Wei sets up the camera before him, adjusting the filming angle. Without further ado, he transitions into today's 4th teaching video, where the focus will be on energy cubes. Today, we will begin with the colors of energy cubes. Li Wei presents 5 colors of energy cubes: red, blue, pink, green, and yellow. Undoubtedly, all are of high quality. Each of these 5 colors corresponds to handsome, beautiful, cute, intelligent, and strong. Everyone must take care to differentiate among them. As Levi was filming, his phone received a message from his grandfather. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, the teacher I arranged for you will be arriving. Chapter 27, Evolution of Metagross. Employment Guidance 04, Energy Cube. Inside the room, Levi had already muted his phone and had not yet seen his grandfather's message. He meticulously explained the crafting of energy cubes in front of the camera, utilizing the rare dragon fruit. Due to the instructional nature of the segment, Levi was particularly diligent this time. The fruit machine produced translucent, gem-like pink energy cubes. The high-definition camera captured every detail, and the identification I provided the information, a nearly perfect dragon fruit cube. This marked Levi's second creation of an energy cube nearing perfection. He had tossed both dragon fruits into the machine, treating the steel-type Pokemon to a special meal. Consuming these dragon fruit cubes would enhance their special attack capabilities. The Speedy Hound and the steel-type Pokemon were eagerly anticipating their treats. Just a moment, please do not rush. Allow me to finish my introduction first. Lucario was straining, feeling an overwhelming urge to move forward, while his mind incessantly urged him to maintain grace and poise. His body and mind were at odds. This energy cube is crafted from the rare dragon fruit. Observe closely. New trainers are advised to start with more common fruits like orange berries, cherry berries, and pecha berries. It is quite challenging to produce high-quality energy cubes with orange berries. Skill is essential. After completing his explanation, Levi divided the dragon fruit cube into 3 equal portions. Alright, dig in. The Speedy Hound immediately demonstrated a voracious appetite, devouring nearly half the cube in one swift motion. The Steel-type Pokemon, using its psychic abilities, deftly levitated the cubes, consuming them one by one. The elegant Lucario, with a napkin neatly tied, savored each bite with utmost refinement. Although the Speedy Hound eyed Lucario's bowl with envy, it refrained from snatching any food, aware that it could not compete with Levi's fair treatment. Ding! Energy Cube Proficiency 999 attained. All 3 Pokemon reached a proficiency of 999, evidently satisfied with the outcome. The current proficiency calculation is based on a complete serving, from Levi's observations. The maximum proficiency for a single energy cube seems to be capped at 999 points. To confirm this, he would need to create a perfectly crafted energy cube. As the last dragon fruit cube was consumed, the steel-type Pokemon suddenly erupted in a dazzling white light. The brilliant glow enveloped the silver steel-type, its form expanding as 2 new metallic arms elongated from its saucer-like body, transforming it into a quadrupedal stance. The spikes on its face gradually evolved into an X-shaped golden metallic cross. The steel-type Pokemon evolved into Metagross. Levi's Shiny Metagross was already larger than a typical steel-type, and its size advantage became even more pronounced post-evolution. While a regular Metagross's saucer-like body measures between 14 to 16 meters in diameter, Levi estimated his Metagross's diameter exceeded 2 meters and 10 centimeters. Standing on all fours, Metagross reached approximately Levi's waist height. Go! Metagross's crimson eyes narrowed as it used its psychic powers to lift Levi into the air, soaring gracefully. Lucario and the speedy hound watched curiously as the silver Metagross flew. Although the room was not particularly spacious, the large Metagross flew with remarkable stability, avoiding any collisions. This was thanks to the 4 interconnected brains of Metagross, forming a complex neural network more advanced than a supercomputer. The parallel processing enabled Metagross to instantaneously perform calculations akin to playing billiards, even predicting the trajectories of skill releases post-collision. The identification I also provided details about Metagross. Name, Metagross. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body, not affected by ability or move stat reductions. Moves, Iron Defense, Protect, Hammer Arm, Zen Headbutt, Psychic, Bullet Punch, Meteor Mash, Hammer Arm, Power Rating. Professional, Intermediate. This evolution propelled the Steel-type Pokemon from Senior, Advanced, directly to Professional, Intermediate, a significant advancement. Levi speculated that this was a result of consuming the metallic membrane and the nearly perfect dragon fruit cube. Let us venture outside to test our capabilities. Levi first switched off the recording camera before returning the newly evolved Metagross to its luxury ball, as its size prevented it from exiting. Little boss. Biga. The new employees at the breeding center each had their own way of addressing Levi, which he accepted wholeheartedly. Arriving at the fountain fish pond at the front gate, Levi tossed out a luxury ball. Come forth, Metagross. With a leap, Levi mounted Metagross's back, and together they ascended, transforming into a silver flash. The sound of the wind whistled in Levi's ears as the speedy hound and Lucario sprinted in pursuit of the silver streak. A woo! The speedy hound roared majestically. Lucario raised its arms, white light enveloping it as it accelerated. Rishi, who was feeding wild Pokemon, looked up in astonishment. The silver Metagross has evolved so quickly. Rishi's new employee, Shireen, gazed at the silver Metagross with envy. How could such a magnificent Pokemon as Silver Metagross exist? Rishi gently shattered her dreams. Silver Metagross is a rare find. Do not dream too much. So far, I've only seen Hoenn champion Steven and Levi's. Shireen sighed. Rishi, there's no need to be so serious. I have no extravagant expectations. Metagross carried Levi to the far edge of the breeding center, where Dio and the fiery roar of flames were bathing a Tauros. Hey, Dio. At the sound, Dio looked up to see Levi seated atop Metagross. The steel type evolved. So soon. How about a battle later? Sure, just finish up before dinner. All right. Levi had anticipated the steel type's evolution, and the excitement soon subsided. He quickly returned to his room, while Metagross was scheduled for training battles as usual. In the afternoon, it was their time to freely venture out and challenge wild Pokemon. After spending 2 hours crafting a teaching video on energy cube production, capturing the eager expressions of the speedy hound and steel type, as well as the evolution of Metagross, Levi uploaded the edited footage. Pokemon Trainer Employment Guidance 04. Energy Cube successfully uploaded and is under review, with 3 consecutive videos surpassing 1 million views. Levi's video approval speed had noticeably increased. Your video has been reviewed and uploaded successfully. Only then did Levi pick up his phone and notice the message from his grandfather. Levi, all right, grandfather, do you need me to go greet him? Grandfather, no need. He will come directly. The Silver Metagross. Chapter 28. Crimson and Little Yellow, Mining Champion. Kanto Region, Pallet Town. Ah, what a pity, isn't it, Pikachu? A youthful figure in a black tank top and red vest, barely in his 20s, wears a beaming smile, with a glossy, slightly rounded Pikachu perched on his shoulder. He is none other than the legendary battler of Silver Mountain, known for his cheerful demeanor in manga, steady persona in anime, and icy disposition in games, Red. Pikachu. Due to a sudden obligation for Green, Red concluded his intensive training with Green at Silver Mountain and returned to Pallet Town. Ding. Red's phone chimed, alerting him to a new video posted by his special interest, the Zhuqing Breeding Center. Thanks to Akin's introduction, Red had recently discovered a rather intriguing new content creator. At this moment, a girl with orange hair tied in a high ponytail stood outside Red's door, her cheeks faintly flushed. Choo-choo, I can do this. The healer, Xiaowang, clutched her fists in determination, glancing at the pink flower adorning Pikachu on her shoulder. With a heart full of trepidation, Xiaowang rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Xiaowang, come upstairs. Upon hearing this, Xiaowang's face turned crimson instantly. Red's Pikachu leapt down, diving into Xiaowang's embrace. Pika, I missed you so much, Pikachu. Xiaowang hugged Pikachu tightly, a smile gracing her face as she gently stroked its fur. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. After giving herself a mental pep talk, Xiaowang ascended the stairs. Upon entering the room, she found Red seated at his computer, the screen displaying a paused video on the EV bullet screen platform. Xiaowang was aware of Red's habit of browsing the EV site. She had registered an account there as well. Her account had only a few followers, Red, Green, and Xiaolan. Adu did not possess an account as he had no time to watch videos. Typically, Red's homepage was always filled with battle content. As the saying goes, Red, your mind is solely occupied with battles. However, the paused video screen captured Xiaowang's attention, for it was decidedly not a battle. Gathering her courage, she inquired, "What are you watching?" "This is a trainer I've recently grown quite fond of." Upon seeing that it was a male, Xiaowang sighed in relief, only to feel an unsettling sense of discord. Wasn't he green enough? Wasn't he a monogamous relationship sufficient? Ahem, Xiaowang had been reading too many novels lately. "Come, let us watch together." Red invited her. The distance between them was merely the armrests of 2 chairs, and Xiaowang's cheeks flushed slightly. Nonetheless, Red's attention was entirely consumed by the video. "Look, all these high-quality energy cubes." Xiaowang nodded in agreement. Indeed they are. Since the video had been released for some time, comments occasionally scrolled across the screen. Expressions don't lie, they truly look delectable. He genuinely wants to teach us. How considerate. Could he be even more so? Like, perhaps deliver them directly to me. As they observed the disdainful expressions of the wind speed dog and others toward the energy cubes on the table. More comments flew by. "I won't mind, just pour them into my mouth." Xiaowang's eyes sparkled as she softly remarked, "His Pokemon really adores him." Red nodded, "Right? I noticed that too. I wish to battle him just once." Outsiders watch for the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. Xiaowang possessed the unique ability to read the emotions of Pokemon, and she felt intense emotions emanating from Lucario, Wind Speed Dog, and Metagross. This was sufficient evidence of the bond and connection between Li Wei and his Lucario. Red and Xiaowang exchanged glances, sensing that the quality of these energy cubes was exceptional. However, unlike Green, they lacked the ability to easily identify the nuances. Yet they could certainly feel the distinctive qualities of the Dragon Flame Fruit cubes, evident from the eager demeanor of the Wind Speed Dog and Lucario. What captivated the audience the most was the evolution of Metagross at the video's conclusion. "What on earth? It can evolve too?" My grandmother would be astonished. The almost perfect energy cube, the tussle between Wind Speed Dog and Metagross, the conflicted expression of Lucario, and the evolution of the Silver Metagross. This video was a remarkable spectacle, propelling Li Wei's viewership to new heights. An exceptionally well-bred Metagross. Red was eager to enlighten Xiaowang about Li Wei, consecutively playing 3 of Li Wei's videos. By the end, Xiaowang had completely forgotten the purpose of her visit to Red. Well, it's nice to quietly spend an afternoon with him. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Red failed to notice Xiaowang's smile. "By the way, that fellow mentioned he would be heading to Jubilife City. I might as well ask him to meet up." Red promptly took out his phone to make contact. Xiaowang blinked. Going to Jubilife City?" Li Wei's 4th video was still gaining traction as he browsed the comments section, selectively responding to a few. This time, the video had unveiled another prominent figure. The Silver Metagross cover had drawn him out. Although he used an alias, no one recognized him. Mining Champion. Metagross has extraordinary computational abilities. Since the Mining Champion was well acquainted with Metagross, his likes were rapidly accumulating. "I'm first. Strong and formidable, the former Hoenn Champion. Now a mining contender, Daigo." Daigo sent Li Wei a private message. "Mining Champion. Hello, I am Zvok Daigo. If you need it, I can send you a Metagross breeding document. Please leave your line account." A permanent member of the EV site and a super-rich second-generation heir with shares in the EV site, his private messages could be pinned. Thus, Li Wei effortlessly came across the message, his avatar shining brilliantly, adorned with a keystone brooch. The keystone brooch, used for Mega Evolution, made Li Wei's eyes glimmer with desire. With Mega Evolution now in existence and gradually being employed in battles, Zhuqing Breeding Center. "Mr. Daigo, I am Li Wei. Here is my line. Please do send it to me. Thank you very much. I look forward to further exchanges." Following Red, Li Wei added Daigo as a friend. The backend data surged dramatically, but Li Wei paid it no mind, for Daigo had already sent a document via line. "Metagross Breeding Manual. PDF. Li Wei. Received, thank you. Mr. Daigo. Daigo. No problem. Feel free to ask me anything. However, I might be mining stones and may not respond promptly." After exchanging a few words, Daigo indicated he had to return to mining. Soon, Daigo's avatar turned gray. While others might interpret this as an excuse, he was genuinely occupied. Li Wei glanced at Daigo's personal account, which had a signature stating, "Mining. Contact me via phone for matters." Li Wei opened the document Daigo had sent. Xiaowang, the healer of the Evergreen region. Chapter 29, Metagross Breeding Manual, Visitors. In the room, Li Wei opened the Metagross Breeding Manual PDF that Daigo had gifted him. The cover page contained Daigo's insights on Metagross. The Metagross lineage is highly sensitive to magnetic forces and requires focused training in magnetic control. With a supercomputer-like brain, Metagross is exceptionally suited for double battles or multi-battles, able to adapt to complex combat situations. Metagross is a Pokemon renowned for its remarkable learning capabilities. It is advisable to cultivate Metagross's autonomous battle prowess and its capacity to learn. While Metagross exhibits superior physical attributes, I believe it is crucial to maintain a balance between its mental and physical strengths. Humble as ever, Daigo-san. This sentiment is echoed by Li Wei. Even if Metagross's mental strength is somewhat lacking, it can easily be compensated with items such as Dragonfire Fruit. The second page of the manual is divided into sections on diet, traits, habits, training focus for moves, weaknesses, and strategies. Daigo has devised different training plans tailored to Metagross's unique traits, clear body, and light metal. Additionally, the manual discusses the transformations associated with Mega Metagross. In summary, this is an exceptionally comprehensive guide. Notably, a portion of the Steel-type training knowledge is also applicable to Lucario. Daigo's Metagross Training Manual is bound to be highly sought after. Upon thoroughly perusing this manual, Li Wei gained a lucid understanding of Daigo's training priorities. It is essential to allow Metagross to explore independently, thereby honing its learning abilities. Li Wei merely needs to provide timely guidance when Metagross makes mistakes or waits for it to realize its errors on its own. He printed out the Metagross Training Manual and planned to present it to Metagross when he returned home that evening. "Son, come help me," called his father, brandishing a spatula as he knocked on Li Wei's door. All right. In the evening, the Pokemon temporarily housed in the facility were returned to their Pokeballs, and the welcome banquet commenced. Due to the sizable gathering, Li Wei and Leon opted for a relatively simple hot pot. With the yin-yang pot placed at the center of a round table, Li Wei prepared both the clear broth and the spicy broth bases. He sautéed a spicy hot pot seasoning, ensuring an array of beef, lamb, fish, and vegetables were included. Uncle and Auntie joined in, and Leon cheerfully encouraged, "There are no formalities. Just eat and get to know each other." The staff members, in unison, approached Li Wei to introduce themselves. "Hello, little boss, I'm Xiaoro." Xiaoro possessed an enchanting smile, her eyes crescent-shaped when she laughed, instantly creating a warm atmosphere. When Hui, upon seeing Xiaoro, promptly decided she would be the front desk greeter. If Li Wei could witness her skill, her amiability would likely be deemed masterful. "Hello." Li Wei clinked glasses with her and took a sip. "Brother Wei, I'm Shireen, here to be an apprentice and learn about training." Shireen, with her twin ponytails, appeared quite young, perhaps around 12 or 13 years old. Li Wei vaguely recalled that she was mentoring her. "Make sure to learn well from your sister Shi." Shi, who was 25 this year, was typically addressed as Sister Shi by Li Wei. "I understand." Shireen bowed respectfully, inadvertently striking Li Wei with her ponytails. "Oh, I'm sorry." Realizing her mistake, her face turned crimson from her neck to her ears. "It's all right, don't worry about it." The introductions served as a means for new and existing staff to familiarize themselves with one another. "Brother Wei, I'm Luo Yi, responsible for berry maintenance. If I'm not mistaken, you're older than I am?" "Little boss, I manage the warehouse, IRIMA." The welcoming banquet concluded successfully. Upon returning to his room, Li Wei released Metagross from its luxury ball. If Li Wei's door had not been modified, he would have been forced to repeat this process. Fortunately, his room was spacious enough to accommodate both Metagross and his Arcanine comfortably. As Leon had considered Arcanine's presence during the house renovation, Li Wei placed the printed Metagross Training Manual on the table. "Can you understand written language?" "Gongjin," it exclaimed. "Who are you looking down upon?" The competent translator Lucario even conveyed the tone of the remark. "This is your training manual. Study it at your leisure." Upon seeing the thick manual, a large question mark appeared above Metagross's head. Lucario can take a look as well. It contains training methods for Steel-type skills. "Oh woo." Arcanine suddenly howled. It said, "What about this esteemed one?" Li Wei replied awkwardly. Let me see if I can arrange a trade for something. Just wait for now." Suddenly, an idea struck Li Wei, and he snapped his fingers. A breeding instructor will be coming tomorrow. I'll inquire for you." "Oh whoa," it said. "I'll leave it to you." Li Wei's conversation with the howling Arcanine did not disturb Metagross. At that moment, Metagross was engrossed in perusing the training manual, albeit at an accelerated pace. Its crimson eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Gongjin, it said, "So that is how it is, I've learned." Metagross resembled a warrior emerging from a novice village, eagerly absorbing the wisdom imparted by its predecessors. Observing Metagross's exceptional self-learning abilities, Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. Throughout the day, Li Wei was preoccupied with matters concerning the breeding house, occasionally filming videos, and continuing his studies on breeding knowledge in the evening. He was so busy that he scarcely had time for gaming. The stronger Metagross's self-learning capabilities, the less burden Li Wei felt. He even considered allowing Metagross to assist in training his Pokémon. The following morning, the training was now entirely conducted by Lucario and the others. Li Wei sat by the fish pond, which was cordoned off with caution tape, contemplating how to restore the confidence of the ugly fish. The task of rehabilitating the ugly fish, if challenging, would undoubtedly be legendary in difficulty. At the slightest sound, the ugly fish slipped into the crevices of the artificial rockery. From the ripples on the water's surface, Li Wei surmised that the ugly fish was quivering. The crux of the matter was that the ugly fish refused to communicate, leaving Li Wei at a loss. However, he had no intention of giving up. Should he truly seek out Xiaohuang? If he consulted Xiaohuang, he might be able to access the ugly fish's memories. This way, Li Wei could tailor his approach accordingly. Ugly fish, can we have a chat? How about you come out to bask in the sun? Peering from the crevice of the artificial rockery, the ugly fish's eyes sparkled as they regarded Li Wei. At that moment, Li Wei produced a bottle of moo moo milk. Is there anything you like? Do you prefer the darkness of hiding in the crevices? Or do you find comfort in tight spaces? I won't harm you. Why not come out and give it a try? Li Wei endeavored to connect with the ugly fish as a friend. Before he realized it, the clock struck 9, heralding the arrival of a handsome visitor. Daigo. Chapter 30, The Breeder, Green. In the eastern suburbs of Jubilife City, while Li Wei was conversing with the ugly fish, a Charizard soared swiftly through the sky. Exuding confidence with a pendant hanging from its neck, carrying a striking young man with straight brown hair to this location. Thank you, Charizard. The attractive young man recalled the Charizard that had brought him here into its Pokeball. Wait a moment, are you Champion Green? A feminine voice captured Green's attention. Noticing Belle, who was watering plants with a Rockruff by her side, Green nodded slightly. I am indeed Green, though I am no longer a champion. I am now the gym leader of the Jubilife Gym. As Green stepped forward, he remained proud, yet not arrogant. Bale chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. It's all right. What once was suffices. He had indeed heard the rumors surrounding the fastest champion. I quite like you. Would you mind granting me your signature? Kingolv obliged, casually remarking. Of course, your Katy dog possesses commendable potential. Bale covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Is that so? Even the Windspeed dog concurs. Windspeed dog? Kingolv inquired. Slightly perplexed. Could it be that she also possesses the power of Tokiwa? Surely, it can't be that commonplace. Bale gestured toward the breeding center. It's the Windspeed dog belonging to Levi, the owner's son. He comes every afternoon to teach the little Katy dog some techniques. At this juncture, Bale's curiosity piqued. By the way, what brings you to Celebration City so suddenly? With one hand on her hip, Kingolv's lips curled into a smile. I came specifically to find him. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Kingolv shook her head. It's a matter of obligation. Whether it's interesting or not, I shall find out. I believe it will indeed be fascinating. As she swept her long hair back with her right hand, she added, now I'm a bit intrigued. I shall take my leave. Take care, Bale called after her. But Kingolv merely waved her hand dismissively. The breeding center's reputation had been burgeoning, attracting visitors from the city and beyond. Even before 9 in the morning, the path remained bustling with people. Look, isn't that Kingolv? I can't be certain. It seems to be. But isn't she from the Kanto region? What brings her here? The murmurs intensified, particularly as Kingolv entered the breeding center, paying little heed to the surrounding chatter. Kingolv focused on observing the breeding center's environment and the well-being of the Pokemon residing there. In the distance, Brother Dio was feeding a Blaziken, while Leah diligently recorded the growth of berries in his notes. Ruishi, accompanied by several newcomers, was engaged in cleaning a Snorlax. However, what captured Kingolv's attention the most were the training Lucario, Windspeed dog, and the Shiny Metagross. A Shiny Metagross, reading a book? Kingolv raised an eyebrow in surprise. While she often encouraged Pokemon to train independently, the notion of them reading books was indeed rare. From the perspective of Kingolv, who had been dubbed a nurturing individual by Professor Okido, both Lucario and Windspeed dog showcased remarkable potential and had been well raised. Particularly, given her own Windspeed dog and her encounters with Krista's Windspeed bounce, she found no fault in Levi's Windspeed dog from a breeding standpoint. As of now, Kingolv felt reasonably satisfied with the breeding center. Levi had yet to notice her arrival, as he was enticing a Magikarp to emerge with high-quality energy cubes. The Magikarp hesitated, but Levi had already caught sight of its eyes. What are you doing? Levi glanced up at the source of the voice, Kingolf. Staring at the striking young man before him, Levi found himself momentarily bewildered. How had Kingolf suddenly dropped in? Kingolf, Leon, who happened to pass by with a scallion pancake, emitted a shriek, the sound infused with a flavor of scallion. Kingolf. This time, it was Brother Dio. Rushing in alongside his Blaziken. You're my fan. No, I'm your fan. The trio's exuberant exclamations left Kingolf somewhat flustered. You should leave. Wenhui dragged the astonished Leon away, and Brother Dio also made a temporary exit, knowing that Kingolf would be around for several days. I am here at the invitation of Mr. Lean, to guide you for 7 days. Prepare yourself. Levi glanced at his phone, which read precisely 9 o'clock. According to the old man's words, it indeed seemed accurate. Levi had never imagined that it would be Kingolf. He had ruled out both her and Professor Okido from the very beginning. Did his grandfather wield that much influence? With his arms crossed, Kingolf reiterated. You still haven't answered me. What were you just doing? I was conversing with the Magikarp in the pond. Levi's words piqued Kingolf's interest, prompting her to approach the fish pond. What were you discussing? This Magikarp is under the care of a trainer, but it harbors a significant issue. Following Levi's direction, Kingolf caught a quick glimpse of the Magikarp hiding within. Their initial meeting was devoid of introductions or pleasantries. Instead, they delved straight into a serious discussion about the Magikarp's predicament. I suspect it has suffered at the hands of humans, yet it refuses to communicate. Kingolf stroked her chin, her brow furrowed. How long has this been the case? Almost 10 days. For the first 7 days, I merely fed it. And now I'm attempting to engage it in conversation. Kingolf nodded slightly, likely recalling the scene she had just witnessed. Levi happened to possess a blue coconut berry energy cube. Kingolf picked one up, reasoning that the high-quality treat would likely be appreciated. It is food, yet it remains unseen. Even Lucario finds it challenging to communicate with it. Kingolf's thoughts surprisingly aligned with Levi's. Both recognized the significance of Tokiwa's abilities. However, Kingolf refrained from suggesting seeking out Xiao Huang, believing it was premature, as the Magikarp was still willing to eat. Levi, having spent time researching, casually mentioned his thoughts. There's also the bowtie moth, but regrettably, that's a Pokemon from the Alola region, and it's quite rare here. Kingolf cast a discerning glance at Levi, nodding in approval. Indeed, let us place the energy cube here. We can converse as we walk. Levi guided Kingolf through the entirety of the breeding center, during which she overheard various peculiar titles the staff used to refer to him. Nevertheless, their focus remained singularly on resolving the issue with the Magikarp. Kingolf inquired. Besides conversing with the Magikarp to open its heart, do you have any other insights? To untie the knot, one must first ascertain if the trainer poses any issues. Levi had long contemplated this notion, but had yet to act on it. The trainer had left the Magikarp here and had since vanished, leaving no trace behind. Kingolf nodded in agreement. That's a wise suggestion. I can enlist Miss Junsha to assist with the investigation. Chapter 31. Teaching, Side Quest. Kingolf's Acknowledgement. Celebration Breeding Center. Levi retrieved data from the computer, which Kingolf forwarded to Miss Junsha. During the interim of requesting her assistance, Kingolf briefly recounted his purpose for visiting. Mr. Lean had traveled to the Kanto region in his youth, where he met Professor Okido, and they forged a close friendship. The professor imparted breeding techniques to Mr. Lean, who, in turn, attempted to teach the professor culinary skills, though the result was merely the ability to brew instant noodles with an alcohol lamp. Kingolf sighed in resignation. Let us not dwell on that. Mr. Lean was not one to reminisce about past glories, preferring to avoid discussions of his illustrious days. A few years prior, he had even visited Masera town, so Kingolf had met him before. However, Levi remained unaware of this. Not long ago, Mr. Lean had called, making a request to Kingolf's grandfather, Professor Okido. Initially, he intended for her to undergo training in Masera town, but the professor mentioned that she was busy with matters at the breeding center, leading him to suggest she come here instead. Kingolf shrugged with mild exasperation. As if I'm not also the gym leader of Tokiwa. As a dutiful and respectful grandson, Kingolf had no choice but to embark on this journey. Seated comfortably in the living room, a bottle of chilled cola placed before him, he relaxed against the sofa, casually crossing his legs and remarked, Now, tell me about yourself. When did you begin nurturing Pokemon? 2 years ago, when I received the egg of Lucario, marked my first foray into Pokemon nurturing. Reflecting on the nurturing progress of Lucario, Kingolf nodded slightly, acknowledging that achieving such a level in just 2 years was commendable. No longer appearing indifferent, Kingolf straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor. Though I have promised Mr. Leon, it was Dr. Oak who made that commitment. I was still deliberating on whether to teach you or not. I was contemplating that if you turn out to be a fool, I would promptly take my leave. Li Wei's lips twitched slightly. Isn't it better for us to maintain some decorum? While I may not be your teacher, I will do my utmost to instruct you over the next 7 days. The extent of your learning will depend on you. Glancing at the time, Kingolf added, if there are no issues, we shall commence this afternoon. I will prepare accordingly. After stating this, Kingolf departed. What are you doing? Upon opening the door, Kingolf was met with an expression of surprise as he confronted Leon, who appeared to be caught in the act. Just passing by, Leon chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Li Wei called out from the corner, come out. Leon attempted to feign ignorance of eavesdropping, though his considerable size made it rather difficult. Kid, what were you discussing with Kingolf just now? Leon had been eavesdropping but was unable to catch the conversation due to the closed door. Grandfather invited him to teach me about nurturing for 7 days. Leon, usually carefree, spoke in a serious tone. This is a champion we're talking about. You must learn diligently. However, he quickly faltered, muttering under his breath. Although he is a 5-minute champion, rest assured, I am aware. The title of champion is secondary. What truly matters is Kingolf's nurturing prowess. He has been bestowed with the title of nurturer by Dr. Oak himself, having once assembled a formidable team in less than a year that commanded the Shallow Gym. The Crimson Pokemon had also undergone his training. The two had exchanged teams for a week, and it is entirely normal for their Pokemon to swap back and forth now. The remarkable strength of the Crimson Pokemon can, in part, be attributed to Kingolf's influence. Kingolf, too, learned the essence of emotional bonds with Pokemon from the Crimson Trainer. They are rivals and dear friends who spur each other towards progress. Li Wei posted an update. I will be honing my skills over these 7 days, BRB. Will share career guidance 05 upon my return. Kingolf also messaged the Crimson Trainer. No time, I'm attending class for 7 days. The Crimson Trainer glanced at his computer, then at his phone, pondering, why is it all about 7 days? Forget it, I'll go find someone to battle. Ding. You have a new side quest, Kingolf's acknowledgement. Please gain Kingolf's acknowledgement within the 7 days of learning. Task reward, unknown. Li Wei opted to accept. In the afternoon, in the kitchen, prior to commencing the lesson, Kingolf elucidated the investigation details. There are some discrepancies in the trainer's data. Miss Junsa mentioned it is still under investigation. So, the issue with the ugly fish is likely due to this trainer? Kingolf nodded slightly, highly probable. Enough of this, let us begin. Kingolf immediately transitioned into teaching mode. He pointed to a plethora of ingredients prepared with the assistance of Wen Hui and asked, can you prepare Pokemon food? Li Wei confidently replied, I can. Uncertain of Li Wei's capabilities, Kingolf instructed, show me. You are to prepare food for my Arcanine. It should be palatable by normal standards for an Arcanine. The process of crafting Pokemon food is not simpler than making energy blocks or poke puffs. It is a comprehensive test of knife skills, cooking time, and seasoning. Li Wei selected a plump duck, not the green onion duck, but a regular wild duck. The first step was to debone it. Kingolf had specifically chosen a well-fleshed duck, making the deboning task more challenging. Li Wei executed the task with precision and confidence, showing no sign of trepidation before Kingolf. As soon as Li Wei halted, Kingolf pressed the stopwatch, 7 minutes and 53 seconds. Li Wei's speed in deboning surpassed Kingolf's expectations. The presentation was impeccable, leaving Kingolf with no room for criticism. Quite impressive. Far better than I anticipated. Continue. Knife skills, while not paramount in crafting Pokemon food since it ultimately needs to be chopped, certainly add merit. Li Wei meticulously diced various ingredients, incorporating a range of seasonings to match the typical Arcanine palette, transforming them into a meat paste. The importance of cooking time cannot be overstated. Overcooking can lead to toughness, while excessive heat might cause the mixture to fall apart or burst. In the end, Li Wei ground berries into powder and evenly sprinkled it over the prepared food. Regarding this portion of food crafted for Arcanine, Kingolf found no fault whatsoever. Come forth, Arcanine. Kingolf tossed a pokeball, placing the food before Arcanine. Eat up. Observing Arcanine wagging its tail and eagerly devouring the food, Kingolf turned to Li Wei. Your foundation is solid. Honestly, even if you didn't train with me over these 7 days, you would manage just fine. Li Wei shook his head. It's merely because I also own an Arcanine. Li Wei was cautious not to let pride overwhelm him. He feared Kingolf might leave for real, leaving him with nowhere to lament. A slight smile graced Kingolf's lips as he decided to commence with the ground-type Pokemon food in the afternoon. Kingolf had a penchant for individuals who were both talented and humble, for they posed no difficulty in teaching. Indeed, Kingolf imparted his knowledge generously, withholding nothing. After assuming control of the Shallow Gym, Kingolf had acquired the essence of the earth from Sakaki, making ground-type his forte. He meticulously shared the precise ratios and ingredients with Li Wei. Chapter 32, Rampardos, Pokemon Care. In the kitchen, Kingolf's lessons were grounded in practicality, heavily emphasizing data. Perfectly suited for an academic like Li Wei. Beside Li Wei stood a silver Metagross with glimmering crimson eyes. If Metagross had a notification chime in its mind, it would be beep, recording continuously. While Li Wei might not capture every detail at once, Metagross would retain Kingolf's teachings with unwavering clarity. Kingolf did not harbor any secrets or doubts simply because another Metagross was present. He taught as he saw fit. A nurturer must not only prepare food for Pokemon, but also comprehend their anatomical structure, manage joint and muscle strain, care for their fur, address skin dryness, and even attend to their psychological well-being. Kaon. So that's how it is. I've learned something. A smile crept onto Kingolf's face as he released a Pokeball. Transitioning into a practical combat segment. Come forth. Before Li Wei stood a towering Rampardos, exceeding 25 meters in height, its body encased in an orange, chitinous armor, standing bipedally. You don't have a Pokédex, do you? First, share your understanding of this Rampardos. Li Wei nodded slightly. Ground and rock type. Its typical abilities are Lightning Rod and Solid Rock. A small percentage possess the ability Reckless. Should I elaborate on the abilities? Kingolf shrugged. As you wish. The Pokemon with the characteristic of a Lightning Rod experiences an enhancement in its special attack when struck by electric-type moves and can also draw such attacks away from its allies. However, while this ability is typically advantageous, its effectiveness is diminished against Pokemon possessing the Solid Rock trait. Pokemon with the Reckless ability see an increase in the power of recoil moves, such as Volt Tackle, Flare Blitz, and Brave Bird. Qingshan nodded affirmatively. Absolutely correct. Kongjin. Recording at full speed. As Qingshan caressed the rocky exterior of the Rampardos, he inquired, "What trait do you believe my Rampardos possesses?" Solid Rock, came the immediate reply. Qingshan appeared somewhat taken aback by such certainty. Li Wei nodded with conviction. It is indeed Solid Rock. What leads you to that conclusion? Li Wei wove a web of lies with ease, observing the hardened carapace, noting the absence of collision damage on the surface, thus ruling out Reckless. If his deception were to be graded, it would surely achieve masterful status. His deduction had nothing to do with the carapace. It was merely the insight granted by his discerning eye. This Rampardos was of champion caliber, and the lengthy list of skills was something Li Wei preferred not to recite. It boasted a commendable array of moves, including Rock Slide, Stomp, Head Smash, Earthquake, and Giga Impact, with the guaranteed critical hit of Head Smash. The assertion of Stomp was merely a fabrication. 3 Head Smashes, and the next contender is taken away. Surprised. Li Wei had no Pokédex, but possessed a keen eye for appraisal. Qingshan's satisfaction with Li Wei grew. Judging solely from the Rampardos, Li Wei's foundational knowledge was solid, and his observational skills were exceptional. Continue, Qingshan urged, without explicitly stating what Li Wei should elaborate on. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wei remarked, "The Rampardos has poor resistance against water and grass-type moves, being 4 times weak to them." The Rampardos responded with a slight sigh. While many might assume that rock-type Pokemon excel in defense, in reality, the majority are more suited for offensive capabilities. The Rampardos boasts excellent attack and defense, with commendable stamina, though its special defense is somewhat lacking, which can be mitigated with an assault vest. However, its sluggish speed remains a drawback, albeit one that can be addressed with Trick Room. Qingshan nodded slightly, encouraging him to proceed. Li Wei continued, Trick Room can be divided into offensive, support, and protective roles. The protective role can be fulfilled by Pokemon like Butterfree with the Compound Eyes ability, easily using Hypnosis, even if luck is not on their side. Spore Shroom is also a good option, or perhaps the overzealous NDD. Upon hearing Li Wei mention NDD, Qingshan recalled the NDD from the Galar region. While listening to Li Wei's explanation, Qingshan, also a master strategist, pondered the feasibility of NDD. The hidden ability, Psychic Surge, sets up psychic terrain upon entry, rendering the opponent's priority moves ineffective, seemingly aligning with Li Wei's notion of a powerful support role. It can also synergize with spread moves. The support role includes Pokemon like Sableye, Bronzong, and Zygarde, tasked with setting up Trick Room. Qingshan nodded slightly. Trick Room would reverse the speed of both sides for a limited duration, allowing slower Pokemon to become faster. Finally, the offensive role encompasses Pokemon such as Charizard, Blacephalon, and the Solid Rock Rampardos. After Li Wei concluded, Qingshan expressed astonishment. Your knowledge of Pokemon surpasses my expectations entirely. The discussion of such strategies reflects Li Wei's deep understanding of Pokemon. Li Wei chuckled. It's merely theoretical. In actual battles, Trick Room is not as effective. More often than not, brute strength prevails. Qingshan's Rampardos would disregard any Trick Room strategy, absorbing attacks with sheer force, obliterating anything in its path. Kong Jin. Learned it. Learned it. Wow. Wow. The Rampardos enthusiastically nodded, clearly absorbing the knowledge. As Qingshan's Pokemon, its capacity for self-learning was indeed impressive. You need not learn. Trick Room has its merits, but the Rampardos is purely an offensive powerhouse. Is it engaging in theoretical studies? Quite intriguing. With one hand in his pocket, Qingshan expressed a hint of exasperation. I feel there is little more I can teach you. Li Wei quickly countered. Not at all. It's all theoretical. Under Qingshan's tutelage, Li Wei's knowledge of Pokemon breeding was rapidly expanding, making these 7 days exceptionally significant for him. Qingshan smiled. I will not go back on my word. You shall care for the Rampardos. Very well. Qingshan pointed to the Rampardos. Demonstrate your usual care routine. The first step in care closely resembles the traditional Chinese medicine practice of observation, inquiry, and assessment. Li Wei circled the Rampardos, gently lifting its arm. Despite its formidable strength, the Rampardos cooperated fully with Li Wei's actions. The muscle condition appeared normal, though the joints were somewhat stiff and in need of care. The skin was dry. But this was typical for a Rampardos. Its psychological state was healthy. Even with the Rampardos' cooperation, Li Wei's ability to effortlessly lift its arm seemed rather astonishing to Qingshan. It would be more reasonable for Diyu to handle it. The essential oils for Pokemon care were readily available in the room where Li Wei was filming. What scent do you prefer? Li Wei retrieved an entire row of aromatic oil samples, allowing the Rampardos to sniff each one. Li Wei smiled at the Rampardos. Do you fancy citrus basil? It complements your colors quite well. Kong Jin. The Metagross seemed eager as well. Metagross, please hold on. I will attend to you shortly. Qingshan gestured towards the group eavesdropping at the window. What are they doing? Outside the room, comrades Leon, Diyu, Macamp, and Incineroar, along with the unexpectedly present Rhyhorn, were present, with Meowth also perched on the windowsill, covertly observing. Feeling their gaze, Qingshan felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, discomfort gnawing at him. Let them in. As Li Wei opened the door, he inquired. What are you all up to? Leon and Diyu pretended to pass by, casually whistling, while Incineroar and Macamp mimicked their actions. Had it not been for Li Wei and Qingshan's earlier awareness of their presence, Li Wei might have almost believed them. Instead, Rhyhorn was the most honest, stating, actually, I wanted to ask that question. I am learning breeding techniques from senior Qingshan. Qingshan, being 4 years older than Li Wei, was indeed a senior in Pokemon breeding. Rhyhorn paused, adjusting his glasses, his eyes filled with envy. You are quite lucky. It's all right, I suppose. Li Wei, possessing a system, found it challenging to refute. Hearing the exchange between Li Wei and Rhyhorn, Qingshan stepped forward. What is this? Rhyhorn, Diyu, are all breeders and have a great fondness for Pokemon. Qingshan glanced at Incineroar and Meowth before looking back at Diyu and Rhyhorn, a slight smile escaping him. Qingshan was not averse to anyone who genuinely loved Pokemon and was eager to share his knowledge. Come in together. Diyu and Rhyhorn exchanged astonished glances, particularly Diyu, who trembled with excitement. I have goosebumps. Qingshan suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Then you all study well. I shall take my leave. Comrade Leon nodded at Li Wei, conveying an expression that seemed to say, I entrust this to you. Li Wei's learning was tantamount to Leon's mastery. There was no need for him to remain crowded in the room. This space was already occupied by the considerably large armored Rhydon and Metagross. And Big U Brother was no less imposing. Adding Leon would make it quite cramped. As a farcical scene concluded, Qing LV adopted a serious demeanor and said, You all keep an eye on things. Li Wei produced a bottle of citrus basil essential oil to perform joint care for the armored Rhydon, while Ruishi and Big U Brother busily took notes. Meanwhile, the highly autonomous Metagross was also engaged in its own learning. Qing LV patted his old companion and chuckled. How is our armored Rhydon doing? Roar. The armored Rhydon raised its arms and let out an excited bellow. Excellent. The armored Rhydon was evidently pleased. As the afternoon passed, Qing LV astonishingly conducted 4 hours of lessons, truly embodying the spirit of a dedicated scholar. He felt quite satisfied with Li Wei, Ruishi, and Big U Brother, finding joy in their progress. Qing LV's mindset mirrored that of Professor Oak, wishing to impart as much knowledge as possible. Glancing at his phone, Qing LV said to Big U Brother and Ruishi, We have a few matters to discuss. Let's continue tomorrow morning at 8. Understood. We shall depart at once. Big U Brother and the Inferno Roar Tiger hoisted Ruishi and carried her away. Let me go? I can walk on my own. Meow? The charming Meow quickly chased after them. Once outside the room, Big U Brother inquired curiously, How much did you learn this afternoon? Ruishi hesitated, about 30%? Mr. Qing LV's knowledge on cultivation is rather profound. Without a solid foundation, it's hard to grasp fully. What about you? Roughly the same. Big U Brother replied. Also estimating 30%, but on a 100-point scale. As Rayquaza noted, his foundational knowledge was the weakest among the three. Observing Big U Brother's awkwardness, Rayquaza offered, I have a few cultivation notes I've compiled. You can take them to copy. I can't thank you enough. I'm truly touched. Big U Brother and the Inferno Roar Tiger embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Rayquaza's mouth twitched. Was such exaggeration really necessary? Meanwhile, back in the room, seeing Ching LV's serious expression, Li Wei wondered aloud. What's going on? Ching LV handed his phone to Li Wei. You take a look for yourself. Li Wei read through the lengthy text and summarized. The ugly fish no longer has a trainer. Its trainer was a covert Pokemon poacher with multiple false identities. While illegally hunting a Sherelden at the foot of Tianguan Mountain, he was pursued and, during his escape, met his demise in an accident. I am Etienne, remember that. Miss Junsha traced his fake identity left behind and uncovered his background. The message included a high-definition photo captured by a camera. It depicted an unremarkable middle-aged man in terms of both appearance and height. Had one not known beforehand, it would have been impossible to guess he was a poacher. Is it him? Li Wei shook his head. I have not seen the ugly fish's trainer. I need to show this to my father. Comrade Leon nodded vigorously. It is indeed him. Our surveillance captured him. Ching LV nodded. Please review the footage to confirm. The poacher had visited on the very first morning of his operation, making him easy to locate. Leon swiftly retrieved the video. Look, it's him. After comparing, Ching LV confirmed, indeed, that's him. Can you copy this video for me? No problem, but I don't know how. Despite his inability, he spoke loudly. Let me handle it. Li Wei assisted in transferring the video to Ching LV's phone. What do you want this video for? Ching LV sent it to Miss Junsha, explaining the identity of the ugly fish. Ching LV suggested, since the ugly fish no longer has a trainer, let us keep it here for now. Without consulting Li Wei or Leon, he knew they would not object. Li Wei nodded. Of course, its current state is unsuitable for release. Moreover, Li Wei had no intention of releasing it. He planned to cultivate the ugly fish until it regained its confidence and evolved. As for the ugly fish's fate, that would be left to its own decision. Ching LV crossed his arms, a smile playing on his lips. Excellent. The ugly fish can also serve as a cultivation project on the restoration of confidence from ugly fish to Milotic. As a cultivator, Ching LV constantly emphasized the importance of psychological well-being in Pokemon. In the evening, Ching LV initially intended to return to the city center, but was persuaded by Comrade Leon to stay. Upon seeing a table laden with food, Ching LV was evidently surprised. You can cook? My grandfather taught me, Leon replied. Ching LV nodded in understanding. That makes sense. He had tasted the dishes made by the elder. As a dutiful grandson, learning his grandfather's culinary skills was only fitting. The bond between Li Wei and the elder was akin to that of Ching LV and Professor Oak. After dinner, Ching LV's gaze sharpened. Tonight, we shall conclude with a battle. Chapter 34, Metagross vs. Inferno Roar Tiger. The battleground was one that drew the attention of many within the cultivation center. You are the one, Metagross. Big U Brother bellowed. Go, Inferno Roar Tiger. Selected by Ching LV, Li Wei was set to battle Big U. It seemed Li Wei was a master of type advantages. The Inferno Roar Tiger, being fire and dark type, had a distinct advantage over the steel and psychic type Metagross. Ching LV sought to assess Li Wei's command capabilities. Why not Rayquaza? While her cultivation skills surpassed those of Big U Brother, her charming Meow was purely a pet, with combat capabilities nearing zero. It was also true that the Inferno Roar Tiger possessed formidable strength, embodying the essence of the top-tier Roar Tiger. With a mighty roar, the Inferno Roar Tiger activated its Intimidate ability, but regrettably for Big U Brother, Li Wei's Metagross had the Clear Body ability. Big U Brother was aware of this fact. However, he understood the psychological advantage that a powerful roar could provide in battle. As a former champion of the Pokemon World Martial Arts Tournament, he knew the significance of presence in combat. The Inferno Roar Tiger could unleash its dynamic punch, rendering iron defense ineffective, shattering it in moments. Thus, Li Wei's opening move was, Metagross, use agility. The Metagross became a shimmering blur, flickering across the battlefield. Inferno Roar Tiger, dynamic punch. The Inferno Roar Tiger raised its arms, igniting in flames and spinning into a tornado. The whirlwind obliterated the parking lot. Yet, speed was on Metagross's side, especially with the enhancement of agility. Observing the silver streak that was Metagross, Big U Brother, commanding from the back, mirrored the Inferno Roar Tiger's impressive pose. Interrupt it with Bullet Punch. After swiftly moving, the speed advantage of the Metagross became increasingly apparent. A Bullet Punch collided with the face of the Blaziken, interrupting its graceful pose. While the damage inflicted was minimal, the disruption was sufficient. Cross-chop. Dodge. The Metagross's mind rapidly calculated the trajectory of Blaziken's cross-chop. Like a character with extraordinary agility from a novel, Metagross narrowly evaded the attack. Poised with twin pigtails, Shireen exclaimed, "That was close." Among the two Pokemon, she fervently wished for Metagross to emerge victorious. For the Silver Metagross was undeniably more striking. Doduan's Blaziken, lacking the ability to utilize Will-O-Wisp, was indeed a fortunate circumstance for Li Wei. Doduan and his Blaziken found themselves utterly outmatched, unable to even graze the Metagross. Blaziken, prepare for a flamethrower. Qinglu nodded slightly, recognizing it as a sound strategy. Using flamethrower to enhance speed, this move was also executed swiftly, boasting a higher hit probability compared to other techniques. Within a fraction of a second, Metagross's formidable intellect calculated the optimal response. It had two options, to defend or to teleport. Teleport, followed by Metal Claw. Metagross utilized its teleportation to create distance from Blaziken, while simultaneously sharpening its claws to bolster its attack. Doduan's fiery aura blazed behind him as he unleashed a potent punch through the air. Let us use Flamethrower. Defend, then use Shadow Punch. This time, Metagross did not evade. A malevolent visage loomed before it, manifesting upon Blaziken as if possessed by a specter. Luo Yi adjusted his glasses, commenting, "In that case, the speed enhancement from Flamethrower becomes ineffective." Curiously, Shireen inquired, "Why do you say that?" Luo Yi smiled knowingly, "Because Shadow Punch will diminish the opponent's speed. In fact, if Doduan had reacted a tad quicker, he could have attempted Shadow Punch as well." Li Wei's commands were anticipated by Qinglu, strengthening speed and attack. Even if the skills were not particularly effective against Blaziken, posed no significant issue. After the speed reduction from Shadow Punch, Metagross swiftly distanced itself, displaying no greed. Hammer Arm. Strike the legs. Moreover, the fighting-type Hammer Arm proved exceptionally effective against Blaziken. Metagross executed a maneuver from behind, landing a heavy blow on Blaziken's right leg. Blaziken let out a muffled groan, collapsing to one knee in pain. Blaziken, hold on, get back up. Li Wei couldn't help but scoff internally. Doduan, you truly are a paragon of perseverance. Yet, Doduan, being a professional boxer, inherently possessed the vital trait of resilience. If only Metagross could use Earthquake to immobilize Blaziken's jumping ability, just as Qinglu contemplated. Li Wei's commanding voice resounded. Metagross, Earthquake. Counter with a dive kick, Blaziken. Qinglu immediately gestured. Everyone, crouch down. Rue, she held Shireen's head down, ensuring they both ducked. Metagross soared from the billowing dust. Blaziken's dive kick, however, still made contact. Nevertheless, Li Wei's Metagross, boasting excellent stamina, could withstand two strikes from dive kick without much trouble. After a seismic tremor akin to an earthquake passed, the dust settled, revealing Blaziken. Dazed with swirling eyes, unfazed, Qinglu raised his left hand, declaring that Blaziken had lost its fighting capability, thus granting victory to Metagross. Clang. Shireen was even more exhilarated than Li Wei. How wonderful. Doduan could only helplessly retort, "Hey, your bias is too blatant." "I concede, Doduan." Doduan rubbed his fists together. "I lost to you, but we can engage in a real spar." Li Wei glanced at Doduan, who towered over him, and thought better of it. Despite possessing an extraordinary physique, their weight classes were entirely mismatched. Moreover, Li Wei had no formal training in combat techniques, merely relying on straightforward approaches. Qinglu refrained from excessive commentary, primarily encouraging Doduan. The strengths of the two Pokemon were slightly in favor of Metagross, but not by a substantial margin. Doduan chuckled. "I'm still not quite accustomed to battling in this arena." This statement from Doduan was not an excuse. The Pokemon World Martial Arts Championship was held in a ring, and moreover, the competition prohibited the use of transformation moves. What transformation moves? I have no idea. Only full-powered punches are the way to go. All right, everyone disperse. Qinglu had gathered a general understanding of Li Wei and Doduan's command abilities. Doduan only had the advantage of height over Li Wei, lacking in both training and strategy compared to him. However, considering Doduan's late entry into the field and his profound passion for Pokemon, Qinglu felt everything was acceptable. Damn, why am I becoming more like that guy? Qinglu couldn't help but internally critique himself. In the past, he had been an academic type, but after interacting with Qihong, he gradually began to emphasize the emotional bonds with Pokemon. Originally, Qinglu had booked a hotel in the city center, but upon hearing that Doduan had purchased a quaint villa for himself, he opted to stay there instead. After freshening up, Qinglu took out his phone. Scrutinizing the address information and EV network account sent by Qihong, Zhu Qing Breeding Center. The name and address increasingly felt amiss. Chapter 35, Shirley. An astonished Qinglu. In Dajun's living room, glancing at Qinglu's phone, he noted the EV Video Network account, Zhu Qing Breeding Center. Dajun nodded. Oh, that's Li Wei's account. What? Are you also a fan of his? Qinglu was at a loss for where to begin his retort. Someone asked me to inquire. Elemental detection. Dajun pushed his non-existent glasses up with a confident expression. Someone? It wouldn't be that guy who defeated you, Qihong, would it? The prefix can be omitted, thank you. Dajun waved dismissively. Oh, being defeated is no big deal. You should think about it this way. None of them even had a chance against Qihong. I was even called 5/8 same city. Qinglu chuckled. You're quite the optimist. Dajun smiled. I've just gotten used to it. During dinner that evening, Qinglu discovered that Dajun was a 3-time champion of the Pokemon World Martial Arts Championship, having made it to the top 8 in the subsequent 5 competitions. Despite being a champion, Dajun's notoriety was limited to specific circles, as he had not claimed the title of Pokemon League champion. Those who understood his accomplishments were aware of his feats, while individuals outside that sphere, like Qinglu and Li Wei, initially had no knowledge of Dajun's name. Qinglu looked up Dajun's information, noting his leg injury that led to his retirement. What happened to your leg? Qinglu observed no apparent issues with Dajun's leg. Everything seemed normal. Dajun casually replied, right leg deep vein thrombosis. The doctor recommended retirement at the time, otherwise, it could have been life-threatening. However, it doesn't affect my daily life post-retirement. Qinglu and Dajun did not linger on the topic, as it was not particularly pleasant. Qinglu, lacking medical knowledge, could only suggest. You might find help in the Oak Woods from Shuralabi, or in Kalos from Xerneas. Dajun waved his hand dismissively. No need, my leg has long since healed. I aspire to be a breeder, it has always been my dream. Qinglu smiled gently, it's a wonderful dream. Li Wei sat in his room, digesting the knowledge he had acquired that day. The old gentleman had not sent a message inquiring about Li Wei's progress, yet Li Wei felt compelled to provide an update. The old gentleman merely replied, understood. Where did you go this afternoon? Li Wei glanced at the absent Speedster and Lucario. Speedster had gone to play at Belle's house, while Lucario was rather impressive. Lucario pointed towards the direction of the back mountain of the breeding center, saying, I ventured into the mountains. Li Wei, puzzled, asked, into the mountains? To seek a worthy opponent. Be cautious, take some healing supplies, and it's best if you go together. I understand. Let us go have a chat with Magikarp. Li Wei had already informed Magikarp about the capture of its trainer, the poacher. He conveyed to Magikarp that it was now free. Li Wei was unsure how Magikarp felt at that moment, and allowed it some time to process. To his surprise, he noticed a woman sitting by the fish pond. Bathed in the sparse moonlight, he discerned her features. Xiao? Xiao rose from beside the pond. Little boss, Lucario. Li Wei inquired, what brings you here? I heard from Sister Ruishi about Magikarp's situation and wanted to talk with it. As she spoke, Xiao's voice faltered. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken the initiative. No, you did wonderfully. Thank you, and I hope you can spend more time with Magikarp when you have the chance. Xiao, with her head drooping, lifted it slightly. Is that really okay? Under the moonlight, her eyes shimmered with hope. Li Wei gazed at the water's surface and softly said, Magikarp may have suffered at the hands of humans. Our task is to help it regain trust in humanity and ensure it no longer faces harm. Xiao bit her lip. Lacking confidence, can we truly achieve that? Li Wei affirmed, we absolutely can. Xiao clenched her fists, a radiant smile breaking forth. Yes, I will strive for it. I definitely will. Suddenly filled with determination, she leaned towards the pond and gently said, Magikarp, we will wait for you to overcome this. You must keep pushing forward. Lucario added, keep at it, conveying encouragement through its aura. The next day, spurred by Akai's strong recommendation, Qinglu watched the first 4 episodes of Li Wei's trainer employment guidance last night. What can I say? It was quite unexpected. The segments on sweet and sour pork and hair management were anticipated, as he had witnessed them the previous afternoon. However, the segment on smoked pomelo juice piqued his interest. In that cup of smoked pomelo juice, Qinglu perceived something extraordinary. Although he had never tasted it, he believed that the restorative properties of that smoked pomelo juice seemed superior. I see you've had the smoked pomelo juice. What are your thoughts? It's rather delightful, with a distinct smoky flavor. Dao's academic performance was rather lackluster, leaving him struggling to muster praise. I meant to ask if it has any other effects, such as increased energy or faster recovery. Dao's eyes lit up. You wouldn't believe it, but indeed, after a cup, I felt all the fatigue of the day vanish. Qinglu nodded slightly, as this aligned with his own impressions of the smoked pomelo juice. The energy cube, particularly the nearly perfect dragon fruit cube, astounded Qinglu. Li Wei's Pokemon cuisine was already commendable, But the mastery of the energy cube left Kingolf in awe. He questioned whether his own energy cubes, which he usually prepared, reached that level. Of course, this was because Kingolf primarily focused on Pokemon food, while energy cubes were somewhat of a new endeavor for him. Good morning. Belle, taking her daily stroll with her cat-eye, nodded a greeting to Kingolf and Dayoge. Good morning. Recalling his conversation with Belle from yesterday, Kingolf chuckled. You were right. He is quite amusing. Belle covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Is that so? Well, that's even better. At the breeding center, Kingolf meticulously planned his schedule, from 8 in the morning until 12, and then 1 to 5 in the afternoon. Does that work? No problem at all. Li Wei, Ruishi, and Dayoge all agreed without hesitation. Today, we won't be indoors. We shall teach right here. Kingolf chose the area by the fish pond where Magikarp resided temporarily for their lessons. Shireen tiptoed, raising her right hand in an attempt to catch Kingolf's attention. May we sit in on the lesson? Kingolf nodded, but you must pay close attention. No problem. Today we will start with the care of water-type Pokemon. The tranquil surface of the pond rippled gently, and beneath the rocky outcrop, Magikarp's previously dull eyes now sparkled with a hint of light. Chapter 36. A pot of nearly perfect smoked pomelo juice. At Zhuqing Breeding Center, Kingolf made a request to Li Wei early in the morning. Could you prepare smoked pomelo juice for me? Indeed, is that feasible? Li Wei nodded. No issue. It just requires a bit of time, so it will be ready by evening. The preparation of smoked pomelo juice necessitates a vigorous boil for 40 minutes followed by a gentle simmer for at least 2 hours, mixing the two processes together. Kingolf recalled the instructional video on smoked pomelo juice he had watched last night, which indeed mentioned the lengthy duration required. All right. After a full day of lessons, Li Wei led Kingolf to the kitchen, as Kingolf wished to learn the art of making smoked pomelo juice. During the day, Kingolf instructed Li Wei, and in the evening, the roles would reverse. The preparation of smoked pomelo juice hinged on 2 key elements, the dried pomelo and the control of heat. With his culinary skills having matured, Li Wei found that making smoked pomelo juice was no longer a challenge for him. He could even teach while cooking, seamlessly adding the prepared ingredients into a clay pot and turning the heat to maximum. The vigorous boiling was straightforward. He added osmanthus sugar, allowing it to sweeten and froth. Stirring gently with a ladle without the need to time his rotations, simply ensuring it remained in motion. Observing Li Wei stir with his left hand for 20 minutes and his right for another 20, Kingolf couldn't help but jest. This task is rather exhausting. Li Wei chuckled, but once you take a sip, all fatigue dissipates. After all, he possessed the extraordinary physique of a human, making it hardly tiring for him. The gentle simmering required more attention to the heat, but unlike the vigorous boil, constant stirring was unnecessary. Finally, he added osmanthus flowers, rose petals, and a spoonful of sweetener, which could be adjusted to personal taste. After 2 hours of slow cooking, the freshly brewed smoked pomelo juice was ready. As he lifted the lid, the aroma of smoked pomelo, blended with a hint of osmanthus fragrance, filled the kitchen. Kingolf's eyes widened in astonishment as he detected layers of fragrance within the drink, reminiscent of the top, middle, and base notes of a fine perfume. This pot of pomelo juice slightly exceeded Li Wei's expectations. A pot of nearly perfect smoked pomelo juice. The quantity was approximately enough for 8 cups. This marked Li Wei's first time producing such a high-quality smoked pomelo juice. Li Wei couldn't help but glance at his personal panel. Culinary arts. Advanced your culinary skills are sufficient to serve as a head chef in a restaurant. 585-6100-000. This marks Li Wei's inaugural venture into the art of preparing smoked round citrus juice, now that his culinary skills have ascended to an advanced level. Li Wei murmurs softly. Is it truly possible to achieve this? What is it? This batch has turned out exceptionally well. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Qinghuan focuses intently and realizes there is indeed a difference between this pot and the one in Li Wei's video. Chilled, it will taste even better tomorrow morning. Qinghuan, seemingly from nowhere, produces a spoon, exclaiming, I want to taste it first. Be careful, it's hot. Oh woo. Speedy Dog, activate. Upon catching a whiff of the aroma wafting from Li Wei's room, Speedy Dog promptly darts out. Luca, Kongjin, Luca and Metagross, puzzled yet indifferent, choose not to pursue, particularly Metagross, who remains engrossed in the sea of knowledge. Qinghuan serves himself a bowl, scoops a spoonful, blows on it gently, and takes a sip. The moment the juice graces his palate, Qinghuan's eyes widen in astonishment. Such an ethereal, unparalleled explosion of flavor in fruit juice exists in this world. This creation cannot remain in Sinnoh. It ought to be taken to Jubilife City or Shirnu Town instead. As a resident of the Johto region, Qinghuan is accustomed to the fruit juices of the Kanto region. He has tasted enough juices to circle Professor Oak's backyard. These juices, delicious and restorative, possess a mild sweetness with a hint of richness. However, the smoked round citrus juice is entirely different. Qingyuan has never encountered such fragrant, rich, and delicate juice with such distinct layers. It feels as if he is planting fruit trees in his mouth. As the flavor of the smoked citrus juice fades, it leaves behind a lingering rose aroma, followed by a subtle hint of osmanthus. This is not merely fruit juice. It is a work of art. Li Wei stands by, astonished, wondering if perhaps the praise is a tad excessive, until he too sips a bowl, and then, wow, even Li Wei is taken aback. Qingyuan, disregarding the heat, downs an entire bowl. After an exhausting day of classes and nearly 3 hours of waiting here, Qingyuan feels somewhat fatigued. Yet with this bowl of smoked round citrus juice, all of his weariness dissipates. He feels ready to engage in 10 battles with ecology, provided his Pokemon can withstand it, of course. Oh well, let go of that bowl of fruit juice. Allow me to partake. Speedy Dog dashes into the kitchen at lightning speed. You can smell it too? Don't worry. There's enough for you. Li Wei also pours a cup for Xiao Ro, who is chatting with Magikarp in the yard. On this cold winter night, a cup of fruit juice astounds Xiao Ro. Thank you, little boss. Li Wei chills the remaining smoked fruit juice. Even in winter, it must be served chilled for optimal flavor. Reflecting on his recent endeavor, Li Wei concludes that his preparation of smoked round citrus juice was nothing particularly extraordinary. It was simply high-quality ingredients combined with his enhanced culinary skills. In other words, replicating this masterpiece is well within his grasp. If I were to work at a beverage shop, would I not put them out of business? Over the following days, Li Wei immerses himself in learning cultivation knowledge from Qingyuan. Undoubtedly, Qingyuan is the chosen one of Professor Oak. Not only does he possess innate talent, but his theoretical knowledge is also remarkably extensive. This is a man with multiple academic papers to his name. Li Wei learns each attribute methodically, engaging in practical exercises. Qingyuan welcomes observers, provided they do not disrupt the order, and even encourages questions. Thus, 7 days swiftly pass. The instruction over this week, coupled with Li Wei's unwavering commitment to studying 2 hours each evening, elevates his cultivation skills to an advanced level. The primary task of the cultivation facility's first phase is also completed, with satisfied customers reaching a count of 91,100. Upon glancing at his personal panel, Li Wei sees, cultivation, advanced. You have thoroughly mastered the foundational knowledge of most Pokemon and can accurately assess their conditions. 1154-210-0000. On the final day of lessons, Qingyuan bids farewell. I must return. After all, I am still the gym leader of the Jubilife gym. Qingyuan is quite pleased with the past 7 days. Having savored numerous delicacies from the Sinnoh region, which are quite rare in Johto, and even more so in Sinnoh, Qingyuan does not regard himself as a teacher, but rather as a friend, considering their similar ages. You are always welcome to visit Shiny Town or Jubilife City. Li Wei nods affirmatively. I will certainly come. Ding! Qingyuan's acknowledgement has been completed. Reward granted. Chapter 37, Special Skill Scan, Advanced. Cultivation Center of Celebration. Since Magikarp is eating, there is no need to rush. Patience is key, allowing it the time it needs. Before departing, Qingyuan remains concerned about Magikarp. Rest assured, even if Li Wei, Qingyuan, and Xiao Ro take turns, Magikarp still has not taken its first step. Qingyuan believes that as long as Magikarp remains here, it will eventually conquer its fears. If it improves, I'll contact you via phone. Qingyuan shakes his phone. They have long since exchanged contact information. I'm off. No need to see me out. Qingyuan arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly, soaring into the sky atop Charizard. Safe travels, and may the winds be in your favor. Leon and Wen Hui also come out to bid farewell to Qingyuan. They have witnessed Qingyuan's selfless teaching over the past 7 days. Ruishi shouts towards the sky. Thank you, Mr. Qingyuan. Why don't you express your gratitude? Ruishi is quite dissatisfied with the Yu's lack of acknowledgement. Men, do you casually shrugs? Having hosted Qingyuan in his home for the past week, and states, I thanked him last night. How enviable. Women. Du is uncertain why there is anything to envy, though he does indeed hold a fondness for Qingyuan. When Hui advises, Li Wei, you must also thank your grandfather. Don't forget to call him later. Li Wei nods. Understood. No need to worry. I report to my grandfather every day. Leon cheerfully remarks, my son, you are truly filial. Li Wei pays no mind to his father's comments and turns his attention to the system rewards. Ding! Side quest. Qingyuan's acknowledgement completed. Obtain special skill scan, intermediate. Ding! Detecting that Qingyuan is extremely satisfied. Upgraded to special skill scan, advanced. Scan? How does it differ from the identification eye? Scan, advanced utilizing the host as the epicenter, It automatically detects rare Pokemon within a radius of 100 miles, cannot be upgraded through experience. Note 1. Rare Pokemon refers to legendary Pokemon, mythical Pokemon, commonly known as semi-divine Pokemon, and shiny Pokemon. Note 2. The system performs automatic detection 24 hours a day, providing only specific locations. Whether to capture is at the host's discretion. Ding. Rare Pokemon detected in your city. Type. Promising Pokemon. Rarity, medium. Capture difficulty, undetermined. Danger level, medium. Ding. Rare Pokemon detected in your city. The scanning skill operates akin to a radar, featuring a blue virtual panel. At 1 o'clock, 2 green dots flicker, essentially overlapping one another. According to the system, the future holds great promise for Pokemon, which is regarded as a quasi-deity by convention. Leeway speculated that this might refer to a pair of quasi-deity mother and child. He glanced in the 1 o'clock direction, where Lucario had been frequently visiting the nearby mountain recently. There was no rush in finding these two. After all, the system was continuously monitoring. After 7 days of pondering, it was time for Leeway to create his next video. However, he needed to complete the mainline task at the breeding house first. The task objective was set at 91,100. Earning money was paramount. The phrase future holds promise implied that their breeding efforts would require a significant amount of funds. Their family still owed their uncle money. Although the uncle hadn't pressed them, it didn't mean they could delay repayment. Dad, could you help me with an advertisement? Tomorrow, I'll provide free care for 5 Pokemon. What is the reason? Leeway could see the look of great bewilderment in his father's eyes. Joyful. All right then. As long as you're happy, I'll come up with a reason. Comrade Wen Hui suggested, isn't it similar to providing care for the Pokemon of the employees? It would serve as a reward for the staff. Leeway nodded. Let us allocate 5 slots for employees and 5 for customers. Comrade Wen Hui agreed. As long as you don't mind the fatigue. Fatigue is not an issue at all. If I do get tired, a cup of smoked pomelo juice will suffice. 1 cup to invigorate, 2 cups to banish fatigue. Leeway called his grandfather via video. Grandpa, Qinglu has returned. I just learned from him that he thinks quite highly of you. You're doing well, and Haven Tea brought shame upon me. Would you like to come to Celebration City? The breeding center has stabilized, and uncle and aunt often come by in the evenings. I'll think about it. I still have vegetables growing here. His grandfather was quite fond of the vegetables in his greenhouse. All right, take your time to consider. His grandfather suggested. Regarding the issue with the Chinchou, try communicating with a Milotic or another Chinchou. Understood. This suggestion had also been mentioned by Qinglu. With so many guests at the breeding center, they would surely be able to locate a Chinchou. Leeway had a friend with a Milotic, and he pondered whether he should ask her to come over. Meanwhile, on the back of a Charizard, Qinglu was also in contact with Qi Hong via video. Indeed. As you said, he is quite intriguing, right? I told you he is a fascinating trainer. Their perspectives on his intrigue differed. Qi Hong viewed him through the lens of a netizen and content creator, while Qinglu observed him as a breeder. Have you battled him? I noticed his Lucario is impressive, and his Metagross is well trained, albeit just evolved. We VE battled once, and it was quite good. We faced off with our Arcanines. Really? Who won? For now, I emerged victorious, but he is improving rapidly. Next time might yield different results. His tactics and command abilities are commendable, but his most remarkable trait is his capacity for learning, even if he seems unaware of it. Although Leeway currently had only 3 Pokemon, Qinglu believed that Leeway's tactical acumen was sufficient. However, what pleased Qinglu the most was Leeway's ability to learn. Qi Hong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ah, hearing you say that makes me want to battle him even more. Qinglu chuckled. When I return, I'll challenge you as well and let you try my newly learned smoked pomelo juice. Through their 7 days of interaction, Qinglu developed a general understanding of Leeway. He was not as fervently passionate about battles as Qinglu and Qi Hong were. Qinglu felt that Leeway was more suited to being a breeder, prioritizing the happiness and feelings of Pokemon over battles. Ah, you've learned that? And battling too? Hurry back. I can hardly wait. Due to his improved culinary skills, Leeway decided to challenge himself with the special dish, crab meat lioness head. Crab meat lioness head, B level. Consuming it grants a slight increase in strength. Special effect applies only once. Note, given the player's current culinary skill level, there is a small probability of failure, as long as I have hands. Chapter 38, Trainer Employment Guidance 05, Essential Oil Care. In the kitchen, before making the crab meat lioness head, Leeway was brimming with confidence. However, he ended up producing 3 iterations of crab meat lioness head, C level. The dish appeared deceptively simple, merely involving chopping the meat into pomegranate-sized bits and forming them into balls. It seemed straightforward, yet the actual preparation was fraught with pitfalls, requiring precise control over the heat. A plain, unremarkable crab meat lion's head devoid of buffs. This was the information provided to Li Wei by the appraisal eye. One could only express their sorrow before words could escape. Li Wei prepared the crab meat lion's head in a small bowl, and Brother Dio took a bite. Not bad, but why that expression? Brother Dio tasted the formed crab meat lion's head. It was slightly too hot, with a soft texture, though somewhat greasy. Brother Dio had always been the taste tester for Li Wei's new dishes, as even if he grimaced at their appearance, he would still eat them with steadfast determination. How does it compare to the dishes I usually make? Those dishes are delicious, but if I must choose, the smoked pomelo juice is truly delightful. Brother Dio had long been mesmerized by the smoked pomelo juice. It seemed he still had a considerable way to go before he could create a true crab meat lion's head. Li Wei temporarily chose to abandon the idea of using the crab meat lion's head for a tutorial video. The crispy apple, a level, was even less feasible. If he were to teach, it had to be the layered puff pastry. Whether or not the audience could learn was not something Li Wei needed to concern himself with. However, having promised to update the next episode after 7 days of training, he could not go back on his word. He quickly decided on the content for the 5th episode. It was time to showcase the results of his week of practice. Brother Dio, would you like to join me? Brother Dio sipped his soup. For what? To provide essential oil care for Pokemon. Brother Dio nodded. After last night's training, the Infernape should be tired. After losing to Metagross the previous night, Infernape had run out in the middle of the night to practice. Brother Dio could only accompany it for practice before returning it to the Pokemon Center, thankfully located right next to the breeding center. Li Wei and Brother Dio made their way to the Pokemon Center next door. Miss Joy Chansey. Miss Joy smiled. Good morning. The treatment for Metagross and Infernape has been completed. Thank you for your trouble. Miss Joy shook her head. Not at all. It's our duty. Besides, we often trouble you as well. Miss Joy and Chansey would often visit Li Wei's home for meals at noon and in the evening. Lucky. Chansey raised the tray in front of them. Thank you, Chansey. Lucky. We'll take our leave now. All right, take care. Li Wei also called upon Ruishi, ostensibly to showcase the success of his training during this period. Ruishi mercilessly exposed him. You clearly just want me to help with taking care of Lucario. Li Wei intended to provide comprehensive care for Lucario, Arcanine, and Metagross. However, it was exhausting to do it alone. Just as he pondered how to fabricate an excuse, Ruishi interjected, forget it. Who am I to complain? I've learned quite a bit from Mr. Qinglu thanks to you. Brother Dio suddenly chimed in, just spoil him. Ruishi dismissed the antics of the lively spirit and made her way to the designated care room, where the three donned their masks. Upon seeing Dio clad in his mask, Li Wei could only chuckle, remarking on how difficult it was to maintain composure, wondering if anyone had ever told him he resembled a rogue. I merely find this mask rather diminutive, he mused. On Yu's face, the mask appeared akin to a miniature version of its intended design. Ruishi couldn't stifle a laugh. Is it truly that amusing? She questioned, until Yu caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. Li Wei initiated the recording, and the session commenced. After donning gloves, Ruishi softly announced, Lucario, let us begin. Lucario, came the response. Li Wei took charge of the care for the swift canine and half of the Metagross, with Ruishi assisting with the other half. While Metagross's injuries had been tended to, the fatigue from last night's battle still lingered. Likewise, the risks accumulated during training had begun to show on both the swift canine and Lucario. As Li Wei narrated the proceedings, he urged everyone to closely monitor the Pokemon's condition, pointing out the Inferno Roar Tiger. The extensive training has caused some muscle fatigue. It's crucial we allow it to relax now. Essential oils for protection and Honkai acupressure. Li Wei unveiled his legendary acupressure technique, traditionally passed down to males only. A whoa. The Inferno Roar Tiger, sprawled on the bed, suddenly opened its eyes wide. It exclaimed, this feels incredible, I want more. For the entire morning, Li Wei, Ruishi, and Yu dedicated themselves to the care of Lucario and other Pokemon. Yet, the filming was not concluded. They were to showcase the results of their care under the sun. At noon, when the sun was at its zenith, the swift canine and Inferno Roar Tiger basked in the sunlight, each hair shimmering radiantly. Particularly, when the swift canine shook its head, its mane danced in the breeze, exuding the grace of a legendary eastern spirit. Oh well. The Inferno Roar Tiger strikingly posed in various fitness stances, its muscles relaxed and in prime condition. Metagross's metallic body gleamed brilliantly, especially the alloyed cross on its face, which sparkled like gold, nearly blinding Li Wei. Lucario stood poised, arms crossed, exuding an imposing presence. Li Wei circled around Lucario, showcasing the fruits of their meticulous care. All done. This episode features the short-haired Inferno Roar Tiger, the long-haired swift canine, and the hairless Metagross. Undoubtedly a valuable instructional video. Although the editing awaited Li Wei's attention that evening, his afternoon was reserved for a promise to provide free care for 5 Pokemon. This day had indeed turned out to be quite fulfilling. There was no avoiding it, as Li Wei was intent on making a final push for the breeding house task. Fortunately, he could indulge in smoked pomelo juice. 1 cup was worth more than 6, should he wish to take it easy. Fresh milk or berry juice could also restore his energy, albeit to a lesser extent than the smoked pomelo juice. Li Wei glanced at the radar scan. The 2 green dots remained stationary, indicating their settled presence, allowing him to relax further. Leon appeared before him, eager to take credit. Son, I've selected them for you, completely at random. Thanks, Dad. In the afternoon, the 5 fortunate Pokemon trainers arrived with their companions. The Blessing Breeding Center's reputation was on the rise, attracting numerous eager participants. Yet, Li Wei's breeding center was not without its drawbacks. Its cost deterred many. The 5 Pokemon and their trainers expressed immense satisfaction. Ding. Main quest advancing the breeding house phase 1 target completed. Chapter 39. Task complete. Mapo Tofu, B-level, a place to stand. In Li Wei's room, he glanced at the system notification that popped up. Ding. The Croconaw is satisfied with the skincare management. Task objective, 100-100, task completed. Ding. The main quest advancing the breeding house phase 1 has been completed. Rewards have been distributed. Acquired random specialty dish. Mapo Tofu, B-level. Acquired Pokemon item lottery ticket. 1. Random item Skynet monitoring system, usable. Ding. Main quest phase 2. A place to stand, gain the recognition of 1,000 customers, including Pokemon, for the breeding center, 371,1,000. Task rewards. Random item. 1. Random specialty dish. 1. Pokemon item lottery tickets. 3. Task hint. Ensure customers genuinely believe the breeding center is the best in Jubilife City. Mapo Tofu, B-level, spicy and fragrant. Consumption results in a slight permanent boost to special attack capability, only once, with subsequent consumption providing a temporary enhancement. Click to view video details. Daily crafting limit, 0.6. Reminder, given the host's current culinary skill level, there is a chance of failure in crafting. To date, Li Wei had discerned the levels of the specialty dish encyclopedia. For example, Mapo Tofu, classified as B-level, represented the minimum standard. Only by achieving B-level could it be deemed successful, although with skill. An A-level outcome was not out of reach. Unlike the crab meat lion's head, Li Wei had learned to make Mapo Tofu from his grandfather, increasing his chances of replication. However, the endeavor of making Mapo Tofu would have to wait until tomorrow. Li Wei cast a glance at the random item awarded for the task, its name resembling a monitoring system. As the name suggested, it was indeed a surveillance system. Skynet monitoring system, capable of monitoring the entire public area of the breeding center, allowing for perspective adjustments, zooming in and out. A prompt appeared on the monitoring system's interface. Would you like to use it? Li Wei selected yes. A virtual miniature sandbox, visible only to Li Wei, materialized in the air, resembling a virtual projection. From an aerial view, the western gate leading to Jubilife City stretched westward to the easternmost enclosure. Li Wei's eyes widened as he explored the Skynet monitoring system. Even from indoors, he could clearly see a Rattata sleeping atop a rock a kilometer away. The Rattata lay in a farmer's pose, a bubble of drool fluctuating in size, appearing unexpectedly adorable. In a nearby tree, 2 mankeys swung from branches by their tails, engaging in a fierce tussle, vying for dominance within their group. Surrounding them, a throng of mankeys waved their paws excitedly, reveling in the spectacle. The plump Miltank, diligently grazing, was the most rotund of the bunch. Shifting his gaze to the kitchen, he spotted Leon preparing himself a bowl of seafood ramen. No wonder he was becoming increasingly round. Li Wei finally understood why his father worked so hard, yet showed no signs of slimming down. The system only allowed observation of public spaces, respecting the privacy of personal areas. Lucario? The meditating Lucario suddenly lifted its head. How peculiar. What is it? Lucario pressed its palms to the ground. A look of confusion in its eyes. I sense a strange gaze upon us. The swift canine lifted its head, glancing around, but soon returned to its prone position on the ground, in the depths of his scholarly pursuits. The majestic Metagross was engrossed in the Metagross cultivation manual provided by Dawu. Levi had not anticipated the remarkable sensitivity of Lucario's instincts. He himself had felt nothing amiss. However, despite Lucario's diligent attempts to probe with its aura, it detected no anomalies, dismissing the sensations as mere illusions. While monitoring the public area, Levi observed that Lucario remained oblivious to any irregularities, only sensing something unusual when it turned its gaze towards Levi's room. To validate his suspicions, Levi re-examined the kitchen, Yet Lucario exhibited no response. It seems that as long as I avoid looking at the room, everything will be fine. In his backpack, Levi discovered a Pokemon item lottery ticket, which he chose to utilize. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a dragon scale. The dragon scale, while not especially valuable, was a common shedding from dragon-type Pokemon such as Dragonite, Salamence, and Garchomp. However, the ebony hue of this particular scale captured Levi's attention. Dragon Scale, a scale shed by the black Rayquaza, usable for the evolution of sea serpent Pokemon or the cultivation of dragon-type Pokemon. Levi retracted his earlier statement. This dragon scale was indeed quite precious. The black Rayquaza. Levi recalled the formidable black Mega Rayquaza that had appeared in the Hoopa movie, a creature of extraordinary power. He had yet to acquire a dragon-type Pokemon, with a preference for Salamence and Dragapult. Levi murmured softly, if the opportunity arises, I might endeavor to capture one. Turning his gaze to another task, I never intended to become a content creator. He noted that his fanbase had surpassed 80,000. The third phase featured 2 objectives. Account follows, 80, 259, 100, 000, and million view videos, 45. It appeared that success was within reach. With renewed determination, Levi began editing the video titled Pokemon Trainer Employment Guide 05, Essential Oil Care. Before he knew it, the clock struck 11:30 p.m. After clicking upload, Levi stretched and sighed. Finally, it was over, time for sleep. His videos typically contained no content that would fail to pass review, and within minutes, the notification of approval appeared. Employment Guide 05 approved, upload successful. Before Levi retired for the night, a message from a friend arrived. I will find a time to come over in the next few days. Levi had reached out to his friend for assistance, hoping she would bring along her Milotic. Regarding the issue with the FIBA, Levi intended to heed the advice of his grandfather in green, seeking a dialogue with either Milotic or FIBA. Content and ready for slumber. He commanded, Lucario, turn off the lights. Lucario. The following day, while freshening up, Levi perused the comments and bullet screens of his 5th video. The opening featured Levi's narration. In this episode, I wish to convey a crucial message. Do not amass an excessive collection of essential oils at home. Caring for Pokemon with essential oils is a prolonged and laborious process, and different Pokemon have varied preferences for scents. Thus, one should exercise caution when purchasing. If you wish to experiment, opt for citrus, woody, or floral notes, but buy only a small vial. Please procure these from outside, as this is not a paid advertisement. Now, let us delve into the main topic. Levi then scrolled through the comments section, noting, wonderful. I, too, am an enthusiast of essential oils. It is essential to try samples when selecting and purchasing. Although this episode was somewhat niche, it garnered a commendable number of views. Son, our guests have arrived. Hurry out. Chapter 40. New Side Quest, PTSD and CPTSD. At the Zhuqing Breeding Center, an unexpected visitor arrived early in the morning. Zoro, the chief of the Zhuqing City Police Department. Sporting a brown bowler hat and a tailored brown suit, he exuded elegance. Had he been slightly shorter and stout, he might have resembled the officer Levi envisioned in his mind. Levi had encountered Zoro before. He was married to Belle, a resident of the vicinity, and appeared to be around 45 years of age. Mr. Zoro. Though they had met, Levi was not particularly familiar with him compared to Belle, who frequently visited with her Rockruff. Levi, I apologize for the intrusion at such an early hour. Upon seeing Levi, Zoro removed his hat in apology. Indeed, it was quite early. The clock read just before 7:30 a.m. Levi shook his head. No worries, I was about to train anyway. Zoro got straight to the point. I have to be at work by 8:30, so I will be brief. Zoro was known for his workaholic tendencies, which was why Levi seldom saw him. Please, go ahead. I would like to request your assistance in nurturing a Zygarde. As he spoke, Zoro placed a Pokeball on the table. Levi glanced at the Pokeball, puzzled momentarily. Was this about learning a new move? Zoro's expression revealed a hint of exasperation. No, it is not about learning moves. The backstory is quite lengthy. This Zygarde belongs to an elite graduate, having joined an exceptional unit. Though I regret I cannot disclose the name of that unit. Speaking of which, are you familiar with Team Galactic? Levi nodded slightly. Yes, Team Galactic has been dismantled. The sun has vanished, and the 3 executives seem to have been captured. Now, only the remnants remain, correct? Zoro proceeded to elucidate. This Zygarde was caught in an ambush during a confrontation with Team Galactic, ensnared within a sealed cavern on Mount Coronet, and was struck by a flashbang and a series of self-destructing electrode. What? Taken aback, Leon could not suppress his exclamation, quickly covering his mouth. Zoro, undeterred, continued to explain. Fortunately, swift medical intervention from Nurse Joy and the Pokemon doctors restored the Zygarde. Initially, we believed it had fully recovered, but only its physical state was healed. Afterward, whenever confronted with anything resembling a flashbang, the Zygarde would become frightened, even during training exercises. We have conducted numerous treatments, considering its exceptional potential and youth, but, after extensive evaluations, it was concluded that the Zygarde can no longer serve as a police dog and must retire. This was a poignant tale. Once a star of the police force's elite unit, this Zygarde now faced an untimely retirement. Unable to contain his curiosity, Leon inquired, "Why has this happened?" Zoro shook his head. "Regrettably, we do not understand the root cause." Levi furrowed his brow. "Then why seek me out? I do not believe I am qualified." Levi could surmise the Zygarde's condition. It had likely developed severe psychological issues. PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. A mental affliction commonly seen in soldiers returning from battle. It could also affect ordinary individuals exposed to natural disasters or tragedies. Levi had previously encountered patients suffering from PTSD. They often appeared normal, but would tremble and cover their ears at the sound of machinery drilling into the ground. However, understanding the Zygarde's affliction did not equate to possessing the capability to remedy it. Levi was not a psychologist. Managing FIBA was already a considerable challenge. He truly lacked confidence in handling Zygarde. Zoro then revealed an unexpected source of advice. It was actually Mr. Green's suggestion. Green, a former champion and now the gym leader of the Verdanturf gym, commanded Zoro's respect despite the age difference. At this moment, Levi wore a completely perplexed expression. Li Wei found himself perplexed by this answer. What could possibly motivate Qinglu to make such a suggestion? He decided to defer the inquiry for later. Zoro elucidated the matter to Li Wei. It transpired that the former trainer of Wind Speed Dog, or rather, the ex-instructor, had heard of Qinglu's championship arrival and sought to contact him. Zoro's pursuit of Li Wei was fraught with obstacles. Initially, the former trainer of Wind Speed Dog enlisted the help of another Junsha, who then reached out to Zoro, who subsequently contacted Qinglu, culminating in Qinglu recommending Li Wei. The predicament was that the former trainer, Junsha, held a significant position in the Special Forces and could not leave at will. Thus, Zoro ended up bringing Wind Speed Dog to Li Wei. Zoro had no reason to deceive Li Wei. He was well aware that Li Wei was acquainted with Qinglu, making any fabrication a precarious venture. Given that this was Qinglu's proposition, Li Wei felt compelled to contemplate it further. What was required of him? To heal it? In this matter, Li Wei felt uncertain. He abhorred making promises he lacked the ability to fulfill. If Zoro expected him to cure Wind Speed Dog, he would find himself utterly powerless. Zoro shook his head. Let it recuperate here. The rehabilitation expenses will be covered monthly at the rate for retired police dogs. With this assurance, Li Wei had no grounds to decline. Very well, I accept. Simultaneously, a mechanical female voice echoed in Li Wei's mind. Ding. You have a new side quest, treatment of Wind Speed Dog, optional. A genuine smile illuminated Zoro's face. That is splendid. I am immensely grateful. I entrust Wind Speed Dog to you. Comrade Leon, with tears welling in his eyes, clasped Zoro's hand. Leave it to us. Zoro was not taken aback. He sensed Leon's determination emanating from him. This was a sincere plea. Leon truly felt pity for Wind Speed Dog, yearning to see it healed. Time is of the essence. I must head to work now. I leave Wind Speed Dog in your capable hands. Li Wei nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Zoro. You are welcome to visit Wind Speed Dog at any time. Zoro swiftly departed. He had taken on the weighty responsibility of Wind Speed Dog. Yet its healing was not an urgent affair. It would be a prolonged process. Li Wei pondered the significance of PTSD, especially as he discerned that Cho-Cho-Yu was likely affected as well. He had diligently researched the matter. The situation concerning Cho-Cho-Yu was more intricate, likely indicative of CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Two primary triggers existed, one being chronic and recurrent experiences, such as abuse or bullying, and the other involving feelings of insignificance, failure, and worthlessness. All of these elements resonated with Cho-Cho-Yu's circumstances. As a Pokemon reminiscent of the ugly duckling, it was largely unappreciated prior to evolving into Milotic. Li Wei glanced at the new side quest, treatment of Wind Speed Dog, optional assist Wind Speed Dog in overcoming its psychological trauma and regaining its confidence. Reward, a fragment of Wind Speed Dog's memory. Hint, related to Dialga and Palkia. Li Wei opted to accept it. Chapter 41. Chat group, did you battle today? In the afternoon, Li Wei dialed Qinglu's number. Qinglu got straight to the point, chuckling, you call me so soon. It seems you are already aware of Wind Speed Dog's situation. Li Wei nodded. I have accepted the responsibility, but why me? Tokiwa Lilac seems more suitable. Qinglu shook her head, explaining that Xiao Huang was not appropriate. as she relied on Tokiwa's power to access Pokemon's memories and emotions. However, this process was not without its burdens. It could evoke a sense of empathy that was far from pleasant. Li Wei acquiesced. All right, I accept this explanation. Qinglu struggled to conceal a smile at the corners of her mouth, but to no avail. Do not worry, I will not stand idly by in this matter. Just a moment. Suddenly, Li Wei's line account pinged with a message. Admin Qinglu has added you to a chatroom. Qinglu had invited Li Wei into a chatroom titled, Did you battle today? Jean. Hey, it's Li Wei. Are you up for a battle? Li Wei barely glanced at the group messages, for Qinglu began speaking again. This was a chatroom established by Qi Hong, specifically designed for arranging Pokemon battles. As he deemed phone calls and texts a waste of time. That sounds just like Qi Hong, Li Wei mused. But then he wondered, did it not resemble a harem group? What if Qi Hong specifically invited Li Wei for a battle? Wouldn't that be explosive? No. It should be Lucario who would explode. He possessed the physique of a super new human. Battling Qi Hong in the wild should not be an issue. Perhaps he could learn boxing from Diyu? Unbeknownst to Qinglu, in that fleeting moment, Li Wei's thoughts had leaped in a myriad of directions. Although it was a battle group, members also exchanged intelligence, which could potentially be of assistance. Recalling the trivial topics discussed in the chat group, Qinglu's confidence waned. Li Wei could not help but remark, your tone betrays a lack of confidence. But enough of that. How is Cho-Cho-Yu? As usual. I have asked a friend to bring her Milotic over, and it will arrive in a few days. Qinglu wore an expression of intrigue. A friend? Let me know if there are any updates. Enough of that. My friend is urging me to train. Beep, 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 beep. Was that the call ending too swiftly? Li Wei opened the chat room, only to find a plethora of messages flooding in, indicative of a lively group. The group comprised a considerable number of members. Qi Hong, Qinglu, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Lan, along with Jean and Krista. The Kanto Elite 4 members, Dodrio, Kona, and Shiba, were present, alongside gym leaders Brock, Misty, Natsu, and Ma Jishir. Is this group not bound to spark conflict? Li Wei wondered. I do relish watching women quarrel. The Hoenn region's Ruby and Sophia, as well as De Wu, were also included. What astonished Li Wei the most was the presence of Kalo's champion Karuni. It was likely that Qinglu had added her. Considering she had previously visited the Kalos region and had interactions with Karuni, as she had mentioned not long ago. This was attributed to the multitude of inquiries posed by the sociable Diyu. Although the group was numerous, only 2 prolific chatterboxes, Jean and Ma Jishir, were currently active in the conversation. Their ability to flood the chat earned them the titles of Water Sage and Water King, respectively. Jean, how is the business at the breeding center? Ma Jishir, fool, didn't you notice how quickly his follower count is rising? Business must be thriving. Ma Jishir, who had also launched a video account on EbuNet, envied the rapid growth of Li Wei's follower count. Jean, oh, it's coming along swiftly. If you have questions about hatching, feel free to ask me. Ma Jishir ask you? The Pokemon might turn rogue. Li Wei did not linger in the chat for long. The active participants were primarily Jean and Ma Jishir. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with them, as he needed to venture to the back mountain later that afternoon. However, before proceeding, Li Wei needed to assess the condition of his Silicobra. He had released it in the morning, but its state was far from ideal. Li Wei merely provided it with some food and water, allowing it to recuperate for a while and acclimatize to its surroundings. Not far to the left of Li Wei's home stood a row of 5 adjoining rooms, shared between Li Wei's residence and the Pokemon Center. From a distance, he spotted Silicobra huddled in a corner. Despite its considerable size, it exhibited an overwhelming timidity. In a certain regard, Silicobra resembled the shy Phoeba, both cowering in the shadows, reluctant to emerge. This was not the Silicobra that had once been a member of the elite task force, actively participating in the apprehension of the Galactic Gang. It could only be surmised that the psychological trauma inflicted upon it had been profound. Before Silicobra stood a figure, Miss Joy. Upon noticing Li Wei's arrival, Miss Joy rose from her crouched position. Miss Joy, are you also concerned about Silicobra? Li Wei inquired. Miss Joy paused briefly, letting out a resigned sigh. Indeed. I was involved in its rescue operation from the very beginning. As she recalled the injuries Silicobra had suffered, her brow furrowed in distress. I have also heard about its subsequent issues. When I learned about its situation at noon, I felt compelled to come and check on it. Li Wei and Miss Joy turned their gazes toward the Silicobra, still curled up in the corner. It was distinctly different from Li Wei's Silicobra, which appeared plump, with long, flowing fur, brimming with vitality, and always eager for adventure. This was to be expected, as Li Wei's Silicobra was just over a year old. In contrast, this once-renowned police Silicobra had a well-proportioned physique, its fur concealing most scars, save for a single scar on its face that resembled a knife mark. This scar only added to its rugged charm. According to Zoro, this Silicobra was 8 years old, the prime age for a police dog. Typically, Silicobra would retire at around 18 to 20 years old, meaning it was nowhere near retirement. While it might not exhibit the same reckless behavior as Li Wei's Silicobra, it was certainly not in such a state. Despite its timidity, Silicobra did not reject contact. Miss Joy gently stroked its silky fur and softly encouraged, Silicobra, many people care about you. You must persevere. She turned to Li Wei, her gaze intense. I entrust you with its recovery, Li Wei. Please help Silicobra regain its spirit. Li Wei's expression turned serious. I will do my utmost. Should you require anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. Very well. Chapter 42. The Cottage on the Mountaintop, a promising future for Pokemon. Upon hearing that Li Wei intended to take a leave of absence to explore the back mountains in the afternoon, Comrade Wenhui cautioned, be careful in the back mountains. I have heard that there are quite a few formidable Pokemon there. During this period, Li Wei had devoted himself entirely to establishing a solid foundation for the breeding center, leaving him with little time for himself. Setting aside the tasks of filming and editing videos, he also had to produce numerous energy cubes daily, sometimes even customizing them according to the Pokemon's preferences. Additionally, there were orders for essential oil treatments and fur management for the Pokemon. In the evenings, he would carve out time to converse with Fiba, enhancing his breeding knowledge. Now, with the added responsibility of caring for a psychologically troubled Silicobra, Li Wei felt stretched to his limits, prompting Wenhui to worry about his well-being. As a concerned mother, Wenhui couldn't help but notice Li Wei's mounting burdens. And without hesitation, she agreed when he mentioned his plans to venture into the back mountains. Li Wei reassured her, rest assured, with Lucario and the others accompanying me, everything will be fine. Then I entrust you all to keep Li Wei safe. Lucario, Silicobra, and Metagross. Lucario nodded solemnly. Leave it to me. Oh well. I will protect my trainer with utmost dedication. In the eastern suburbs of Jubilife City, where the traffic and footfall were sparse, fewer still ventured up the mountain. Lucario had traversed the back mountains numerous times, making the journey second nature to him. Li Wei rode atop Silicobra, the wind howling past his ears as the scenery whizzed by. Lucario and Silicobra propelled forward at full speed, swiftly reaching the foot of the mountain in just over 10 minutes. Here, they had exited the breeding center's territory, and the ascent could not be made atop Silicobra. Li Wei had to climb on foot. This mountain, known as Fog Hidden Mountain on the Sinnoh map, was perpetually shrouded in mist. It was not particularly high, standing at approximately 700 meters, which Li Wei could easily scale given his physical fitness. Glancing at his radar, he noted that as he and the two rare Pokemon drew closer, the display range on the radar narrowed. By comparing the radar with the mountain's topography, Li Wei pinpointed the main peak of Fog Hidden Mountain. However, that was as far as he could go. The rest would require Li Wei's own exploration. This meant that the two Pokemon could be located anywhere on the peak, even underground, particularly the burrowing experts, Gible and Sharpedo. Lucario. The terrain here is gentle and perfect for climbing. Lucario practiced climbing here every afternoon as a means of enhancing his physical abilities. If they encountered wild Pokemon, they would simply battle. Recently, they had an ample supply of resources, coupled with a high level of self-training awareness, resulting in noticeable improvements in Lucario's strength. He had progressed steadily from the initial stage of gym leader to the advanced stage, with master level within reach. It had been nearly 2 months since Li Wei awakened his system. Beyond master level lay the champion level. Wild Pokemon of master and champion levels were exceedingly rare, as acquiring resources was no easy feat for them. With Lucario's presence, Li Wei had no concerns regarding safety. It was winter, and a thin layer of snow blanketed the trees on the mountain, creating a picturesque winter scene. As they climbed, Li Wei could hear the sound of cascading waterfalls. The area, perpetually enveloped in mist, was likely saturated with moisture. This was Li Wei's first visit to Fog Hidden Mountain, and searching for targets on such a mountain would undoubtedly take several days. However, with Lucario, who was well acquainted with the terrain, the task would be more manageable. Li Wei began to search for images of the promising Pokemon and their evolutionary forms in that region using his phone. From Dratini to Gabite, Dragonair, Garchomp, and even Dragapult and Dragapult. Have you seen them here? Lucario. I have seen them. Lead me to it, starting from where you last encountered them. Oh well. Let's go. Go. Silicobra shot forth like an arrow. Lucario pointed in another direction. We should take that path up the mountain. Silicobra tilted its head, momentarily dazed, before lunging at the air in front of Lucario, as if trying to devour the atmosphere itself. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Since this was not an urgent matter, Li Wei and Lucario maintained a steady pace as they climbed. Along the way, they encountered numerous Pokemon, Snover, Frostless, Abomasnow, and Swineup, all indicating a healthy ecological environment. Upon seeing Lucario, most chose to keep their distance, as those who dared to challenge him had typically already faced defeat. The mountain is not solely inhabited by Ice-type Pokémon. Rather, during winter, some hibernate while others temporarily migrate. After approximately an hour of climbing, they reached a point halfway up the mountain. How much further? At this pace, perhaps another half hour. They are at the pinnacle. Levi murmured softly, the pinnacle. In the same region, the presence of wild Pokémon typically reflects their strength, and the likelihood of encountering a fully evolved specimen at the summit of Fog-Hidden Mountain is quite high. The mountain path was tranquil, with a gentle gradient, allowing Levi to maintain a steady breath as he ascended to the peak. The thin mist atop the mountain not only lingered but seemed to thicken. In truth, this was not the actual summit, but rather a level area at the mountain's crest. Ascending further would be exceedingly challenging without the ability to fly. Levi had no intention of recklessly pushing forward, having already arrived at his destination. To his astonishment, there stood a building, concealed within the clouds. He only discerned the faint silhouette of the ancient structure upon climbing the final few steps. Lucario pointed towards the edifice, communicating telepathically to Levi, "This is the place." The building appeared to be a somewhat aged two-story wooden structure. Its entrance, slightly dilapidated, remained firmly shut, adorned with a thin layer of accumulated snow on the roof. It seemed devoid of occupants. Lucario had mentioned that despite numerous visits, he had never encountered anyone here. Levi's initial reaction was one of confusion. Who would be so idle as to construct a small building in such a remote mountain? His second thought was puzzlement at the fact that two Pokémon, seemingly without trainers, resided in this small abode. The scanning function had a special indication. It would only reveal unclaimed rare Pokémon within a 100-mile radius. This suggested that these two Pokémon were indeed without trainers. The notion of unclaimed beings residing within a man-made structure left Levi utterly perplexed. Woof! The speedy canine darted forward, intent on charging into the ancient building. Wait a moment. The wind speed dog, akin to a legendary spirit, rushed ahead into the structure. Well, let us follow suit. Lucario, search for their whereabouts. Kongjin. Lucario. The power of aura lies within my heart. Chapter 43, Dragapult and Dragapult's Origin. At the summit of Fog-Hidden Mountain, after the wind speed dog boldly entered, Levi, Lucario, and Metagross followed suit into the somewhat dilapidated building. Lucario? Lucario's expression was one of surprise. The structure was modest in size, and Lucario's aura could easily encompass it. What is wrong? Lucario exclaimed in astonishment. Lucario. Lucario. I can't locate it. The aura detection is ineffective. Levi, bewildered, wondered, could it not be here? A glance at the scanning radar revealed that the green that had not vanished. The red dot representing Levi almost completely overlapped with the green dot, indicating they were not mistaken in their search. Levi speculated, it's possible that when you saw it, it was merely passing through this spot. If they did not dwell here, Levi would have no choice but to venture outside with Lucario to continue the search. Kongjin. Metagross pointed towards the wind speed dog, who was sniffing around, then gestured towards the stairs on either side. The intention was clear, search the premises. Woof! It indicates there is still a scent here. Indeed, let us investigate. Upon entering this two-story building, Levi could ascertain that it had been a long time since anyone had visited. The furniture and decor were covered in white cloth. The stairway and corners were festooned with cobwebs, and the banister bore a thick layer of dust. Action! Levi partnered with Lucario, while the wind speed dog and Metagross formed another team, commencing their search of the two-story structure. The kitchen, bedroom, and wardrobe. Levi even opened a long-disconnected refrigerator, finding it entirely empty, devoid of any shocking remnants. This left the astute detective Levi at a loss. Based on the refrigerator's model and age, he estimated it was likely older than himself. Kongjin. Standing in the second-floor corridor, Levi and Lucario directed their gaze towards Metagross. It says something is amiss. In the living room on the first floor, Metagross appeared to have made a discovery. Levi exchanged glances with Lucario. Let us proceed. Yet curiously, Lucario still did not sense any other fluctuations within the house apart from their own. Levi, Lucario, and the wind speed dog subsequently arrived in the living room, gazing at the old television set from which the white cloth had been torn away. This was an antiquated model, a mere 14-inch black and white television, seemingly unremarkable. Levi pressed a button, but it did not power on. This was expected, as there was no electricity here. What was peculiar then? Kongjin. Kongjin. Upon hearing Metagross's words, Lucario's expression became quite animated, difficult to describe. The wind speed dog tilted its head, frozen in place. Levi was equally perplexed. What does that mean? This is a television on its last legs. Lucario translated Metagross's statement for Levi. Levi reasonably suspected that Metagross was jesting. Subsequently, Metagross demonstrated its point with action. Its metallic arm gleamed, wielding a hammer. Levi recognized the common repair technique, striking at a 45-degree angle with force. A human could do so, but Metagross could not, and Levi was too late to intervene. Sparks flew as the old television exploded. Metagross was indeed correct. The television was on the brink of demise. The explosion kicked up dust, sending clouds of debris swirling. Lucario immediately utilized a protective barrier, shielding Levi. Simultaneously, Lucario's telepathic communication conveyed excitement. It has appeared. Wow, it really worked. How did they hide inside? Levi was overwhelmed with questions. As the dust settled, two figures emerged, floating in the air, Dragapult and its offspring, Dragapult's origin. Before them stood a creature exceeding 3 meters in length. Its elongated body showcasing a purple upper half and a blue lower half, with a white translucent tail and a yellow chest and abdomen. Its most striking feature was its triangular head reminiscent of a B-2 stealth bomber, complemented by a pair of mischievous, squinting eyes. It was well known that squinting eyes often belonged to formidable beings. Atop Dragapult's head, 2 Dracloak resided, capable of being launched as dragon arrows at supersonic speeds. Behind Dragapult, partially obscured, was another Dragapult's origin, measuring approximately 18 meters in length, including its tail. The overall coloration of Dragapult's origin bore resemblance to Dragapult, its head resembling that of a supersonic fighter jet, topped by a Dracloak. The identification I provided information on these beings. They were a pair of quasi-deities, with Dragapult vigilantly shielding Dragapult's origin behind itself. Dragapult's strength was rated at the level of a gym leader, comparable to Lucario. Gulp. Dragapult appeared somewhat aged, yet its physique remained robust. Levi sensed a hint of weariness in its gaze. In contrast, Dragapult's origin looked as innocent and curious as a college student, gazing at them with unguarded intrigue. Duru? On the head of Duolanki, the Duolangmesia blinked its eyes excitedly and raised its paw in delight. Unlike the vigilant Duolangbarudo, Duolanki seemed genuinely pleased by the destruction of the television. Duolangbarudo, I apologize for the damage to your television. I am willing to compensate you. Gurgling sounds filled the air as Duolangbarudo spoke, and Levi could distinctly sense its age. It indicated that compensation was unnecessary and that they could simply leave. Although Duolangbarudo had issued an eviction order, Levi, possessing a rather thick skin, chose to linger for a while longer. Contemplating deeply, Levi realized that the presence on the radar indicated that Duolangbarudo was without a trainer. He had already surveyed the house, noting the absence of food, electricity, or any valuable items. So why did Duolangbarudo remain here? As Levi pondered, the curious Duolanki approached him, lifting its head to gaze up at him. Duolanki measured over 18 meters in length, nearly half of which was its tail. The Duolangmesia perched atop Duolanki's head, driven by even greater curiosity, flew directly onto Levi's shoulder, becoming a makeshift scarf. Levi raised his hand to stroke it, greeting, "Hello there." The Duolangmesia's temperature was low, pleasantly cool to the touch, with scales that felt distinctly textured. Once the Duolangmesia had departed from Duolanki's head, its curiosity waned, giving way to a slight panic. Levi was quite knowledgeable about the Duolangbarudo clan, having just completed a nurturing course on the Green Dragon. Unlike the mother Pokemon Duolangbarudo, which could effortlessly launch 2 Duolangmesia like missiles, Duolanki could not function without the Duolangmesia on its head. Its absence would render it furious and anxious. "Allow me to lend you this," Levi said, gently placing a dragon scale belonging to the black Rayquaza from his backpack onto Duolanki's head. A visible sigh of relief escaped Duolanki. Gurgle. Duolangbarudo's tone grew slightly urgent as it noticed the black dragon scale resting atop Duolanki's head. Chapter 44. The Home of Mylea. On the summit of Misty Mountain stood a small house. As a dragon-type Pokemon, dragon scales were trivial to them. They naturally shed periodically. However, Duolangbarudo could keenly sense the energy emanating from this particular black dragon scale, even feeling a sense of dread. Initially wary of Levi, Duolangbarudo swiftly approached him. Gurgle. Gurgle? Lucario translated. It inquired about the origin of this item and to whom it belonged. As for where the black Rayquaza's dragon scale came from, that was a secret. Gurgle. Upon hearing the name Rayquaza, images of the serpentine figure soaring through the skies filled Duolangbarudo's mind. Being a dragon-type Pokemon, Duolangbarudo was well aware of Rayquaza's formidable power. Why then did this dragon scale appear on him? Duolangbarudo regarded Levi with a puzzled expression. While one might consider him quite handsome and amicable from a human perspective, Did such charm grant one the liberty to act with impunity? Perhaps it did. Dualonki and Dualongmesia clearly held affection for him. Observing Lucario, Wind Speed Dog, and the Silver Metagross, all-powerful Pokemon, Duolongboruto could feel the emotional bond between Levi and them. When Metagross had smashed the television, Lucario had instinctively shielded Levi, while Wind Speed Dog had subtly positioned itself in front of him, ensuring that all debris was absorbed by Metagross. This was all witnessed by Duolongboruto. Seeing Dualonki, with its eyes squinted in joy as it nudged Levi's side while munching on energy cubes, Duolongboruto resolved to accompany Levi for the sake of Dualonki's future. Gurgle! Lucario exclaimed in excitement. It wishes for you to take Dualonki with you. Dualonki, still absorbed in eating the energy cubes Levi had provided, failed to realize it was being given away. Levi did not share in the excitement, instead pressing further. Will you not come with me? Duolongboruto shook its head. Gurgle! It did not wish to leave. Why not? Gurgle! Duolongboruto's voice grew somewhat somber. It was still waiting for someone. Levi furrowed his brow in thought. Could this awaited person share information about you? Perhaps I could assist you. Duolongboruto nodded. Gurgle! Time rewound 20 years. In a kitchen, a young woman in her 30s moved with unusual slowness, the fire crackling in the background. Coughing, she covered her mouth, and her complexion paled instantaneously. Gurgle? Sensing Duolongboruto's mood, the woman offered a gentle smile, assuring, I am fine. As Duolongboruto squinted its eyes, the woman discreetly turned on the tap, washing away the blood from her palms. Perhaps due to her uplifted spirits, she hummed softly while cooking, and Duolongboruto joined her in song, the Duolongmesia from the emitter echoing melodies in harmony. The once dreary room was infused with a semblance of life. This was Mylia's first glimmer of a will to live upon learning of her grave illness. Mylia prepared a simple bowl of chicken noodle soup, one for herself and one for Duolongboruto. Here, this one is yours. Mylia presented the bowl with a generous portion of meat before Duolongboruto, which gently nudged it back. Gurgle! I cannot eat much. Gurgle, gurgle! Duolongboruto insisted she eat. All right. I shall eat. Perhaps it was the warmth of the chicken noodle soup that caused Mylia's eyes to glisten. Gurgle! Noticing Duolongboruto's distress, Mylia discreetly wiped away her tears. My cooking is truly exceptional. It has moved me to tears. Gurgle! The best dish ever. Such beautiful moments are often fleeting. Mylia hired workers to cover everything in the house. Packing her belongings, she needed to undergo treatment. Before departing, Mylia released Duolongboruto, declaring, from this day forth, you are free. Duolongboruto. Gurgle? Duolongboruto remained in a state of confusion. Although freed from the confines of a Pokeball, it still felt like Mylia's Pokemon. Before leaving, Mylia cradled Duolongboruto's head, murmuring, if I can return, will you forgive me and be my Pokemon once again? I am leaving now, do not follow me. With that, Mylia departed. A woo! Wind Speed Dog howled in sorrow. Metagross wore an expression of guilt, lamenting its destruction of the television. Lucario's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Duolonki, no longer engrossed in the energy cubes, approached its mother, gently nudging her with its head. Levi could surmise that Mylia had passed away. Perhaps Duolongboruto was aware of this too. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Levi retrieved his phone and dialed Zoro's number. The call connected swiftly. Levi, is there something you need? Mr. Zoro, I would like to ask for your assistance. As long as I can be of help to you, he replied. Please help me locate a woman named Maria. She should have stayed in a hospital. She possesses a house on the misty peaks of Wuyin Mountain, on the eastern outskirts of Jubilife City. This matter is of great significance, I implore you. Zoro sighed on the other end of the line. Ah, Maria. No need to search. Simply head to the Maria house in the city center, near the central hospital. Zoro briefly explained Maria's circumstances to Li Wei. Exhaling softly, Li Wei turned to Dragonite. Do you wish to meet Maria? Gulu. The expression in Dragonite's eyes spoke volumes. All right, follow me. Staraptor, Lucario, return for now. Ow. Luke. After recalling Lucario and Staraptor into their Pokeballs, Li Wei mounted Metagross, with Dragonite and Dragonair flanking him. Metagross, full speed ahead to the city center. Li Wei first sent a message to his father. I'm heading to the city center. I probably want to be back for dinner. His father replied promptly, all right. The swift response led Li Wei to suspect his father might be slacking off, but he chose not to confront him. Subsequently, Li Wei searched for navigation to the Maria house on his phone. After approximately half an hour of swift travel, Metagross and Dragonite arrived near the Maria house. Not far from the central hospital. Maria house. Li Wei looked up at the sign above the entrance. This establishment was a children's welfare institution built and operated through the benevolence of the late Maria. Though she had passed, her spirit endured eternally. We have arrived. Let us go and meet her. Chapter 45. 27 letters, 27 longings. Maria House stood as a structure that, even in the bustling Jubilife City, retained its charm amidst the surrounding modernity. Li Wei had already heard Maria's story from Mr. Zoro. Hello, we would like to enter. Here is the authorization from Zoro. Zoro had promptly sent an electronic document to Li Wei's phone. Without this authorization, it was highly probable that Li Wei would be denied entry, forcing him to resort to an unwelcome intrusion. After glancing at the document and Dragonite, the security guard nodded. You may enter. But please keep a close watch on your Pokemon. It would be best to recall them. Here, Li Wei found himself at an impasse. For Dragonite was unlikely to comply with being returned to its Pokeball at this moment. Prior to their arrival, Maria House had already received a call from Zoro, informing them of Li Wei's impending visit. As they stepped inside, Dragonite was greeted by the visage it had longed for. To the left of the entrance hung a large photograph, capturing a smiling Maria, adorned in a hat, surrounded by a group of children. The framed picture, protected by glass, remained in pristine condition. Gulu, Dragonite gently nudged its large head against the glass. The cold surface felt oddly warm and real to Dragonite. What a magnificent Pokemon! The imposing figures of Dragonite and Metagross quickly garnered the attention of the children within Maria House. To escape the commotion caused by the excited children, Dratini hastily took refuge atop Li Wei's head, resting its head upon his. Given Li Wei's height of over 6 feet, the children could not reach Dratini even with their most vigorous jumps. Please wait. No causing a ruckus. A short-haired woman in her 20s swiftly approached to intervene. Observing Dragonite's antics, Li Wei stepped in front, apologizing. It's not causing trouble. It simply misses Miss Maria dearly. Oh, is that so? The woman's eyes softened as she glanced at Dragonite's behavior, unable to refute his claim. Big brother, can you tell me its name? A little girl with braided hair tugged at Li Wei's pant leg, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. This one is Metagross. And that one? What about it? That's Dragonite. Dragonite. So shiny. Wow, cool. Big brother, why does a Pokemon grow on your head? Are you a Pokemon too? A throng of children encircled Li Wei, bombarding him with questions, their inquiries creating a cacophony that rivaled a bustling marketplace. The security guard chuckled heartily. That's why I suggested recalling your Pokemon. His concern was not for the potential for harm, but rather the familiar sight of children captivated by the presence of Pokemon. Everyone come back. Gradually, several staff members emerged to guide the children away. Metagross exhaled a sigh of relief. Those rambunctious kids had nearly climbed atop it moments ago. Upon catching sight of Dragonite, a woman nearing 50 years old experienced a fleeting wave of nostalgia, especially as she observed Dragonite's wistful gaze directed at the photograph of Maria. I am Rosa, the acting director here. May I inquire about it? Yet, 20 years had passed. Could it truly still be Dragonite? Even Rosa hesitated to confirm. Acting director? Li Wei nodded. This is Miss Maria's Dragonite, and this one is her child, Dratini. Rosa's face broke into a genuine smile. At last, we welcome you, Dragonite. Please, follow me. I have something for you. Li Wei nodded. Dragonite, let us proceed and explore further. Gulu. Reluctantly, Dragonite followed, glancing back at the photograph with lingering affection. Rosa led them to a room where Li Wei released Lucario from a luxury ball. He needed Lucario for translation. With a shiny Metagross already at his side, Rosa was hardly surprised to see another Lucario. She introduced, this is the room where Miss Maria resided. Li Wei recognized the layout. It was nearly identical to the second-floor bedroom at Wuyin Mountain. A recliner, a bed, a dressing table, and a bay window adorned the space, with the curtains matching perfectly. The only distinction was a picture frame resting on the table, showcasing a photograph of Dragonite with Maria. In the picture, Maria lovingly caressed Dragonite, her smile radiant and gentle, utterly enchanting. Li Wei could easily identify the room, and Dragonite was even more immersed in recollections. Dragonite sat quietly by the bay window, entranced by the photograph of Maria. Rosa began, let me recount the origins of Maria House. This tale, Li Wei had already heard, primarily intended for Dragonite's ears. Maria, though affluent, was not particularly fortunate in life. Her parents perished in a car accident, leaving her with nothing but cold inheritance. Fortunately, the Dragonite gifted to her by her parents accompanied her until she turned 30. Dragonite had been her companion for a full 25 years, having become a cherished family member. At the age of 30, Maria fell gravely ill, her condition beyond the reach of contemporary medical intervention, leaving surgery as her sole hope. The operation proved unsuccessful. Following the procedure, Maria remained bedridden, ultimately passing away approximately 7 days later. She bequeathed all her wealth to establish a foundation dedicated solely to the upkeep and operation of Maria House. Thanks to the substantial funds, The institution has endured for many years, solely focused on providing a haven for children in need. Rosa merely serves as a caretaker, and there shall be successors in the future. The position of director of this welfare institution will eternally belong to Maria. As for Dornbaruto, Director Maria entrusted us with the task of searching for him before her departure. Dornbaruto lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Rosa. Director Maria instructed us to inform Dornbaruto not to wait for her any longer, as she had embarked on her journey to a distant paradise. We visited approximately 10 times. Yet we never encountered Dornbaruto, feeling fortunate that he had departed before us. Little did we anticipate that 20 years would pass, and Dornbaruto would still be there. He was aware of Maria's departure, yet he remained in waiting, solely to honor that promise. As long as Maria were to return, Dornbaruto could once again become her beloved Pokemon. Dornbaruto, here are the 27 letters left by Director Maria. I can finally deliver them to you. Ms. Rosa opened the drawer and retrieved a thick stack of letters, all carefully sealed in envelopes. The envelopes were aged yet well preserved, bearing Dornbaruto's name, but lacking an address. These 27 letters represent Maria's 27 sentiments for Dornbaruto. Girdle. Levi took the delicate letters for Dornbaruto, their weight akin to that of 1,000 burdens. Chapter 46. Diancie Get Days. In the city of Zhuqing, at Maria's home, Levi tentatively inquired, "Could we perhaps stay here for dinner tonight? I am a chef and can prepare a meal." He wished to allow Dornbaruto to linger a while longer, even if just for a moment. Rosa, skeptical, questioned, "You can cook?" In this era, it was uncommon for such a young trainer to shun gym battles or grand contests in favor of culinary pursuits, especially since Levi, with his silver Metagross and Lucario, clearly appeared to be a formidable trainer. Levi promptly showcased his EV network account, successfully winning Rosa over. Rosa exclaimed in surprise, "So this is your account? I never connected the dots. Then, I shall leave it to you. Arcanine, Metagross, you stay here. Lucario, and I will go procure ingredients." "Who?" Kongjin. Immediately, Arcanine and Metagross found themselves surrounded by the children of the welfare institution. "We have ingredients. Extra meal." Levi dashed out. Before long, Levi returned with an abundance of ingredients, including 10 cases of bottled Moo Moo milk, a gift for the children. The kitchen was a whirlwind of chaos. Xiao Wei, no touching the pot. Xiao Yu, no running around in the kitchen. Xiao Yin, put down the flour. Xiao Qin. The little girl who had previously clutched Levi's pant leg with questions nearly ended up in a boiling pot herself. In a swift motion, Levi scooped her up, exclaiming, "This is not claypot rice." Director Rosa unleashed her grand strategy, proposing a contest to see who could stir the best, with lollipops awarded to the top 3. Hooray! A simple yet effective tactic. This is the essence of mastery and simplicity. Levi prepared meat porridge as the main dish, finally chopping the meat to effectively prevent any children from choking. Afterward, he stir-fried several large portions of dishes, sufficient to cater to all. The kitchen staff exuded a competitive spirit, eager to challenge Levi, but he remained disinterested. Had it been on a normal day, he might have been intrigued. But due to the events surrounding Dornbaruto, his enthusiasm was waning. He suggested remaining at the welfare institution, partly to draw upon the children's vitality to alleviate his own melancholy. Egg custard, meat porridge, sweet kung pao chicken, and carrot stewed beef. Levi prepared home-style dishes, not overextending himself as the kitchen staff were also capable. The dining hall of the welfare institution was elegantly decorated, betraying no hint that it was a place for the less fortunate. No wild Pokemon roamed here, save for a few goldfish kept in a tank. Rosa had previously explained that Maria wished for these children not to suffer hardships from a young age, believing they should live well. Maria was truly an angel. No wonder Dornbaruto had never forgotten her. Levi brought the food to the quietly observant Dornbaruto, accompanied by Diancie. "This is for you. Please enjoy." Gurgle. It indicated a lack of appetite. "Maria has always been here, watching over you. You wouldn't want her to feel sorrow, would you?" "Oh dear, how did I end up using such phrasing?" Gurgle. Ultimately, Dornbaruto did eat. Ding. Gained proficiency in Energy Cube 364. Director Rosa. Is it possible to organize excursions or outings for the children? Rosa nodded. Indeed, we have such activities once a month. If you don't mind, you can bring the children to our breeding center for educational purposes. It is spacious and home to numerous wild Pokemon. Rosa felt a flicker of excitement, but safety concerns lingered. Lucario and Metagross had long since become the undisputed rulers of the area, with no Pokemon daring to challenge them. That sounds splendid. Our next outing will be in 2 weeks. Levi exchanged contact information with Director Rosa. As a condition of exchange, he asked, "Would it be permissible for me to frequently bring Dornbaruto along?" "Absolutely. Even if Dornbaruto wishes to come alone, this is Maria's home, and thus it is also his. I am immensely grateful to you. It is I who should thank you for fulfilling an uncompleted wish of mine. That evening, after playing games with the children, they bid farewell. Take care, and you are always welcome to visit. Goodbye, brother Levi. The children's innocent exuberance dispelled Levi's gloom. Farewell, now hurry and get some rest. The night in Jubilife City remained vibrant, the lights aglow. Standing beneath a street lamp, Levi turned to Dorn Baruto. I won't capture you. Come home with me. My house is quite near Mount Fog Hidden. Girdle. Dorn Baruto nodded in agreement. Levi then addressed Diancie, producing a luxury ball. Diancie, would you like to become my Pokemon? Do. Diancie gently nudged the luxury ball's button, transforming into a beam of red light that entered the ball with a click. I have captured Diancie. Lucario. Diancie, get days. All right, let us head home. Levi had initially intended for Metagross to carry him, but Dorn Baruto lifted him instead. At 9:30, the breeding center was illuminated only by streetlights. Enveloped in tranquility, though sorrowful, life must continue. Dorn Baruto, Diancie, from now on this will be your home. Mount Fog Hidden lies in that direction. Girdle. Do. Mary. Before returning to his room, Levi glanced at Arcanine, who remained curled up in the corner of the shared room, trembling at the slightest sound. Levi gently patted Arcanine's head, saying, Arcanine, please lend a helping paw to your companion. Who? Arcanine flashed a confident smile. Leave it to me. Arcanine was, in fact, easier to care for than Magikarp. Levi had already devised a plan for Arcanine's rehabilitation. He would simply take it out for exercise. Physical activity is a soothing balm for the soul. After exercising, although weary, one can effectively alleviate a plethora of negative emotions while simultaneously fostering confidence in the swift canine companion. Leeway pushed open the door to find his father indulging in a late-night snack in the living room. Ah, you're back, son. I thought you might not return tonight, his father remarked. Rolling his eyes at his father's insinuating expression, Leeway retorted, What on earth did you think I was up to? You should eat less at night. It's detrimental to your health. At the sound of Leeway's voice, Wen Hui appeared from her room, exclaiming, Oh, this seems to be. Is this Diancie and Diancie? Diancie is my new capture. Leeway briefly introduced Diancie and Diancie to his parents. You went out just for this? His father queried. What else would it be for? Leeway responded, as his father mumbled, I thought you might be on a date. Chapter 47, Pokemon Trainers of Jubilife City. Longing for quality breeding facilities. The following day, at dawn, Leeway's personal alarm clock, Lucario, punctually roused him at 7 o'clock. After stretching languidly, Leeway playfully rubbed the head of the sleeping swift dog, rousing it from slumber. Woof woof woof. Remember this, for tonight you shall reap the rewards. The Metagross had already awoken, perched by the bay window, engrossed in the Metagross breeding manual gifted by Dawu. Metagross had perused this manual countless times. A reprinted version provided by Leeway. Diancie, nestled in its cotton bed, slowly opened its sleepy eyes, letting out a soft murmur. It was Diancie's first night in its new home. With a cozy bed and central heating, it was a significant improvement from the frigid wooden cabin atop the mountain. While that place had its merits, the winter chill was rather unbearable. Fortunately, Diancie was born in spring, allowing it to withstand the harsh winter and grow into Diancie. Diancie did not sleep in Leeway's room. He had arranged a separate chamber for it to store letters. After capturing Diancie, Leeway now had 4 Pokemon. The advanced Lucario from the gym, the intermediate Swift Dog, the professional intermediate Metagross, and the seasoned intermediate Diancie. If one were to include the advanced Diancie, Leeway could indeed challenge the league. Even with just 5 Pokemon, their individual strength was formidable. However, this was merely a thought, as Leeway had yet to earn a single badge. Similar to when he first captured Metagross, Leeway needed to devise a training plan for Diancie. The identification I provided information about Diancie. Name: Diancie type, Dragon. Ghost, gender, male, ability. Penetrate, can bypass barriers or substitutes to attack. Skills: Bind, Malevolent Pursuit, Misfortune, Quick Movement, Rapid Return, Double Strike, Dragon Dance. Phantom Ambush, Strength Rating, Seasoned, Intermediate. Diancie's strength was indeed superior to that of Metagross at the outset. Diancie had already displayed combat capability, making it far simpler than raising Diancie from scratch. Diancie seemed particularly fond of resting atop Leeway's head, placing its triangular head there. You may absorb this dragon scale, Leeway said, offering a black dragon scale. Diancie's eyes sparkled with excitement as it eagerly accepted the gift. With a crunch, Diancie consumed the dragon scale at a visibly rapid pace. The dragon power contained within the scale would assist Diancie in gradually growing stronger. As for how much stronger, Leeway was uncertain. This was his first genuine endeavor in raising a dragon-type Pokemon. Particularly, since this scale belonged to the black Rayquaza, Li Wei felt even less assured. Meanwhile, within the room, Dallamboluto slumbered peacefully. In its dreams, Mylia embraced it with open arms, her slender fingers gently caressing its scales, feeling its warmth. Dallamboluto, how are you? Do you miss me? I miss you dearly. Mylia held Dallamboluto tightly, attuning to their synchronized heartbeats. Time's up, I must take my leave. She placed a gentle kiss upon Dallamboluto's head. Gulu, don't go. Dallamboluto abruptly awoke, momentarily disoriented between reality and dreams. Though the conclusion was less than ideal, it still felt like a beautiful dream to it. Dallonki, phantom ambush. The sounds from outside captured Dallamboluto's attention. Through the window, it could see Dallonki training. The phantom ambush collided with the swift dog's flare blitz. Kongjin, Lucha, the esteemed Lucario and Metagross praised Dallonki. Well done. Li Wei affectionately patted Dallonki's head, offering it a few energy cubes. Gulu. Dallonki narrowed its eyes contentedly, nudging with its sizable head. Dallamboluto understood that Mylia had moved on, and it must carry on with a piece of her spirit. As Dallamboluto exited the room, it was suddenly called back. Dallamboluto, would you like to join us? The woman in front was none other than Li Wei's mother, Wenhui. Gulu? Wenhui smiled. Shall we have tea together? Every morning before the breeding center opened, she brewed herself a pot of tea, a ritual that Mylia also cherished. Gulu. For reasons unknown, Dallamboluto chose to accept. The amber-hued tea reflected Dallamboluto's sleepy eyes, and the rich aroma filled the living room. Dallamboluto sniffed the fragrant tea, lowered its head, and began to sip, savoring it as if reminiscing a cherished past. Wenhui did not engage in conversation with Dallamboluto but quietly brewed the tea, consuming 6 small cups herself. She understood that Dallamboluto was not merely drinking tea. It was reminiscing about the companionship shared over tea. Li Wei had already explained Dallamboluto's story to his parents the night before. Learning that Dallamboluto had waited for Mylia for 2 decades deepened their understanding of the emotional bonds Pokemon could form. Wenhui, in age, was quite comparable to Dallamboluto. Gulu. She smiled. No need for thanks. Now, I must attend to my work. The second phase of the main quest required securing the belief of 1,000 customers, including Pokemon, that their breeding center was the finest in Jubilife City. Progress. 581-1000. Li Wei's breeding center gradually established a foothold in Jubilife City, with a fair number of returning customers. Yet, curiously, foot traffic today was notably sparse. Most visitors were there for bathing or grooming their Pokemon, with no substantial requests for skill training or evolution. Comrade Leon was so idle he began yawning. How peculiar. Why is there not a single request? Without Pokemon seeking skill training, Leon found himself at a loss, as he had yet to reach Li Wei's level in Pokemon care. Beside her, Comrade Wenhui busily tapped away at her calculator, the sound echoing like a rhythmic percussion. It's perfectly all right. During this bustling period, one could consider this a brief respite. A moment to contemplate the intricacies of breeding Pokemon. From its inception, this breeding center has charted a course that is both selective and refined, dedicated to providing exceptional service. The advantage of such an approach is that it does not completely encroach upon the survival space of other breeding facilities, allowing them to sustain themselves. A notable benefit is the elevation of the breeding center's reputation, establishing it as a benchmark for breeding houses in Jubilife City. This was a direct quote from the mayor of Jubilife City. Pokemon trainers in Jubilife City have long been deprived of quality breeding facilities. Just then, a grave situation arose. Chapter 48, Tianguan Breeding House, a bold stroke of fate. Jubilife City, prosperous and densely populated, presents a vast market. Even if each individual possesses just one Pokemon, it signifies a substantial consumer base, not to mention the influx of visitors from the surrounding towns, representing an invisible source of clientele. This sprawling market has led to the emergence of dozens of breeding houses in Jubilife City. At its peak, their number exceeded 100. Undoubtedly, the quality among these establishments varies significantly, with subpar ones driving out the better ones being a common occurrence. Currently, the most renowned breeding house in Jubilife City is the Tianguan Breeding House, located in the prime area of the city center. The audacity to name itself after the formidable Tianguan mountain in Sinnoh speaks volumes about its prowess. What appears to be merely a breeding house is, in fact, backed by the expansive Tianguan Company, which boasts vast pastures and farms. The reputation of the Tianguan Breeding House is a mixed bag. Some praise its affordability, while others criticize its disregard for the well-being and feelings of Pokemon. Despite the numerous reports from concerned citizens of Jubilife City, investigations have failed to uncover any substantial issues with the Tianguan Breeding House. The one who had just exclaimed the impending crisis was Dio. This morning, He had ventured into the city center. Li Wei, his parents, and the veteran employees of the breeding center were gathered, attentively listening to Dio as he vividly recounted the situation he had discovered. The Tianguan breeding house, known for its already low prices, has now launched a promotional price drop. Aside from Pokemon grooming and care, they are offering a range of services, and lines began forming early in the morning. The breeding house's core offerings are limited. Once Li Wei's family begins breeding Pokemon, they will monopolize all services. Li Wei nodded slightly, recognizing that this might explain the current lull at the breeding center. Dio took a sip of water, contemplating a price war. What should we do? Leon also turned to the pensive Li Wei. Son, should we consider lowering our prices? Wen Hui immediately shook her head. No way. Li Wei responded with a shake of his head. No need to worry. The Tianguan breeding house cannot consume the entire market, as our clientele is different. They lack the capital to engage in a price war. Moreover, a price war is a double-edged sword that inflicts damage on both sides. Engaging in such a battle with the Tianguan breeding house would mean our defeat. With confidence, Li Wei remarked. Initiating a price war only serves to highlight their bluster and insecurity. Beside them, Rueishi adjusted her glasses and nodded slightly. I am familiar with the operational model of the Tianguan breeding house. It differs from ours. I cannot comment on the internal workings as I have not been privy to them, but their capabilities are limited to two options: tarnishing our reputation or manipulating supply channels. Having emerged from the murky waters of unscrupulous breeding houses, she was well-versed in such underhanded tactics. Her deductions earned her high praise from Dio, who exclaimed, "Impressive." Gao! Roared the fiery roaring tiger, emulating the sentiment. She shrugged. You will understand once you interact more with other breeding houses. Dio quickly shook his head. That once he do, I don't intend to leave. This is my first and last breeding house. You are indeed fortunate, Rueishi mused. Considering Dio's luck to be a case of a fool's fortune, Li Wei remained cautiously optimistic. A temporary decline in clientele was inevitable, and everyone needed to brace themselves mentally. Leon exuberantly expressed, regardless, let us focus on our own endeavors. Wen Hui nodded in agreement. If there is spare time, everyone need not remain entirely at the center. They can pursue their own interests. Comrade Wen Hui planned to deliberate on which Pokemon to breed during this period. Vulpix, Eevee, Rockruff, or perhaps the classic starter trio. These are all exceedingly popular Pokemon, thus sales would not be a concern. As for the herdier, it was under the league's control, with only a limited number becoming available. Initially, it would be unwise to breed too many varieties. Preparations for breeding must commence promptly. Li Wei nodded. I can take the opportunity to take the Advanced Breeder Certification exam. He had a main quest tied to this. Becoming an advanced breeder was a part of it. As for the Pokemon item lottery tickets, he was particularly intrigued by the random skill upgrades. If his much anticipated master level were to upgrade, it would surely propel him to new heights. However, if he were to be honest, Li Wei was more eager to upgrade his breeding skills, scanning abilities, or appraisal eye. He could independently enhance his culinary skills, energy cubes, and Pokemon perfume. Due to his sales, his proficiency in crafting energy cubes was nearing completion. Energy Cube, Advanced Progress, 8854-510-0000. Upgrade was imminent. As for the perfume, due to a lack of sales, it was being slowly absorbed internally by the employees' Pokemon, resulting in a slower progression. Yet, this ensured Li Wei's reputation remained intact. He was not in a rush to ascend. Slow and steady was perfectly acceptable. He still had recipes for Mapo Tofu, B-level, and Crab Meat Lioness Head, B-level, that he had yet to replicate. Challenges he aimed to conquer. Dio chuckled, right? I need to sign up for the intermediate breeder assessment. She raised her hand. Aunt Wen Hui, I have some interest in Pokemon breeding. Wen Hui smiled. Then let us do it together. Shirin enthusiastically added, I will strive to learn as well. Xiao Rou softly chimed in, yes. I will do my utmost to ensure customer satisfaction. With such a dedicated team, Li Wei had no doubts that the breeding center would weather this storm. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary ensures invincibility in battle. Li Wei was actively embodying this adage, seeking information about the Tianguan breeding house. The incessant notification sounds from the chat group caught Li Wei's attention. Xiaojiang, the 24th Youth Breeder Competition has been confirmed. The finals will be held in Sinnoh's Jiyuan City. As the gym leader of the Dark Gray Gym, Xiaojiang had embarked on his own path as a breeder after encountering various events. Ajin, Jiyuan City is quite far from me. I still have work at the breeding house. Xiaojiang, the top 32 will gather in Jiyuan City. The preliminary selections and eliminations will take place across various regions. Ma Zhisher, it's not like you'll win just because you go. Qihong, breeder competition? Forget it. I'll stick to training. Qing LV, Li Wei, You should consider participating in this competition. The rewards are substantial, and I am one of the judges. Li Wei, why does it feel like I have to take a shortcut? I will think about it. Ma Zhisher, ding ding, driving yellow card warning issued. A Jean, ding ding, children S card. A Jean and Ma Zhisher have been muted by Qing LV for 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes? Qing LV is truly merciful. Li Wei was undoubtedly aware of this competition, the pinnacle event for young breeders, held every 3 years, exclusively for those under 30. His grandfather, father, and mother had all participated in this prestigious breeder competition. It is worth mentioning that Li Wei's parents made a remarkable mark at the breeding competition. During the semi-finals of the event, his father publicly declared his love for Comrade Wen Hui during a live broadcast. Naturally, his mother consented, and thus they became a couple. A bond that has endured to this day. Ding! A new side quest has been detected. Chapter 49, Side Quest to Fame, Mapo Tofu, B rank. After engaging in light conversation with Qing Lu and others to glean some insights about the breeder competition, Li Wei set down his phone and turned his gaze towards the virtual panel of the system. Another side quest had emerged. To Fame, optional represent the Zhuqing Breeding Center and achieve at least a top 8 finish in the 24th breeder competition. Rewards, to be determined based on final results. Zhuqing Breeding Center. Afternoon. Observing Lucario mediating a dispute while sharing its food with Piku, the latter joyfully buried its head in a food bowl of similar size. With its adorably large ears, Piku is a delightful little creature, standing no taller than Lucario's ankle. Brother Dio chuckled. Lucario is quite the caregiver. Leon nodded. Lucario has always been nurturing, even when it was still a Riolu. It was the one who initially took care of Katani. And now even Arcanine is adept at looking after other Pokemon. Arcanine was playfully teasing a plump Jigglypuff, whose entire body was a soft shade of pink. Of course, it was not the song-singing Jigglypuff. In contrast, Metagross and Dragapult seemed somewhat at a loss with the Pokemon in their care. Kongjin. Beep. Diligently recording. At that moment, Metagross hovered in place, its deep red eyes flickering with text resembling lines of code. Metagross was learning from Lucario and Arcanine how to care for Pokemon, reminiscing about Li Wei's past methods. Be gentle and smile. Beep. Learning successful. Kongjin. Dragapult, however, had entirely given up, returning to its mother, Dragapult. This was largely due to Li Wei's absence. This also explained why Lucario and the others had taken on the responsibility of looking after the young ones. Lucario had proactively volunteered to help alleviate some of Li Wei's workload. While they were unable to provide care for the Pokemon, they were more than capable of looking after the young ones or imparting techniques. Caring for the young was also a paid service at the breeding center, akin to student daycare. Thus, this scene unfolded. Rushi adjusted her glasses and remarked sternly, "What are you all still chatting about? Shouldn't you be getting to work?" "All right." Leon instantly swung his hoe with fervor. Brother Dio exclaimed, covering his face in mock shock. "Heavens, the staff is urging the boss to work." Rushi shot him a glare. "No more snarking, you get to it too." "Understood." Brother Dio stood at attention, his posture impeccable. Although Leon was the nominal boss, he was so affable that those familiar with him hardly regarded him as such. It wasn't Li Wei, but rather Comrade Wen Hui, who managed the accounts. The price war tactics of Tianguan Breeding House had indeed impacted the breeding center somewhat. Business had noticeably dwindled over the past few days. Nevertheless, Leon maintained his optimistic spirit, suggesting a renovation of the outdoor facilities. Some terrain required adjustments, which was routine maintenance and targeted modifications, while other areas needed tilling for vegetable planting. Brother Dio was more than willing to take charge of this. He would be anxious if anyone tried to usurp his role. As for Leon, he was simply compelled to take action due to his wife's insistence. Puffing heavily, Leon's breath was more labored than a bellows. Watching Brother Dio, who was drenched in sweat, yet still spirited, Leon envied him. "Dio, how do you maintain such zeal?" Brother Dio scratched his head. "Me? You ought to learn well." All right, right away." Leon pulled out a notebook. Harboring grudges. Let us switch to a new one." "All right, go on." Brother Dio clenched his fists, letting out a loud roar towards the sky, and then, with a resounding clap, vigor and determination surged forth. Nearby, the Incineroar mirrored Brother Dio's actions. "Wow, it's igniting." Leon watched in a state of bewilderment as Brother Dio and Incineroar were enveloped in flames. "We still have much to learn." Kali. Li Wei was indeed occupied, primarily with 2 tasks. One was exercising Arcanine, who was suffering from PTSD, taking it out to run in the open fields. Although Arcanine was apprehensive, it was willing to run in nature, which was good news for Li Wei. The challenges presented by Arcanine were significantly less than those of Magikarp, mainly because Li Wei understood its triggers. Arcanine's PTSD was induced by a flashbang and a close-range explosion from a group of Electrode. This had led Arcanine to prefer dark corners. However, as long as these triggers were avoided, Arcanine could still live like any normal Pokemon. Liyue had no intention of pushing Arcanine to regain its confidence and return to the police force. Living this way was perfectly acceptable. Regardless of how much protection and rehabilitation were offered, Arcanine's symptoms were akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment, which was detrimental not only to its ability to perform tasks, but also to the safety of other officers. Thus, Liyue merely hoped to heal its affliction, allowing it to live a normal life. The second task involved delving into the creation of a special culinary compendium, with his 6th video focused on Mapo Tofu, B rank. He had already registered for the Advanced Breeder Assessment, which would take place in 5 days. Liyue was also preparing to participate in the 24th Youth Breeder Competition held in Jubilife City. This competition would not only enhance his proficiency, but also elevate the reputation of the breeding center. When registering, breeders were required to indicate their affiliated breeding house or center. If Liyue could reach the top 8, the name of Zhuqing Breeding Center would prominently feature in multiple live broadcasts. Additionally, there was the system's side quest to fame, with rewards contingent upon the final outcome. Should Liyue secure the championship, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial, catapulting the Zhuqing Breeding Center to fame. Moreover, Jubilife City was located just east of Zhuqing City, easily accessible by train or Pokemon, with Metagross able to fly there in under 2 hours. As for the issue with Magikarp, Liyue was still awaiting the arrival of its trainer, Milotic. It struck him as odd. She was not one to break promises. So why had she still not arrived? At that time, she had assured Liyue that she would come over as soon as she wrapped up her affairs. Yet several days had already passed. Liyue shook his head, deciding not to press her, considering he had invited her to assist. He then immersed himself wholeheartedly in the creation of Mapo Tofu. During this time, he had reviewed the preparation process for Mapo Tofu countless times. First, the diced tofu was to be placed in salted water and simmered over low heat to eliminate the bean odor. In a hot pan with cold oil, the minced beef is added, followed by an additional step of stir-frying with seasonings. During the first thickening of the sauce, the mixture of minced beef and garlic sprouts is covered, and the process of thickening is repeated 3 times in total. A generous sprinkling of Sichuan pepper powder is added, culminating in a dish of Mapo Tofu, grade B. Levi couldn't help but raise his arm in triumph. He had succeeded. Chapter 50. The Arrival of Xylona and the Red Oil Hot Pot. In the kitchen, as Levi liberally sprinkled chili, treating it as if it were of no consequence, the system rated his creation as a serving of Mapo Tofu with an abundance of pepper, yielding an exquisite flavor. This dish is adored by those who cherish it, and even those who cannot handle spice find themselves compelled to indulge in its unparalleled deliciousness. The vibrant red Mapo Tofu, grade B, lay before Levi, and he took a bite. The tofu, blanched in boiling water, retained its form, while the salt water eliminated any bean odor. The minced beef, sautéed with debanjiang and cooking wine, was savory and fragrant. His initial sensation was of heat, followed swiftly by spiciness, yet it was undeniably delectable. Consuming Mapo Tofu, grade B, for the first time grants a permanent slight enhancement to a Pokemon's special attack abilities. Although Levi possesses the constitution of a true novice, he is not a Pokemon, and thus it has no effect on him. Should he consume it again, he could experience a temporary boost to his special attack. He pondered whether it might affect those with psychic abilities, recalling Naz and Gardevoir. Levi's daily quota for Mapo Tofu has now increased to 16. Gazing at this serving of Mapo Tofu, grade B, Levi was struck by an odd thought. While others utilize special attack-enhancing potions in competitions, he serves Mapo Tofu. During Pokemon battles, would he shout Bridge Bean Sack and then present a plate of Mapo Tofu? Would it be unreasonable to indulge in a dish while battling if one felt hungry? How absurd. To Levi, the most remarkable aspect of the system's special culinary compendium lies in its ability to craft dishes that enhance Pokemon capabilities using simple ingredients. Such skills are typically reserved for chefs of masterful caliber who employ specific materials to create extraordinary dishes. Yet, Levi is not one of them. The smoky citrus juice is somewhat justifiable, as the citrus fruit naturally restores vitality. However, the ingredients in Mapo Tofu have no relation whatsoever to enhancing Pokemon abilities. To suggest that a single dish of Mapo Tofu could augment a Pokemon's special attack capabilities is almost incredulous. Yet, the special culinary creation has achieved just that. Could it be possible for him to open a Pokemon restaurant? Enjoying a plate of Mapo Tofu, sipping on smoky citrus juice, followed by a serving of crab roe lion's head, and finishing with a dessert of crispy apples would surely elevate Pokemon abilities as one dines. It seems quite promising. Yet he must first ensure that the breeding center is well established, as his current repertoire of special dishes remains woefully scant. Ideally, he should aim to develop a collection of 10 to 20 unique dishes. As night fell, Levi's new dish, Mapo Tofu, elicited mixed emotions of love and disdain from everyone. As he utilized all 5 servings of Mapo Tofu, every Pokemon present was entitled to a share. To complement the Mapo Tofu, Levi prepared a spicy red oil hot pot. Brimming with an abundance of Sichuan pepper and chili, its boiling contents releasing an intoxicating aroma and heat that seemed to ignite the neighboring clear broth pot. The flavor was bold and exhilarating, even causing a tingling sensation on the scalp. Big Brother Dio, you've turned into a sausage mouth. Whoa, Piku just unleashed flamethrower. Jigglypuff merely caught a whiff of the aroma, trembling at the thought of fleeing, while murmuring, did I do something wrong? I promise I won't do it again. Ruishi swallowed hard. Come on, Xiaoro, eat the duck intestines, they're delicious. Thank you, Sister Ruishi. Shireen, you're still growing. Eat more. Eat more, eat more. Shireen cried as she devoured meatballs retrieved from the red oil hot pot. Levi had enlisted Metagross to assist in preparing various meatballs, including beef and fish varieties. Although Metagross nearly wrecked the kitchen in its eagerness to impress Levi, having smashed beef balls with its arm, Levi was left in awe. Should it be too spicy? Just switch to the clear broth, he advised. Shireen clenched her fists. No, I want the red oil. Big Brother Dio was even more outrageous. Having placed 8 boxes of fresh milk beside him, from which he opened 2 cans for Shireen, declaring, drink up. Let us stomp on the boxes, while others get drunk. You get drunk on milk, huh? Mind your sausage mouth. Levi was also warmly welcomed by everyone. Little boss, eat this. Brother Wei, come here. Kid, this quail egg is delicious. Comrade Leon's fatherly affection nearly moved Levi, until he bit into an unseasoned quail egg. This thing is utterly tasteless. It turned out that his father had discovered the blandness of the quail egg and, rather than waste it, simply handed it over to him. Amen. Levi could handle spice and was plotting to grow more chili peppers in his backyard. If necessary, he could even construct a greenhouse. Xiaoyi, you can't handle spice, right? Should I lend you a hand? As the pot continued to simmer, Big Brother Dio eyed the snowflake beef mixed with Sichuan pepper and Xiao Yi's bowl hungrily. No, I can manage, Xiao Yi declared, wearing a resolute expression, leaving Big Brother Dio to lament in regret. How can there exist such delicious red oil hot pot in this world? Big Brother Dio and the Infernape roared with fiery enthusiasm. Big Brother Dio was fired up once more. Lucario and Arcanine, both able to handle spice, relished every bite. Metagross could handle spice, but only in moderation. Meanwhile, Dragapult was left in awe. Dragapult ultimately decided to feast on the sweet version of Kung Pao chicken that Levi had prepared specifically for it, as it adored sweet flavors. Dragapult was left bewildered. However, this scene reminded Dragapult of its first experience with spicy food alongside Melia. It's quite amusing here. Eating spicy food is exhilarating. But the aftermath is akin to a funeral pyre. The following day, aside from Levi and the self-disciplined went away, everyone else found themselves in a close relationship with the restroom. Fortunately, each dormitory was equipped with a bathroom, and given the leisurely period, it served as a chance for relaxation. Drink some hot milk, if it's unbearable. You might need to visit the hospital. Levi and Lucario distributed the warm milk to each room. Big Brother Dio appeared somewhat pale. I'm truly grateful. After the hot milk was consumed, Big Brother Dio's condition improved slightly. Recalling Big Brother Dio's appearance from the previous day, Levi teased, still want to eat? Yes. All right. I concede. If it gets too bad, just call me, and I'll take you to the hospital. Big Brother Dio shakily signaled an okay, reassuring Levi. Meanwhile, a tall blonde woman clad in a black trench coat stood resolutely against the howling wind. I'm almost there. Sister, I sincerely apologize. I'm tied up here. So I must rely on you. The blonde woman couldn't help but smile. No worries. It's for the sake of Chudel. Amidst the swirling mists, the fierce and formidable Mega Sharpedo sliced through the clouds, soaring toward the eastern outskirts of Jubilife City. Chapter 51, Cynthia and Roland. Sinnoh, Sunnysure City. While the extraordinary champion Wusong toiled diligently, engaging in discussions about the upcoming competition with Hikari, Mikuri, and others, the Sinnoh champion Cynthia was indulging in leisurely pursuits. After all, it was not long ago that Wusong had faltered in the Sinnoh champion challenge, a wager that had been placed between them. It would be more accurate to say she was not merely idling, but rather collaborating with Dr. Yamanashi to delve into ancient history and mythology, a true passion of Cynthia's. Following the exposure of Team Galactic and the disappearance of the Crimson Sun, the Sinnoh region had enjoyed a period of tranquility, save for the Pokemon hunters and other illicit activities that required eradication. Fortunately, Pokemon Rangers, patrollers, police, and Interpol were on hand, rendering Cynthia's intervention unnecessary. She could hardly afford to unleash her full power at the onset. Cynthia had come to seek guidance from Dr. Yamanashi. While others took their holidays to play games and shop, she dedicated her time to researching ancient history and mythology, a testament to her unique character. At noon, clad in a fitted, knee-length black coat and sleek black boots, Cynthia's long legs accentuated her elegance. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her cascading golden locks, which shimmered brilliantly and cast a clear outline on her face. A softly contoured oval visage, porcelain skin, and silver-gray irises that sparkled with intelligence. Her high-bridged nose and unadorned pale pink lips complemented her exquisite features, leaving little room for critique. Even without a smile gracing her lips, a faint hint of amusement lingered on her countenance, enhanced by her white shirt and predominantly black and gold jewelry, further highlighting her poise and composure. Not only was she a champion, but she was also a breathtaking beauty. As music filled the air, Cynthia's phone chimed with an incoming call. Glancing at the screen displaying the name Sister, she couldn't help but smile. It was indeed a rare occasion. Roland would not reach out to her unless it was of utmost importance. Cynthia recalled Roland's words before her departure. "Sister, I will surpass you." Such ambition was commendable, and Cynthia wholeheartedly supported her. Her thoughts wandered to Daigo, who had rushed off to mine. Perhaps she too yearned for retirement. Cynthia answered the video call. "Little Roland, where are you?" On the other side of the screen, Roland bore a striking resemblance to Cynthia, though her golden hair was styled in a high ponytail. Hearing the affectionate address, Roland's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Don't call me Little Roland. I'm currently on Iron Island." Cynthia's eyes glimmered with curiosity at the mention of Iron Island. "Have you encountered any difficulties?" Her gaze sharpened, and she immediately rose to grab a Pokeball, ready to set off for Iron Island. "Sit down," Roland urged. "I'm on Iron Island studying ruins and undergoing special training. More accurately, Lucario is training with Mr. Axu." Roland adjusted the camera, revealing Axu, eyes closed, alongside two Lucarios, all meditating in a cross-legged position. At this sight, Cynthia settled back down. As a Pokemon of Aura, Lucario was selective in choosing its trainer, and in Cynthia's eyes, trainers who possessed Lucario often had commendable character. Roland's expression turned sheepish as she explained, "Lucario is in intense training, and I'm preoccupied with studying the ruins on Iron Island. However, I've also made a promise to Levi, the grandson of Old Man Lean. You remember him, right?" Upon hearing Levi's name, Cynthia's memory sparked. An image of a youthful yet strikingly handsome face appeared in her mind. "Yes, I recall him quite well. What did you promise him?" Roland sighed. "Well, it's a long story, beginning with an ugly fish." "No worries, I have time. Please, do go on." Due to Roland's strong-willed nature, she often refrained from imposing on Cynthia, resulting in infrequent conversations between the two sisters. It wasn't that Cynthia couldn't reach out. Rather, Roland tended to keep her troubles to herself. Their discussions would typically extend when they delved into Pokemon or ancient history, and this time, Cynthia hoped for a lengthy discourse. "There's this frightened, ugly fish that fears humans. And even Lord Green suggested seeking assistance from it or Milotic." Cynthia succinctly summarized. The fact that even Lord Green was at a loss with the ugly fish piqued Cynthia's interest. Roland nodded. "Since I have a Milotic, Levi sought my help. I felt sorry for the ugly fish and readily agreed, not realizing I would become so tied up." The ruins on Iron Island were linked to the deities of time and space, and there were teams currently deciphering ancient scripts and history. Roland was both a researcher and a bodyguard there, a prodigy. She had claimed victory at the Sinnoh Lily of the Valley Conference in her debut year, but had since shifted her focus from challenging the League to studying ancient history and mythology. "Rest assured, you focus on your training on Iron Island, and leave the ugly fish matter to me." Roland's voice grew softer. "I truly apologize for burdening you, especially since you were so busy." "Am I busy?" Cynthia pondered, recalling the pile of ancient texts. "Yes, quite busy." She squinted playfully, raising a finger. "Then promise me one thing as a trade-off." "What is it?" "You must return home for dinner this new year." "All right, I understand. Be good, Little Roland." "I told you not to call me Little Roland." Roland quickly sent Cynthia the address of the breeding center after hanging up. Cynthia soon located Dr. Yamanashi, who, despite his imposing beard and seemingly gruff demeanor, was in truth a kind-hearted individual. "Dr. Yamanashi, I need to step out for a moment." "Is there an emergency?" "There's an ugly fish that may have suffered human abuse, and its treatment might require Milotic." Even someone as good-hearted as Dr. Yamanashi could not remain calm upon hearing of Pokemon abuse. You must hurry. Understood, I'm on my way. Come forth, Mega Sharpedo. Ka. With its deep blue skin adorned with sharp scales and a red and yellow underbelly, its wings resembling shark pectoral fins, Mega Sharpedo took to the skies like a supersonic fighter jet. Being female, Cynthia's Mega Sharpedo bore an intact dorsal fin. With a steely resolve, Cynthia set her sights on Jubilife City. Ka. Chapter 52, The Arrival of Cynthia. EV. Jubilife Breeding Center. Following Levi's fiery hot pot the previous night, many chose to remain in their dormitories to rest, resulting in a quieter atmosphere at the usually bustling breeding center. Only Daigo seemed rejuvenated, having merely sipped hot moo-moo milk, his fighting spirit ablaze. At this moment, I am engaged in training with the ferocious flame, roaring tiger. Let us ignite our spirits. Grr. Doran Baruto is also diligently training Doranchi. While on the mountains, Doran Baruto would conduct training sessions for Doranchi. Otherwise, Doran Misha would not have evolved into Doranchi. Concentrate all your strength in your tail. Doran Baruto is imparting to Doranchi a highly effective move in battle known as wide area destruction, with a fierce sweep of his tail against the opponent. This move can diminish their attacking prowess. Mastering wide area destruction will also make learning Dragon Tail relatively easier. Emulating his mother, Doranchi concentrated the Dragon-type energy within his tail. A radiant green luminescence coalesced at the tip of Doranchi's tail, causing violent disturbances in the surrounding air. Gulp. Excellent. Although he has yet to fully master wide area destruction, the initial results are promising. Doran Baruto has noticed that Doranchi is learning Dragon-type techniques at an accelerated pace compared to before. He understands that this remarkable progress is attributable to Li Wei. The dragon scales of the black Rayquaza, combined with the near-perfect energy cubes provided by Li Wei, make it nearly impossible not to advance. Burble. Delighted by the praise, Doranchi beams with joy. The price war at the Tianguan breeding house has left the breeding center rather desolate these past 2 days. However, Li Wei remains unperturbed, confident that time will yield answers. After preparing a delectable Mapo tofu, grade B, Li Wei plans to take a brief respite before filming the 6th episode of his video series tomorrow. Once the 6th episode is completed, he can also begin preparations for the advanced breeder assessment. Li Wei is routinely conversing with the ugly fish by the pond, though now accompanied by several adorable companions. The trainers Eevee, Piku, and Jigglypuff are here for nurturing, alongside the poodle Pokemon, Doremia, sent over by a trainer earlier that morning. Much like Eevee and Rockruff, Doremia is an exceedingly popular Pokemon, especially among girls who adore them not for battles, but purely for their aesthetic appeal. Caring for Doremia's fur requires meticulous grooming, while styling its hair is a task Li Wei is less adept at, necessitating assistance from his uncle. The hairdressing service is a new venture at the breeding center, and thanks to his uncle's reputation, customers began arriving the very next day. Both his uncle and aunt are contemplating a move to join him. This marks a formidable collaboration between Li Wei's family and his uncle's expertise. With a top-tier Pokemon stylist on board, the breeding house stands unrivaled. If he could also bring Sister Lily and his grandfather to the breeding center, it would surely soar to new heights. Who cares about mere celebrations? If one is to achieve, they should aspire to be the best in the world. Boy, Piku. Eevee and Piku are rolling about playfully in the grass. Accompanied by the master of childcare, Lucario, Li Wei has no cause for concern. Let them frolic freely in the wild. On the final day, he'll simply arrange a grooming package for them. Li Wei reclines by the pond, gazing down at the round, rosy Jigglypuff cradled in his arms, its large eyes sparkling. Pori. Lucario translates helplessly. It cannot sing. You can't sing? What a pity. Li Wei genuinely wishes to hear Jigglypuff's melodious voice. Lucario is puzzled, unsure why Li Wei is so fixated on having Jigglypuff sing. What song would it sing? The Song of Ruin? Let us play in the water. Pori. Jigglypuff wiggles its tiny, rosy feet. While it's called playing in the water, in reality, it is Li Wei holding Jigglypuff, with only its hands able to touch the water. Ugly fish, come out and play. The ugly fish, hiding beneath the rock formations in the pond, is wrestling with its inner turmoil. Suddenly, Li Wei's phone chimes with a message from Roland. I'm unable to break away right now. I've sent my sister over instead. Pori. However, Li Wei is engrossed in teaching Jigglypuff to sing and fails to notice the message. A large question mark appears above Metagross's head. Why does the trainer know such a song? It's incomprehensible. Metagross employs a trick, enhancing its special attack. Meanwhile, in the sky, a sharp-toothed Garchomp gradually decelerates, leaving behind a trail of clouds. Cynthia can already see the outline of the breeding center. She prefers to maintain a low profile, as drawing attention could complicate her life. Garchomp halts in an isolated area, and Cynthia's delicate hand gently caresses its rough skin as she softly whispers, "You've worked hard, let us return for now." Ka. It is common knowledge in the Sinnoh region that Cynthia's ace is a Garchomp. Her golden locks, coupled with Garchomp, make it exceedingly risky for her to be recognized. Cynthia dons a pair of sunglasses and tightens the scarf around her neck, completing her disguise. Remarkably, she manages to evade recognition until, "Hey, aren't you champion, Cynthia?" Cynthia pauses in her tracks. Given that there is only one person before her, a golden-haired woman accompanied by a Poochyena, she removes her sunglasses. The woman appears to be older than Cynthia and smiles as she greets. "Hello, just call me Cynthia." Belle, half covering her mouth, chuckles. "Hello, I'm Belle. It truly is you. I was just pondering, surely it can't be? But then I thought, having met Green, meeting Cynthia isn't entirely impossible." As she speaks, Belle showcases a photo of herself with Green on her phone, saying, "Look, have you met Mr. Green before?" Belle nods. "He has been staying here for several days, and we often run into each other." "Are you also headed to the Zhuqing breeding center?" "Yes, because of an ugly fish." Belle nods thoughtfully. "That ugly fish is indeed quite a challenge." "You're aware of the situation with the ugly fish?" "I'm friends with the owner of the breeding center. The ugly fish is a real dilemma. Green hasn't been able to handle it either. You'll understand once you see it." Cynthia nods. "Then I'll take my leave. May I take a picture with you?" "Sure. But please don't disclose my presence here. It wouldn't be beneficial for the ugly fish's treatment." Belle smiles lightly, pointing towards Brother Dia's small courtyard. "Don't worry, Green stayed there for 7 days without any issues." Cynthia nods, takes a photo with Belle, and then heads towards the breeding center. She glances up at the sign, confirming she has arrived. At the entrance of the breeding center stands a building that appears to serve as the reception area. Upon spotting a Shinedo, Cynthia's interest peaks. She had forgotten to ask Li Wei for his contact information. The door opens automatically, and she steps inside. Chapter 53, A Reunion with Cynthia. At the Zhuqing Breeding Center. Reception. Clad in a knee-length black trench coat, with golden hair cascading down to her waist, Cynthia steps into the establishment. With an increase in clientele, Xiaoro may not recognize her as Cynthia, but she can certainly tell from her demeanor and attire that this is a person of considerable wealth. As Cynthia walks, the pokeballs at her waist are visible. Despite indulging in spicy food the previous day, Xiaoro still offers her sweetest smile, making one feel as if they are basking in the warmth of spring. "Hello, welcome to the Zhuqing Breeding Center. How may I assist you with your Pokemon today? I can help you make an appointment, or you may choose services independently via that machine." Accompanying her was the esteemed Shinedo, a companion of Wenhui. "Welcome. Is this a matter of personal choice?" Sharona approached the self-service ticket machine, her index finger delicately tapping her lips. Energy cubes, hair treatments, hairstyle design, essential oil therapy, Pokemon fostering, move learning. Each option piqued her interest, including the ability to select a specific breeder. Xiaoyu and Shinedo exchanged puzzled glances. "How could these appear to be your intended activities? You cannot learn moves yourself, can you?" The two Pokemon, Garchomp and Lucario, sighed in unison from within their Pokeballs. An all-too-familiar occurrence. Two beams of red light emerged automatically from the Pokeballs, Garchomp, Lucario. They promptly shook their heads, indicating their lack of need. Xiaoyu and Shinedo shared a surprised look. Garchomp and Lucario were indeed rare sights. A thought flickered through Xiaoyu's mind. Shinedo, could it be? Sharona pursed her lips slightly. "But don't you find it intriguing?" Garchomp. "Not at all." "Very well." As Sharona turned to Xiaoyu and Shinedo, who were whispering among themselves, she inquired, "May I wander about for a bit?" Xiaoyu softly replied, "Please feel free, but do exercise caution, as most of the Pokemon in the wilderness area are wild." Sharona smiled gently. "I will be careful." Just as Sharona departed from the front desk, Xiaoyu murmured, "That must be Champion Sharona, right?" Shinedo shook her head. "Sana." As Xiaoyu had stated, wild Pokemon thrived in this region, with Tauros running freely. Machoke, Scyther, and Beedrill were busy trimming the leaves of berry trees. Litten and Espurr were napping in the afternoon sun. It was indeed a delightful setting. No sooner had Sharona spoken than a loud roar erupted nearby. Incineroar. "Prepare your Fire Fang." Roar. Under her mother's instruction, Dragapult unleashed its phantom force. Dragapult was engaged in battle with Incineroar. Incineroar, Dragapult, and Dragapult's pre-evolution are all rather uncommon Pokemon in this area. Dio merely glanced at Sharona without paying her much mind. If Dio were to look again, it would be out of respect for Garchomp and Lucario. He was never particularly adept at attending to customers. Conversely, some patrons would flee at the sight of Dio's imposing figure. Lucario. With Lucario's reminder, Sharona turned her gaze toward the pond, where another Lucario was present. As Sharona approached, a cacophony of discordant melodies reached her ears. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Pika, pika. Piku, piku. Woof, woof, woof. A woo. She could also hear the metallic clanging of a silver Metagross striking with its hammer-like arms. To describe it as not so harmonious would be an understatement. To Sharona, it sounded like utter chaos, nothing but noise. Finally, Sharona's gaze fell upon Levi, who was holding up a Jigglypuff in a pose reminiscent of Simba. I declare you the Lion King. Bloop. Woof, woof, woof. The speedy Houndoom was indignant. What am I, chopped liver? The sound of high heels clicking on the stone floor caught Levi's attention. At that moment, he was still holding Jigglypuff aloft, his expression one of utter disbelief. Sharona. Sharona removed her sunglasses and smiled. Long time no see, Levi. Are these all your Pokemon? Sharona's Garchomp and Lucario recognized Levi, nodding in greeting. Lucario, Metagross, and Houndoom all turned to face Sharona. Metagross's dark red eyes flickered with code. Sharona, searching. Levi's Pokemon had never encountered Sharona, including his Lucario. 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 The two Lucarios had much to discuss. You're not too shabby yourself. Not as impressive as the seniors. Lucario could sense the strength emanating from Sharona's Lucario through its aura. A whoa. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Houndoom waved its large, fan-like tail. Hello, Houndoom. Sharona extended her hand, gently petting Houndoom's fluffy fur. Returning to reality. Levi quickly responded, Jigglypuff and the others are Pokemon being fostered by trainers. So what are you up to? Sharona pointed at the Jigglypuff that Levi was holding high. Levi's face flushed crimson as he cradled Jigglypuff, playing with it. Bloop. Lucario could hardly be bothered to expose Levi's facade. Clearly, you're enjoying yourself. Remembering Levi's earlier demeanor, Sharona couldn't help but smile. What brings you here? The moment the question escaped her lips, Levi regretted it. Sharona wore a faint smile. What? Am I not welcome? It's not that. I just assumed as champion you would be quite busy. Sharona chuckled softly. Why do you think being a champion must mean being busy? Well, yet, Levi chose not to dwell on it. Perhaps it stems from Professor Oak, who relinquished his title to become a researcher, or from Akira, who went to train on Silver Mountain, and even from Daigo, who ventured into mining. Sharona pondered this and found herself unable to refute it. From Levi's insinuation, it seemed he was rather familiar with them. Sharona could only respond based on her own experiences. Ever since the Galactic Team's 3 executives were captured, the Sinnoh champion has indeed been less busy. Roland promised to bring Milotic, but she couldn't leave Iron Island, so she asked me to come instead. Levi nodded in understanding. That makes sense. She doesn't seem like the type to go back on her word. And what a Phoeba. Levi, one arm cradling Jigglypuff, pointed toward the pond with the other, right over there. Sharona paused, astonished that it was so close. She peered at the tranquil water's surface, which appeared to reveal nothing. Phoeba has been hiding beneath the rockery, refusing to meet anyone. My grandfather and Green suggested finding either Phoeba or Milotic to communicate with it. I see. Sharona nodded slightly and tossed a pokeball. Chapter 54, Sharona's Decision. Breeding Center of Blessings. Upon learning that Phoeba was still eating, Sharona felt a wave of relief wash over her. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as it was eating, that was a positive sign. Subsequently, she threw the pokeball. And without a doubt, it was Milotic, with its elegantly pointed head. Milotic's appearance resembled that of a sea serpent, with long, flowing fins reminiscent of red hair, cascading down. Its cream-colored serpentine body featured a blue and black patterned tail, the tail fin resembling a fan in shades of blue and red. Under the sunlight, Milotic's scales shimmered with a myriad of hues at various angles. It is said that this brilliance grants Milotic the power to quell anger, hatred, and conflict. Whether the legends hold truth or not, witnessing Milotic's exquisite form indeed soothed Levi's spirit. Eevee scampered to Milotic's side, gazing up at it with eyes full of envy. Sharona lifted Eevee into her arms. The Eevee, initially averse to being held by others, melted into a soft, pliable form in Cynthia's embrace. Ooey, Eevee, you can't rise again. Minas, I implore you. Minas nodded and dove into the fish pond, which measured 8 meters in diameter and had a depth of less than 1 meter. The pond was originally intended for raising goldfish, but due to the arrival of the ugly fish on the opening day, it had remained unoccupied ever since. Much like the adorable Pokemon Dorlime and Meowth, goldfish were primarily for ornamental purposes. The tranquil surface of the water rippled as a large creature emerged. The ugly fish, concealed beneath a rockery, had witnessed the entire scene since Cynthia's arrival. As Minas breached the surface, the ugly fish darted into the crevices of the rockery with lightning speed. Minas could only glimpse a portion of the ugly fish's form, particularly its quivering tail. The ugly fish appeared to be utterly devoid of security, attempting to shift its position the moment its tail was exposed. Over the past month, it had scarcely moved. In fact, it had gained weight. The result was a scenario where it was overly concerned with its rear while neglecting its head. Woo-woo. Don't touch me. Don't pay me any mind. Minas found it hard to articulate that this was somewhat endearing and even struggled to suppress a smile. Instead, it was filled with sorrow. While in the Pokeball, Minas had heard about the ugly fish's plight. Yet, it had not anticipated that the ugly fish would be so profoundly fearful. Ruka, the ugly fish spoke. Lucario conveyed this exhilarating news to Levi. Cynthia furrowed her brows in concern. Was the ugly fish completely mute before? Levi shook his head. It refused to communicate. I had Lucario attempt to engage it, but it was entirely unresponsive. Cynthia's frown deepened. How severe could its condition be? What had it endured? Beneath the rockery, Minas leaned closer, softening its tone as much as possible. Do not worry. I shall not touch you, and I would never harm you. I promise. To demonstrate its sincerity, Minas pulled back slightly. From Levi's vantage point, he could see Minas maintaining a coiled position in the water. Minas's average length exceeded 6 meters, and by Levi's estimation, Cynthia's Minas was even longer. It felt somewhat unjust to confine Minas to the 8-meter diameter pond, especially given the rockery's presence. Nevertheless, Minas bore no complaints, even while maintaining an exceedingly uncomfortable posture. Once Minas withdrew, the ugly fish relaxed somewhat, no longer fully concealed within the rockery. Can we converse? For instance, where were you originally? Woo-woo. I don't know. This query elicited no response, prompting Minas to ask another. Then how did you end up here? After posing this question, Minas refrained from pressing further, patiently awaiting the ugly fish's reply. The ugly fish remained silent, its tail gently swaying, a flicker of pain crossing its face. Forget it. If it's too painful, we shall not dwell on it. As they conversed, Minas's tail softly stirred, creating gentle currents in the water. Minas hoped to alleviate the ugly fish's suffering through this motion. Observing the ugly fish relax, Minas resumed the dialogue. You must understand, you have long been free. Should you wish to leave, I can take you away. Woo, I do not wish to leave here. This response puzzled Minas. If it did not wish to leave, why remain hidden beneath the rockery all day? Woo, but staying in a sunless place is not good for you. The ugly fish's scales appeared somewhat dull from lack of sunlight. Yet, its condition remained relatively stable, leaving Minas perplexed. At the pond's edge, Levi gestured toward a distant pool, suggesting that Minas convey to the ugly fish that he could facilitate its relocation to that pond, should it choose to do so. That pond housed other water-type Pokemon, which posed a concern, hence Levi had hesitated to transfer it before. However, he could excavate a new pond, as there were streams available to supply water. Minas, please relay Levi's message. Did you hear that? I heard. I am fine here. Minas and the ugly fish conversed for nearly an hour before emerging from the pond. As Minas surfaced, it was met with a large face, nearly unable to suppress a water gun attack. How is it? Daitu is even more eager than Levi. Daitu was already aware that he was facing Cynthia. Fortunately, having previously encountered a Qingling, Daito's emotional resilience had been fortified, as others remained in their dormitories or homes. Few knew of Cynthia's arrival. Woo-woo. It should take some more time. 2 Lucarios translated Cynthia's sentiments for Levi and her. Cynthia surveyed her surroundings. If it will take more time, then I shall stay. Surely there are rooms available? Cynthia's family and Levi's family were already acquainted. Levi's grandfather and Cynthia's grandmother, Professor Mustard, were old friends. However, Cynthia had been particularly busy after becoming champion and traveling. Thus, Levi and Cynthia had not seen each other in 4 or 5 years. Despite the time apart, an air of familiarity lingered between them. Since she had committed to this endeavor, she aimed to excel. Leaving before the ugly fish had recovered or shown any improvement would be irresponsible. Cynthia could not act in such a manner. This vacation was notably extended for her. Her next obligations would arise with the Champion Challenge and the Research Summit involving professors from various regions. Should legendary Pokemon suddenly manifest and threaten humanity, Cynthia would be duty-bound to respond. Such was the responsibility borne by a regional champion. Yes, of course. Chapter 55. He is truly versatile. At the breeding center, after Minas conducted a psychological evaluation for the ugly fish, Levi introduced his Pokemon to Cynthia. Lucario, the egg my grandfather gave me hatched 2 years ago. Ruka, the Rapidash was acquired from the town's police station, and it took a liking to me right away. Rapidash stood, embracing Levi with its forelimbs and playfully licking him. It was later revealed that this was due to Levi's grandfather's exquisite cooking, as it was quite the glutton. Cynthia couldn't help but smile. Grandpa Lean's cooking is indeed exceptional. I miss his dishes as well. How is Grandpa Lean doing? Cynthia was also a genuine foodie, with her favorite being ice cream. He could chase me down 8 streets with a rolling pin. Cynthia chuckled. Metagross was the first Pokemon I captured. It evolved from Beldum. Shiny Metagross are rare. And this one is exceptionally well maintained. Cynthia extended her delicate hand to gently stroke Metagross's smooth body. Kongjin. In the sunlight, Metagross's exquisite breeding was even more apparent. Its surface gleaming with a lustrous metallic sheen. A few days ago, Diancie was tamed there, and Dulan Baruto is its mother. Diancie, resting its head atop Li Wei's, let out a gentle sound. Dulyalu. Following the direction Li Wei pointed, Sharona inquired with curiosity, is there a Diancie over there? No, Dulan Baruto originally had a trainer. And that story is rather lengthy. I shall recount it to you another time. All right, everyone, come forth. Sharona released her remaining 3 Pokemon, High Monster, Pokegis, and Ice EV. Ice EV lifted its head, gazing at the EV in Sharona's embrace. Boy, Mia, you've all met, so there's no need for introductions, right? These 6 Pokemon had long been captured by Sharona, and Li Wei was already familiar with them. Sharona possessed more than just 6 Pokemon, as she typically carried only 6. And Li Wei had also encountered her Manatee and Valor Eagle. Li Wei chuckled, no need. I often watch the Champion Challenge. Sharona appeared slightly astonished. You watch the Champion Challenge? She remembered that Li Wei had no desire to become a trainer, which meant he had obtained Pokemon later than Roland. How could I not? Sharona chuckled softly. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when Dio announced in the staff group that Sharona had arrived, causing a tremendous stir, particularly among the girls. Accompanied by their pale faces, Li Wei thought a zombie apocalypse had commenced. Please, could I have your autograph? May I take a picture with you? I adore you. Miss Sharona. Even Rue Shi and Shireen, who had been languishing in bed, rushed out. Sharona blinked. Why do you all look like this? She almost mistook it for some avant-garde makeup. Yesterday, we had the mapo tofu cooked by the little boss and an explosively spicy hot pot. It was delicious but exceedingly spicy. Shireen could not help but swallow hard. No, it should be described as both spicy and delectable. The little boss? What a peculiar title. Mapo tofu. Explosively spicy hot pot. This piqued Sharona's interest. Sharona's arrival did not disrupt Li Wei's routine. He still had his work to attend to. After a throng of fans received autographs and photographs and left with satisfied smiles, Li Wei called Diancie and Eevee over. I still need to provide care for the customer's Pokemon. So feel free to wander. There's a training room on the right. The Sharpedo and the others can use it as they wish. Li Wei had to tend to Diancie and Eevee's grooming, and once his uncle arrived in the evening, he would be able to style their fur. All right. Sharona noticed Li Wei's work contents displayed on the self-service machine at the entrance, realizing he was involved in a myriad of tasks. Since she was quite familiar with Sharona, Leon and Wenhui did not attend to her, but rather allowed her to roam freely. You don't need to follow me. Feel free to explore. The Sharpedo considered for a moment, recognizing the safety of the area, and then dispersed. Luca. Li Wei's Lucario challenged Sharona's Lucario. Luca. Shireen eagerly volunteered to show Sharona around, and Sharona accepted. How old are you this year? 12. That makes you 2 years younger than my sister. What is this place? Observing the room filled with cameras akin to a battleground, with a bathing area and dryer for Pokemon, along with a kitchen, oven, and fruit machine. Was it a kitchen-bathroom combo? But why were there cameras set up in a kitchen-bathroom combo? Sharona was momentarily baffled about the purpose of the room. This is the room where Little Wei usually films. It has been newly renovated, hence all the amenities. Filming? Little Wei posts videos on EeveeNet. As she spoke, Shireen pulled out her phone to show her account. Sharona had no habit of browsing EeveeNet and didn't even possess an account. Thus, she was unaware of a rapidly growing account titled Zhuqing Breeding Center on EeveeNet. The barrage of comments left Sharona in awe, as the comment section was filled with playful banter. Watching videos featuring sweet and sour pork and smoked round orange juice, Sharona unconsciously swallowed. Sharona murmured softly. It appears his culinary skills have improved significantly. Her impression of Li Wei's culinary prowess was still rooted in 4 to 5 years ago. Next to the filming room was the area designated for Pokemon grooming. Through the transparent glass, one could see Li Wei, wearing an apron, gently combing through Diancie's fluffy fur. Completely immersed in his task. The room was closed off and well soundproofed, so he remained unaware of the 2 spectators outside. Sharona could tell that Diancie was thoroughly enjoying the grooming. Is Li Wei usually the one responsible for this? Shireen, with a look of admiration, counted on her fingers. Grooming, essential oil management, energy cubes, Pokemon food. Regardless of what I ask, Little Wei can answer. He is simply versatile. Sharona couldn't help but smile. That sounds quite impressive. Shireen nodded vigorously. Indeed, Little Wei is extraordinarily capable. Does he also groom Metagross and Lucario? Of course. Sharona contemplated the possibility of having Li Wei care for her Lucarios. Although she was a champion-level trainer, she was not well-versed in Pokemon care, typically relying on monetary means to hire top-tier caretakers. Including Pokemon food, Sharona always purchased pre-made options. Naturally, she designed the training regimen for her Pokemon herself. Having observed Li Wei's care for Diancie, Sharona felt reassured. Then, dear Sharona should hurry and make a reservation. Little Wei's grooming services often require a queue. Chapter 56, Energy Cubes, Top Tier. Breeding Center. Unbeknownst to them, Sharona and Shireen had watched the grooming for nearly an hour, yet Diancie's grooming had yet to conclude. Caring for Pokemon was indeed a meticulous affair, especially when the Pokemon was cooperative. If faced with a non-compliant Pokemon, one could forget about finishing in an afternoon. The fact that Diancie was so compliant was a testament to Li Wei's skill. Compared to 4 or 5 years ago, Li Wei's breeding techniques had markedly improved. From Sharona's observations, Li Wei was truly on par with the top-tier breeders she usually hired for her Sharpdos. With this in mind, Sharona made a decision. Little Shireen, could you please help me make a reservation? Sharona had no intention of taking advantage of Li Wei. His care required both time and effort. Sure, no problem. Shireen pulled out her phone and pressed the voice command. Xiaoro, please help Sharona make a reservation for Little Wei's Pokemon care. Xiaoro on the other end replied, all right, which Pokemon would you like to have groomed? There was a pause on this end, as Sharona struggled with her indecision. Shireen quietly suggested, what about all of them? Shireen opened Sharona's eyes to a new world. It turned out one could indeed request everything. Sharona's eyes lit up, and with a grand gesture, she declared, all of them. Did you hear that, Xiaoro? It's all booked. It's all set. Tomorrow afternoon is unavailable, as well as next Monday. However, other times are open. Curious, Sharona asked, why are those 2 times not available? This inquiry can be addressed by Shireen. Tomorrow afternoon, Xiao Weiga will be filming the 6th episode, featuring Mapo Tofu. Next Monday, he is to participate in the advanced breeder assessment. The mere mention of Mapo Tofu caused Shireen to involuntarily swallow. On the other end of the line, Xiaoro interjected, indeed, Shauna. At this thought, Shireen couldn't help but clench her fists and declare, I still want to eat Mapo Tofu tonight. What's the big deal? I'll make it for you, came the reply. Just then, Li Wei burst through the door. Thank you, Xiao Weiga. After placing the Dilemia into the large dryer, Li Wei caught sight of Shalona and Shireen outside the window. Shalona smiled brightly. I have made an appointment for your Pokemon care. I entrust my Garchomp to you. The rest was manageable. However, the mention of Garchomp caused Li Wei's expression to shift slightly. It was time to unleash my perfect energy cube. Yesterday, Li Wei had excelled, crafting a perfectly quality energy cube. Although it had already been consumed by Lucario and others, Li Wei was confident he could replicate it, with a probability of approximately 50-50. This was also related to the nearing peak of Li Wei's energy cube crafting skills. Energy cube, advanced slightly, 9773-210-0000. Even if his skills had not ascended to the pinnacle, the quality of the energy cubes Li Wei produced had been steadily improving with his growing proficiency. This proficiency continued to rise as Li Wei's energy cubes were being sold, even if the trainers who purchased them only fed their Pokemon an energy cube once a day. An increase in the number of buyers would result in a considerable gain in proficiency for Li Wei. Based on his calculations, he was certain that his energy cube skills would reach the top level by today. Li Wei nodded with a smile. Leave it to me. I'll continue caring for Eevee. Shalona tenderly stroked Shireen's hair, which reached her waist, saying, you go ahead. Little Shireen can take me around. The mention of Little Shireen reminded Li Wei of how Shalona always referred to Roland as Little Roland, leaving him too amused to comment. Ding, energy cube proficiency gained, 451. Ding, energy cube proficiency is full. Your energy cube skills have advanced to the top level. Just as Li Wei awaited EV's drying, he suddenly received a system notification. Energy cube, top level. Your skills are on par with experts who have devoted years to studying energy cubes, with a 50% chance of crafting a perfect grade energy cube. 121100000. The enhancement of his energy cube skills filled Li Wei with newfound confidence. The energy cubes he crafted could rival those of masters who had immersed themselves in this craft for decades. The experiences he had accumulated in making energy cubes seemed to coalesce at this moment. Although he had yet to create one, Li Wei could already recall the mistakes he had made in previous attempts. His knife skills could improve, timing could be refined, and seasoning could be enhanced. Images of the energy cubes Li Wei had crafted over the past period replayed in his mind. Suddenly, Li Wei opened his eyes, a radiant light emanating from behind him. At that moment, he felt extraordinarily powerful. The dreamlike reverie came to an end. It was not yet time for Li Wei to feel prideful. As a busy afternoon passed, the evening swiftly approached. To welcome Shallona's arrival, Leon and Li Wei joined forces once more. Leon prepared his specialty, sweet kung pao chicken, as Shalona had a penchant for sweet flavors. In fact, Leon himself also enjoyed sweet dishes, making the sweet version even more second nature to him. Metagross resumed pounding the meatballs. Kong Jin. In an attempt to showcase his training achievements before the formidable Shalona, Metagross exerted himself even more than the previous day. Too much effort, and the meat will fall apart. Li Wei found himself in a state of chaos. What happened to your former dignity? No worries. It will surely taste delicious. Shalona squinted her eyes, smiling as she patted Metagross on the head. Can you handle spicy food? After a long contemplation, Shalona replied, if it's delicious, it should be fine. Then I'll prepare it as usual. Later, I'll make some smoked pomelo juice. Li Wei grabbed a handful of Sichuan pepper. Slightly less than the previous day. I want some too. Gao Daoj and the Incineroar suddenly appeared from nowhere. When Uncle and Aunt arrived, dinner was just being served. It's Shalona. Uncle Li Wen, Aunt Ruehue. Uncle Li Wen rubbed his increasingly shiny head and smiled. Have you finished designing your new outfit? Do you need any help? I can take a look later. Following Shalona's proposal based on the design concept of the new Pokemon, Uncle provided her with some suggestions and sketched a draft for her reference. The outfit Shalona wore, along with her accessories, was designed in the style of Garchomp. Shalona's lips curled into a smile. It's already done. Your suggestions have been immensely helpful. Shalona placed her index finger to her lips. However, I will only wear it during the competition, so it must remain a secret. Uncle Li Wen nodded with a smile. Then I wish you victory in the competition. Comrade Wenwei called out, let us not dawdle. If the food gets cold, it won't be as tasty. Observing the table laden with dishes, Shalona clasped her hands together. Well then, I shall begin. Chapter 57. Perfect Quality Energy Cube. Breeding Center, Cafeteria. The cafeteria is a two-story building, divided into a transparent kitchen and dining area. It is spacious enough to accommodate even a Snorlax. The breeding center was formerly a Pokemon restaurant, but due to insufficient foot traffic, it was reluctantly sold. However, at that time, there was no outdoor area, just this singular building. Everyone gathered with their Pokemon, happily feasting. Comrade Wenwei quietly remarked, I won't serve you. Take what you like. No one engaged in conversation, as their mouths were busy eating, the table a flurry of activity. For an entire afternoon, the buzz surrounding Shireen's praise of Mapo tofu resonated. The steaming, vibrant red broth enveloping the white tofu immediately caught Shalona's attention. She ladled a spoonful of Mapo tofu over her rice. The bright red sauce coated the grains. An enticing combination of spiciness and the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns wafting towards her. Shalona took a spoonful and savored it. A true gourmand, she had sampled countless delicacies. But this dish, with its delightful balance of numbing heat and gratifying satisfaction, was a first for her. Li Wei placed a bottle of freshly opened Moo Moo milk in front of her. After sipping the milk, the tingling sensation from the spiciness faded, and Shalona found herself increasingly enchanted by the lingering taste of the Mapo tofu. Delicious. If it's too spicy, you could try the candied sweet potatoes. The candied sweet potatoes were made by Comrade Leon, who had a knack for sweet dishes, as his father was a master of confectionery. Li Wei's candied sweet potatoes, however, were still a step away from matching his father's. Yet, even his father's creations paled in comparison to his grandfather's. Compared to spicy dishes, Shalona preferred sweet flavors. And as she picked up her chopsticks, she pulled up the fine strands of sugar. This was the essence of the dish. Though it may not be the best she had tasted, as she had experienced her grandfather's candied sweet potatoes. Those were infused with soul, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sweet and fragrant. Sharona still vividly recalls the sensation of savoring the candied sweet potatoes crafted by the elder for the very first time. This experience can be deemed the origin of her sweet tooth. It was only halfway through her indulgence that she remembered her fierce sharp Pokemon. Due to the hurried nature of this trip, Sharona neglected to bring any Pokemon food, thus the fierce sharped ones were feasting on the sustenance prepared by Li Wei. She remained uncertain whether they would enjoy it until she spotted the fierce sharped and Lucario eagerly licking their bowls, almost as if they wished to devour the dishes themselves. Meanwhile, the already sated Glacian was grooming itself, its attention covertly fixated on the energy cubes in Lucario's bowl. Initially, Sharona intended to admonish Glacian about not snatching food, but to her surprise, Lucario tipped a generous portion of its meal into Glacian's bowl. Lucario Mia. Glacian ceased its pretentious grooming and dove into its meal, polishing off the energy cubes in a matter of moments. Sharona found herself momentarily taken aback. You're not usually like this. She no longer needed to worry about their dietary preferences. Instead, her concern shifted to whether they would accept other energy cubes in the future. As Sharona surveyed her surroundings, she observed Macamp, with its 4 arms, frantically stuffing its mouth with energy cubes, while Metagross deftly manipulated the cubes with its psychic abilities, sending them flying into its mouth. All the Pokémon were engrossed in their meals, creating a tranquility that left Sharona at a loss for words. This signified the exceptional quality of the energy cubes prepared by Li Wei. Reflecting on this, Sharona turned her gaze to the energy cubes in the Jigglypuff's bowl beside her and picked one up. The peach-colored energy cube glimmered with crystalline purity, devoid of any impurities, and the sweetness emanating from it momentarily stunned Sharona. A perfect quality peach energy cube. Acquiring such flawless energy cubes from the market is a formidable challenge, even for someone of Sharona's stature as a champion. The reason is simple. Very few possess the skill to create energy cubes of perfect quality. Moreover, this particular cube was crafted from the most common of fruits, the peach. Given that peaches contain relatively low energy, one must maximize the utilization of the energy within to produce a perfect quality energy cube. Sharona, having been preoccupied with her outing with Shireen, had not witnessed Li Wei's meticulous crafting process. Had this peach energy cube been made by the elder, Sharona would not have been surprised. The critical factor here is that it was Li Wei who created it, a mere 19 years of age, barely past his teenage years. A master of energy cubes at such a young age is indeed a daunting prospect. Did you make this? Sharona inquired. Li Wei nodded yes. But I cannot always achieve perfect quality. It's a 50-50 chance. Perhaps it was a temporary boost from my skill improvement. Everything I made this afternoon was of perfect quality. Li Wei had no intention of selling these perfect quality energy cubes, at least not to the public. Setting an exorbitant price would make them unsellable, while a lower price would attract resellers. This explains the rarity of perfect quality energy cubes on the market. They are exclusively custom-made. Sharona returned the peach cube to Jigglypuff, acknowledging that even mere luck in this instance was quite remarkable. Of course, Leon proclaimed proudly. Currently, the most profitable item at the breeding center is the energy cubes made by my son. The fruits are homegrown, minimizing costs. Yet Li Wei's high-quality energy cubes can fetch a staggering price of 19,800 yen per portion. It's fortunate that our breeding center is situated in the prime location of Jiqing City, or else few could afford them. This success is also attributable to Li Wei's establishment of a video account, which has significantly boosted his reputation. Each serving consists of a bag, sufficient for 2 to 3 meals if one is frugal, but for those with hearty appetites, it may serve as a single meal. This pricing is quite reasonable. To cultivate powerful Pokémon, both innate talent and high-quality sustenance are indispensable. While there are economical methods to raise Pokémon, genuine strength can only be achieved through diligent nurturing unless one possesses extraordinary abilities like Xiao Wang's. Without such advantages, one must adhere to proper feeding practices. Only high-quality food can swiftly replenish a Pokémon's stamina, supporting them through exhausting training and the energy expended during moves. The expenses for a Snorlax's food can reach millions monthly. Li Wei had observed discussions in chat groups, estimating it to be close to 2 million. Even if a bowl of ramen costs 880 yen, 1 million yen equates to 136 bowls. Conversely, the price of Poke balls is quite accessible, at 500 yen each, making them affordable for anyone. Observing the fierce-sharped Pokémon, wholly unconcerned with appearances as it rubbed its belly, Sharona asserted, I would like to place an order for energy cubes. While others may not sell, Sharona certainly could. The crafting posed no issue, but transportation was a concern. To maintain quality, deliveries would need to occur weekly. While Pokeballs can be teleported, Pokemon food cannot. I spend most of my time in Jiqing City, Baidai City, and Linglan Island, with occasional returns to Shina Town. Gulu. The Duraludon made its presence known. The 2 Lucarios diligently translated. She can assist with deliveries. Chapter 58. Sharona contemplates retirement that night. Under a starry sky, Minchino continued to console the Phoeba, offering words of encouragement. Having learned from Shireen that there was a sick Manectric nearby, Sharona resolved to visit it, but only in Li Wei's company, as the Manectric would only allow Miss Joy and Li Wei to approach. After all, the Manectric was once Sharona's comrade in battle during the confrontation at Tian Crown Mountain against Team Galaxy. I have heard about the Manectric. I was relieved to learn it has been treated, but I did not expect the Manectric is not in serious trouble. It simply requires more exercise. I accompany it for morning runs. Gazing at the Manectric gently licking Li Wei's palm, Sharona smiled with relief. That's good. Like Li Wei, I believe the Manectric need not return to the police force. It deserves a peaceful life after all it has sacrificed. As if recalling Sharona, the Manectric shifted its attention and began licking her palm. Oh, how ticklish. You're doing wonderfully, Manectric. Just focus on being happy from now on. Woof. From the Manectric's bark, Li Wei sensed its heart was gradually opening up. The Manectric really likes you. Sharona could feel it too. She nodded slightly, indeed. The following day, being a day off, Sharona indulged in a leisurely sleep-in. Drawing back the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor and opening the upper window, she gazed outside. The courtyard was bustling with activity. The fierce sharp Pokemon was basking in the sun in the sandy area, while the Wylord and Milotic swam joyfully in the river, and 2 Lucarios were engaged in a friendly battle. Of course, Sharona's Lucario had summoned an ocean's worth of seawater. Ready, Manectric, Togekiss. 4 flying discs spiraled through the air as 2 Manectrics darted forth like arrows, accurately predicting the landing spots of the discs. They leaped to catch them, while Togekiss and Braviary circled gracefully above, executing a perfect maneuver to snatch a disc mid-flight. Originally, there were 6, but Delimia and Eevee were reluctantly taken away by the trainer. While Eevee and Delimia remained here in bliss, the trainer's wallet was bound to feel the pinch. Well done. Here's your reward. Each time Levi threw the frisbee, he bestowed upon them a perfectly crafted slice of orange berry. Cynthia's Togekiss and the valiant brave bird blended seamlessly into the scene. Pori, Piku, Jigglypuff and Piku clapped enthusiastically. The little short-legged ones had games more suited to their stature. Daitu and the Blaziken stood ready on either side. Are you prepared? Pori, Piku, I'm all set. Then let us begin. 3, 2, 1. Daitu and Blaziken commenced swinging the rope slowly. Dido's unexpected contrast left Cynthia pleasantly surprised. Towering and formidable, yet possessing such delicate thoughts. A subtle smile involuntarily graced Cynthia's face as she stretched languidly. What a beautiful day it was. Cynthia need not concern herself with matters of the Sinnoh champion nor fret over the dietary needs of her Garchomp. Perhaps this was the very reason Mr. Green insisted on keeping the Arcanine here. Just last night, Cynthia learned from Levi that it was Green who had suggested Levi take over the Arcanine. Cynthia's gaze wandered to the tranquil fish pond, wishing for the ugly fish to recover swiftly. She believed that in such an environment, the ugly fish would one day open its heart. The beginning is always the hardest, since the ugly fish had already shown willingness to communicate with the Milotic. Recovery was merely a matter of time. Breakfast was quite simple, a sandwich paired with the chilled smoked pomelo juice Levi had prepared the night before. Being at Levi's home, Cynthia was the only one dining. In a heated room, even sipping a cold beverage in winter posed no issue. Undoubtedly, Levi's concoction remained nearly perfect. After just one sip, Cynthia felt invigorated, the fatigue of waking up evaporating entirely. She immediately resolved to incorporate it into her recipe. Regrettably, as the champion, Cynthia could not reside here indefinitely. Otherwise, she vowed she would indulge in it daily. Contemplating this made Cynthia yearn for retirement even more. She longed to abandon her duties like Daigo, but that was not feasible. Daigo had Mikuri to support him, but without Cynthia, Sinnoh would truly be left without a champion. Wataru, while strong, was not yet at the champion level. With Cynthia at the helm, all was calm, but if she resigned, the forces of evil would surely stir. Roland, you must strive to surpass me. Meanwhile, far away on Iron Island, Roland suddenly sneezed. Could it be my sister again? It seemed Levi could indeed surpass her, given his team composition and skills rivaling those of a top-tier energy cube master. Alas, Levi appeared indifferent to the prospect of becoming a champion. Cynthia disliked imposing on others or shifting responsibility. From the day she became the Sinnoh champion, she had borne this weight. Furthermore, Cynthia had aspirations in life, to become the strongest trainer and to uncover the secrets hidden within ancient myths. She could not afford to stagnate. After finishing her breakfast, Cynthia ventured into the courtyard, where Garchomp and the others stared at Levi's Pokemon food with eyes brimming with hunger, akin to the forces of evil. Is your Pokemon food this exquisite as well? Hearing Cynthia's voice, Levi turned to respond. I can only say my Poffins are passable. Although Levi's Poffins were still not of the highest quality, they were nearing that mark. Unlike before, he no longer feigned modesty, though it was not outright boasting. Levi shrugged. I suppose I caught my father's enthusiasm. Remembering the perpetually cheerful Leon, Cynthia couldn't help but smile. Such optimism was indeed rare. Cynthia suggested, perhaps you could make some Poffins when you have time? I'd like Garchomp to try them, and if they enjoy it, we can switch flavors. Sure, sounds good. After I finish filming the Mapo Tofu video this afternoon. As the clock struck 11, Levi prepared to begin Garchomp's grooming, donning specially designed gloves. Grooming Garchomp was somewhat different. It required a salt bath under the blazing sun to maintain its coarse skin, in stark contrast to the smoothness required for Metagross. Garchomp's skin demanded dryness and roughness. Cynthia watched from the side. Even if Garchomp appeared displeased, she could intervene. Yet, Cynthia found herself overthinking. With perfect quality energy cubes at stake, Garchomp was amenable to negotiation. Moreover, Levi performed splendidly. How refreshing. Chapter 59, New Competition Format, Reckless Akin. Sand Dune Arena. Observing Garchomp reclining in the sand, an expression of utter contentment adorning its face, Cynthia murmured, "Your nurturing skills have improved remarkably." While Cynthia had raised many powerful Pokemon, when it came to training techniques, she might have been stronger than Levi. However, in matters of food and care, she was merely a novice, illustrating the adage that one's expertise lies in specialization. Levi, ever diligent, had trained intensively for over a month with his grandfather and had spent 7 days learning from Green. Since the breeding center opened, he had been in constant contact with Pokemon, making his progress entirely reasonable. That's quite an advancement, Cynthia acknowledged, fully aware of Garchomp's temperament. Dissatisfaction was genuine and would not be feigned due to familiarity with Levi. Garchomp's ease of demeanor was a testament to Levi's understanding of its care. Should I ask him to groom Garchomp more often? Would that be too much of an imposition? Cynthia pondered. It seems feasible, after all. He needs to take on orders, doesn't he? In the afternoon, prior to preparing the Mapo Tofu, Levi scrolled through his phone for a while. Cynthia was also engaged, reviewing a document sent by Wataru. The chat group was buzzing with messages. After a long absence, Dato made an entrance. He was temporarily reverting from investigator to champion. Dato was the Kanto Elite Four and Johto champion, though some occasionally referred to him as the Kanto champion, as Red had relinquished his title, making Dato the rightful heir by order of succession. Dato, aside from the Pokemon World Championships, there will soon be a brand new global event. Dato, alongside champions and Elite Four members such as Dan, Mikuri, and Wataru, had convened recently to discuss the new competition. As for why Cynthia was absent, it was because she was on holiday. Such matters were inconsequential. Cynthia had entrusted everything to Wataru. Akin, why establish a new competition format? Dato, to promote the event and encourage more people to participate in person. Sharona, in simpler terms, it's for profit, isn't it? Dato, indeed. Sharona, wouldn't it be better to be honest? Dato, understand that we need to make a living. Red, Dato, what is this new competition? Dayu articulated. The Master League, as the name implies, is a competition exclusively for trainers of master level and above. Unlike the Pokemon World Championship, which has no entry barriers, the Master League operates on an invitation-only basis. It is divided into 2 segments, from February to May and from July to October, featuring a series of regional home matches. The top 16 trainers, based on accumulated points from both segments, will compete for the Ultimate Championship in early November. Dayu subsequently uploaded a document titled Master League Format and New Regulations. Although Li Wei lacked the qualifications to participate, he still clicked on it. Dayu made a slight error, referring to the event as the Master League, when in fact it is a competition for gym leaders and above. Perhaps the term Gym Leader League seemed less appealing, considering that non-gym leaders can also be invited as wildcard participants. Typically, those who secure a spot among the top 16 are either Elite Four members or champions. The gym leader of Punch City, Chibana, is an exception, as he is somewhat of an outlier. However, if we include the likes of Green from the Tokiwa Gym and the former gym leader, Boss Sakaki, Chibana's prowess becomes less remarkable. Ma Ji-Sure remarked, such a lengthy competition, running all year round? Dayu clarified, not quite. There are approximately 2 weeks between each match, primarily to accommodate the Pokemon World Championship. Ma Ji-Sure countered, what I mean is, it must cost extra. Oh, you money-loving enthusiast. A Jean interjected. Home circuit? A Jean expressed confusion. Krista also chimed in. For instance, Mr. Dayu might compete in the Galar region, while Mr. Dan D participates in the Johto region. Dayu chuckled. That summary is quite accurate. A Jean replied, got it. When Dan D comes to Johto, I want to go easy on him. Kona's tone was unusually calm. Although leaving the Galar region means losing Gigantamax, it is unwise to underestimate Dan D. Green added, that's not what he meant. Dayu apologized, I'm sorry, Chi-Hong. For safety and entertainment purposes, the Master League cannot employ a no-holds-barred format. A no-holds-barred format allows direct attacks on trainers, making it crucial to knock out the trainer to secure victory. If the trainer falls, it results in defeat. Chi-Hong, Green, Maji Shi, Shiba, and Ajin, representing the Kanto and Johto regions, are predominantly masters of the no-holds-barred format. In contrast to the current trend towards a more spectator-friendly standard, they tend to favor no-holds-barred or even wild battles. Chi-Hong responded, "That's understandable. The no-holds-barred format indeed carries the potential for irreversible damage to trainers. I have experienced this firsthand. From a commercial perspective, such a no-holds-barred format is destined to fade into history and will never return." Xiaolon inquired, "So, are you going to participate?" Chi-Hong replied, "Not for now. I'll remain focused on my training at Silver Mountain." Xiaolon then asked Green, "What about you?" Green contemplated, "I'm considering it, but the likelihood of my participation is low." For Green, challenges await. Dan Di, Dayu, Sharona, and Dawu are all formidable opponents worthy of battle. With this thought, Green glanced at Li Wei, who was eavesdropping. "Are you interested in joining? I can secure you a ticket." Besides gym leaders, the Master League can also invite participants, and Green can arrange a ticket for Li Wei. This presents a challenge for Green, while for Li Wei, it would be akin to entering a hellish dungeon. Li Wei replied, "Will I be safe from being overwhelmed?" Green assured, "With gym leaders and wildcard participants, your strength is more than sufficient." Maji Shi remarked, "Why do I feel looked down upon?" Nazi added, 1. Xiao Gang chimed in, 1. Xiao Qian echoed, 1. Green asserted, "I am also a gym leader." Green, the ace. Chi-Hong declared, "If I go, I'll be a wildcard too." Chi-Hong, the counter-ace. Ajin teased, "Go film your movie, Nazi." Nazi had become an actress and occasionally filmed movies in the Pokemon Hollywood of the Unova region. Ajin quipped, "Enjoy your moo-moo milk, Xiao Qian. Just living for today, huh?" Ajin. Xiao Qian retorted, "I'll give you a punch. Aura. Dare to provoke Nazi?" The onlookers in front of their screens couldn't help but applaud Ajin. "Impressive, my Ajin. I hope everything is all right." Maji Shi sent a prayer for Ajin. Li Wei said, "I'll consider it, but I still have breeding work to do." Green replied, "True. I didn't think that through." Lucario and Metagross both enjoy battles, so it's not impossible for Li Wei to participate. However, the issue of traveling extensively is indeed a concern for Li Wei. Sharona's voice interrupted Li Wei's thoughts. "What are you looking at so intently?" Dayu and Sharona. Chapter 60, Employment Guidance 06, Meipo Tofu. In the room, Li Wei was preparing to shoot Employment Guidance 06, Meipo Tofu, with Chi-Hong having prompted him twice for updates. Li Wei's follower count was on the verge of surpassing 100,000, making this episode particularly crucial. The previous episode on essential oil treatments was somewhat niche, resulting in a view count that didn't reach 1 million, leaving Li Wei one video short of achieving the milestone. Yet, this culinary video is both refined and accessible. Nevertheless, prior to this, Dayu's appearance and the discussions surrounding the Master League had nearly distracted Li Wei. Fortunately, Sharona's curious voice pulled him back from his reverie. From Sharona's perspective, Li Wei was smiling at the screen, prompting her curiosity. While chatting with Chi-Hong, Green, and Ajin was being reckless, and Dayu was discussing the Master League. Li Wei showcased the chat interface of "Did you battle today?" where Xiao Qian and Ajin exchanged greetings, ultimately leading to both being muted. Sharona couldn't help but smile. Although she had never formally interacted with Ajin, she had heard of him. It was no surprise that Li Wei seemed quite familiar with Chi-Hong and Green. Now, Sharona finally pieced it together. "I was just looking at the new document regarding the Master League." Sharona opened the file sent by Wu Song and displayed it to Li Wei. Compared to Dayu's verbal description, this document was considerably lengthy. Since the content was essentially the same, Li Wei chose not to scrutinize it in detail. Unlike Li Wei, Sharona, as a regional champion, was required to participate in this Master League. Of course, her participation in the Master League was voluntary. Sharona maintained a profound enthusiasm for Pokemon battles and for becoming the strongest trainer. Although Chi-Hong had abstained from participating for multiple iterations, Sharona found this quite regrettable. The establishment of the Master League, aside from commercial shifts, was intended to inject vitality into the competition and explore the potential for unexpected outcomes. Sharona did not extend an invitation to Li Wei to join the Master League, considering he had yet to assemble a full team of 6 Pokemon. However, if Li Wei expressed a desire to participate, Sharona could leverage her champion's authority to invite him. After contemplating, Sharona believed that given Li Wei's familiarity with Green and the others, joining would not pose a challenge. Outside, Diancie and the Incineroar were engaged in a silent yet intense struggle. "Can we still cook?" Diancie bellowed internally while grappling with the Incineroar. They were regular guests for taste testing. Rue, she had originally been one as well. But this time she declined due to Sharona's presence and the fact that she had already consumed Mapo tofu for 2 consecutive days, fearing weight gain. Fortunately, the matters concerning the Master League have been put to rest, and Li Wei has finally commenced the preparation of Mapo tofu. With a deftness honed through practice, Li Wei expertly navigates the intricacies of this dish. Shalona observes from an angle beyond the camera's reach, as today she is to learn a culinary masterpiece known as the rice killer, characterized by a piquant, aromatic, and delectably smooth profile. To begin, the tofu is carefully sliced to remove its exterior, then meticulously cubed into uniform pieces, while the beef is finely minced. A gentle simmer with salt and water serves to eliminate any lingering meatiness and enhances the tofu's texture and flavor absorption. Once cooked, the tofu is set aside to soak. As per usual, a precisely measured ingredient list is displayed on the screen for viewers to capture. Li Wei begins by sautéing the minced beef with a splash of cooking wine, a pinch of salt, and a dash of soy sauce for a hint of color. As the beef cooks, Shalona is enveloped by the enticing aroma, observing the transformation of the mixture into a crispy texture. This is the essence of the dish's delightful crispness. When Li Wei lifts the pan, he captures the golden brown beef glistening in the oil. The only concern lies in the richness of oil and salt. While undeniably delicious, moderation is advised. Continuing with a generous drizzle of oil over low heat, he stirs consistently, ultimately adding chili powder and a broth that envelopes the tofu. After 3 rounds of thickening, the dish is ready to be served. The regular tasting guests soon make their appearance: Dayu, Blaze Roaring Tiger, and Lucario, each arriving in succession. In an effort to preserve the intimacy of the moment, Dayu firmly prevents the eager Blaze Roaring Tiger from entering, nearly sparking a chaotic scene outside. Despite Shalona's presence, Li Wei refrains from inviting her as a guest. Even if she were to join, this particular video would undoubtedly garner immense popularity. Shalona, a champion embodying both charisma and prowess, intriguingly lacks a personal social media account, much to the dismay of her fans who yearn for deeper insights into their idol's life. On this occasion, she abstains from tasting the dish, as Li Wei had previously advised that the rich oil and salt content may lead to weight gain. As filming concludes, Li Wei still has editing to attend to that evening. He instructs Dayu to serve the Mapo tofu, while he proceeds to craft Baofan. Baofan is a delightful treat suitable for both humans and Pokemon. It resembles a biscuit more than an energy cube. After sampling Li Wei's Baofan, Shalona expresses that it pales in comparison to his energy cubes and Pokemon food. Her feedback is refreshingly candid. Ding! Baofan proficiency increased by 9 points. I shall practice diligently, she declares, and when the quality improves, there will be no delay in sharing it with my Garchomp. Baofan holds significant market value, with prospects even more promising than energy cubes. Shalona nods in agreement, stating, "For now, let us continue with Pokemon food and energy cubes. Alternating them will prevent Garchomp from growing weary." Shalona desires only the highest quality energy cubes, a straightforward task for Li Wei. Produce high-quality cubes for regular sale, while reserving the perfect ones for Shalona and Lucario. Delivery arrangements have been established, with Duraludin making weekly visits. Even though Shalona is affluent, Li Wei graciously offers her a discount. In light of their amicable relationship, such formalities seem unnecessary. The following day at the Zhuqing Breeding Center, Li Wei peruses the EV network. The latest episode featuring Mapo tofu has garnered significant acclaim, with prominent figures such as Qi Hong and Xiaojing leaving their praises. Yet, the standout moment comes from the account named Professor Oak's Backyard, which prompts an enthusiastic master ball catch, as 2 of Li Wei's favorite content creators appear together. Thanks to Professor Oak's influence, Li Wei's account skyrockets to 100,000 followers, with 1 million views on the horizon. He anticipates completing the second phase of his task within a day or 2. Shalona's arrival inadvertently resolves a dilemma for Li Wei. Amidst a price war at the Tianguan breeding house, which has slashed prices by 50%, business at the breeding center has taken a hit. However, this issue dissipated following Li Wei's recent course salt bath for Garchomp. "Welcome, how may I assist you with your appointment?" This phrase has become the most frequently uttered by the front desk staff, Xiao Rou and Shinado, as the breeding center thrives thanks to Shalona's presence. Chapter 61. What champion are you? Zhuqing City, Tianguan Breeding House. The establishment is adorned with festive decorations, resembling a celebratory occasion, with signage boasting a 30% discount prominently displayed at the entrance. Tianguan Breeding House is a well-known chain, visible in various towns across Sinnoh. Yet only 10 are directly operated, while the rest are franchises. The Tianguan Breeding House in Zhuqing City is a franchise. As a franchise, the manager, Balu, is not required to seek approval from the regional manager for promotional events. On a Saturday morning, Balu dons a newly tailored uniform, welcoming new customers with a cheerful demeanor. The staff at Tianguan Breeding House mirror his enthusiasm, dressed in fresh uniforms and arranged in a formation that suggests a bustling clientele. To further motivate the employees, Balu has increased their commission. Employees earn a commission for customer memberships, selling Pokemon eggs, and additional services. Previously known for his frugality, Balu has now embraced a more generous commission structure, igniting enthusiasm among the staff. Recently, due to the promotional discounts, customer traffic has indeed surged. Balu, prepared for potential losses, envisions this strategy as a means to decisively undermine competitors, including breeding centers. He believes that any losses are temporary. Once he conquers the local market, Jubilife City will be under his command. Balu's confidence stems from the automation and blockchain systems of Tianguan's warehouse, which grant him a substantial cost advantage. The strength of Coca-Cola and Pepsi lies not merely in their recipes, but in their efficient supply chains, enabling them to minimize costs and sell at lower prices while remaining profitable, a feat unattainable for other businesses. Surprisingly, however, no customers have arrived for quite some time. Each of you, take a promotional sign outside. Balu instructs 2 employees, who leave with a sense of defeat. Around 10 o'clock, a father and son finally enter. Balu, having abandoned the warmth of the indoors, steps outside to attract customers. Upon seeing the patrons approach, he greets them with his most genuine smile. Welcome. We are currently offering a 30% discount, and with a minimum purchase, you can enjoy further reductions. The promotional strategy proves effective, as more customers begin to bring their Pokemon into the breeding house. Shortly thereafter, however, an employee rushes over, breathless. Boss, you need to come see this. The situation is chaotic. It appears there is a major issue. A father and son duo, accompanied by a woman with a Meowth, and a young couple have caused quite the scene. Balu first addresses the father and son, as the child is in tears. Do you have a Garchomp? Balu is taken aback. It's quite challenging for me to accommodate such a request. Garchomp is not something we can simply provide on demand. Not even the directly operated stores have Garchomp available for sale. Balu nervously chuckles. I'm sorry, dear guests, but we don't have Garchomp in stock. However, we do have Eevee and Vulpix. I want Garchomp. The child interjects, rudely interrupting Balu while being led by his father. He is but a child. Baru clenched his teeth, stifling his temper, and continued to force a smile. Could you enlighten me, dear uncle, as to why the round land shark is so desired? Not telling you. If there is no round land shark, then forget it. Let us go. The middle-aged father took his child and departed. In truth, the father had no intention of purchasing, for he knew it was unattainable. Yet, the child's cries compelled him to make the trip. Otherwise, the child would remain resolute. Why must it be the round land shark? Baru found himself perplexed. Could it be because of Sharona? Speaking of the round land shark inevitably led to mention of Sharona as Ace, the fierce biting land shark. Just tell me, is there any possibility of a discount? The voice of a middle-aged woman grew increasingly louder. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Leading a plump East Meow. The middle-aged woman bore a striking resemblance in size to her companion. With disdain, she cast a glance at Baru and asked, Who are you? Baru discerned the essence of East Meow in her demeanor. Their gazes were so similar. Greetings, I am Baru, the manager of Tianguan Breeding House. If you require any assistance. Baru offered his business card, but the woman brusquely shoved his hand away, deeming it unnecessary. I don't need anything else. I simply ask, can this charming Meow be offered at a lower price? The middle-aged woman had her eyes set on a charming Meow, but a conflict arose over its price. Esteemed customer, the charming Meow typically retails for 300,000. Currently, it is available at a 30% discount. The woman waved her hand dismissively, nearly delivering a swift blow to Baru. Stop. Just tell me, can you sell it for 100,000? Good heavens. Baru exclaimed in disbelief. Who haggles like this? Suppressing his fury, Baru maintained a smile. My dear customer, 100,000 is simply not feasible. However, if you truly desire it, I can authorize a price of 200,000. The woman waved her hand again, saying, Stop smiling, it's utterly nauseating. One word, will you sell it for 100,000 or not? Esteemed customer. Not selling then. Farewell. The middle-aged woman turned on her heel and strode away, her figure surprisingly brisk despite her bulk. Baru hurriedly pursued her. Esteemed guest, we do have relatively affordable Pokemon available in our store. You can purchase some for 100,000. Can a 300,000 original price compare to a 150,000 original price? My East Sea Meow is far more astute than you. Meow? East Sea Meow shot Baru a disdainful glance. The middle-aged woman led her East Sea Meow away, leaving Baru in a state of confusion. After witnessing these two farces, the young couple was preparing to depart before Baru could resolve matters. Esteemed guests, why are you leaving? The woman tossed back. Your store is far too unprofessional. We shall seek elsewhere. The man added, let us go to the Zhuqing Breeding Center instead. Though it's pricier, even champions go there. The woman's eyes sparkled. Let us go see. Perhaps we might even encounter a champion. The young couple receded into the distance. Baru's fury became increasingly difficult to suppress, and he gritted his teeth, demanding, tell me, what were they just trying to do? They inquired whether they could view our breeding facilities, but we are unable to accommodate such requests. Did you show them any pictures? Yes, but they insisted on seeing the actual facility. Baru found himself at a loss. The Tianguan breeding house was merely a sales point. The genuine breeding took place in the outskirts of towns where land was relatively cheap, and Pokeballs could be directly transported there. Forget it. Let us continue attending to other customers. As long as the Zhuqing Breeding Center does not sell Pokemon eggs or Pokemon, it poses no threat to Tianguan Breeding House. What I possess, others do not. That is our core competitive advantage. However, one particular young lady managed to break him. Have you ever received a championess Pokemon? No, I suppose. Then I shall take my leave. Baru was on the verge of asking, which champion? What is happening? Investigate this. Chapter 62, What I Have. Others do not. The booming breeding center. In stark contrast to the disheveled Baru, Comrade Wenhui was smiling so widely that her face threatened to cramp. The influx of customers was overwhelming. Xiaoro and Shinado, along with 2 self-service ordering machines, were insufficient to handle the demand. Thus, Comrade Wenhui and Li Wei's Lucario had come to assist. Even Uncle had abandoned his shop to remain at the breeding center. Brother, at this rate, you won't need to open your store. Just stay here instead. Enough of that. My hair, Li Wen lamented, running a hand over his increasingly shiny head. On the verge of tears, gazing at a single strand of hair in his palm, Li Wen burst into tears, bidding farewell to Ilowen. Comrade Leon stood silent, offering a moment of homage for his brother's hair. His brother had even named his hair. Truly, he was my brother. Let us give it a grand send-off. Money. Money. Leon hummed a tune as he walked away. Another one on the brink of tears was Li Wei. His orders were now backlogged until 6 months later, with a trend indicating they could extend into the next year. Why, you may ask? What I have, others do not. This is the essence of our competitive advantage. This man had cared for Sharona's fierce, biting land shark. Which champion are you? I am the Sinnoh champion. Previously, Sharona had always summoned individuals to care for her fierce, biting land sharks, but this time Li Wei provided care for them on the open sand dunes. Fans familiar with Sharona know that the prominent figure does not maintain a personal social media account. However, her fans diligently seek to obtain all information about her online. Videos of Li Wei caring for the fierce, biting land shark, Lucario, and ICV, once uploaded by customers, went viral overnight. The comments section revealed multiple reasons for this phenomenon. Sharona, fierce biting land shark, Zhuqing Breeding Center, professionalism, and the appearance of Li Wei. Furthermore, the likes of Qing Lu and Macaulay were fervently fanning the flames in the comments of the most popular video, prompting viewers to declare this as the epitome of professionalism. This left the recently awakened Sharona utterly baffled. The scene she envisioned was one of Li Wei, Dio, Ruishi, and Shireen playing or training with Pokemon, also relaxed and pleasant. Instead, she found herself in a crowded breeding center. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Sharona wondered what was happening. Why were there so many people? She was not one to browse sites like EVNet and others. Although she had registered an account last night under the name Cabbage Ice Cream and followed Li Wei, no one had the time to attend to Sharona at that moment. All the staff were preoccupied. Sharona received a message on her phone from Li Wei. Please don't come out just yet. Most of them are fans looking for you. We told them you had something to attend to. Aware that she did not frequent social media, Li Wei had even forwarded several videos to her, all bearing shockingly sensational titles. Championship-level secrets leaked. Sharona's ace Pokemon care log revealed for the first time. God-level breeding elevates Sharona's fierce, biting land shark's combat power by 200. Will the Master League Championship title change hands? Shocking. Complete record of fierce, biting land shark care. Sharona's unique 12 techniques. Sharona fell silent. What is this unique 12 techniques of care? I don't even know them. Karoni also sent a voice message to Sharona. Karoni, the title is quite intriguing. Qinglei and the others are still fanning the flames down below. Sharona could discern the suppressed laughter in Karoni's tone. With thoughtful consideration, Karoni forwarded Qinglei's comments to Sharona. Qinglei, this is the most professional care I have ever seen for a Garchomp. The combatants: 1. Macaulay. 1. The deep gray gym leader, Xiaojiang. 1. Chiu, who tugged at your ears, replied to Qinglei. Don't think I don't know you two are acquainted. Below, a multitude of replies ensued, with Chiu enlightening others about Qinglei's connection with Li Wei. After watching the video, Sharona murmured softly, it seems we've attracted trouble. If there were not too many fans, it would be manageable, but this time, the numbers were overwhelming. Sharona did not wish to cause any inconvenience to Li Wei's family due to her presence. At noon, after a busy morning, Sharona appeared apologetic. I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused you. Li Wei smiled and shook his head. Not only have you not caused any trouble, but in fact, you have solved a significant issue for us. Sharona looked visibly perplexed, as she was unaware that the Tian Crown breeding house was engaged in a price war. In Leon's eyes, the coin spun faster than a slot machine. What trouble? This was all about money. Li Wen reassured. This isn't your concern. Who could have predicted that a customer would upload a video? Comrade Wenwei adjusted her glasses and declared, let us all work hard, and I will reward everyone with bonuses. Hooray! Upon hearing about the bonuses, everyone became invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Realizing she had overthought the situation, Sharona proposed a solution. I should go out and meet them this afternoon. Otherwise, it will be quite challenging to work with the fans here. Do you suggest it? How about we hold a signing event? For you. It should be called a signature event. Du is a 3-time champion of the Pokemon World Martial Arts Tournament, and his fan base was quite substantial. He volunteered. If it's all right, I am familiar with the signing event process, and I can handle it. Sharona pondered, and it seemed to be the best solution. Thank you, Mr. Du. Du waved his hand dismissively. It's a small matter. Your Lucario has been mentoring my Blaziken these past few days, so consider this a form of gratitude. Blaziken nodded in agreement. Ga. Exactly. Li Wei gestured. Du, I'll assist you. Follow me. Let's decide on a venue. Let us use the cafeteria on the first floor. It has heating and seating, and we can provide drinks for the fans. I'm a genius. From a narcissistic standpoint, Du and Leon were quite comparable, yet Li Wei found it hard to refute. To ensure Sharona's safety, Garchomp and Lucario would need to be present. A few additional Pokemon were required to maintain order. Blaziken, Lucario, Machamp, and Scyther were chosen. Someone also needed to reassure the fans in line. Perhaps ask Sister Raimai if she would be willing, as she was organized and approachable. While Xiao Ro had the best charm, she needed to work at the front desk. Nurse Joy could also assist, but she had commitments at the Pokemon Center and could not spare the time. Sister Raimai managed the inventory records, and today's activities primarily involved reservations, so there was no need for the warehouse supplies. Du made arrangements with clarity. In the afternoon, a bustling signing event was underway. Du picked up the megaphone. Everyone, please don't push. Safety is our priority. Sharona is right there, and 1T run away. You wouldn't want your idol to be disappointed in you, right? Ding. Side quest. I really didn't mean to become a content creator. Stage 3. Objectives completed. Rewards issued. Chapter 63. Spicy Fish Head. A-Class. Ancient Language. Intermediate. At the Zhuqing Breeding Center, while Du maintained order and Sharona happily hosted the signing event, Li Wei excused himself to the restroom, his account now boasting 108, 765, 100, 000 followers and 1 million views, 55. Both objectives of Stage 3 had been achieved, and the follower count continued to rise. Li Wei speculated that it was likely due to the viral videos featuring him and Sharona. This marked the results of the 6 videos he had posted. Rewards: Pokemon Item Lottery Ticket X3, Specialty Dish Spicy Fish Head, A-Class, Skill Ancient Language, Intermediate. Ancient Language, Intermediate? I don't even study ancient history. Never mind, I'll consider it helpful for finding the time-space duo and the 3 sacred mushrooms. Spicy Fish Head, A-Class Fresh and Spicy. Pokemon consuming it will enhance their absorption of fire attribute energy, 12 hours. Daily preparation limit, 01. Note: please improve your culinary skills before attempting. Do not waste food. I really didn't mean to become a content creator. Stage 4. Task release. Account followers, 109. 123, 500, 000. Million views, 515. Task rewards: Pokemon Item Lottery Ticket X3, Random Skill, Advanced, X1, Random Specialty Dish X1. Judging by the follower count, this was not a task that could be completed in a short time. Another rapidly fluctuating number on the task panel caught Li Wei's attention. The second stage of the main quest, Advancing the Breeding House, required customers and Pokemon to genuinely feel that the breeding center was the best in Zhuqing City. Task target: 4, 541, 000. Just yesterday, it had hardly reached 3 digits. This task had recently stagnated, showing very slow growth. On one hand, the price war at the Tian Crown breeding house had indeed reduced the number of customers. On the other hand, convincing customers of this sentiment was quite challenging. As Li Wei reflected, he recalled the scene from earlier today in the now crowded cafeteria. Could it be because of Sharona? It seemed plausible that the video of him providing a salt bath treatment for Garchomp had gone viral, with Qinglei, Qihong, Mikoli, and others stirring the pot. And with Garchomp being Sharona's ace, alongside Li Wei's appearance, the views skyrocketed. Li Wei had not anticipated that this task could be completed in such a manner. It was originally meant to be a slow and steady process. Upon reflection, it made sense, with Li Wei being recognized by all the champions. Why wouldn't he be considered the best in Jubilife City? The afternoon signing event proceeded smoothly under Dayu's leadership. Shireen gazed at Dayu with admiration. Dayu, I didn't know you had such a talent. Dayu, hands on his hips, exclaimed, What are you talking about? What talent does Dayu lack? Shireen sighed in exasperation. If only you could be a bit more humble. Ruishi adjusted her glasses. I believe it's also because Miss Sharona's fans possess a higher caliber. Dayu was displeased, feeling envious. It was undoubtedly jealousy. Ruishi. Sharona nodded and expressed her gratitude. Mr. Dayu, thank you very much. It is precisely because of your management that the signing event went so smoothly this afternoon. Dayu's strong management skills were not to be underestimated. His imposing stature made it so no one dared to argue with him. Anyone wanting to confront Dayu had to consider their own size. Li Wei never anticipated that his participation in the breeder assessment would result in drawing such an exceptional SSR. Although she may not possess the versatility of Dayu. She excels in nurturing and teaching, surpassing him in those aspects. She has a remarkable talent for mentoring newcomers, having guided individuals such as Shireen and Xiao Rou. This indeed counts as a stroke of luck for Li Wei. In 2 days, he must attend the advanced breeder assessment. And he wonders if he will be able to recruit any promising individuals. The autograph session with Sharona has proven effective, successfully diverting fans into genuine customers for the breeding center. Moreover, the astute Wen Hui proposed, should we consider introducing a membership card? Uncle nodded in agreement, suggesting, we could also develop a program for online reservations, significantly reducing our workload. I have a customer who specializes in programming. I will reach out to him. Leon raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, excellent suggestion. Sharona chimed in. I happen to have a friend at a beauty salon in Jubilife City whose membership system is quite commendable. Would you like me to connect you with her? Sharona frequently visits this friend for beauty and skincare treatments. Wen Hui nodded, saying, please do, I will contact her. That very morning, Uncle had already resolved to close the city store and relocate to the breeding center. After all, whether he drew plans in one location or another, he would still need to construct a new building. Even if he received fewer design commissions, he could still create hairstyles for Pokemon. To preserve his precious hair, Uncle decided to take on fewer projects, no longer wishing to hold a funeral for it. Living together as a family, they could enjoy the meals prepared by Xiao Wei. If only their father could join them as well. Although the old man might scold him, his culinary skills were exceptional. Life was indeed blissful. Li Wen and Leon, true brothers, often found themselves daydreaming during the day. 2 days later, Sharona's vacation was reluctantly coming to an end. I must return. The Master League's opening match is between myself and Mr. Dato. Minato will remain here for the time being, and I will retrieve her on the 9th. Their match was scheduled for February 10th, marking the inaugural battle of the Master League. This highly anticipated event saw tickets sell out swiftly. Minato, fret not. Give it your all and defeat Dato. Sharona couldn't help but smile, replying, all right. Originally, Sharona intended to invite Li Wei to attend the event in person. But considering his impending busy schedule, she abandoned the idea. Furthermore, the opening match would take place on Lily of the Valley Island, which was quite a distance from Jubilife City. Let's wait until Jubilife City hosts the event before extending another invitation, she thought. Best of luck in the Master League. I have faith in you. This was Leon's support, along with his customary encouraging trio of phrases directed at Li Wei, underscoring his concern for Sharona. Rest assured, Uncle Leon. Wen Hui waved her hand, adding, come visit when you have the time. Sharona nodded with a smile, I will certainly come. The Garchomp bid farewell to Lucario and the others. Lucario, train hard. Lucario, understood, senior. After their goodbyes, Sharona, donning her sunglasses, mounted her Garchomp and vanished into the horizon. Xiao Roland, the issue with the ugly fish remains unresolved, but I have left Minato behind, so you need not worry. Got it. Good luck with the competition. I will cheer for you. Absolutely. That evening, upon Sharona's departure, Li Wei used the 3 Pokemon item lottery tickets from his backpack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3 sand scale fruits. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 dark stone. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3 mist lotus fruits. The dark stone. It can facilitate the evolution of specific Pokemon, such as Honchkrow, Drifloon, and Chandelure, and can also be absorbed by ghost-type Pokemon to enhance their ghostly energy. Undoubtedly, the most suitable Pokemon in Li Wei's team for this stone is the Dragon-type Dragapult. The sand scale fruit, when crafted into energy cubes, Poke Puffs, or Poke Curry, can slightly enhance a Pokemon's speed. The Mist Lotus fruit serves a similar purpose, slightly boosting a Pokemon's stamina. Both the sand scale fruit and the Mist Lotus fruit are exceedingly rare berries, and Li Wei resolved to keep one of each for planting. They have a dedicated cultivator for berries named Luo Yi, who specializes in this field. If any issues arise, he could also consult the old man. Little Dragapult. It's your turn. Li Wei tossed the dark stone to Dragapult. Upon sensing the ghostly energy contained within the cold, dark purple stone, Dragapult's eyes gleamed with excitement. Just eat it. With a swift flick of its crimson tongue, the immensely valuable dark stone, worth over 1 million, was devoured. Gulyalu. Li Wei would not forget Lucario, Arcanine, and Metagross. Holding the sand scale fruit in one hand and the mist lotus fruit in the other, he promised, I'll prepare energy cubes for you after the assessment tomorrow. Lucario. Kongjin. Awu. Lying in bed, Li Wei perused the messages in the chat group, which were lively and animated. A Jean proclaimed, the opening match is Sharona vs. Dado, and the second match features Dawu vs. Karuna. How thrilling. Ma Zhisha retorted, it's not like you will be competing. What's so thrilling about it? Chi Hong chimed in, it truly is intriguing. I will be watching from the screen. Qing Lu added, I will be watching as well. Count me in, replied Chi Hong. Like Chi Hong, Qing Lu opted out of this year's competition, citing fatigue from the constant traveling. A Jean remarked, this is a battle among group members. It's a shame it's not Sharona versus Karuna. I love watching women fight. Dawu and Karuna were indeed in the group, though they rarely chimed in. One busy mining and the other filming. Xiaoqian. Krista? Dawu. After a long absence, Dawu finally spoke. I, too, must prepare for battle. Qing Lu expressed surprise. I didn't expect you to participate. Dawu replied, I can travel the world to learn about different minerals. It sounds appealing. In previous competitions, Dawu had little interest, as participation was limited. However, the new format piqued his interest. A Jean teased, that's your true reason for joining, isn't it? Ma Zhisha also chose to participate, reasoning that if there was money to be made, why not? Qing Lu inquired, Li Wei has Sharona left? Li Wei responded, she just returned to prepare for the opening match. Dado added, so serious? I cannot afford to slack off either. Ken equipped, just don't get beaten up in the opening match. A Jean teased, there's some scandal brewing, sinister smile. A Jean was silenced by Qing Lu for 5 minutes. Qing Lu's silencing technique was impressively adept, and Ma Zhisha breathed a sigh of relief at the mention of scandal. Typing slowly has its advantages. Qing Lu inquired, how is the situation with the ugly fish? Li Wei replied, it's improved significantly. Its activity range has expanded, and Sharona's Monado is still here. So it's only a matter of time. Qing Lu responded, as long as there's progress. The discussion regarding the Master League continued, but Li Wei chose not to engage further. He needed to retire early to bed, for he had to participate in the advanced breeder examination the following morning. The next day, at 7:30, Li Wei completed his morning routine and even prepared breakfast. I'm off to the assessment. You all stay at home, he instructed. The breeding center has been rather busy these past couple of days, and leaving Lucario and the others at home will also be of assistance. They are quite capable of covering a fair amount of training routines. Dululu. Awu. Lucario nodded earnestly, assuring him, rest assured. Metagross escorted Li Wei to the train station, after which he indicated that there was no need to pick him up in the afternoon, as he could return home on his own. After all, the station was just a little over a kilometer from the breeding center. Take care. Watching Li Wei board the train, Metagross then made his way back to the breeding center. The advanced breeder assessment was once again held at the Pokemon Center, with the same Miss Joy, who recognized Li Wei at a glance. Not only did Li Wei leave a profound impression during his previous assessment, but he also had a fan in her. Could you possibly grant me an autograph? I'm your admirer. Joy Shualan is my cousin. Miss Joy displayed her list of followers, revealing that Joy Shualan was the Joy from the Pokemon Center next door to Li Wei's home. To obtain the autograph, she even mentioned their connection. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly nodded. Of course, I appreciate your assistance with the advanced breeder examination registration. This was not Li Wei's first time signing for fans. In fact, he had received quite a few requests for autographs in recent days. Taking Li Wei's ID card, Miss Joy began inputting his information while patiently explaining, unlike the intermediate breeder assessment, the first round of the advanced assessment remains unchanged. You must score at least 80 points to pass. The second round involves a random draw of Pokemon for a practical battle against the assessment officer. All right, I understand. Li Wei was familiar with the process of the advanced breeder assessment. The second round tested the breeder's understanding of Pokemon, including attributes, abilities, and skills. There was also an element of chance in the second round, as it was difficult to predict which Pokemon one would draw, and some Pokemon could be quite unruly. Overcoming the assessment officer without prior knowledge of the Pokemon was a daunting task. Nevertheless, Li Wei held a certain confidence. Breeders were not exclusively combat specialists. The assessment aimed to evaluate their understanding of Pokemon. Under normal circumstances, battling would not be overly challenging. Even if he were to fail, it was of little concern. He could always retake the examination. After all, he was still in his youth. The number of candidates for the advanced breeder examination was significantly fewer than for the intermediate assessment. With Li Wei, there were only 4 participants, 2 of whom were his fans. It was almost a friendly competition. You're only now taking the advanced breeder examination? One remarked, with a family business. Whether I pass or fail matters little. Were it not for the rewards associated with the assessment, Li Wei would have had little enthusiasm for obtaining the certification. That makes a lot of sense. This time, Li Wei did not encounter anyone as eloquent as you. The staff member was the same charming young lady from the previous assessment. She knocked on the door, announcing, "Time is drawing near. Please proceed to the computer room to prepare for the exam." Chapter 65, The Advanced Breeder Assessment. At the Zhuqing Pokemon Center. The bell signaling the start of the examination rang, and Li Wei commenced his test. Compared to the intermediate assessment, the written portion of the advanced assessment included additional studies on Pokemon ecology and regional forms. For instance, the Alolan Vulpix has adapted to its environment, resulting in a change of its type. Common causes for the slow development of Turtwig include nutritional imbalance, insufficient light, and certain genetic defects. The Alolan Exeggutor's type is due to its elongated neck, which is an adaptation to compete with the towering trees of its environment. For the case analysis question, the onyx residing in the Black Gold mine has suddenly lost its appetite. Based on the provided image, please analyze possible causes, listing at least 3, and propose feasible suggestions. The image depicted pollutants in the Black Gold mine, which was an obvious bonus point. Causes included high-temperature environment leading to dehydration, insufficient mineral intake, and pollution from the mine causing loss of appetite. Feasible suggestions: supplementing with a mixed feed of calcium and iron powder, regularly spraying cooling mist, and relocating it to a shaded area. For the breeding plan design question, design a full-cycle breeding plan for a Sandshrew. What a generous question. Li Wei approached his answers from the perspectives of nutritional stages, skill training, evolution preparation, and resistance training. The final question explored the impact of urban expansion and human activities on the living environments of Pokemon. Li Wei was once again the first to complete his answer sheet, scoring 91 points. This assessment was particularly challenging. Who would know how to breed a Sandshrew? Who is familiar with the Alolan Exeggutor? The questions they studied were mostly related to Sinnoh region Pokemon. None anticipated that regional forms would appear in this examination. Consequently, among the 4 participants, only Li Wei exceeded the 80-point threshold to pass. Li Wei, 91 points. Congratulations on passing the first round of the assessment. Please proceed to draw your Pokemon for the second round of the assessment. You managed to score 91 points. A bystander exclaimed in astonishment. Li Wei merely thought to himself that it shouldn't be that difficult. The reading comprehension exercises he had previously tackled were far more challenging. Did they know what it was like to see a fish's eye glinting with a strange light? He had released so many koi, only to be outdone by a common grass fish. Miss Joy, may we observe the second round of the assessment? That depends on whether Mr. Li Wei is willing to allow it. I have no objections, Miss Joy cautioned, but you must remember not to record any footage. No problem. Miss Joy escorted Li Wei to a room filled with shelves housing hundreds of Pokeballs. Please draw 2 Pokemon. Even though Miss Joy was a fan of Li Wei's, she maintained her professional integrity and offered him no hints. Li Wei's discerning eye was of no use for the Pokeballs, so he randomly selected 2. Come forth. One Pokemon emerged, a Flareon adorned with a tuft of cream-colored fur on its forehead, a fluffy collar, and a large, plush tail. The other was a Talonflame, resembling ashes, with sharp claws and piercing eyes. Both possessed elite-level strength. Under normal circumstances, the assessment officer's Pokemon would likely match this level. Li Wei needed to quickly understand their skills and abilities before selecting one of the 4 rooms for battle assessment. He pulled out high-quality orange berries and fed a bit to each, nurturing their bond. During this time, He also used his discerning eye to examine their abilities and learn skills. Flareon had the ability Flash Fire, making it immune to Fire-type moves, which would instead enhance its Fire-type attack power. Talonflame possessed the ability Reckless, increasing the power of moves that cause recoil damage. Liwei stood up, ready to begin. Miss Joy paused. Aren't you going to prepare a bit more? Although she couldn't offer any leniency in other areas. Allowing Liwei some extra time to familiarize himself with the Pokemon was permissible. The other breeders observing were taken aback, wondering if he was being overly confident. No need. I'm ready. With a nod, Miss Joy replied, then please follow me. Liwei, exhibiting a rare nonchalance, chose the first of the 4 rooms without hesitation. Miss Joy found it rather peculiar to witness such a casual approach to an assessment. However, considering that it was Liwei, who could care for even a fierce Sharpedo, it seemed somewhat acceptable. Inside the room was an elderly gentleman, whom Liwei did not recognize, presumably a member of the league's staff. Miss Joy stood in the center of the arena, assuming the role of the referee, declaring, I shall officiate this match. This contest was a 2-on-2 battle, allowing both sides to freely substitute their Pokemon. The first team to have both of their Pokemon incapacitated would be deemed the losers. With a flourish of her flag, Miss Joy signaled the start of the match, prompting Liwei and the examiner, Aji, to simultaneously send forth their Pokemon. Go, Flareon. Rise, Roserade. From a type advantage perspective, Flareon had the upper hand against the grass poison type Roserade. Nevertheless, Roserade's prowess exceeded Liwei's expectations, classified as a seasoned novice, possessing slightly greater strength than Flareon. Its ability, Natural Cure, allowed it to recover from status conditions upon switching out. Thus, Flareon's Fire Fang posed no lethal threat to Roserade. Ah, Flareon, the young ones are indeed fortunate, Aji remarked, issuing a command. Roserade, Toxic Spikes. Aji appeared to be a person of considerable integrity. Immediately deploying Toxic Spikes, Roserade spun gracefully, releasing a cascade of purple spikes from its bud, littering Liwei's side of the arena. Toxic Spikes ensnared the ground with venomous thorns, causing any Pokemon that switched in to be poisoned. Although Flareon could switch out, moves like Meditate and Murkrow would prove ineffective, leaving only the Charged Flame Charge as a viable option. Flareon, use Fire Wheel. As Roserade continued to scatter Toxic Spikes, it was struck solidly by Flareon's Fire Wheel, leaving it charred and scorched. Liwei's fans quietly cheered. It hit. Aji quickly commanded, Magical Leaf. The nature of Magical Leaf rendered it nearly impossible to evade, prompting Liwei to boldly declare, Imitate. The 2 magical leaves collided mid-air, resulting in an explosion, but Roserade's attack exhibited greater force, causing Flareon to be struck by a portion of the leaves. However, being a Fire-type move, the Grass-type attack proved to have minimal effect on Flareon, which Liwei dismissed entirely. Roserade, use Synthesis. The ceiling of the room was made of transparent glass, allowing Roserade to rapidly recover under the sunlight. Flareon, stop it with Flame Charge. Flareon charged forward, enveloped in a fiery aura, and collided with Roserade once more. As the smoke cleared, Roserade lay incapacitated. Aji furrowed his brows in confusion. Strange, it seems Flareon's moves have gained power. Chapter 66, Identification, Intermediate, Keystone. At the Joyful Pokemon Center, Aji, the elderly examiner and an accomplished breeder, had overseen the care of the Pokemon used by the candidates. Based on his assessment of Flareon's strength, he believed Roserade could stall with Synthesis, but it appeared Flareon's Fire-type moves had indeed increased in potency, leading Aji to misjudge the situation. Go, Tank Skuntank. The identification I swiftly informed Liwei of Tank Skuntank's abilities and moves. Name, Tank Skuntank. Type, Poison. Dark, ability, Stench, has a chance to intimidate the opponent when dealing damage. Moves, Flamethrower, Poison Gas, Bite, Charge. Liquidation, Strength Rating, Experienced, Beginner. Liwei discerned that this Pokemon favored poison-based moves. Thus, he mused that the advanced breeding assessment also involved an element of luck. Out of the abundant Pokeballs, there should be an assortment of experience-level Pokemon, yet Liwei had drawn 2 elite-tier Pokemon. Fortunately, Flareon held a type advantage against Roserade, and substituting in Murkrow would suffice. Liwei speculated that the elder, Aji, would likely refrain from using Flamethrower and might begin with Poison Gas to maintain distance. Tank Skuntank, Poison Gas. Flareon, use Flamethrower. Liwei's fortune faltered. Although Flareon's Flamethrower landed, it also succumbed to the effects of Poison Gas, its visage turning a shade of purple as it entered a poisoned state. Other observers gasped at the unexpected turn of events, exclaiming, What terrible luck! How did that even hit? Nonetheless, it was not a grave concern. As a breeder, Liwei surely possessed antidotes. Flareon, take this. After all, there were no rules against consuming medicine during the match, and Flareon had not been equipped with any items. Observing Li Wei administer the antidote to Flareon, Aji nodded slightly, acknowledging this as part of the trial. Once more, Flame Charge. Having consumed the antidote, Flareon unleashed its Flame Charge with all its might, crashing into Tank Skuntank. However, the latter merely smirked, retreating only slightly. Aji chuckled. Such a move lacks power, young lad. Li Wei grinned. Thank you for the reminder. Flareon, switch out. With a resounding howl, Flareon transformed into a burst of red light, returning to its Pokeball, making way for Murkrow. Upon seeing Murkrow, Aji sighed. My luck truly is unfortunate. Murkrow, use Brave Bird. With Flareon having already used Flame Charge to boost its speed twice, Murkrow's velocity surpassed that of Tank Skuntank. Murkrow achieved a new peak in speed. This Murkrow, with its reckless ability, unleashed a series of Brave Birds that swiftly incapacitated Tank Skuntank. Aji, resigned, remarked, consecutive Brave Birds, you truly dare. Li Wei chuckled. One must believe in the potential of their Pokemon. If it fails, I still have Flareon. Fortunately, Murkrow endured. Gently stroking Murkrow's feathers, Li Wei offered it some orange-flavored cubes. Aji nodded, noticing that Murkrow seemed to be in better condition than usual. Well, congratulations on passing the assessment. Thank you, Mr. Aji. The three spectators who had come to watch congratulated Li Wei, and after obtaining his autograph, 2 fans departed. Miss Joy awarded Li Wei with an advanced breeder certificate, exclaiming, You've impressively passed both the intermediate and advanced assessments, Mr. Li Wei. How lucky. Thank you, Miss Joy. Diancie. As Li Wei accepted the advanced breeder certificate, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Advanced breeder assessment passed, awarded 3 Pokemon item lottery tickets. Identification, intermediate. 4th stage task, passed the top breeder assessment. Award, for Pokemon item lottery tickets, random skill, advanced. Maintaining a facade of composure. Li Wei bid farewell to Miss Joy, yet internally he reveled in elation. Culinary skills, energy cubes, and Pokemon affinities could all be enhanced through practice, but identification could not. While it may not have garnered the spotlight of master-level upgrades or the advanced scanning skills, Li Wei felt a sense of contentment. Then I shall take my leave. Safe travels. Upon exiting the Pokemon Center, Li Wei immediately checked the changes to his identification eye. Identification, intermediate through meticulous observation. One can discern a Pokemon's current mood and health status. In pursuit of Pokemon, even amidst the urban sprawl, Li Wei casually observed a wild Meowth grooming itself by the roadside. The attributes, characteristics, and skills of Meowth remained visible, with its status indicators reflecting a new state: mood, calm; health status, good, slightly hungry. To discern a Pokemon's mood and health, one must engage in careful observation. Advancing his identification skills to an intermediate level proved invaluable for Li Wei, as it helped him avoid erroneous judgments. There are instances when Pokemon, like Snorlax or Teddiursa, appear to be ravenous even after being sated. At such times, Li Wei could accurately ascertain whether they were truly full, thus preventing any instances of overindulgence. For both humans and Pokemon, maintaining an 8/10 fullness during meals is the more prudent choice. It is a misconception that feeding Pokemon to their absolute capacity is beneficial. In truth, it is quite the opposite. With 3 lottery tickets remaining in his bag, Li Wei opted to use them all at once. Ding, obtained black glasses. Ding, obtained a good rod. Ding, obtained a keystone. As the saying goes, brevity enhances the essence of expression. It is difficult to articulate the excitement coursing through Li Wei at this moment. The keystone, a stone imbued with mysterious powers, enables Pokemon bearing a Mega Stone to undergo Mega Evolution. While there are numerous Mega Stones available, only specific Pokemon can utilize them. However, possessing a single keystone suffices. Therefore, Li Wei had acquired the keystone for Diancie's Mega Stone, implying that he currently lacked Diancie. Otherwise, he would have undergone Mega Evolution immediately. After all, he possessed the inherent capability of a Mega Evolution enthusiast, akin to the legendary Ash Ketchum. Regrettably, Megastones are not available for purchase on the market. Should he wish to acquire one, his best bet would likely be with Daisuke or Professor Bradano. The Good Rod, a commendable fishing rod that enables the catching of Pokemon by the waterside. The black glasses, when worn, enhance the power of Dark-type moves. Li Wei had no immediate intentions of capturing a Water-type Pokemon, as he was already nurturing a rather unappealing Magikarp. The black glasses, while generally compatible with his Pokemon, were best stored away for the time being. They could serve as a decorative accessory, and either Lucario or Dragapult could don them as a fashionable item. Indeed, In the realm of Pokemon-style design, such utility exists. Ding! A rare Pokemon has been detected in your vicinity. Chapter 67. The Mythical Pokemon, caught in one sweep. In the urban center of Jubilife City, at the Pokemon Center. Ding! A rare Pokemon has been detected nearby. Type: Mythical Pokemon. Rarity: high. Capture difficulty: indeterminate. Danger level: low. Liwei's advanced scanning skill continuously monitors Pokemon within a 100-mile radius centered on him, 24 hours a day. The fact that this Pokemon was only now detected indicates it is still quite distant from Liwei. Indeed, the radar displayed this mythical Pokemon at the outermost edge. In the northern suburbs of Jubilife City, Liwei noted its swift movement, as it seemed to be heading toward the city center. At this velocity, Liwei surmised that it was being pursued. Even if capturing the Pokemon was not his intention, observing it would suffice to ascertain its condition. However, a pressing issue arose. Liwei had not brought any Pokemon with him. He promptly dialed a number. Daisuke, if you have a moment, could you send over either Dragapult, Metagross, or Lucario? Whichever is convenient. Liwei had indeed captured Dragapult, albeit merely as a precautionary measure to prevent it from being carelessly caught by others. Who knows if something as bothersome as a one-ball Houndoom might appear. Alright, just a moment. Miss Joy, I would like to receive a Pokemon. Please follow me. Miss Joy guided Liwei to the transportation machine, demonstrating the advantage of having a Pokemon Center nearby, even without a Pokemon on hand. As long as there was a Pokemon Center, or a machine for transporting Pokeballs, Liwei could summon them instantly. With 5 luxury balls in hand, Liwei felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Concerned for Liwei's well-being, Daisuke had sent over all the Pokemon he had at home. Even the rambunctious Arcanine was summoned back with a booming call from Daisuke. Is something wrong? No, I merely wish to explore the northern part of Jubilife City. It's better to have Pokemon with me. You could have mentioned it earlier. I almost thought you were in trouble. If I were in trouble, I wouldn't be so leisurely about it. True, I should be back by evening. Please inform my parents that I passed my advanced assessment. As expected of you. All good. Liwei had completed his assessment swiftly, finishing before noon. He summoned Lucario first. Lucario, what is the situation? We're heading to the northern suburbs of Jubilife City. Understood. After purchasing a loaf of bread, Liwei and Lucario boarded the subway heading northward. Thanks to the viral popularity of Liwei's video featuring a fierce battle against a Garchomp, he donned a pair of black sunglasses. Beside him sat a young boy, engrossed in watching that very video on his phone. The boy, displaying good manners, wore headphones, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the individual beside him, clad in sunglasses, was one of the video's protagonists. Throughout the journey, Liwei kept a vigilant eye on the radar, gradually closing the distance to the mythical Pokemon. Upon arriving at their stop, Liwei disembarked, greeted by a throng of curious passengers who eyed him and his sunglasses. His companion, Lucario, also attracted attention. Walking toward the northern suburbs of Jubilife City, situated near the coastline, he pressed further north toward Yuan Town. The sun blazed, dispelling the remnants of winter's chill. Windgulls soared over the northern sea, as the breeze from the north brought a refreshing coolness. Being on the outskirts, the abundance of wild Pokemon was markedly greater than in the city. Liwei reminisced about the warnings imparted by professors or parents during his gaming days. Do not venture into the grass without a Pokemon. This advice held considerable merit. Come forth. Liwei released Arcanine, Metagross, Dragapult, and Duraludon from their Pokeballs. The radar's circle flashed incessantly, indicating swift movement. Drawing from his previous experience in locating Dragapult, Liwei deduced that the mythical Pokemon must be nearby. He sought out any rapidly moving Pokemon, as if they were fleeing. Although his commands puzzled his Pokemon, they complied without question. Gur, Conkeldurr, Awu, Dragapult, Duraludon, and Metagross took to the skies to search diligently. Wave the power, let it reside in my heart. Lucario knelt on one knee, eyes closed, pressing its palm to the ground. A brilliant blue light enveloped it, as the aura expanded outward, gradually revealing the surrounding landscape in Lucario's mind. Conkeldurr, it has been located. Lucario sensed the presence of someone pursuing a Pokemon. Metagross, lead the way. Levi and Lucario leaped onto the back of the low-flying Metagross. To their astonishment, they discovered unexpected treasures here, including a Stufful and a devastating Hyper Beam. Just then, Dragapult came under attack. A powerful white beam of destruction struck Dragapult, landing a successful hit due to the element of surprise. However, Dragapult emerged unscathed. Foolish. Did you not realize that Dragapult is a ghost type? I thought it was merely a dragon type. Who could have known? Embarrassing. How can you call yourself a Pokemon hunter? The white beam in the sky quickly captured the attention of both Dragapult and Levi. It must be a Pokemon hunter. During their travels, Levi and Lucario had previously encountered Pokemon hunters. The most notorious among them was Hunter J. In truth, this was a well-known poaching organization, with codenames based on playing cards. And J was merely one of its members. Without hesitation, Levi dialed the emergency hotline, reporting, near the northern outskirts of Jubilife City, a Pokemon hunter appears to be present. Someone just unleashed a hyper beam on my Dragapult. The operator responded sternly, please refrain from taking impulsive action and maintain communication. We will dispatch assistance immediately. Understood. Yet, Levi could not afford to wait, as Dragapult was rushing toward Dragapult's location. He could not stand idly by while Dragapult confronted the Pokemon hunter. You have a new side quest. Capture them all. Capture them all. Optional, bring the Pokemon hunters to justice and assist Miss Junsha in apprehending them all. Quest reward, unknown. Lucario, how many individuals and Pokemon are there? Lucario closed his eyes and swiftly replied, 8 individuals, a Galarian Drumica, Zubat, Drakazalt, Stufful, Herdier, Houndoom, and a Meowth. 14 Pokemon in total. 14 Pokemon indeed seemed rather excessive. However, aside from Zubat, Levi held absolute aerial superiority. Furthermore, the opponent's use of Hyper Beam against Dragapult suggested a clear lack of understanding regarding Dragapult. It was worth a try. To forego the opportunity would be a disservice to the title of Super Rookie. Except, let us aid Dragapult. Chapter 68, Shiny, Hunter D. On the northern outskirts of Jubilife City, along the coastline, Levi, Lucario, and Metagross crouched low as they advanced toward the shoreline. The hyper beam directed at Dragapult had originated from that direction. From his elevated vantage point, Levi observed the coastline, where a vessel was docked. The once tranquil coast had become tumultuous, sending the soaring Wingull fleeing from the area. Several individuals in specialized combat attire and tactical goggles were pursuing a Pokemon. Don't let it escape. Zubat, Hypnosis. Dragapult, what a bounty we have. Both Dragapult and Dragapult could fetch a handsome price. Ha ha ha. Levi was inundated with the raucous laughter and shouts of the Pokemon hunters. The leader, whom Levi instantly recognized, was Hunter D. He belonged to the same organization as Hunter J and was of captain-level stature. Levi had encountered him during his travels, but on that occasion, only Lucario had been present, and they had been unable to prevent Hunter D's escape. At that moment, Dragapult stood guard in front of Dragapult, warily eyeing the approaching Houndoom and Herdier. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Herdier, Firefang. On the beach below, a Pokemon resembling a clump of grass was darting about. Levi instantly recognized it as Shany's terrestrial form. Metagross, Canon. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Arcanine, Flamethrower. Aim for that vessel. To capture these Pokemon hunters, it was imperative to first dismantle their means of transportation. The cannon and Flamethrower intertwined, converging into a white and crimson vortex, propelling the Azure Aura Sphere forward with great speed. Bang! The Pokemon hunter's attention was entirely captured by Dragapult and Shiny, and the sudden attack from above was altogether unforeseen. The moment the explosion resonated, Levi swiftly commanded, Lucario, split up. You go rescue Shiny. There were only 3 ordinary hunters pursuing Shiny, and Lucario was more than capable of handling them. Lucario, Metagross, Arcanine, we descend. The explosive sound was deafening, and the shockwave sent the nearest hunters flying like fish cast from a pond. Flames erupted, thick smoke billowing from the vessel, obscuring their vision. What is happening? Damn it! Who's there? Show yourselves. Hunter D calmly directed, Goo Goo, clear the fog. Simultaneously, the Pokemon hunters pursuing Shiny instinctively turned back at the sound of the explosion. Yet, an ominous shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, compelling them to look up. A long bone staff materialized in Lucario's palms, and it was too late for them to evade. Bang! 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 The dual staffs struck the hunters' heads with rapid precision, sending 2 of them sprawling left and right. The final hunter was met with a devastating blow from Lucario. As the tactical goggles shattered, the Pokemon hunter slowly collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. After undergoing special training with Cynthia's Lucario, the latter had undergone a remarkable transformation. Lucario's strength had ascended to master level. Upon defeating 3 hunters, Lucario's momentum did not falter. Electric energy crackled from his palms as he delivered a punch to the Zubat. Against the final Houndoom, Lucario unleashed a flurry of close-quarter strikes, rendering the Houndoom unable to retaliate. In the final moment, the bone staff reappeared in his grasp, delivering a precise blow to Houndoom's forehead. With a short, pitiful whine, Houndoom collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Thus, the 3 hunters and their 3 Pokemon were rendered powerless. Shiny stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to flee. Lucario nodded toward Shiny. You are safe now. Thank you, Shiny. Come with me. I will protect you. Shiny possessed an acute ability to discern the intentions of the individual and Pokemon before it. Jemmy, cradling Shiny in his arms. Lucario then realized the severity of its injuries. As Hunter D commanded Gugu to clear the fog, sirens echoed from a distance. Damn it, Junsha has arrived. This is the real problem. An unusual Metagross. Arcanine, is he a police officer or an investigator? As the hunters cleared the mist, they finally beheld the true identity of the assailant, a seemingly unremarkable breeder clad in a high-necked sweater and winter attire that did not appear bulky, wearing black sunglasses, Levi. Dragapult and Dragapult flanked him, while Metagross and Arcanine stood guard before them. Just an ordinary breeder, gazing at the damaged vessel behind him. And hearing the distant wail of sirens, Hunter D made a swift decision. He would have to take you hostage to ensure his escape. Levi's lips curled into a slight smirk. The identity of the true hunter was still in question. He noticed the armored launcher on Hunter D's left hand, a clandestine weapon of Pokemon hunters. The beams emitted by this launcher had the capacity to petrify Pokemon, even those as elusive as Shaymin. Pokemon hunters utilized this weapon to ensnare rare Pokemon across the land. With the fierce wind speed dog and the powerful Dragapult, Levi commanded them effortlessly. Drawing upon his 2 decades of survival experience in the wild, Dragapult conjured a deep purple sphere in its mouth, an ominous shadow ball. The bag dragon unleashed its destructive death ray, while the Dragapult King struck with its cross poison. Hunter D demonstrated commendable skill. Yet the majority of other Pokemon hunters were rather mediocre. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, a beam suddenly shot forth. Hunter D's tactical visor, equipped with infrared capabilities, accurately pinpointed targets. However, Levi had already given the order to evade left and right before the beam was launched. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the petrifying beam, Levi opted not to gamble on defensive measures like light wall or reflect barrier. Upon witnessing the beam miss its mark, Hunter D furrowed his brow in disbelief. How could this be? He muttered. Metagross, destroy his launcher. Kangaskhan. Metagross manipulated the surrounding debris with psychic power, its super brain continuously calculating. Evasion route and countermeasure calculation successful. Metagross nodded towards Dragapult. Kangaskhan, I require your assistance. Sure, came the response. Casting a glance at the wounded hunter's moaning in agony, Hunter D began plotting his escape. In the land and sky forms of Shaymin, Chapter 69 unfolded, a comprehensive capture, mission accomplished. In the northern suburbs of Zhuqing, along the coastline, Metagross had calculated all possible escape routes for Hunter D. It feigned an assault to create the illusion of attacking Hunter D's armored launcher, knowing full well that manipulating the debris would not suffice to damage it. Bag Dragon, Dragapult King, hold them off. Hunter D was resolute, intending to flee back to his ship and escape via lifeboat. Windspeed Dog, Dragapult, intercept them. Simultaneously, Lucario, who had gone to rescue Shaymin, returned to the fray. Lucario, Shaymin. With Lucario at his side, Levi felt emboldened. Lucario, Aura Sphere. The retreating Dragapult King and Bag Dragon were struck by multiple attacks, succumbing to the intense explosions. Metagross continued to block Hunter D's escape route with debris. Kangaskhan, now's our chance. Hunter D, preoccupied with dodging the debris, had no time to consider the presence of Dragapult. Suddenly, the Dragapult, which had been hovering in midair, vanished from sight. Employing its phantom ambush, Dragapult swiftly appeared beside Hunter D and successfully dismantled the armored launcher. Its tail shimmered with verdant energy. Dragon Tail. The sound of the strike echoed along the shore, sending Hunter D careening backward in pain as he attempted to flee to the ship. Metagross executed its signature move, Meteor Mash. Hunter D's limbs briefly lifted before falling limply. He had succumbed to unconsciousness. Hunter D, never to rise again. As Levi's phone rang, the wailing sirens drew nearer. The police had arrived. It's me by the coast. Have you seen Dragapult? Yes. Come with Dragapult. The Pokemon hunter has been captured. Please come take him away. Miss Junsha, wearing a Bluetooth headset, was momentarily taken aback. Huh. This time, Levi's report garnered serious attention, prompting the police departments of Yuantown and Zhuqing City to mobilize. Windspeed Dog, Pidgeot, and even Blastoise made their appearances, underscoring the police's commitment. Before Miss Junsha and her team arrived, Levi instructed Metagross to keep a close watch over the Pokemon hunters while he tended to Shaymin's injuries. Name, Shaymin, Landform. Type, Grass. Ability, Natural Recovery, heals status conditions upon returning to the team. Moves, Synthesis, Magical Leaf, Strength Rating. Senior Beginner, Condition, Severely Injured, Exhausted Stamina. Burns on the right side, Abrasions on the right calf. The effects of the intermediate assessment became apparent. The injuries were grave. Levi retrieved a bottle of moo milk from his backpack, inserted a straw, and took a restorative sip. Shaman, in Lucario's arms. Shaman sipped the moo milk in small increments. Here, have a few more orangeberry cubes. With a bottle of moo milk consumed and a few perfect quality orangeberry cubes, Shaman's stamina was replenished. Shaman's tone became notably more vibrant. Levi then produced a bottle of burn spray. This will feel cool. Bear with it. Shaman, I can endure. Shaman closed her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed. It's all right. Lucario gently stroked Shaman's back. Finally, it was time to bandage Shaman's hind leg. What happened? The ship is in such disarray. The hunter who had been struck by Lucario's bone was left with a shattered nose and few teeth remaining. Shiny Metagross, Lucario. Oh no, is that Levi? Is he all right? He should be fine. He's busy bandaging Shaman. The briefly flustered officers exhaled in relief, though Levi remained focused on his task and was oblivious. All 8 Pokemon hunters were taken away by the police. Since the incident fell under Jubilife City's jurisdiction, it was the Jubilife police who escorted them, although Yuan Town's officers would accompany them as well. Miss Junsha from Jubilife City and Miss Junsha from Yuan Town temporarily lingered in the area, although Levi found it impossible to distinguish between them. With their striking beauty, identical age, green curls, height, and familial ties, the two were indeed cousins. The genetic resemblance was astonishing. However, the different badges they wore on their hats offered a means of distinction, as each town's badge varied. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Levi. Levi was taken aback. You know me? Miss Junsha from Jubilife City maintained a serious demeanor. Captain Zoro mentioned you due to Windspeed Dog. Miss Junsha from Yuan Town flashed a playful smile. I even saw you on the EV network. I see. Unbeknownst to Levi, after he took charge of Windspeed Dog, his photo had circulated throughout the police departments across the Sinnoh region. As the head of the Jubilife City Police Department, Captain Zoro emphasized the importance of ensuring Levi's safety. Captain Zoro, as the chief of the Jubilife Police, wielded considerable influence. Excuse me, Miss Junsha, is this the peculiar Pokemon held by Lucario that you have not encountered before? Miss Junsha of UNG Town promptly replied, Shaman, to which Miss Junsha expressed her astonishment. You know it. Miss Junsha of UNG Town gently patted Shaman's head. I have seen it amidst the sea of flowers in UNG Town. Jimmy. Shaman evidently recognized Miss Junsha as well. How is your injury, Jimmy? That's good to hear. Once reassured that Shaman was not gravely harmed, the pressing question arose. Miss Junsha inquired, what should we do with Shaman now? Miss Junsha of UNG Town suggested. Perhaps I should take it back to the Sea of Flowers in UNG Town? It is still injured, Luca interjected. Levi looked at Shaman, cradled in Lucario's arms. I would like to take it back for treatment first. The rest can be discussed later. Shaman lacks the strength to protect itself. Otherwise, it would not have been pursued here by Pokemon hunters. Miss Junsha nodded in agreement. That's fine. After all, you have a Pokemon Center there. If this proposition had come from anyone else, the two Junshas would likely have disagreed. However, Levi was someone whom Zoro had specifically requested to protect. He was also assisting in the treatment of their comrade, the Arcanine, and had even cared for Cynthia's Garchomp. Thus, it was clear that Levi was the most suitable person for the task. Miss Junsha stated, Then I entrust this to you. I will drive you back. All right. Thank you all. I will go too. Miss Junsha shot a glance at Miss Junsha of UNG Town, who remained unfazed. Thinking that others were temporarily heading to the Jubilife police station anyway, Jimmy needed protection as well. Oh well. Arcanine voiced its agreement. Miss Junsha sighed in resignation. I truly concede to you all. On the way home, Levi received a notification. Side quest. Capture completed. Reward obtained. Chapter 70. Affinity. Intermediate. Inside the car, the police vehicle meandered through the dappled shadows of the trees. As Levi conversed on the phone, he admired the scenery. Yes, Uncle Zoro, Miss Junsha is driving me home. Both Miss Junshas, and the one from UNG Town. Zoro on the other end cautioned, do not act recklessly in such situations. What will you do if you encounter danger? These matters are supposed to be handled by us. They were attacking the dragon-type Pokemon, and I simply could not stand by. Upon hearing this, Zoro had nothing more to say. Well, I'm just glad you're safe. I also brought back a Shaman. I will take it to the breeding center for treatment. Understood. While Levi chatted with Zoro, the two Junshas remained silent, only breathing a sigh of relief once the call ended. Levi sensed their tension had slightly eased. What is with your expressions? Miss Junsha of UNG Town turned to him, her face serious. Captain Zoro is exceedingly stern and strict, you know? Is that so? I didn't perceive it. Miss Junsha of UNG Town explained. You are not a police officer, and you assisted us in treating Arcanine. How could Captain Zoro possibly be stern with you? That seems quite reasonable. Levi glanced at Shaymin nestled in Lucario's embrace. Among the mythical Pokemon, there are adorable ones and powerful ones. The land for me of Shaymin falls into the adorable category, while the likes of Arceus and Hoopa belong to the powerful tier. Indeed, Arceus is classified as a mythical Pokemon, but it is equally valid to regard it as a legendary Pokemon. Some mythical Pokemon exist in groups, and Shaymin is one of them. In Levi's recollection, Shaymin can transform from its land for me to its sky for me upon contact in the Gracidia flower fields. Specifically, it only requires a touch. There exists a field of Gracidia flowers in UNG Town. Unlike the adorable land for me, the sky for me of Shaymin possesses the ability Serene Grace, which grants a unique aura to those who use it. Shaymin is not an exceptionally rare mythical Pokemon. They can be found in various regions. During Ash's travels in the Sinnoh region, he witnessed 3 Shaymin transform into their sky for me after touching the Gracidia flowers. In the Alola region, Ash's classmate Mao briefly obtained a Shaymin that came to him, though it seemed to have flown away in the final episode. Miss Junsha of UNG Town is quite chatty and spirited, while Miss Juqing Junsha appears more serious. She is my cousin. I am the younger sister. While conversing with the 2 Junsha ladies, Levi's mind echoed with the mechanical female voice, likely due to the Pokemon hunter having been apprehended and brought to the Juqing police station. Ding. Side quest. Capture completed. Special ability acquired. Affinity. Intermediate. Affinity. Intermediate, a diluted version of the power of Tokiwa. Both Pokemon and humans will have a better first impression of you and will be more willing to approach you. Although Levi possesses a high level of attention, master level, it does not equate to affinity. Attention can be simply translated as charm. Levi is not particularly affable. At best, he is polite. He possesses the necessary etiquette, but he does not evoke the sensation of being enveloped in a refreshing spring breeze. The only individuals who have truly made him feel such warmth in reality are the gentle staff at his breeding center. Another is the one who possesses the power of Tokiwa, Xiaohuang. Whether the Dodrio, who also has the power of Tokiwa, is affable, is subjective. Levi believes it depends on the individual. He is merciless to wrongdoers, yet unwaveringly kind to friends and allies. It is best not to mention Boss Sakaki. With the acquisition of Affinity, Intermediate, Levi can improve Pokemon's first impressions of him. Once the first impression becomes favorable, it can gradually transform into fondness, which greatly aids Levi in his breeding endeavors. With Affinity, Intermediate, Levi seemed to radiate an invisible aura. Shaymin suddenly lifted its head to gaze at Levi. Like the refreshing breeze of the mountains, the warm sunlight of the morning, the gentle spring rain nourishing the earth, and the fragrant aroma of the bamboo groves after rain. Indeed, in Shaymin's eyes, Levi became significantly more amiable and agreeable, reminiscent of the moment he had treated it. Jimmy, this is for you. Shaymin sniffed Levi's scent, rummaged through its surroundings, and presented him with a seed. As a breeder, even without identification, Levi instinctively recognized the object. A miracle seed. More precisely, it was a miracle seed blessed by Shaymin, brimming with vitality. This was the answer provided by his identification eye. Thank you. I will prepare some energy cubes for you when I return. Levi accepted graciously. Jimmy, oh, did Shaymin give you a gift? Miss Junsha of UNG Town exclaimed excitedly. It really likes you. Levi gently stroked Shaymin's head. If possible, he wished to keep Shaymin by his side, but ultimately, he would leave the choice to it. The sound of police sirens echoed outside the breeding center, momentarily causing confusion among Dayo, Rueishi, and the customers present. What is happening? Given that it was a police vehicle, everyone remained calm, merely curious and glancing around. The police car passed through the wide-open gates and finally halted at Levi's doorstep. Simultaneously, the moment Shaymin appeared at the breeding center, a hint of spring seemed to permeate the atmosphere. Were it not for the lingering chill of winter, the barren earth might have instantly burst forth with vibrant blossoms. The return of Levi and Lucario was abruptly interrupted by a resounding roar. Liwei, Lucario, how is it that you have returned in a police car? Did you not mention a trip to the northern suburbs? With a sudden flash, Diyu appeared before Liwei, exclaiming, Kid, have you gotten yourself into trouble? Following closely was the tear-streaked Leon. Just a minor incident. And your voices were too loud, scaring Shaman, Liwei replied, pushing away Diyu's large face, while another person squeezed past his father. Keep your distance. When have I ever broken the law? Shaman, overwhelmed by the ruckus from Diyu and Leon, buried his head in Lucario's embrace. Onlookers began to pull out their phones to capture the moment, prompting an urgent request from Junsha, everyone, please refrain from filming. If it were solely Liwei's matter, Miss Junsha would not have organized the crowd, but due to Shaman's presence, she had no choice but to intervene. Meanwhile, when Hui emerged from her room, glancing at Junsha, who was saluting, "May I inquire what has transpired?" Junsha nodded. "Mr. Li Wei assisted us in capturing a Pokemon hunter. We are merely escorting him home." This was a prearranged agreement between Li Wei and Junsha. Let us not place the entire burden on him. The narrative will simply state that Li Wei was a helpful citizen. May we discuss the details inside? Elsewhere, Zoro was making preparations. Chapter 71, The Keystone Design, Zoro's Decision. In Jubilife City, the headquarters, the alarm rang out abruptly. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Captain Zoro has summoned us. No one can be late. All officers not on duty or assigned to special tasks arrived at the conference room promptly. Dressed impeccably in a brown suit, Zoro took a sip of tea. "Everyone is here. Shall we begin?" "Yes." The officers, armed with notebooks, appeared poised for the meeting. They knew they must be attentive, as Zoro often posed unexpected questions. Pressing a button on the remote, an image of Hunter D appeared on the projection screen. The Pokemon Hunters are an illegal syndicate engaged in the poaching and trafficking of Pokemon, as you are well aware. Codenamed Hunter D. He has been sighted on the northern coastal outskirts of Jubilife City, aiming to capture Shaman from Yuan's town. Mr. Li Wei reported the incident and facilitated his apprehension. The projection shifted to images from the scene, including Li Wei tending to Shaman's injuries. However, we cannot state that it was Li Wei who made the arrest, as this would incite the Pokemon Hunters to target him. Junsha, as the public relations officer, please ensure that his identity remains vague in media reports. Refer to him simply as a civic-minded individual. Understood. Junsha, responsible for liaising with the press, confirmed. The Pokemon Hunters are a vast organization, relentless in their pursuits. It is highly likely they will attempt to capture Shaman and other rare Pokemon. Yuan's town and Jubilife City must enhance their patrols. I have submitted a request for assistance to the League investigators and Interpol. I anticipate swift collaboration. In addition, I intend to reinforce security at several key locations, leading to adjustments in jurisdiction for certain officers. Applications for these changes may commence post-meeting, and others should relay this information to those absent. Yes. The projection displayed several strategic locations, with the Juqing Breeding Center and the flower fields of Yuan's town among them, while locations such as the Global Trade Center, EV Bullet Video Network, Pokemon Company, and Trainer School were significant. They were situated in the city center, an area the Pokemon Hunters traditionally avoided, preferring the outskirts or dense forests for their operations. Zoro's meetings were always efficient. Once concluded, he dismissed everyone. Meanwhile, Junsha explained the situation to Wen Hui and the others. After Mr. Li Wei reported the incident, the police forces of Yuan's town and Jubilife City mobilized immediately. With Mr. Li Wei's assistance, we successfully apprehended the Pokemon Hunter. While this was a fabricated narrative, Junsha's performance was commendable. Applause erupted spontaneously from Shirin, drawing attention from everyone. Playfully sticking out her tongue, she declared, "I think Li Wei is amazing." Miss Junsha from Yuan's town offered a kind smile and joined in the applause, which soon swelled like a tidal wave. Perhaps Li Wei would not grace the Juqing television station or the hottest Sinnoh Now program, but both Miss Junshas believed he deserved recognition. "Well then, we shall take our leave," Wen Hui suggested. "It's getting late. Why not stay for dinner?" Miss Junsha from Yuan's town secretly wished to stay, knowing well of Li Wei's culinary skills, being an admirer of his. However, she was not the decision-maker. She was merely the younger sister in this scenario. Miss Junsha from Juqing shook her head. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. Perhaps another time." When we picked up 2 boxes of muffins, "Then take these for the road. Don't let yourselves go hungry." Miss Junsha attempted to decline, but the warmth of the offer was compelling. "Thank you so very much." Once the 2 Junsha departed, the others turned their attention to Shaman, nestled in Lucario's embrace. "Is this Shaman?" "Jimmy." Despite being hunted by Pokemon Hunters, this Shaman showed no fear of humans. "This is my dad, and this is my mom." Li Wei introduced everyone in the room, maintaining a composed demeanor. "This is Diyu." "Jimmy." Shaman only acknowledged Diyu with a glance, burying its head further into Lucario's embrace. "Here we go again." Diyu and the fiery tiger exchanged glances, both wide-eyed. "Roar." The fiery tiger expressed its disdain toward Diyu. "Is that disdain directed at me?" "You're hardly in a position to judge." Li Wei shrugged. "It's your imposing presence that causes it." If Li Wei was a moderate presence, and Xiaoro a master of charm, then Diyu was the embodiment of intimidation. Whether human or Pokemon, all felt an involuntary sense of fear and trepidation in his presence. This was not entirely disadvantageous. At least no one dared to challenge Diyu. Some Pokemon, with their rebellious and mischievous natures, required a firmer hand. When gentle persuasion failed, Dayu's approach could prove effective. Last time, during a brawl among wild monkeys, Dayu intervened with a single punch, swiftly restoring order. In summary, Shaman would temporarily reside here, and everyone was to keep this knowledge confidential. Shireen exclaimed, "Got it. You can count on me, Li Wei." The others nodded in agreement. It seems dinner time is approaching. The Master League opening match should be starting soon, right? Dayu nodded. It begins at 5, but accounting for commercials, it should commence around 5:15. Leon, puzzled, inquired, "How do you know this so well? Have you forgotten what I did previously?" "Oh, you were a boxer." "What do you mean just a boxer?" Leon dismissed Dayu's fury. "It's a highly anticipated match against Sharona." Rue, she adjusted her glasses. The second match, Daitu versus Karuni, lacks suspense. Steel types have a significant advantage over fairy types, especially with Karuni's ace being Shinado. "Today is definitely a showcase for Karuni," Rue, she remarked, reflecting her fandom for Daitu. "Let's focus on work for now. We can watch together once the match begins." The diligent comrade went away, responsible for the accounts, has spoken, prompting everyone else to disperse and attend to their tasks. "Please take good care of Shimmy and Lucario. Rest assured, it shall be entrusted to me." Since Lucario, like a celestial deity descending to save her, has become Shimmy's favorite place to be, she relishes the warmth of his embrace. After ensuring Lucario's well-being, Levi made his way to the designated grooming room. "Uncle, are you free?" Uncle had been occupied and was unaware that Junsha had visited, as he had been busy styling a Ninetales. "Just speak your mind." Even at that moment, he continued to converse with Levi while crafting Pokemon hairstyles. "Could you design something wearable for me? A pendant, ring, bracelet, or lapel pin would suffice." Uncle adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and upon closer inspection, he was momentarily taken aback. "Where did you acquire this keystone?" "I snagged it from a Pokemon hunter," Levi responded nonchalantly. "All right, keep it for now. I need to consult with you before designing." Chapter 72, The Commencement of the Master League. Lily of the Valley Island. Lily of the Valley venue. Viewed from above, 3 slightly smaller circular arenas formed a triangular formation around the main venue. At this moment, the seats were filled to capacity. Anticipation filled the air as the 2 protagonists had yet to make their entrance. Aerial Rotom, equipped with a high-definition camera, scanned the audience, where a throng of spectators buzzed with excitement, while vendors weaved through the aisles selling snacks and beverages. The Master League, eagerly awaited by the audience, was about to commence, generating even more buzz than the annual Pokemon World Championships. The inaugural Master League promised to maximize the number of battles, fulfilling the viewing desires of the majority of attendees. On one side stood the first regional female champion, a formidable force possessing both beauty and strength. Opposing her was the dual-title champion, the Dragon Master, whose cloak was his true essence, and who was well-versed in the art of flight. In the previous Pokemon World Championships, these 2 ranked 2nd and 4th, respectively, with Cynthia securing the 2nd place and Ado the 4th. The 3rd was Daigo, while Karuni placed 5th. Given that the last championship was held in the Galar region, the presence of the immensely powerful Dondi, with his ability to Dynamax his Charizard, certainly conferred an advantage. In the cafeteria, Levi and his companions dined while watching the match on the television. "So many people," sighed Shireen. "Indeed, this is Pokemon battling, the most popular event of all," nodded Ruishi. No one countered her assertion, for it was indeed true, even in the presence of Dio, the 3-time champion of the Pokemon World Martial Arts Tournament. At precisely 5:15 p.m., as Dio had predicted, the opening match between Cynthia and Ado commenced. The host had completed the advertisements and was preparing to introduce the competitors. Levi, however, was more engrossed in his phone than in the yet-to-begin match. "Oh, it's starting, exclaimed Akin. "I've placed my bets. Who are you supporting?" "Get your bets in." "Cynthia," Levi declared. "Ado," responded Xiaochun. "Let the battle begin. Let the battle begin." A crimson voice chimed in. "Who are you supporting?" "It's so hard to choose." "I'll cheer for both sides," said Xiao Wang. Just as Levi and Xiaochun seemed on the verge of a spat, Ado made his entrance. "Hey, I wouldn't recommend placing bets here. Are you still on your phone before the match?" Kingolf questioned. "It's not a life-or-death scenario, with such a long tournament ahead. Why be anxious?" Ado replied. "Fair point." As Ado prepared to take the stage, he voiced, "As I said, even if I lose this round, as long as I remain in the top 16, it's all good." The first to step onto the field was the Dragon Master from the Kanto region, Ado. Although this was not Ado's home ground, the cheers from the audience were thunderous, creating an increasingly vibrant atmosphere. Ado, who had a penchant for capes, donned a striking new orange and white cloak. To complement this outfit, he had swapped to a pair of orange marten boots, Even his belt had turned orange. Hey, isn't that the black and red cloak from before? Akin remarked. Kingolf pointed out, that's the color scheme of Charizard, isn't it? As Ado emerged from the passage. He waved to the audience, thanking them for their support. The female host's voice suddenly soared an octave higher. Now, let us welcome the champion from the Sinnoh region, Cynthia. This was Lily of the Valley Island in the Sinnoh region, Cynthia's home turf. An enormous roar erupted, with applause and cheers intertwining, resonating into the heavens. Cynthia's outfit is different too. It seems incredibly wild, exclaimed Xiaowang. Unlike her usual black trench coat and high heels, today Cynthia wore a new ensemble inspired by Lucario. The upper half consisted of a sharply tailored crop top, with eye-catching bright yellow edging resembling armor, paired with black high-waisted shorts and matching knee-high socks. A matte leather belt completed the transition between the upper and lower garments. The cobalt blue knee-length cloak and crimson patent leather gloves served as the finishing touches. The entire outfit exuded visual tension, embodying the wildness Xiaowang had noted. It was a design that prioritized style over comfort. Wow, it's stunning, Shireen exclaimed. Indeed, it looks magnificent. Ruishi agreed. Girls don't care about comfort, she added. Uncle beamed with pride. Isn't it beautiful? I designed it along with another designer. And there are several more sets to anticipate. Wenwei raised an eyebrow. It wouldn't happen to be a Lily design, would it? Uncle nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is. Could you design a set for me as well? Wenwei asked eagerly. Levi poured cold water on her enthusiasm. His prices are exorbitant. You should give up on that idea. Uncle rubbed his increasingly shiny head. Money is secondary. My precious hair is the priority. Andy chimed in. If you keep rubbing it, you'll be even balder. Leon patted Uncle's shoulder. Don't be disheartened. Anyone studying design is bound to experience some hair loss. Amid their banter, the female host held the microphone high and declared, the competition will feature a standard 6 vs 6 single battle. Mega Evolution and Z-moves are permitted. Dynamax, as is widely known, is currently exclusive to the Galar region. As for the future, it remains uncertain. The previous Pokemon World Championships showcased a flourishing array of strategies, with Mega Evolutions, Z-moves, and Dynamax coming into play. Consequently, the discussion surrounding the event reached new heights, prompting multiple champions and elite trainers to gather and deliberate on the new tournament. Who will emerge victorious in this opening match? Let us remain vigilant. With the referee's flag swiftly raised, the competition began. Accompanied by a piercing whistle, both sides simultaneously released their Pokeballs. My first Pokemon is this one. Go Salamence. Go Togekiss. A monumental event. Ado has dispatched a brand new Dragon-type Pokemon, Salamence. Beyond the commentator's narration, others provided insights into Salamance's attributes. Salamence, a dragon and flying type, is also favored by the Dragon-type champion, Wataru, from the Hoenn region. Regrettably, through the screen, Levi was unable to discern the precise details of Ado's Salamence. All he could ascertain was its ability, Intimidate. Ado smirked, thinking to himself, let us see who dares to call me the flying-type master now. Akin chimed in, another flying type, just as expected from the dodo bird. Ma Zhisher, do you think they're bringing the flying Z? Xiao Chun bellowed in fury. You too. Sharona made a slight miscalculation, though not entirely incorrect. She presumed that Adu would initiate with the classic intimidation of the red Gyarados, which naturally led her to select the Togekiss, who would be less affected by the Intimidate ability. However, Adu's Charizard also possessed the Intimidate trait. With a thunderous roar from Charizard, the audience erupted in a crescendo of cheers. The match was officially underway. Chapter 73, Mega Charizard, Icy, Frenzied Earth of Endless Ice. At the Lily of the Valley conference venue, the commentator's enthusiastic voice echoed beneath the spotlight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sinnoh champion Sharona is facing off against the Kanto champion Adu. Adu's orange and white cape, reminiscent of a fiery dragon, billowed as he threw his first Pokeball, which arced in a scarlet trajectory. With a fierce roar, Charizard's crimson wings whipped up a tempest, causing Adu's cape to flutter wildly in the gale. Charizard Dragonite. Unsurprisingly, even though Adu had switched to the red Gyarados as his lead, Charizard could still utilize Dragon Dance to bolster his team. In fact, the overall strength of Mega Charizard far surpassed that of Mega Gyarados. Mega Charizard consistently ranked among the top 5 Mega Evolutions, often referred to as the Little Fire Sky. As for the infamous 10210, it is best left unmentioned. Of course, Sharona possessed the Mega Stone for her Garchomp. As her command rang out, Togekiss, Air Slash. Sharona's Togekiss, endowed with the Serene Grace ability, would increase the likelihood of additional effects occurring in its attacks. The Air Slash attack boasted a 30% chance to induce flinching in its target, which, under the Serene Grace's influence, escalated to a staggering 60. Togekiss flapped its wings, unleashing a blade of air that struck Charizard with excruciating precision. The commentator could discern from Charizard's agonized expression that the attack had indeed landed a critical hit. A critical hit with flinching. What a turn of events. Kinglove exclaimed. It seems the heavens are conspiring against Adu. Agin added. A critical hit that causes flinching. There's no coming back from that. Seizing the opportunity, Sharona pressed the attack. Togekiss, Thunder Wave. Even in its flinched state, Charizard could not evade the impending paralysis. Seeing Charizard succumb to paralysis, Adu decisively called back. Return, Charizard. If he did not switch out now, Charizard would be mercilessly cut down by the serene grace-enhanced air slash. Go, Dragonite. The all-orange Dragonite, adorned with a pair of diminutive wings, immediately unleashed an Ice Punch. Yet, Sharona had also swapped in a new Pokemon, Glaceon. This Ice Punch would have little effect on Glaceon, who was 4 times weak to Ice-type moves, a hallmark of strength. Sharona had anticipated Adu's switch. In the crowd, Majishar whispered, generally speaking, even without predicting, it would have been the same. Glaceon, Ice Beam, Dodge, Dragonite, relying on its speed, narrowly evaded the impeccably executed Ice Beam. Adu favored a Dragon Dance strategy for relentless offensive pressure, and Sharona adeptly adapted to this style, while also laying her own strategic groundwork. As the battle progressed, Adu continuously switched to his Kingdra, Bagon, and Hydreigon. Sharona, in turn, strategically countered with her own switches. After Adu managed to weather the paralysis of Charizard, he declared, now it's my turn. Charizard Mega Evolve. Contrary to Agin and the other speculations or jests, Adu had equipped Charizard with the Mega Stone. A tidal wave of rainbow light emanated from Adu's Mega Ring, and his gaze sharpened with fierce determination. Charizard Mega Evolved. In its Mega form, Charizard's wings resembled a blood moon, its forelimbs pressed against its body, seemingly vanishing into the ether. With the Mega Evolution, Charizard's ability transformed from Intimidate to Aerolate, resolving the issue of its lack of powerful stab moves. With exceptional speed and considerable durability, the emergence of Mega Charizard elevated the arena's atmosphere to a new zenith. However, Adu had miscalculated. For Sharona's trump card was neither Garchomp nor Lucario, but Glaceon. Now it's my turn. Sharona's lips curled into a smile as she revealed her Z-Ring, prominently displaying an Ice Z. The chilling azure radiance enveloped Sharona, and the frigid winds lifted the hem of her cobalt blue coat, causing her golden locks to dance in the breeze. A wave of cold emanated from Glaceon and Sharona as she pressed her hand against the Ice Z on her ring. Her expression hardened with determination as she crossed her arms before her chest, then extended them forward, summoning countless sparkling ice crystals. As Sharona completed her motion, numerous azure beams shot forth from her being towards Glaceon, marking the Z-move's emblem before it, Frenzied Earth of Endless Ice. This was a Z-move that Sharona had yet to employ. February was already a winter month, and with the Frenzied Earth of Endless Ice, the temperature plummeted dramatically. With a long howl, Glaceon resembled a freezing machine, instantly lowering the venue's temperature to its nadir. Solid ice rapidly spread from Glaceon's feet, and an ice mountain erupted from the ground. The ice crystals sparkled brilliantly under the sun, and Glaceon, perched atop the ice mountain, resembled a pure white rose. It's so cold. Many in the audience hugged their arms, shivering uncontrollably. A beam of light, broader than Glaceon's form, shot downwards toward Charizard. An ice mountain with sharp spikes enveloped the entire arena, then shattered into a flurry of snowflakes. Adu had intended for Mega Charizard to be his ultimate trump card. What? This was completely unexpected for Adu. The Frenzied Earth of Endless Ice had struck true. Charizard's Mega form reverted, leaving it unable to continue battling. Ruishi commented, it is indeed effective, though the move execution was somewhat awkward. Dio, unfazed, countered awkward. It was magnificent. This time, Li Wei sided with Dio. Whether it succeeds or fails depends on who wields it. Milotic, Ice Beam. The Hydreigon was encased in ice by the Ice Beam, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Yet soon after, the fatigued Milotic fell to a solar beam from the Desert Dragonfly. Overall, both sides experienced a back-and-forth exchange of victories. Forge's Trick Room. Within the Trick Room, the previously swift Bagon found its steps weighed down significantly. Chiong remarked, Ms. Sharona's Trick Room appears to be aimed at countering the Dragon Dance strategy. Kinglove lamented, I somewhat regret not participating. With Ice Z and Mega Charizard, this competition is blossoming with diversity. However, regretting was futile for Kinglove, as the registration period had already closed and the schedule for the first round was set. Even if Kinglove wished to participate, he would have to wait until the next edition. Xiaolon suggested. Then just join the next one. It will only continue to grow. Kingolf conceded. That does make some sense. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Kingolf was already contemplating encouraging Akihiko to participate in the next tournament. In the realm of illusions, the Flower Rock Monster and the Dual Axe War Dragon met their demise simultaneously. The commentator bellowed with fervor. Both sides are left with but a single Pokemon. Go forth. Dragonite. Engage, Mega Garchomp. Chapter 74, The Dedicated Dado. As Dragonite and Cynthia took the stage, an palpable shift in their presence enveloped the arena. Dragonite and Garchomp, their respective champions, exuded formidable confidence. The final confrontation unfolded in a flurry of close-range moves. Garchomp's Dragon Rush triumphed over Dragonite's Outrage, sealing their victory with a decisive knockout. Garchomp's Dragon Rush tore through the earth, bestowing victory upon Miss Cynthia. As Dragonite succumbed to the ground, Cynthia emerged victorious in this fierce battle. Garchomp raised its crimson blades to the heavens and roared triumphantly. Dado murmured softly, a loss well worth the experience. He could sense that, since the last World Championship, Cynthia's Pokemon had grown stronger yet again. Despite the intense competition on the battlefield, their camaraderie remained intact off the field. In the lounge, after changing into their casual attire, the two met. Congratulations, Cynthia, your Pokemon have indeed become stronger, Dado remarked, referring not only to Garchomp, but to the entire team. Cynthia's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, they have grown stronger, though not solely due to my efforts. Having consumed an array of perfect quality energy cubes for over half a month, complemented by Li Wei's exquisite culinary creations, Cynthia's Pokemon had indeed enhanced their prowess. Even the slightest improvement proved invaluable to Garchomp and its companions. Breaking through their limitations would allow Garchomp to touch the realm of legendary battles that only Akihiko had previously encountered. Thus, among the champions, even with the so-called undefeated champion, Dan, Akihiko remained the universally acknowledged strongest, the legendary warrior of Silver Mountain. Cynthia mused, I ought to request him to provide Garchomp with another round of care. Upon hearing Cynthia's modesty regarding her contributions, Dado pondered and arrived at a singular conclusion. Are you referring to Li Wei? After all, Li Wei's video showcasing Garchomp's training had amassed immense popularity, maintaining a prominent position in trending charts even now. With the conclusion of today's battle, the fervor surrounding that video was sure to endure for some time. Although Dado had yet to meet Li Wei in person, he had gleaned some understanding of the esteemed breeder revered by both Kingolf and Akihiko. Indeed, my Pokemon are currently consuming the energy cubes provided by Li Wei. You might want to give them a try, Cynthia said, unperturbed by Dado's potential pursuit of Li Wei. Confident that mutual competition and growth were the rightful paths to tread in the realm Akihiko had touched, Dado laughed heartily. Huh? To be honest, I truly must pay him a visit. Sensing something amiss, Cynthia furrowed her brow slightly. What is it? Dado, not concealing anything from Cynthia, explained, the matter is thus. In Dado's view, it was not a significant issue. After hearing the details, Cynthia nodded gently. Let's go together. Taken aback, Dado replied, you wish to join? Cynthia calmly countered. You are the chief investigator. Have you forgotten that I am also a special investigator? Very well, then let us proceed together. The match between Daigo and Karuna was not held on Lily of the Valley Island, but rather in the Kalos region. Seizing the opportunity, Daigo had ventured to dig for stones. The upcoming event at Lily of the Valley would feature another match, but that was no longer a concern for Cynthia and Dado. This is the orange fruit cube crafted by Li Wei. Give it to Dragonite, Dado said, staring at the translucent, exquisite orange fruit cube in astonishment. The most ordinary orange fruit can be transformed into perfect quality? Perfect quality. He managed to create this. Indeed, he did. Let us depart immediately. Cynthia watched as Dado took flight on Dragonite, momentarily flustered. How many Dragonites does this fellow possess? After catching up to him on a soaring brave falcon, Cynthia finally retrieved her phone, noticing messages from Roland and Li Wei prominently displayed. You're amazing, sister. Congratulations on your first victory. Meanwhile, Li Wei cradled the slumbering shaman in his arms, adorned with Doriganki atop his head, playfully cosplaying. Doriganki bore Dorigan Mesha on its head, while Li Wei sported Doriganki. In this whimsical hierarchy, Li Wei felt slightly superior, muttering to himself, the relationships are quite tangled. Cynthia remarked, thanks to your perfect quality energy cubes, Garchomp's performance was markedly improved. Li Wei replied, that still speaks to your exceptional breeding skills. After replying to Cynthia, he re-engaged in the group chat, where discussions about Dado and Cynthia's battle were fervent. Xiao Huang exclaimed, Miss Cynthia has won. The chat echoed the sentiment. attributing Cynthia's Pokemon's superior performance to their enhanced readiness. Kingolf noted, her Garchomp has indeed grown stronger. At the level of Kingolf, Cynthia, and Dado, seeking breakthroughs in strength was no simple task. It was a matter of fortunate encounters rather than mere effort. Akihiko declared, I long to battle her immediately. Kingolf and Akihiko arranged to watch the match together, with Kingolf smirking, how about we have a match ourselves? Akihiko's gaze sharpened resolutely, absolutely. After a moment's consideration, Kingolf suggested, tomorrow morning, then, we have Daigo's match to attend to later. Akihiko did not object. Xiaolon teased, Xiao-chun, you lost, didn't you? Pay up. Xiao-chun retorted, I didn't place any bets. I merely expressed my opinion. Xiao-chun was not swayed by this banter. She and Li Wei had indeed abstained from wagering, having been interrupted by Dado. Akin exclaimed, wow, Dragon Rush is incredibly powerful. Kingolf inquired, Dado, where's the party involved? This contradicts your previous statements. Dado responded, what are you talking about? I'm en route to Celebration City. I sense something amiss. Could it be someone is coming for me? Li Wei inquired, huh? Akihiko echoed, what? Kingolf added, what? Amidst a flurry of question marks, Dado finally sent a message, speaking of which, it relates to Li Wei. A Pokemon hunter has appeared in Celebration City, and I must investigate. Li Wei was taken aback that this matter was indeed tied to him. How could Dado know? No. He was the chief investigator of the league. Not knowing would be peculiar. Akihiko remarked, Mr. Dado is truly dedicated. Xiaolon chimed in, perhaps too dedicated. Kingolf asked, Pokemon hunter? What is going on? Dado explained, I'm on my way to Celebration City. Let Li Wei elucidate the details. Li Wei succinctly summarized the events that transpired today, still somewhat perplexed. Wasn't this matter resolved already? Why is Dado involved? Xiao Huang exclaimed, Mr. Li Wei, did you encounter Shaman? Li Wei promptly activated the rear camera, capturing a photo of the well-fed, slumbering Shaman. Xiao Qian gushed, so adorable. Akin questioned, did you capture Shaman? Li Wei clarified, no, it was injured. I'm merely fostering it for now. Kingolf observed, this Shaman is rather small, it's still a child. At this moment, the two champions were en route to Jubilife City. Chapter 75, The Two Champions. In the chat group, Xiao Huang, this little Shaman seems quite fond of you. This time, even if others lack Xiao Huang's perceptiveness, it is evident. After all, Shaman is sound asleep on Li Wei's lap. If it were not fond of him, such a thing could hardly happen. Xiao Qian, the little one is injured. Oh dear. So pitiful. Kingolf, Pokemon hunters are indeed a notoriously difficult lot to eradicate. Not all of them are like Hunter D, so caution is imperative. The prowess of Pokemon hunters varies greatly. The weaker ones, like Hunter D, cannot compare to gym leaders, while the stronger ones, such as Hunter J, are on par with elite trainers. In Li Wei's memory, Hunter J is someone capable of escaping unscathed from the hands of the legendary trio of Sinjo. This alone attests to Hunter J's formidable strength. Organizations such as Team Rocket, Team Galactic, and Team Magma are formidable and troublesome adversaries. The crux of the problem with Pokemon hunters lies not in their strength, but in their profit-driven motives. Pokemon hunters are active across various regions. In Johto, for instance, due to the presence of Team Rocket, the number of hunters is regrettably low. Pokemon hunters do not require a leader or a charismatic figure to follow. As long as there is money involved, that suffices. The vast majority of them are driven to become Pokemon hunters by greed. Asu indeed. Pokemon hunters are relentless in achieving their objectives. Please exercise utmost caution. Asu is the gym leader of the Azalea Gym in Johto, and also a flying-type specialist. Like Duji, he is also an alliance inspector. Li Wei, I will remain vigilant. Thank you for the reminder. Last time, Li Wei acquired a set of surveillance systems, covering the entire breeding center, so there should be no cause for excessive concern within. The discussion did not continue, as Duji was already taking action. And Li Wei was no slouch either. A Gene could not be bothered to ask for help, as he felt there was no need at all. Jubilife City, headquarters. 10 o'clock in the evening. The police station, which was supposed to be winding down for the day, was ablaze with lights, and officers were bustling about. This was due to the arrival of Duji and Sharona. What was happening? The two champions. Hadn't they just been battling at the Lily of the Valley conference? When they referred to just now, they meant 3 hours prior. The battle between Daegu and Karuni had already concluded, with Daegu securing the first victory. Zoro was still on duty. He had tasked someone with compiling the recent activities and locations of Pokemon hunters and was diligently reviewing the information. The door swung open, and a knock echoed. Without lifting his gaze from the documents, Zoro replied, Did I not say to refrain from disturbing me unless it is urgent? Miss Junsha hesitated. The two champions have arrived. Zoro, surprised, lifted his head and adjusted his glasses, confirming the presence of Duji and Sharona. Duji chuckled, Zoro. Working late at this hour, your diligence is commendable. Duji did not know Zoro personally, but Zoro's desk bore his title and name. Zoro stood, adjusted his brown suit, and checked his appearance. Aren't you both the same? Please, have a seat. Once seated, Zoro realized that Duji and Sharona had come concerning the issue of Pokemon hunters. He anticipated that this matter would concern both of them. He hoped they wouldn't think him overly alarmist, especially since he had already reported it to the Alliance. Not only were they champions, but Duji was also the chief inspector of the Alliance, overseeing all inspectors. Effectively the boss. Sharona was a special inspector of the Alliance, who typically did not engage in regular capture operations, but participated in matters involving legendary Pokemon. Both Sharona and Daegu held the title of special inspectors. Duji laughed heartily. It's not that severe. I happen to be on Lily of the Valley Island, so I took the liberty of stepping in. As chief inspector, Duji could indeed command from behind the scenes, but he preferred to take a hands-on approach. Sharona spoke softly. No, Zoro, you are doing exceptionally well. The issue of Pokemon hunters is one that requires urgent resolution. Duji inquired curiously, what were you so engrossed in? Zoro, please hold on a moment. Zoro rose and retrieved files from his desk, handing them to Duji and Sharona. These are recent files regarding Pokemon hunters. I have been cataloging their appearances over time and location. This is part of my summary. Duji nodded, perusing Zoro's compilation, noting the meticulous details on the sacred forest of the 100 generations at the foot of Mount Snowcap. Duji further asked, what insights do you have regarding this recent activity of Pokemon hunters, Zoro? Zoro smiled, modestly responding that he did not presume to have insights. Yet he indeed had some thoughts. There are two operational modes for Pokemon hunters. One involves accepting high-priced commissions to search for particular Pokemon, primarily from collectors. The other is self-directed action, particularly regarding those legendary Pokemon. Shaymin is exceedingly rare, but based on my analysis of the locations where hunters have been sighted, this instance does not seem to be spontaneous. It appears more like a commission to find a buyer and disrupt the transaction, which is crucial in resolving the current Shaymin crisis. Inspectors, Interpol, and Pokemon Rangers have not been entirely unproductive over the years. They have apprehended several Pokemon hunters and some collectors engaged in transactions with them. Duji nodded. Your perspective is commendable, Zoro. I, too, have gained much from this discussion. Meanwhile, Sharona remained silent, resting her chin thoughtfully. Noticing her silence, Duji promptly asked, Zoro, what other preparations have you made? Zoro was well prepared for this. Having increased patrols and bolstered police presence around the breeding center, and even proposed establishing a station. Duji frowned slightly. I believe this approach may be counterproductive, as it risks alerting the hunters and implying that Shaymin is indeed at the breeding center. Zoro, realizing the oversight, acknowledged, I had not considered that, fortunately. We have yet to formally commence operations. So what should we do now? The proposal for a station was something Zoro had only recently suggested. And with the necessary applications and reviews, the earliest it could be established would be tomorrow. Duji smiled faintly, disguise. Duji was particularly skilled at subterfuge, having previously masqueraded as both Team Rocket and Team Magma. While it was essential to increase police presence, establishing a station openly would not be prudent. Additionally, a press conference should be convened promptly to publicize the apprehension of Pokemon hunters. From Duji's words and demeanor, Zoro sensed the capabilities of this champion and chief inspector. Zoro nodded slightly. That is already in preparation. The press conference will be held tomorrow. Duji turned to the quietly contemplative Sharona. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Sharona shook her head. No, let us proceed as you suggest. Duji nodded. Then it is time to pay a visit to Li Wei and Shaymin. Chapter 76. The disguised Duji visits. Jubilife Police Headquarters. Although Duji wished to meet Li Wei at the earliest opportunity, considering it was already 11 o'clock at night, he and Sharona agreed to reconvene the following day to head to the breeding center. Li Wei, meanwhile, remained unaware of this plan. He had not even witnessed the entirety of Daegu and Karuni's battle. Daegu was also a decisive individual and sought out Li Wei to gather his opinions, initiating the design for his key. In the future, we shall also possess Keystone, although there are no corresponding Megastones. Both Metagross and Lucario in Li Wei's team can Mega Evolve, yet they lack the requisite Megastones. The only one available is the Evolution Stone for Diancie. Mega Evolution is a battle mechanism that Li Wei holds in high regard, perhaps even his most favored. As for acquiring the Evolution Stones, they can either be obtained through random item lottery tickets or through purchase. It is not strictly necessary to buy from Daigo. One could also seek out Professor Bratano in the Kalos region, who specializes in mega evolution research, to obtain them. However, this requires Li Wei to possess a certain degree of influence. Thus, he must strive harder. Whether as a breeder or a content creator, Li Wei needs to enhance his influence. For Li Wei, the acquisition of Megastones is not an immediate concern. With Lucario reaching Master Rank, it possesses a certain level of self-defense. Not all Pokemon of the regional champions are at the champion level. There are indeed Master-level Pokemon as well. By rounding up, considering Lucario as a champion's Pokemon is not unreasonable. Upon returning to his room, the first sight that greeted Li Wei was the sleeping Shaymin nestled in a crib. Lucario sat nearby, gently rocking the crib with a paternal demeanor. Li Wei cast a glance inside, where a soft mattress, pillow, and blanket awaited. Shaymin was sound asleep. As he intended to breed and hatch Pokemon at the breeding center, Comrade Wenhui had ordered several cribs, and unexpectedly, Shaymin was the first to use one. Li Wei lowered his voice, remarking, "You truly have the potential to be a father." Not only was Shaymin asleep, but also the Arcanine and Dragapult had long since succumbed to slumber. As for Metagross, it remained unusually quiet. Lucario could not be bothered. Time for sleep, good night. A night passed without incident. In the cafeteria, despite having rushed to rescue Shaymin the previous day, Li Wei's life remained largely unaffected. "This is yours, eat up." As Shaymin was still a child, Li Wei prepared some Moo Moo milk and Pokemon food for it. Jimmy. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wei affectionately ruffled Shaymin's head. Shireen, while nibbling on a sandwich, squatted on the ground watching Shaymin enjoy breakfast, her eyes sparkling with delight. Shaymin is truly adorable. Although being watched, Shaymin remained unperturbed, focused solely on its meal, sensing no malice from Shireen. Observing this scene, She remarked, "It's a miracle that, after being pursued by Pokemon hunters and sustaining injuries, it can still be so close to humans." You, with an understanding smile, interjected, "You wouldn't understand, would you?" Although Shaymin was hunted, it was also saved by Li Wei. Speaking of Li Wei, the two couldn't help but glance toward him, who was engrossed in his sandwich while scrolling through his phone. She, unusually, refrained from bantering with Du, commenting, "Strangely, I feel that Li Wei's demeanor has changed somewhat." Du nodded solemnly. "So it's not just me who feels this way. Gia though. See, even the Inteleon agrees. Pokemon have an innate ability to perceive human emotions." A hearty male voice drew the attention of Du, She, and the other breakfast-goers. Sensing an unusual presence, Du stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shireen, She, and Shaymin, scrutinizing the newcomer. "Who are you?" The newcomer also assessed Du, sensing a vibrant energy akin to Shiba's. "Dado." Li Wei's voice suddenly pitched an octave higher. The transformed Dado was taken aback. "You recognized me? How is that possible?" Dado, in his effort to disguise himself, had even forsworn his cape, yet Li Wei still recognized him. "What sharp eyes you have." As if coming to realization, another voice echoed, "Dado?" It was Du. Leon, who had intended to call out for effect, found himself unable to speak. Following closely, Sharona removed her sunglasses, chuckling. "Are you all here for a high-note competition?" Just as Leon was about to take a breath to try, he exhaled in defeat. Dado suddenly had his disguise torn away, revealing his true champion attire, complete with a cape. "Hello, I'm Dado. How did you conceal your cape?" Everyone turned their gaze toward the equally disguised Sharona, waiting for her to reveal her true form. As a formidable figure, Sharona withstood the expectant looks, tossing a pokeball. "Kare, Garchomp, that's quite a reveal." Dado, moving with a speed Li Wei could hardly comprehend, appeared beside him. "How did you recognize me?" Li Wei remained silent for a long moment, contemplating. "Well, I just recognized you." Li Wei harbored serious doubts about Team Rocket, Team Magma, and others like Ash and Junsha, who seemed to suffer from severe face blindness, routinely failing to recognize the disguised Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyarth. To Li Wei, their disguises were riddled with flaws. Particularly Dado's current disguise, his conspicuous red hair was hardly concealed. Dado stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It seems my disguise skills require further refinement." To this, Li Wei nodded slightly. "Indeed, there's room for improvement. I was merely being polite. I'm serious. Let's discuss it sometime. I could use your advice when I go undercover." "No problem." The gazes of the crowd flitted back and forth between the two until Sharona coughed lightly, prompting Dado to realize their purpose for visiting. Dado rose, extending his hand towards Li Wei. "Although we've chatted a few times in the group, it's only proper to formally introduce myself. I'm Dado." Li Wei stood as well, shaking his hand. "Just call me Li Wei." The appearance of Dado and Sharona together suggested they had not merely come to meet Li Wei. Wenwei promptly instructed others to give them space. "You all chat. we'll take our leave. Sharona said softly, "Thank you," and went away. Dato genuinely wanted to say it was no trouble, but remaining quiet was also agreeable. Dato got straight to the point. "We are here regarding Shaman and the Pokemon hunters. We would like to understand the situation." Chapter 77. The Power of Tokiwa, Shaman's Memory. Breeding Center. Due to the crowded cafeteria, they relocated to Li Wei's home. At this hour, others were beginning their work. Their conversation was rather informal, with Dato holding a sandwich in one hand and Moo Moo milk in the other. "Thank you very much. Dato hadn't had breakfast yet that morning. You should finish eating before we talk." Having weathered many storms, Dato was no longer the same. This Kanto champion and Johto champion was quite approachable in non-combat settings, especially among acquaintances. Somehow, despite this being their first formal meeting, Dato felt an immediate familiarity with Li Wei. As he ate, Dato pondered, perhaps it's due to Akagi, Aoi, and Sharona? Akagi and Aoi held Li Wei in high regard. On the way here, Dato discovered that Sharona and Li Wei had known each other since childhood. Rounded up, one might even call it a childhood romance. What Dato was unaware of was that Li Wei harbored similar sentiments. This was also the reason Li Wei could jest with Dato upon their first meeting. However, Li Wei did not ponder it as deeply as Dato. He attributed it to Dato's charismatic personality. After Dato had satisfied his hunger and thirst, they turned to the matter at hand. Dato and Sharona's gazes fell upon the shaman cradled in Li Wei's arms, and Dato's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Shaman adores you, Jimmy." Shaman abruptly turned, burying its head into Li Wei's embrace. Li Wei sighed. "The child is easily shy. How can one be so direct?" "Haha." Dato awkwardly scratched his head. Suddenly, Sharona spoke. "May I take a look at the child?" Li Wei gently leaned down and asked, "Shaman, is that all right?" "Jimmy." Shaman turned to glance at Sharona and nodded. Sharona reached out and tenderly held the shaman in her arms. "Little one, you're all right now, Jimmy." Shaman let out a soft, adorable call in Sharona's embrace. At that moment, flowers on Shaman suddenly bloomed, as if spring had arrived and everything was rejuvenated. Both Sharona and Dato were taken aback. Being the only nurturer present, Li Wei explained, "When Shaman feels gratitude, the flowers on its body will bloom." Dato's eyes lit up. "Oh, you truly possess extensive knowledge." This was exactly how Dato perceived it through his eternal power. Although Dato could discern it, his ability was innate, leaving his knowledge somewhat lacking. Suddenly, Dato realized, "Why did you not mention how I figured it out? Xiaohuang mentioned it yesterday." "That is true." However, Dato's understanding did not stem solely from Xiaohuang's words. He too possessed eternal power. This bestowed upon Dato the abilities of healing, sensing, and reading the memories and emotions of Pokemon. Speaking of this matter, Li Wei felt an urge to have Dato read the memories of the ugly fish to better address the situation. Compared to Xiaohuang, Dato, who had weathered numerous storms and encountered various evils, was less susceptible to negative emotions. "How did you all arrive together?" Sharona gently caressed Shaman's back as she explained. "After yesterday's competition, upon hearing Dato speak of this matter, we came over together. We arrived in Jubilife City last night and met with Chief Zoro." Chief Zoro. Noticing Li Wei's puzzled expression, Dato elaborated. "Chief Zoro proposed to the League the dispatch of investigators for collaboration, and I happened to be in Sinnoh to take it on. The four major leagues, Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh, maintain exceptionally close ties. The relationship is so intertwined that Kanto and Johto are often collectively referred to as the Kanto-Johto region, perceived as a single entity, truly dedicated." To Li Wei, this matter did not seem significant enough to warrant Dato's involvement as the chief investigator. Yet, he still took a hands-on approach. Having such a chief investigator is a boon for the Kanto region and beyond. Although Dato bears the eternal power, he is ultimately human, shouldering the responsibilities of a champion. He will forever carry the weight of this responsibility, charging into battle when danger arises. This is the essence of Dato's charm. After discussing with Chief Zoro last night, we unanimously agreed that the actions of the Pokemon hunters must have buyers backing them. However, in the vast ocean, searching for buyers is exceedingly challenging. Aside from interrogating Hunter D, Shaman might serve as a breakthrough. Perhaps Shaman has encountered the buyers behind it all. Although Shaman possesses telepathy, merely asking it would be futile. The innocent and kind-hearted Shaman would not dwell too much on such matters. At this juncture, Dato's eternal power would come into play. "Pardon my intrusion, Shaman, may I sense your thoughts?" Jimmy. Despite the intense gaze of the red-haired man before it, Shaman sensed the warmth within his eyes. Moreover, the aura emanating from Dato was more captivating than that of Li Wei. Receiving Shaman from Sharona, Dato's palm shimmered with a gentle radiance. He first used his eternal power to heal Shaman's remaining injuries. Shaman comfortably squinted its eyes. "Jimmy, so comfortable." Dudo closed his eyes, allowing the eternal power to access Shaman's memories. Suddenly, Dudo's perspective lowered. He temporarily transformed into Shaman, finding himself amidst a sea of flowers. Jimmy. Shaman lived blissfully in the Gracidia flower fields of Flora Town. Savoring the fragrance of the Gracidia flowers, Shaman transformed into its sky form and soared into the air. Wow, you're so adorable. May I hold you? This was Miss June Shah. Dudo recognized her. Dudo was abruptly enveloped in a warm embrace. With his eyes closed, Dudo's face unexpectedly flushed. You've got issues. You're blushing like a teapot. Liwei was extremely curious about what Dudo had witnessed. The Gracidia flower fields lie on the outskirts of Flora Town, and Shaman encountered many beings there. Until one day, while Shaman was asleep, it was suddenly pursued, fleeing all the way to the northern coast of Jubilife. Then, Lucario descended from the heavens, with Liwei commanding Metagross and Dragapult to apprehend Hunter D. Dudo witnessed everything unfold as if he were Shaman. The strategic maneuvers were remarkable. Confronting the Pokemon hunters, they first sabotaged the vessel before dismantling the petrification beam. In Dudo's eyes, Liwei possesses the potential to become an investigator. Suddenly opening his eyes, Dudo remarked, I have some thoughts. He smiled warmly at Shaman. Thank you, Shaman, for providing such valuable information. Liwei and Sharona chorused, what did you discover? Dudo's skeptical gaze flitted between the two. So in sync? Yet, he did not dwell on it, assuming it was merely concern for Shaman. These two individuals before him shared a genuine bond with Pokemon. Liwei could draw Shaman close, while Sharona could make Shaman's gratitude bloom. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. A smile crept across Dudo's lips. I have several suspects in mind, but I need to confirm them in the League's database. I have another proposal. Would you be willing to hear it? Chapter 78, The Rainbow Warrior. In the Jubilife nursery, Liwei, Sharona, and Dudo convened to address the matters concerning Shaman and the Pokemon hunters. After utilizing his eternal power to delve into Shaman's memories, Dudo presented a suggestion to Liwei. How about becoming an investigator? You possess such potential. Even the graduates lack your caliber. With each decision Liwei made regarding alerts, transportation sabotage, and command, he consistently made the right choices. Upon hearing Dudo's suggestion of becoming a League investigator, Liwei felt a fleeting temptation. Yet, it did not suit him. He had responsibilities at the nursery, to learn nurturing knowledge and expand the center. That was his primary duty. Liwei could only intervene when he witnessed injustice. Unable to confront evil daily as Dudo did. I apologize, but I cannot accept. However, before Dudo could persuade him further, Liwei countered. Isn't it true that even without being an investigator, I saved Shaman? Sharona gently urged. Dudo, do you confront crime daily merely because you are the chief investigator? Du suddenly stood up, exclaiming, No, it is born out of passion. Even if I am not a search officer, I shall never turn a blind eye to any crime before me. In that moment, a brilliant light erupted behind Du. While it was indeed a declaration, did he really need to radiate such brilliance? Du discreetly reigned in the power of Zhongpan. This was not a manifestation of his own volition. Rather, the power of Zhongpan had truly sensed Du's unwavering resolve. Hearing Li's sarcastic remarks, could not help but smile, her gaze drifting towards Liwei as he tenderly caressed Ji. For nurturing was indeed his true passion. Du, momentarily taken aback by Li's words, pondered, Is that so? I see now, I was presumptuous. Liwei nodded affirmatively, stating, Even if I am not a search officer, I will never stand idly by when action is required. Du's lips curled into a subtle smile. Very well, then. At that instant, the ground trembled slightly, accompanied by a distant sound of explosions. An earthquake? What is happening? No, it felt more akin to a Pokemon move. Liwei, Shilona, and Du simultaneously rose to their feet. It was the moment of champions. A rogue and two champions, one of them quipped. Stay put for now. Liwei and Du spoke in unison. If we venture out now, we risk alarming the quarry, making it difficult to capture the true hunter. This was Du's assessment. Liwei, however, had a different consideration. The Tanyan monitoring system had unveiled a scene unfolding outside. At the entrance of the breeding center, a gang of reckless bikers clad in masks, goggles, and leather jackets had appeared. There were 7 in total, each wielding baseball bats. Without helmets, Liwei could clearly see their hair, a vibrant spectrum of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. My goodness, rainbow warriors. But they did not seem to be Pokemon hunters. Their Pokemon were flaunting their prowess at the entrance. The tremors felt beneath the ground emanated from the Nido King, leading the charge with its earthquake move. Xiaoro and Sanado. Liwei first glanced at the front desk monitor, confirming that Zhanghua was protecting Xiaoro, before switching to the entrance's feed. They did not appear to be Pokemon hunters. A mere glance was enough for Du to conclude, no. Pokemon hunters never operate so ostentatiously. Observing the training Pao Xiao and the training Lo rushing swiftly towards the entrance, Li Wei bolted out, declaring, allow me to handle this. You all stay here for the time being. Shilona nodded slightly, very well. Du chuckled, you're quite suited for command. I always said you would make a fine search officer. Shilona remained silent, her focus fixed on the monitor. As Li Wei burst through the door, Miss Gui, Liang, and Wen Hui were already evacuating employees and customers. Kid, where are you going? To protect the breeding center. Ding, you have a new side quest. By the way, Dad, call the police. Be careful, don't be reckless. Never mind. Dear, I will go too. You make the call. Liang casually grabbed the shovel he used for training Pokemon to dig and hurried off. You take care too. Rest assured. Meanwhile, Dialga and Uhalio had arrived at the entrance of the breeding center. With narrowed eyes, Dialga asked, what do you want? Filming a movie? Aloha Rainbow Warriors? The opposing gang, brandishing baseball bats, wore ferocious expressions, having already unleashed an earthquake move, clearly signaling their hostile intent. Upon hearing Dialga's inquiry, the 7 bikers simultaneously dropped the beer cans they were holding. The blue-haired one nervously gulped, Big brother, he's so strong. The red-haired one sneered, tapping his bat. What are you afraid of? There are 7 of us. We have Pokemon in this. The 7 of them grinned menacingly, advancing towards Dialga in a fan formation. Li Wei had reached the entrance, instructing, you all stay in the front desk service area, do not come out. Sanai. Yes, boss. A frail, bespectacled male customer, witnessing the commotion, stumbled and fled in panic. Call the police. Once he had put some distance between himself and the chaos, the bespectacled man quickly pulled out his phone. Hello. I want to report an incident at the Juqing Breeding Center. Like the bespectacled man, several other customers, finding hiding spots, also opted to call the police. More customers and staff raised their phones, discreetly recording the scene. Li Wei approached Dialga, asserting, this is a breeding center, not a baseball field. Dialga frowned. What are you doing here? I can't just leave you here alone. Dialga scanned the surroundings. Who said anything about being alone? We have Pokemon. Goth, Luca, Olive, the Fengsugo, Luca Liog, Entry and Pao Xiao also quickly made their presence known. As for Jurjing Goth and the others, they had been dispatched by Wukarlio to seek reinforcements. By some time, Li Wei looked at Wukarlio, deep in thought. The red-haired thug lightly tapped his palm with the baseball bat. That's right, we came for the breeding center. Appointments are required for breeding Pokemon. Your Pokemon's fur is dry and dull. It certainly needs grooming. Dialga muttered under his breath. Is your occupational hazard acting up? Li Wei feigned a cough. Ahem, it's a habit. The golden-haired thug, with his face smeared in grease paint, pointed his bat at Li Wei, barking, stop with the jokes. You're the reason we're so loud. We wanted a new ride, but we don't have the cash, so we came here to take it. Pay up, or it's normal to break a leg or two. Haha. As the red-haired thug finished speaking, the remaining members of the gang erupted into raucous laughter. Even their Pokemon joining in. The anger of both Li Wei and Ayo surged. Du scoffed, just a bunch of repeat offenders. Shilona's expression remained calm, yet her arms crossed. Her index finger tapping rhythmically against her arm, betraying her unease. Luca, it's time. Now, it was your turn to be unable to leave. As Li and Ao's expressions shifted dramatically, the 7 Rainbow Warriors' pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 79, Full Firepower by Yoga. At the Juqing Breeding Center, moments earlier, as the red-haired thug commanded Nidoking to use Earthquake, Lilio had sensed the impending threat. Luca. In an instant, Luca gathered Jujing Goth, Duolumbaluto, and Dulungchi together. Luca. Jurjing Goth and Duolumbaluto soared into the sky, while Luca Leo rushed to the entrance alongside Dialga. By some time. Why? I can handle this, you need not worry. The 3-time champion of the Pokemon World Martial Arts Tournament, standing at 206 centimeters tall and weighing 125 kilograms, Dialga was thoroughly perplexed. No, they wouldn't show up without reason. We need to make them reveal their intent. Clever, Lucario. I'll follow your lead. Even with 7 adversaries wielding baseball bats, Dialga could discern they were not seasoned fighters. Holding bats, coated in thick eyeliner, and relying solely on their menacing glares to intimidate the average person might work, but to frighten Dio? Not a chance. Now, it was they who were trapped. As Li Wei's voice resonated, Jujing Goth and Dongluto descended from the heavens, blocking the bikers' escape. Behind them loomed a vast swarm of Da Junfeng, Badade, Dadrichit, Dabinak, and the entire family of Wukurying. A vast expanse of shadows obscured the light, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Dato's eyes brightened. The Fearow and the Staraptor were together. Astonishingly, without engaging in a skirmish. Sharona whispered, "They are all wild Pokemon." During her days at the breeding center, she had encountered these Pokemon, all of whom resided nearby. It seemed that the Fearow and the Staraptor had forged a temporary truce, agreeing to jointly protect the breeding center, standing united against a common foe. The earth trembled subtly, dust swirling in the distance. Leading the charge was a Tauros, accompanied by a Rapidash and a Bibarel, all galloping in unison from the mountains. Perched atop the Tauros was a Dragonite, letting out a resonant do-do-do. "Moo! Assemble, let's form a team." At the Tauros' command, the Pokemon encircled the motorcycle gang. A shadow, cloaked in hues of black and blue, leapt through the forest. The Lurantis descended from the trees, bearing its vicious fangs. Arcs of electricity crackling across its body. Following closely were the Electrike and the Meowth. The Meowth unleashed a fearsome roar, a woo. Subsequently, the formerly police dog. The Manectric nimbly leapt over the encirclement of Pokemon, landing beside Levi. A woo. Levi gently stroked the Manectric's mane, asking, "Do you wish to assist me?" A woo. "Excellent. Then let us fight side by side." In front stood Dio and Lucario, striking poses of readiness, alongside Leon, wielding a shovel and emerging theatrically like an old general from the stage. "Son, what is happening here?" "I'll explain later." "B brother, what's going on?" "You ask me." "And who should I ask?" The 7 members of the Rainbow Reckless Gang instinctively huddled together, their Pokemon no longer brash, for they realized the wild Pokemon were genuinely enraged. The encircling wild Pokemon waited for Levi's command, ready to charge and rend them to shreds. The wild Pokemon surrounded Levi and the motorcycle gang, while above, a Pidgeot, Fearow, and Beedrill soared through the sky, gazing at the shattered bricks, the ruined entrance, and the charred front desk of the service center. Levi recalled the side quest: protect the breeding center, restrain the weak, uphold the righteous, and safeguard the employees and customers from harm. Task reward, unknown. Levi turned to Dio and Lucario. "It is your time to shine. Teach them a lesson." "All right." Dio stretched his limbs, flames igniting in his eyes. "You battle the Pokemon. I'll handle the humans." Dio and Lucario simultaneously stepped back with their right feet, launching forward like lightning. Dio truly was a humanoid Pokemon. Levi's Pokemon surged forward, targeting the reckless motorcycle gang as Pokemon. Close combat ensued. Lucario unleashed a flurry of strikes, a left hook, a right hook, an uppercut, followed by a flying knee, thoroughly disorienting the Nidoking. Mountain collapse. The Manectric leapt, pinning the Onix beneath it. The Pokemon needed not worry. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Levi observed Dio. "Only one left. Let us go all out." The red-haired thug swung down a baseball bat, only to have it blocked by Dio's raised arm, his right fist surging toward the thug's face. Crack! The redhead shrieked as his nose caved in, sent sprawling backward, blood arcing through the air. Dio caught a glimpse and executed a precise spinning kick to the soft abdomen of the purple-haired foe. The latter felt his stomach churn violently, as if riding a tempest, before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Hell's thrust. Dio's arm was longer than that of the blue-haired thug wielding the bat, thrusting directly to the throat. Clang. The bat clattered to the ground. Dio then advanced, delivering an elbow strike that traced an elegant arc through the sky. Leon, gripping his shovel, widened his eyes. Holy cow. Witnessing this spectacle, Levi could only marvel at Dio's restraint, thankful that he refrained from striking women, else who could withstand such might? Recalling the taunts of the blonde thug, Dio unleashed a rapid succession of 7 strikes, culminating in a final punch that sent him soaring. The blonde, his face contorted in agony, screamed, tracing a graceful arc before losing consciousness. This was still a result of Dio showing mercy. With a slap to the left and a slap to the right, Dio regarded the two before him as inconsequential. The members of the reckless motorcycle gang, having been knocked out by Dio, felt dizzy and dazed, their vision filled with stars. A pair of large hands grasped their heads, forcing an intimate encounter, leaving them completely incapacitated. Dio's fury was a force to behold. Nearby, the wild Pokemon stared in astonishment. What are we here for? To cheer them on. In an instant, the cries of Pokemon intertwined in a cacophony, rising and falling. Moreover, Dato, watching the surveillance from Levi's home, was equally stunned. Incredible. Sharona remarked softly. He is a 3-time champion of the Pokemon World Martial Arts Tournament. Dato's lips twitched. Is the threshold for breeders this high nowadays? Champions are becoming breeders too. Out of passion, observing that the 7 had been thoroughly beaten by Dio, Levi called out, Dio, that's enough. Save some for questioning. having completed his rampage. Dio exhaled a sigh of relief, grinning. All right. Levi turned to the wild Pokemon gathered at the entrance. Thank you, Lurantis, Pidgeot, Fearow, Tauros, Rapidash, and Murkrow. Pidge. Moo. Lucario glanced at Levi. No need for thanks. This is their home too. EBU. Miss Junsha, it's time. Chapter 80, Close Combat, Intermediate. The Zhuqing Breeding Center. As the battlefield was encircled by wild Pokemon, the customers and employees had little footage to capture. At most, they saw people flying through the air. Mom, someone is flying in the sky. However, the attention of the onlookers had long shifted from the Rainbow Warriors to the wild Pokemon that instinctively protected the breeding center. Why did the wild Pokemon heed his call? It seemed they were safeguarding the breeding center. What on earth transpired? Upon hearing sirens, the gathered crowd voluntarily parted, allowing the police car to enter. Levi nodded toward the wild Pokemon. You all may disperse now. I'll ensure you receive extra rations tonight. Pidge, the Staraptor, Murkrow, and Fearow each led their respective groups away. Moo, return to your homes. The Tauros, along with the Bibarel and Lurantis, retreated, returning from the entrance to the wild area. The ground was littered with the groaning forms of the Rainbow Warriors, their Pokemon piled together, rendered incapable of battle. Dio, the Blaziken, Lucario, and the Manectric surrounded them. Leon, wielding his shovel, began to dig, appearing as if he meant to erase all evidence. Under Levi's command, the wild Pokemon departed in an orderly fashion. The bizarre scene leaving Miss Junsha and the officers bewildered. Miss Junsha, who had only met Levi the day before, nodded. Let us begin taking statements. Just then, her phone rang. Please hold on a moment. Upon receiving a call from Chief Zoro, Miss Junsha felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine, standing rigidly as she answered the phone. Yes, certainly. Rest assured. During the call, several officers roamed about, capturing photographs with their cameras. One officer, upon turning to the blonde lying on the ground, was nearly taken aback, having sustained quite a beating. Fortunately, the individual was merely unconscious, appearing worse for wear, but in no critical danger. I did not employ lethal force, so fret not. Upon hearing Brother Dio's words, the officer lifted his gaze, sharing a glance with the malevolent figure, Brother Dio, and the infernal roaring tiger. The officer merely wished to convey, you are absolutely correct. Given Brother Dio's imposing physique and robust musculature, it would be entirely plausible for him to inflict severe harm. One officer discreetly reported to Miss Junsha that the motorcycle had been illegally modified and lacked a license plate. Tentatively, Miss Junsha inquired, shall we conduct the statement at your residence? Li Wei hesitated for a moment. I have no objections. However, this particular statement was entirely unlike what Li Wei had envisioned. Both Du and Sharona were present. Are you also here to interrogate? Li Wei harbored grave doubts about whether he had committed some transgression. Du, with a serious demeanor, stated, I am the chief investigator. I oversee all cases. In truth, it was Du who had contacted Zoro to arrange for Miss Junsha to take the statement here. Although the matter had initially been raised by Sharona, fortunately, Li Wei's concerns were unfounded. His statement proceeded smoothly, with Li Wei, Dio, and the customer wielding a phone as witnesses. Moreover, Du and Sharona had witnessed the entire incident, yet the statement remained an obligatory procedure. It was indeed those 7 individuals who had arrived first, immediately prompting Nidoking to unleash an earthquake. Another individual added, they also vandalized the entrance. A young man interjected, recalling how one of them brazenly threatened to rob for a new vehicle, claiming he had video footage. Miss Junsha quickly deduced the situation involved extortion, provocation, and the possession of weapons, expressing her gratitude for their cooperation. After Li Wei provided the surveillance footage from the entrance of the nurturing center, his statement was deemed complete. Miss Junsha closed her notebook, assuring him that she would inform him of the final outcome after questioning the 7 suspects. According to standard procedure, Miss Junsha would typically assign someone to monitor Li Wei and might even take him back to the precinct. However, given the special circumstances and Du's involvement, the process deviated from the norm, as the 7 raucous bikers were escorted into the police vehicle after receiving medical attention. A mechanical female voice echoed in Li Wei's mind. Ding. Side quest. Protect the nurturing center has been completed. Reward. Intermediate close combat. Intermediate close combat. You can apply basic close combat techniques in combination, possessing commendable practical awareness and adaptability. Li Wei, who had no prior knowledge of combat techniques, refrained from showing off when Dio engaged. Instead, he found himself relying on Dio and Lucario for protection. Upon receiving the intermediate close combat skill, a wealth of knowledge flooded Li Wei's mind, encompassing punch and kick combinations, feints, distance control, counter strategy, joint locks, and choking techniques. In a remarkably brief period, he transformed into a competent fighter. Reflecting on the clash between Dio and the 7 bikers, Li Wei began to understand the source of Dio's confidence. While intermediate close combat may not suffice against formidable opponents like Dio or Shiba, it was certainly adequate for self-defense. Is everyone all right? Especially you, Xiaoro? I'm fine. After confirming that both employees and customers were unharmed, Wen Hui expressed her heartfelt gratitude. I cannot thank you enough, Miss Junsha. Junsha, blushing with modesty, replied. Your words make me feel guilty. Such incidents should never occur. Given the occurrence, she found it difficult to accept. Wen Hui tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. No, you have done an excellent job maintaining order in Juqing City. Unbeknownst to them, Du had already changed into a police uniform and entered the police vehicle. Leave this matter to me. Rest easy in your operations. I assure you, such incidents shall not recur. Du perceived that this gang of bikers was evidently well prepared. He intended to trace their origins and apprehend them all. It is our duty to ensure the safety of Juqing's citizens. Comrade Leon remarked. What a reassuring champion. Donning sunglasses and a cotton hat, Sharona prepared to depart as well. I must take my leave. I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Li Wei attempted to stop her, but it was futile. In truth, he had no need for an explanation. The nurturing center had sustained minimal damage, and Dio had relished the opportunity to fight. Besides, the center was due for renovation soon, making it a convenient time for a refresh. No pain, no gain. As Sharona settled into the police vehicle, she gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, her mind tumultuous. In broad daylight, individuals had exploited Pokemon for nefarious purposes, engaging in extortion. Fortunately, those they targeted were capable of defending themselves, such as Dio and Li Wei. What if the victims had lacked the means to resist? Would they have been left at the mercy of their assailants? As she stared out the window, Sharona resolved. The various towns of Sinnoh must undergo reform. Chapter 81. Once again ignited, a nighttime operation. Juqing Nurturing Center. In light of the recent uproar, Wen Hui decided to grant the employees a day off for rest. Nevertheless, the incoming foster Pokemon continued to be received, as Lucario and others were more than capable of tending to them. What just transpired? Shortly after Miss Junsha's departure, Belle arrived with her Arcanine in tow. With so many spectators and the appearance of numerous wild Pokemon, Belle had refrained from joining the commotion. 7 raucous bikers had inexplicably appeared to engage in extortion. Wen Hui remained perplexed. Upon hearing Wen Hui mention the bikers, Belle recalled the sound of roaring engines she had indeed heard. It was undeniably peculiar. However, Belle was neither a police officer nor a detective. She merely found it strange. Ruishi also sensed something amiss. I too find it odd. Having worked at several nurturing centers prior to her current position, particularly the last one she had anonymously reported, she had witnessed various clandestine dealings and was well aware of their unscrupulous nature. This time, Ruishi detected a similar scent of intrigue. While she harbored suspicions, Wen Hui refrained from drawing any conclusions. Miss Junsha and her team are investigating. We shall await the results. It was not their style to cast baseless doubts upon others. Ruishi nodded in agreement. Very well. Leon, still shaken, remarked, we ought to hire security. Dio chuckled, but you said during the last recruitment that we wouldn't be hiring security. Leon hastily waved his hands. We can't cut corners on this. Li Wei shook his head. I already have a plan. A night passed without incident. The nurturing center gained notoriety once more, even in the absence of Sharona. The spontaneous arrival of wild Pokemon to protect a nurturing center was enough to spark widespread discussion, particularly when paired with eye-catching headlines. A divine natural phenomenon. Wild Pokemon selflessly guard Juqing Nurturing Center, bringing humanity to tears. This is currently the most popular television program in the Sinnoh region, featuring a title crafted by the EV Network account on Sinnoh Now. As Li Wei brushed his teeth while scrolling through his phone, he nearly spat out his mouthful in astonishment. Goodness, what an exceptional title. Who on earth could have conjured such a headline? It must have come from the shock department. The content was rife with potential for critique, leaving Li Wei momentarily at a loss for where to begin. By the way, the last time Li Wei maintained a video featuring a fierce battle between Garchomp and another Pokemon, Sinnoh Now was involved as well. The account boasts a considerable following. And with the sensational title paired with Li Wei's previous viral tag, this video swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics. Let us first view a segment of the video. It vividly captures the descent of various Pokemon, including Beedrill, Spearow, and Moltres, accompanied by a flurry of smartphone movements revealing Kinta, Luxray, and the swift Arcanine. As an eyewitness, Li Wei could only attest to the fact that the video had been edited. The footage omitted the appearances of Gyarados and Dragapult, among others. We were fortunate enough to interview the videographer. The scene then transitions to an interviewee, clearly marked for confidentiality. Could you please recount what transpired at the Jiqing Breeding Center? The young man, who had witnessed the event from beginning to end, narrated the sequence of events. From the reckless motorcycle gang rampaging through the streets to their assault on the breeding center, the red-haired Nidoking unleashed an earthquake, while the blonde golem smashed through the doors with rollout. Initially, the staff at the breeding center had been quite accommodating, but they were confronted by 7 members of the motorcycle gang. This eyewitness exhibited commendable verbal organization, presenting the story with clarity and coherence. However, his bias was unmistakable. His footage failed to capture the true instigator of the altercation, likely leaving him oblivious. Yet, in his account, it morphed into a narrative where he claimed to have seen the red-haired individual strike first with a baseball bat. In reality, Li Wei had instigated the confrontation, as he had observed wild Pokemon surrounding the gang before deciding to take action. Otherwise, he would have needed to provoke them into striking first to justify self-defense. Next time, I ought to give him a discount, a broken bone, he mused. Perhaps a VIP card would suffice. Despite the pixelation, Li Wei recognized him. This young interviewee was a frequent patron of the breeding center, visiting weekly for a wash for his Hariyama. Li Wei glanced at the comments section of the video, which was overwhelmingly favorable. This person is incredible, a reference to the formidable Diyu, who had just delivered a thorough beating to the Rainbow Warrior. Luxray and Arcanine looked so impressive. How is it possible that Beedrill and Spearow didn't fight? This breeding center must be exceptional. Even wild Pokemon instinctively offer protection. Comments from residents of Jiqing emerged, affirming the center's reputation. It truly is remarkable. The fees are higher than those of typical breeding facilities, but their work is undeniably superb. My scyther trained here. Not just one, but several customers from different floors shared their experiences. Li Wei was certain that his establishment had not resorted to hiring bots. It would cost money, and Comrade Leon would never allow such expenditure. Thus, it was undoubtedly organic support. Li Wei felt a sense of pride. This was the fruit of their diligent efforts in managing the breeding center. Meanwhile, the joint operation of the 2 champions was drawing to a close. Let's apprehend them all. This directive stemmed from the interrogation conducted the previous night. Rewinding to that evening, upon arrival at Jiqing police station, he declared, "Bring them here. I will personally oversee the questioning." As the chief investigator, even Zoro would be compelled to follow his orders. Together with Cynthia, they interrogated several individuals with only minor injuries. The bewildered red-haired individual, having been brought in, protested, "Wait, weren't we merely extorting?" Not only had they failed to extort, but they had also been thoroughly beaten by the breeding center staff. Is this really a matter for champions to handle? Faced with the icy gazes of DUI and Cynthia, the red-haired man suddenly realized he had crossed paths with individuals far beyond his reckoning. Despite his numerous injuries, DUI and Cynthia displayed no sympathy. Those who disturb public order and engage in extortion deserve to be punished. This was precisely why DUI refrained from intervening earlier. Yet, as an enforcer of the law, DUI remained committed to justice, refusing to impose any false charges on the red-haired individuals solely because of Li Wei's involvement. DUI's interrogation was anything but conventional. "Speak up. Who sent you?" The red-haired man, being a hired hand, quickly weighed the options between the champions and his employer, swiftly opting to betray the latter. "It's Jin Yi. He's the one responsible for coordinating everything. We were merely following orders." At this juncture, the situation diverged from DUI's expectations. Initially, he believed these were test subjects sent by Pokemon hunters, but it soon became apparent that there was more to the story. DUI couldn't help but reflect. We still have much to accomplish. After interrogating multiple individuals, Cynthia and DUI resolved to take immediate action. Chapter 82. Eradicating Evil, Entering a New Phase. In the early hours of the morning in Jiqing City, the resolve to eradicate evil was palpable. Following the interrogation, DUI and Cynthia reached a consensus. They were in agreement that waiting until morning might allow Jin Yi to slip away. Under the cover of darkness in the tranquil Jiqing City, a joint operation commenced. In the stillness of the night, 2 Meowths lingered in the shadows, grooming themselves. Suddenly, a wild East Meow appeared, emanating an overwhelming aura of power that caused the Meowths to bristle, their muscles tensing in anticipation of an impending battle. Just then, their keen ears detected something, a cacophony of footsteps, numerous and close. Despite the soft patter, it was impossible to elude their acute senses. The wild East Meow and the Meowths paused their standoff, curiously peering in the direction of the sound. "Meow? Why are there so many people? Meow? How should I know?" The officers of Jiqing Police Station, under the directive of DUI and Cynthia, stealthily approached Jean Ye's hideout. There are so many people. Jean Ye's clandestine base was nestled within an undeveloped alley in Jiqing City, a territory primarily populated by wild Pokemon. What ensued was an operation that sent the quiet alley into chaos. In the densely populated Jiqing City, it was not uncommon to find buildings intertwined. Here stood a dimly lit two-story structure. The air was thick with a foul odor that instinctively compelled one to retreat. Jean Ye's consulting firm. The lights within were extinguished, betraying no signs of habitation. This must be the place. The two officers exchanged knowing glances. Based on the leads extracted from DUI's questioning, Jean Ye was operating a consulting firm here, brazenly taking on clients. DUI leaned slightly forward, exuding an aura of intimidation. Tell me everything you know about Jean Ye. Having spent years in close proximity to Dragon-type Pokemon, particularly intimidating Dragonite and Gyarados, DUI radiated a sense of pressure that rivaled that of genuine Dragon-type creatures. The purple-haired informant quivered in fear, divulging, Jean Ye conducts both legitimate and illicit businesses, all in cash. It's untraceable. Usury, fundraising events, extortion, and revenge, whatever yields substantial profit. Master Jean will engage in it. His favorite adage is that money can buy anything, and if it can't, then everything should be shattered. Du often felt that such catchphrases were unnecessary. After all, one does not recruit individuals based on mere slogans. Master Jin's consulting firm possesses formal documentation. Yet neither the legal representative nor the owner is him. Fortunately, Jean Mao contributed a photograph. Every law enforcement officer received an image depicting Master Jean, adorned with gold teeth and sporting gold rings. No one knows his true name. They only recognize him by his golden grin and his passion for wealth. Hence they all refer to him as Master Jean. Meow, wild Pokemon like Lil Lotta scurry up the high walls, observing this arrest operation. With Du and Champion Cynthia collaborating. Alongside Zoro, the section chief from the main branch, assistance was readily available. This arrest operation unfolded with remarkable efficiency. Who are you? I'm an upstanding citizen. A very upstanding citizen, protested Master Jean and his minions, struggling against their restraints. The ominous sound of high heels echoed through the dim corridor, the footsteps drawing ever closer, akin to a requiem for Master Jean and his crew. In the flickering light, the bound Master Jean lifted his head and beheld an unforgettable scene. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the figures of Du, clad in a cloak, and Cynthia in her dark trench coat gradually came into focus, silently observing him, as if gazing upon a corpse. For Master Jean, death was indeed imminent, delivered to the hands of justice. Du revealed his investigator's badge, declaring, I am Du, the chief investigator of the Alliance. Under Article 6 of Chapter 3 regarding economic crimes, and Article 2 of Chapter 7 concerning organized violent crime that endangers public safety, I hereby apprehend you. With each crime Du enumerated, Master Jin's bravado dwindled, ultimately bowing his head in defeat. It appears you have no objections. Take him away. At that moment, the sun began to rise, the brilliant dawn illuminating the streets, and the snow atop the rooftops glistened as if dusted with gold. After capturing Master Jean, the police sirens blared, and squad cars swiftly arrived at the main bureau. The apprehension of Master Jean was merely the beginning. Further inquiries were necessary to uncover who had bribed him to sabotage the breeding center. At 7:30 a.m., Li Wei received a message from Cynthia. Check the news. The group gathered in the cafeteria, where Li Wei turned on the television. This is Sinno Now's morning news. Last night, our city conducted a joint capture operation. Under the leadership of Alliance Chief Investigator Du and Special Investigator Cynthia, a violent crime syndicate was apprehended. The screen shifted to show Master Jean and his cohorts, each donning hoods as they were escorted into vehicles. However, it was not Du or Cynthia who gave interviews, but rather Zoro, an old acquaintance of Li Wei. Zoro first outlined the litany of Master Jin's crimes, then added, moving forward, our city will collaborate with Interpol and investigators to initiate a special rectification operation, establishing a long-term cooperative mechanism to resolutely prevent such incidents from recurring. Zoro expressed his remorse, acknowledging that the existence of such a violent crime syndicate in Jiqing was a failure on his part. During Zoro's interview, there was no mention of the 7 rampaging bikers who had intended to attack the breeding center the previous day. Nevertheless, Sinno Now's morning news still aired this report. From a perceptive standpoint, few would associate the events at the breeding center with the crackdown on violent crime syndicates. Well, that was swift, remarked Uncle with a nod and a grin. Aunt let out a sigh of relief, glad that the situation was under control. When the incident occurred, Aunt had already been attending classes at the trainer school, yet seeing the damaged doors and the cracks on the road still unsettled her. Comrade Leon displayed his characteristic optimism. stating, "Since it's all in the past, let's not dwell on it." When Hui agreed, "You're right. After the rain comes sunshine. We owe a great deal of gratitude to DU this time." Their greatest relief was that no employees or customers were harmed. DU scratched his head sheepishly. No, we also had Lucario and the fiery roar of Blaze. Those wild Pokemon. Shireen spontaneously began to clap, exclaiming, "DU is amazing," with Shiryin's applause. The other employees joined in, their clapping crescendoing like a tide. Rue, she adjusted her glasses, saying, "Since we're fine, let us make sure we feed them. It's definitely worthwhile. Yes, we should feed them more often." Just then, Leon's phone rang, and after hanging up, a broad smile spread across his face. "The egg hatching apparatus has arrived. We can finally start hatching eggs." They still had to wait for the Pokemon to arrive. Oh wow. This also signified that their breeding center was entering a new chapter. Chapter 83, The Fate of Shaman, Hide and Seek. In the early morning at the Zhuqing Breeding Center. Although the facility had recently endured some damage, it wasn't entirely detrimental. This incident, though not insignificant, had united the staff at the breeding center even more. Not only the employees, but also the wild Pokemon residing there. Regarding Shaman's fate, Du opted to heed Shaman's wishes, possessing the power of the everlasting tree. Du was acutely aware of Shaman's desires. Shaman wished to remain here. Given the protection afforded by the breeding center and Li Wei, Du consented. With a cheerful smile, Du said, "Then you shall stay here." Shaman squinted with delight. "Jimmy." Li Wei suggested, "Let us not forget to bolster security in UNZ town." It was highly probable that there was more than one shaman in UNZ town. There should be a whole group. The shaman that Li Wei rescued was merely a juvenile, not yet matured. Cynthia's lips curved into a smile as she remarked, "I've already taken care of that." Du sighed, "I must say, you are suited to be an investigator." They didn't perceive Li Wei's comment as overstepping. The reminder to protect UNZ town was a reasonable topic for both Du and Cynthia to raise. Yet for an ordinary citizen like Li Wei, who had not been directly involved in the case, to recall this was no small feat. "Forgive me." Before Li Wei could decline, Du waved his hand dismissively. "No need to explain. I know you won't stand idly by." The role of investigator was merely a title. Du merely believed that Li Wei was fit for the role of an investigator without imposing it upon him. From observing Li Wei's interactions with Lucario and the speedy dog, as well as from Shaman's memories of Li Wei's protective nature, Du understood that Li Wei was someone who cherished Pokemon and would not remain passive. Cynthia's expression radiated warmth as she said, "Becoming an investigator? I cannot agree to that." Du's face displayed mild skepticism, while Li Wei wore a confused expression. Observing the puzzled looks exchanged between Li Wei and Du, Cynthia calmly elaborated, "While it may seem that we have gained an additional investigator, we have lost an exceptional breeder." Compared to Li Wei's instincts in certain matters, she believed he was more suited to be a breeder. Li Wei's talent for creating energy cubes and Pokemon food should indeed continue to develop. Perhaps one day, surpassing Green would not be an impossibility. Cynthia held faith in Li Wei's potential. "Indeed, if Kanto and Sinnoh weren't so distant, I would have to purchase some energy cubes from you." Du had indeed tasted the orange-flavored cubes Cynthia had given him. If Levi had crafted the energy cubes from the rare dragon fruit, it would have been understandable. However, the fact remains that he produced these impeccable energy cubes using the commonplace orange berries. Datu could only gasp in astonishment, contemplating his own contribution to combat global warming. For words encapsulate it all, utterly terrifying. Sharona suggested, "Perhaps we could arrange for express delivery." Datu found himself intrigued. Her reasoning seemed sound. The Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh regions maintained close ties, facilitating inter-regional trade and logistics. Just as Datu was about to take his leave, he abruptly changed his mind, saying, "Let us first discuss the procurement of energy cubes." However, in order to ensure their quality, it was advisable that the storage duration of the energy cubes not exceed 1 week. Eventually, Levi and Datu reached a consensus regarding the delivery plan for the energy cubes, agreeing on a once-a-week schedule. Unlike Sharona's exclusive arrangement with the multi-dragon delivery service, Datu opted for the League's distribution system, which employed Pokemon specifically trained for transporting goods. After finalizing the details with Datu, Levi now had 2 steady clients in Sharona and Datu. As for expanding his clientele, Levi had not given it a thought. He was, after all, the only one capable of producing energy cubes of such perfect quality. Even his grandfather could not replicate it. Should he consider business expansion? That would be a matter for the future, potentially requiring a multitude of rotoms. Sharona and Datu lingered for a meal before departing. "I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will keep you updated on any progress regarding Shaman and the Pokemon Hunter," Datu stated before boarding his Dragonite and soaring into the sky. "You needn't worry about the breeding center. I will handle it, Sharona added, her expression icy. Even if the breeding center did not belong to Levi's family, she would not turn a blind eye to such matters once she became aware of them. Grr. Sensing Sharona's fury, the Garchomp roared in anger, leaving only a bewildered Levi blinking in place. The feeling of being protected by Datu and Sharona was delightful. However, Levi soon awoke from this reverie, realizing that the previous roar of Garchomp had frightened some timid Meowths into the bushes. Other Pokemon began to scatter, their cries filling the air. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Shaman, he reassured them. With a green luminescence enveloping Shaman, the previously fearful Pokemon gradually relaxed. Shaman, do you wish to play? Jemmy. Although Levi was not entirely fluent in Pokemon speech, he managed to decipher Shaman's words through translation. It wishes to play hide and seek, and everyone is invited. Levi's face morphed into a perplexed expression, realizing that Shaman was somewhat forgetful regarding past experiences. Through Datu's relay, Levi learned how Shaman had become separated from its companions. While playing hide and seek, Shaman had resorted to unscrupulous means to secure victory, running too far and catching the attention of Pokemon Hunter D, who pursued it all the way to the outskirts of Jubilife City. Considering this was Shaman's fondness, Levi exclaimed, "All right, let us play together. I have never lost at hide and seek." This was no boast, for he had never actually played before. It was well known that Jordan had never scored in front of Levi either. Jemmy. Lucario looked at Levi with exasperation and translated, "You will seek. It shall hide. Then I shall begin counting. You all better hide quickly." Shaman, Meowth, and several other young Pokemon joined in. Levi turned away and covered his eyes, counting 1, 2, 3. Jemmy, you are counting too fast. All right, I understand. I will count more slowly. After counting to 100, Levi opened his eyes and scanned the area, spotting a wild Piku attempting to cover its ears. However, there was still no sign of Shaman. Levi raised an eyebrow at Lucario, asking for a hint. Lucario crossed its arms, resolutely declaring, "I refuse." With the elegance of a Lucario, it would not condone any form of cheating, even in a simple game of hide and seek. Levi had anticipated this. I shall commence my search now. Chapter 84. I shall protect everyone. At the Jubilife Breeding Center. When it comes to moving items, one cannot overlook Big Brother Dio. Thus, Big Brother Dio, Comrade Leon, and Machoke were enlisted to assist with the loading and unloading of the incubation machines. Be cautious while moving. Take your time. The left side, in that room. Miss Joy and Chansey emerged from the Pokemon Center, observing the commotion with a sense of sentimentality. We are about to commence breeding Pokemon, Miss Joy remarked. Wen Hui nodded in agreement. Indeed, if any issues arise, we will have to rely on you. Rest assured, I will handle it, Miss Joy replied, her smile directed at the eager Chansey. Levi had other matters to attend to. He first took the police dog, Rapidash, for a stroll. Let us go for a walk. Oh well. Rapidash wagged its fluffy tail excitedly. Seeing the enthusiasm in Rapidash's eyes, Levi nodded in satisfaction. The psychological therapy was beginning to show results. The full recovery of Rapidash was now just around the corner. Engaging in exercises with Rapidash, such as playing frisbee, greatly bolstered its confidence. As Levi observed the transformation in Rapidash, he pondered over how to restore the confidence of the Feeba. Recently, he had been contemplating this very issue. He even considered entering Feeba in competitions, but regrettably, it was unwilling to leave its artificial pond. Levi could not force Feeba, for that would jeopardize the trust he had built, which was as fragile as fine porcelain, requiring delicate care and admiration from a distance. Fortunately, Feeba had become somewhat communicative, indicating that Levi's efforts were not in vain. In addition to walking Rapidash, Levi also intended to recruit new staff for the breeding center. More specifically, he sought security personnel. The events of yesterday had sounded an alarm in Levi's mind. He had been too naive in his assessment of human nature. Perhaps the idealistic lens through which he viewed the world, influenced by animated tales, combined with his limited encounters with malefactors, had nearly led him to forget that there were indeed ill-intentioned individuals in this world. Previously, the breeding center had remained peaceful, which is why security had never been a concern. His father was responsible for hiring staff, while he focused on recruiting Pokemon. Given the current scale of the breeding center, it was not unreasonable to hire 2 security guards at the entrance. Considering shifts, they might need to hire 4. Levi entrusted this matter to his parents, as their hires had proven reliable thus far. Yesterday, Rapidash had conquered its fears, bolting from the room it had always occupied. Though it had previously been able to leave, it had never ventured beyond the breeding center's confines. It only ran in the wild area. Yet yesterday, when Rapidash leaped over a throng of wild Pokemon, Levi witnessed its potential. As they passed through the wetlands and lakes of the wild area, Numerous wild Pokemon greeted Levi. Wawa. Good morning, Floatzel. Wawa. Floatzel waved at Levi. Let us skip the battles. We have other matters to attend to. The swim ring weasel possesses a remarkably combative temperament, always eager to challenge the formidable, even if defeat is an inevitable outcome. Ascending the hill, Liwei encountered the Röntgen cat, blissfully slumbering atop a stone. The exuberant little cat-like creatures, upon spotting Liwei, rushed to his side, encircling him in a lively dance, their meows resonating in a harmonious chorus. Had it been during the initial days of the breeding center's establishment, this lively assembly of cat-like creatures would have eagerly unleashed their electric charms upon Liwei. However, now that he had become familiar with them, coupled with his intermediate affinity, they regarded him with an even greater sense of warmth. Röntgen cat, I have a proposal for you. The Röntgen cat, feigning slumber, lazily opened one eye and flicked its tail. This particular Röntgen cat exhibited a rather aloof demeanor, a trait Liwei had long since grown accustomed to. I wish to invite you to join the breeding center as a guardian, alongside the swift wind dog, to ensure its safety. Liwei had meticulously planned the previous night to establish 2 security booths opposite and adjacent to the front desk service center. These booths would accommodate the swift wind dog, the Röntgen cat, and 2 security personnel, thereby providing a robust safeguard. With both security and Pokemon present, any recurrence of yesterday's chaotic events would be averted, eliminating the need for Diu and Lucario to hastily exit the breeding center. Your working hours would be from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., after which you may return home. In addition to your meals, you will receive extra energy cubes each month. What do you say? While Liwei and his companions did indeed provide sustenance for wild Pokemon, it was not a daily affair. The wild Pokemon would forage for berries and other sustenance in their natural habitat. The Röntgen cat, still reclining, flicked its tail contemplatively, as if weighing the proposal. Take your time to ponder it. You may respond tomorrow. The Röntgen cat nodded a whoa. After conferring with the Röntgen cat, Liwei continued his leisurely stroll alongside the swift wind dog, allowing it the space to contemplate. The combination of the Röntgen cat and the swift wind dog was already formidable. There was no need to recruit additional Pokemon. Liwei and the swift wind dog settled atop the hill, gazing into the distance at the breeding center. From this vantage point, they could faintly discern the figures of those training the Metagross and Lucario. Gently stroking the swift wind dog beside him, Liwei asked, Swift wind dog, you heard that. Would you be willing to protect the breeding center and everyone within it? The swift wind dog's ears perked up instinctively. With the ability of Justice Heart, its heart brimmed with righteousness, often recalling its days as a police dog in the elite squad. In every battle, it was determined to lead the charge, seamlessly combining bomb disposal and search operations. It excelled at everything, always striving to be the best. In its clashes against evil forces, the swift wind dog, engulfed in flames, led its fellow swift wind dogs into the fray, always at the forefront. It was destined to become the brightest star among police dogs. However, due to the cursed flashbangs and self-detonating thunderbolts, it was forced to retire at the pinnacle of its career. Despite being cloaked in a thick coat of fur, the swift wind dog bore scars that served as its medals of honor. It often found itself plagued by nightmares, waking in the stillness of night, haunted by memories of collapsing in a pool of blood, surrounded by a desolate gray world, with only the echoes of thunder remaining in its mind. Recalling that moment, the swift wind dog would involuntarily tremble, unable to suppress the shivering. It despised this version of itself. Yet, in that moment, a warm hand caressed its mane. I am here. With few words of consolation, the man's tone was sufficiently resolute. The swift wind dog silently opened its mouth, affectionately resting its chin on his knee and closing its eyes. Oh, upon opening its eyes, the swift wind dog lifted its head, locking eyes with the man before it in a silent exchange. For the first time since meeting the swift wind dog, Liwei witnessed such a steadfast gaze, and a genuine smile graced his face. Is it true? Do you wish to protect everyone? Oh, I want to protect everyone. Chapter 85. Aftermath and compensation. Liwei returned to the breeding center with the swift wind dog, where the bustling, unloading operations had concluded. As they passed by, Comrade Leon cast a curious glance. The swift wind dog seems unusually cheerful. Woof. The swift wind dog, tongue lolling, wagged its big tail. Unlike Liwei's swift wind dog, which exuded vitality, this one, once a police dog, bore an imposing and fierce visage. Yet, at that moment, Leon seemed to envision Liwei's lively swift wind dog. Previously, the swift wind dog had avoided making eye contact with others, never engaging in direct gazes. Leon raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive, kid. Liwei affectionately ruffled the swift wind dog's head, acknowledging its hard work. Although the Swift-Wind dog had yet to fully regain its confidence, as the side quest remained incomplete, Li Wei remained optimistic that success was imminent. The reward for the Swift-Wind dog's side quest was particularly intriguing, as it pertained to a fragment of its memory linked to Dialga and Palkia. Go ahead and play for now. With Li Wei no longer overly concerned about the Swift-Wind dog, its strength was more than sufficient for self-defense. In fact, it was remarkable that it refrained from bullying others, for it was indeed an extraordinarily powerful Swift-Wind dog. As a standout among elite police dogs, the Swift-Wind dog's strength was at the champion level, surpassing Li Wei's most formidable Pokemon, the master-level Lucario, by a tier. After all, it hailed from an elite squad. The Swift-Wind dog's innate talent, coupled with the finest resources and training it received, was unparalleled. Furthermore, at over 8 years old, the Swift-Wind dog had a significant advantage over Li Wei's Lucario, which was just over 2 years of age. Considering type advantages, in a straightforward battle between Lucario and the Swift-Wind dog, the latter would hold a greater chance of victory. A champion-level Swift-Wind dog serving as a guardian was a feat few, aside from Li Wei, could achieve. The Swift-Wind dog did not linger for play. It headed straight for the entrance of the breeding center, embarking on its new journey. Although the once-elite Swift-Wind dog had retired, it still had the potential to shine brightly. The automatic glass doors slid apart as the Swift-Wind dog stepped into the front desk service center. Seeing the Swift-Wind dog enter alone, Xiaoro paused in surprise. Swift-Wind dog? No, this isn't the little boss's Swift-Wind dog. It's too slender. So who are you? Oh, whoa. The Swift-Wind dog barked energetically. Shana. It said it would protect us. Thank you, Swift-Wind dog. Xiaoro expressed gratitude, still shaken by the events of yesterday. Had it not been for Diyu and Lucario's timely arrival. Woof. No thanks needed. Li Wei's phone buzzed incessantly. The situation unfolded from the moment Qi Hong forwarded 2 videos, showcasing the Sinnoh now and the joint capture operation. Qi Hong exclaimed, "Everyone, take a look." Ma Zhishe remarked, "What an extravagant title." Lu Bai added, "Such clickbait. I found myself clicking it too." Xia Fia chimed in, "Hee, me too." Xiao Huang exclaimed, "Wow, so many wild Pokemon." Xiao Qian noted, "Did you all notice the one being captured called Genie? What mischief had Ajin been up to?" "That is not true," Ajin retorted. After a round of light-hearted teasing directed at Akin, the conversation shifted back to the main topic. Qinglu inquired, "What has transpired at the breeding center?" Akin responded, "You possess the power of Tokiwa too?" Li Wei replied to Qinglu first, "A few troublemakers showed up, but we've dealt with them. However, the exact cause remains unclear." He then sent a voice message to Akin, "No, the video has been edited. It was Lucario who summoned Metagross and Dragapult to call forth Pokemon." Akin exclaimed, "Is Sinnoh still employing such tactics? Such a prominent television station." He then pondered, "Wait, why is Mr. Dato involved with Sinnoh?" Kona interjected, "What doesn't he involve himself in?" No one countered Kona's statement. Aware of Dato's nature, he would never turn a blind eye to such matters. Qinglu asked, "Where is Dato?" Li Wei replied, "He probably has no time. He's been interrogating all night and is likely in the midst of another capture operation." Li Wei learned this information from a message sent by Sharona. Akin remarked, "Wow, how dedicated. Just how much does the league pay him?" At that moment, Dato chimed in. "Not much. Would you like to join? I can offer you double." Dato was not jesting. He genuinely wished to expand the ranks of the investigators, which was one of the reasons he invited Li Wei. Akin replied, "I decline." Dato had anticipated this rejection. "Li Wei, this matter is quite lengthy. Is it convenient for you to take a call?" Li Wei consented. Akin urged, "Don't private message. I want to listen too." Akihiko and Qinglu echoed his sentiments. Dato responded, "We'll discuss it later." The call from Dato followed immediately, indicating that Jin Yi had summoned him. It was Bururu, the owner of the Zhongguan breeding house's Zhuxing branch, seeking his acquaintance. "Do you know him?" Li Wei nodded. "This Zhongguan breeding house was previously engaged in a price war with us, but we chose to ignore it. I have never met them." Li Wei did not expect this connection. Dato, holding the phone, understood. "So that's how it is. Now I have a clearer picture." Dato speculated that Bururu had resorted to malicious competition upon realizing he could not compete with Li Wei's breeding center through conventional means, prompting him to seek assistance from Jin Yi. Dato continued, "Bururu will be arrested on suspicion of hiring a hitman, alongside other unlawful activities during his operations. Although he did not succeed, he will likely serve a few years. A lawyer will be approaching you soon." Bururu indeed had an ominous name. Was it Bururu who sought help? Dato shook his head. "Not just him. The Zhongguan company will also be involved." Li Wei was puzzled. "Zhongguan company?" Dato explained. "The Zhongguan breeding house in Zhuxing is merely a franchise. However, considering the company's reputation, Zhongguan company may reach out to you, likely offering a settlement." Bururu would be required to compensate you fully for your losses, and the Zhongguan company would provide a hush money settlement. That is essentially the situation. Li Wei, unfamiliar with league law, asked, "What should I do in this case?" Fortunately, he had an encyclopedia of league law before him. You simply need to continue operating your breeding center normally, gather your loss receipts, and await the arrival of the opposing lawyer. Since you are the aggrieved party, they will surely come to negotiate with smiles. Even if the compensation amount is slightly higher, it should not be an issue. I believe the Zhongguan company, given its financial capacity, will not quibble over such minor details. That's all there is to it, nothing more. Dato explained everything quite clearly. Li Wei expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you very much. Dato laughed heartily. No need for formality. Yesterday's sandwich was delicious. Treat me to a meal next time. No problem, Li Wei replied, concluding the call with Dato. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang again. Chapter 86. This investigator, whether or not to serve. Since Dato was personally overseeing the matter, things progressed smoothly. Li Wei was quite satisfied with the subsequent handling of the damage inflicted upon the breeding center. Bururu would fully compensate him, along with additional payments for emotional distress and lost wages, and he would also serve time in prison. Li Wei was indifferent to Bururu, a mere minor character. Their breeding center was not established to create enemies, and there was no need to hold a grudge. Moreover, there was still the Zhongguan company to consider. Zhongguan company was the leading entity in the breeding industry within Sinnoh, and opposing them was an entirely different matter. The scales of power were not comparable. In terms of background, Li Wei was not particularly intimidated by Zhongguan company. Setting aside the fact that his grandfather was a top-tier breeder and a master chef, and his uncle was a renowned Pokemon stylist who had designed dresses for royal princesses, he had connections with prominent figures like Daigo and Mikoli. Li Wei could also exert pressure on Zhongguan company through his relationships with champions like Qinglu, Sharona, and Dato. But would Akihiko, Qinglu, and Dato truly persistently pursue such trivial matters? The answer was no, unless it involved Xiaohuang. This was merely a depletion of connections, far less beneficial than self-improvement. As a great man once said, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. From a personal perspective, strength is the ultimate truth. He silently set a modest goal, to topple Zhongguan company. Most importantly, Li Wei's family required funds. The double compensation would significantly recover their losses and allow for renovations. Truly a profitable venture. The procurement of hatching machines and various other expenses required capital. And even though the league had offered discounted prices, they had invested all their earnings during this period. No investment, no returns. Leon motivated himself. Fortunately, the league had proposed that Li Wei's family breed both Pachima and Natal, two Pokemon suitable for novice trainers. This was something Li Wei's family could manage. As long as they met the league's qualification standards, the Pokemon would be acquired. After the league's acquisition, they would be uniformly distributed to various research institutes to provide for some novice trainers. Following the conclusion of Dato's call, Sharona's call came through as well. I heard from Dato that the matter has been resolved. Li Wei nodded. Yes, it has been resolved. The breeding center suffered no losses and received double compensation. Sharona smiled. Forgiveness is not weakness. I support you. In Sharona's view, Jinya's crimes were egregious, deserving of severe punishment. Bururu was suspected of hiring a hitman, not murder. His intentions were merely to sabotage the breeding center, so his crimes did not warrant death. Sharona mused, if you need funds, I can lend you some. Li Wei quickly declined. No need. Mainly for equipment purchases. I'm not at a point of lacking funds. Sharona nodded slightly. If you need anything, just let me know. Are you free tomorrow? Are you asking me out on a date? Yes. I will send over my Garchomp and the others. Please help me take care of them. All right. Li Wei realized he had overthought the situation. Aren't you coming over? Garchomp and Sharona aren't together? Li Wei truly could not envision that scenario. Because of Jinya's matter. I've realized that Sinnoh is far from the peaceful place I imagined. I must fulfill my duties as a champion. Sharona's voice, though soft, was resolute. Garchomp and the others are not present. Sharona chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not acting alone. I have other Pokemon as well. Moreover, I'm merely targeting some underground evil forces. Not engaging in a confrontation with Team Rocket or Team Galactic. I truly do not require Garchomp. My newly bred Pokemon will suffice. Just stay cautious. Siren softly remarked. I will. After concluding the call with Siren, Levi noticed that the chat group was still abuzz with lively discussions. The incident involving Levi and Baru was now a thing of the past. Dato also spoke about the matter concerning Levi and Baru. Xiaohuang commented, Mr. Levi is truly kind-hearted. Akin quipped, I believe he is merely enticed by the prospect of double compensation. Ma Zhishir added, I would be tempted as well. The affairs of the breeding center had reached a conclusion, and overall, The majority expressed their support for Levi. The chat was predominantly animated, largely due to Datu, who was narrating a story via voice messages. Datu vividly recounted, initially, Mr. Jean had no intention of confessing. During the interrogation, he lamented about his paralyzed daughter at home, stating that he was working to save her. Xiaohuang gasped, "Oh, what happened to his daughter?" Akin skeptically questioned, "Surely that must be a fabrication?" Datu sighed. "It is a falsehood now, but it was true a decade ago." He then proceeded to tell another tale. 10 years prior, Mr. Jean was not yet the notorious figure he is today. He was arrested for theft, and his pleas mirrored those of today. However, the police officer who apprehended him a decade ago did not believe his words, and ultimately, his daughter became paralyzed from that moment onward. From that point, Mr. Jean forsook everything and embarked on an irreversible path. Xiaohuang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Qihong lamented, "What a pity." Akin noted, "Such occurrences do exist." Qinglu sighed, "One misstep leads to another." Datu continued, "After Mr. Jean disclosed this story, I immediately took my Dragonite to visit his home, where I learned the truth from the neighbors. Mr. Jean, despite his immense wealth, resided in a basement with his daughter. I exposed Mr. Jin's deceit, revealing that I had already visited his residence and recounted the events from a decade ago. Mr. Jean admitted everything, stating that I was the first person to learn of this matter and would personally come to see him." Datu expressed, "He is not a good man, but he is indeed a devoted father. Given the myriad of crimes committed by Mr. Jean, only the death penalty awaits him." Xiaohuang pondered, "What if the police officer from 10 years ago had sought the truth, like Mr. Data did?" Qinglu replied, "Such a situation might have been averted. Perhaps Mr. Jean would not have taken this path." Datu had not shared this information with Levi during their phone conversation, as he had only just discovered it himself. However, regardless of the circumstances, Mr. Jean has no path of return. Fortunately, at the last moment, thanks to Datu's actions, he experienced a profound awakening. At the very least, before his departure, he transformed from a scoundrel back into a human being. Datu remarked, "Thus, the overall quality of the investigative team requires enhancement." Levi responded, "Kudos to you." Qihong echoed, "Kudos to you." Qinglu added, "Kudos to you." Datu interjected, "I implore you all to cease with the accolades. Is anyone interested in becoming an investigator? I am offering double the salary." Qihong suddenly recalled, "Oh, I must go train." Qinglu stated, "I have a thesis to write. I must take my leave." Akin announced, "Ah, the grandpa from the breeding house is calling me. I must go." Levi remarked, "It appears I have a new order. I shall take my leave." Kona stated, "I have a novice trainer challenging me. I shall depart as well." Only Datu remained, feeling utterly disheartened. Recruiting is no easy task. Perhaps being an investigator is not worth the trouble. Chapter 87, Levi's mini-class commences. On March 10th, 2 weeks had elapsed since the breeding center was attacked. During this time, Baru and the legal representatives from the Tianguan Company had visited. As Datu had surmised, Tianguan Company had distanced themselves from Baru entirely. Levi still vividly remembered the impeccably dressed, professionally smiling representative from the legal department of Tianguan Company. It was Baru's breach of contract that led to unlawful actions. We will pursue accountability from him based on the agreement. However, we shall not discuss that today. In the spirit of humanity, Tianguan Company is willing to provide some financial support to the Zhuqing Breeding Center. From Tianguan Company's perspective, this legal representative was undoubtedly competent. Tianguan Company will not interfere with your right to seek compensation from Mr. Baru. We only request that you refrain from naming Tianguan Company as a co-defendant in your lawsuit. In simpler terms, Tianguan Company prioritizes its reputation. The Zhuqing Breeding House is a franchise of Tianguan Company. Even though Baru's actions were personal, Levi could include Tianguan Company as a defendant in his lawsuit. Due to the viral spread of the Sinno Now video, Tianguan Company had already incurred some losses. Should they face further lawsuits, it would severely tarnish their reputation. As Tianguan Company is in an expansion phase, a negative reputation would hinder any prospects of growth. As long as you sign this agreement, this 1 million will be yours. Levi's losses did not amount to 1 million. Replacing a door and renovating the service center's exterior totaled 160,000. In truth, 160,000 is not a substantial sum. The minimum hourly wage set by the league is 100 yuan. The invoices would be used in negotiations with Baru's lawyer, and Tianguan Company was merely gauging sincerity. Since they had shown goodwill, Levi preferred not to be overly aggressive. Upon glancing at the notice of withdrawal from lawsuit, Levi realized he did not fully comprehend it. "May I make a phone call?" "Of course," came the reply. Levi dialed Datu's number. "Datu, are you free?" The legal representative seated nearby trembled with anxiety, directly addressing Datu by name. The representative exclaimed in admiration, "You are incredible." In truth, Tian Guan Company's willingness to negotiate stemmed in part from Datu and Siren's influence. Additionally, Levi's own video account had gained a degree of clout. Otherwise, how could he expect compensation? It would be impossible. Go ahead, file a lawsuit. The Zhuqing Breeding Center would undoubtedly lose. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Levi was astonished that Datu was still able to take his call. Datu was indeed carrying a heavy burden. Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. The explosions on the other end diminished considerably. I'm free. Go ahead, Datu said. Levi inquired, is the notice of withdrawal from lawsuit valid? Datu explained, from the League's legal standpoint, it holds no weight. Morally, it cannot be justified. A lawsuit would be detrimental to your reputation. After Levi affixed his signature, the legal representative presented the card to him with both hands. Thank you for your cooperation. The representative adopted a subservient demeanor, for this was a man who dared to call Datu by name. Coupled with the agreement for compensation from Baru's lawyer, the matter regarding the hired destruction of the breeding center was now behind them. The construction of the breeding center was progressing with great fervor. The 2 security booths were completed promptly, and both the fast dog and the Runchien cat had commenced their duties. Leon had already disseminated recruitment information, temporarily hiring 2 security personnel, with plans to recruit 2 more in the future. The king-level fast dog now stood guard at the entrance, significantly enhancing the security of the breeding center. Should any misguided individuals attempt to disrupt the breeding center, the fast dog would swiftly teach them the meaning of an elite canine unit. Transformed from its former sickly appearance, the fast dog now radiated vitality and vigor. Similarly, the activity range of the ugly fish had expanded. It no longer scurried into the artificial mountain upon encountering people, reflecting notable progress. The incubation equipment had been set up and tested for functionality. The Pokeballs and Turtwig provided by the League had arrived, and all that remained was to ensure proper care for their breeding and egg hatching. Aside from Porgamon and Grass Sprout Tortoise, the breeding center ultimately chose EV among a plethora of popular Pokemon for cultivation. This decision was influenced by EV's numerous evolutionary forms, as well as the potential to sell evolution stones. With official backing, the evolution stones they could procure were relatively affordable. The market prices for the abundantly available fire, water, and thunder stones ranged from 1 to 1.5 million, fluctuating based on their condition and energy content. Of course, there existed evolution stones exceeding 2 million, but those were exceedingly rare. As for the fire, water, and thunder stones that could evolve indefinitely, they were considered priceless treasures. While the breeding center had the capacity to cultivate more Pokemon in the future, the current workload of breeding these 3 Pokemon was already quite burdensome. They had other responsibilities, and breeding Pokemon was merely one facet of their duties. Additionally, the 24th Pokemon Youth Breeder Competition would be held in Jubilife City on March 27th, and Li Wei had already registered. Ding ding ding. Today, the breeding center was taking a day off, as Li Wei's small class was set to commence. Over the past few days, Li Wei had consulted Qinglu and Ajin through their chat group, gaining considerable knowledge about egg hatching. On the day of the class, even his father took a seat below, armed with his little notebook, not the one for grudges. Having filmed instructional videos and attended Qinglu's classes, Li Wei had amassed a wealth of teaching experience and naturally assumed the role of instructor. When discussing Pokemon eggs, one could not overlook Dr. Como. He was a pupil of Professor Okido and the first to announce the existence of Pokemon eggs. A photograph of Dr. Komu appeared on the projection, accompanied by various patterned Pokemon eggs. It was Dr. Komu who first observed and recorded the moment Pokemon laid their eggs. Prior to this, some scholars even posited that Pokemon eggs originated from an unknown world. Isn't that absurd? Yu exclaimed, to which Li Wei concurred, noting that after Dr. Komu published his paper, that notion was swiftly debunked. Pokemon eggs were produced by Pokemon of the same egg group, interbreeding with opposite genders. Furthermore, the offspring Pokemon were the initial forms of the mother Pokemon. An exception existed in the case of Ditto, which could breed with other egg groups, resulting in offspring that were not Ditto. For instance, although Grass Sprout Tortoise and Porgamon belonged to different egg groups and could share affection, they could not reproduce. Moreover, it was rumored that Dr. Komu was currently researching the second egg group of Pokemon. Yu expressed his admiration, exclaiming that he had learned something new. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in Li Wei's mind. Ding, the second phase of the breeding house project, a place to call home, has been completed. Rewards issued. Chapter 88, Employee Management System, Squirrel Base, A rank. Zhuqing Breeding Center. The 2-hour breeding class quickly passed, and Li Wei finally seized the opportunity to check his task rewards. Ding, The main task of the second phase, a place to call home, has been completed, with the 1000th customer sincerely believing that Li Wei's establishment was the best breeding center in Jubilife City. The second phase task was finally accomplished. The speed at which this task was completed far exceeded Li Wei's expectations. He had initially estimated it would take years. The rapid completion of this task was at least partly attributable to Sharona. It was not merely that people learned about Jubilife Breeding Center online and watched Li Wei's videos. They had to visit the breeding center in person. Otherwise, Li Wei would have completed the task long ago. His account had already surpassed 140,000 followers, making it easy to acquire 1000 customers. A portion of those who attended the signing event Sharona held at the breeding center became customers, significantly boosting the task's progress. Furthermore, Li Wei's account gained traction due to a video showcasing wild Pokemon spontaneously protecting the breeding center, attracting many online viewers, some of whom officially became customers. The task's progress surged once more. What Li Wei had originally estimated would take a year to complete was finished in just over 2 months. He turned his gaze to the task rewards: Employee Management System, Squirrel Base, A Rank, Pokemon Item Lottery Ticket X3. The third phase task was Loyal Customers. Objective: ensure customers genuinely believe that Jubilife Breeding Center is the best breeding house in the world, with task progress at 110. Rewards: Random Item X1, Random Specialty Dish X1, Pokemon Item Lottery Ticket X5. Jubilife first? No, the world's first. This task was indeed challenging, demanding nothing less than the title of the best in the world. If Professor Okito's backyard were also considered a breeding house, the difficulty level would undoubtedly be hellish. The fact that the task's progress was at 1 surprised Li Wei greatly. He wondered who held him in such high regard and could only express his gratitude to the boss. Following the third phase task, Li Wei examined the new recipe: Squirrel Base, a rank resembling a squirrel, sweet and sour with a crispy texture. Consuming it grants a luck buff, 24 hours. Click to view detailed production video. The quarterly production limit stood at 01. It could only be made once every 3 months. Based on this, Li Wei speculated that the luck buff must be extraordinary. While he could normally prepare the dish, it wouldn't come with a luck buff. Although Li Wei's culinary skills currently did not extend to A-rank dishes, he could manage B-rank dishes, while A-rank dishes depended on fortune. The preparation of Squirrel Base demanded exceptional knife skills, and as Li Wei excelled in this area, he believed he might have a chance of success. He decided to give it a try. During this time, Li Wei had not been idle. He had attempted to prepare spicy fish head and crispy apples. Yet both A-rank dishes proved immensely challenging, and he had yet to replicate them. The dishes he produced were edible, but lacked the coveted buff. Skipping over the Pokemon Item Lottery Ticket, Li Wei turned his attention to the Employee Management System. It meticulously listed all employees of the breeding center in alphabetical order. Li Wei first examined Du. Name: Du. Age: 28. Position: full-time breeder and security supervisor. Loyalty: 100. Skills: close combat, master level. Intimidation, master level. Heavy lifting, master level. Breeding, intermediate. Management, intermediate. Note: only work-related skills are displayed. Those not shown may have room for improvement. Wow, 3 master skills. No wonder he was a 3-time champion of the Pokemon World Martial Arts Tournament. Li Wei's intermediate close combat skills seemed quite insignificant in comparison. The value of this employee management system far exceeded Li Wei's expectations. It not only allowed him to understand employees' potential, but also to discover their strengths and assess their loyalty. The ability to gauge loyalty was remarkable. Li Wei then looked at his father's profile. Name: Leon. Age: 46. Position: owner. Loyalty: 100. Skills: deception, master level. Culinary arts: advanced. Breeding: advanced. Overall, his father still had room for improvement, as there were no indications of skills that could not be enhanced. But what on earth was a master level in deception? Although Li Wei was aware that 2.5 of the 3 sentences spoken by his father were mere fabrications meant to encourage him, the sheer absurdity of it all was overwhelming. The most quintessential example was his mother, Wen Hui, whose demeanor mirrored that of Leon almost precisely, albeit with a touch of managerial prowess of a senior level. Even her lies were masterfully crafted. Was he destined to live his entire life enveloped in deception? No wonder they shared the same bed. Li Wei cast a glance at his uncle. Name: Li Wan. Age: 50. Position: stylist. Loyalty: 100. Skills: design, master level. Painting, master level. Aesthetics, master level. Photography, master level. Fishing, intermediate. A true virtuoso. A quadruple master. Undoubtedly, a top-tier designer. Most importantly, none of his skills indicated a ceiling to improvement. There was still room for growth. Li Wei recalled that his uncle had a penchant for photography, and indeed, the images he captured were quite stunning in Li Wei's eyes. Name, Rui Shi. Age, 25. Loyalty, 99. Position, formal breeder. Skills, management, senior. Pokemon medicine, intermediate. Breeding, intermediate. It seemed Rui Shi was a talent in management, a fact Li Wei had anticipated, as she had previously demonstrated such capabilities. As for her healing abilities, Li Wei had long been aware of them. She had been learning from Miss Joy. Li Wei then opened the profile of Xiaoro. Name, Xiaoro. Age, 21. Position, receptionist. Loyalty, 98. Skills, charm, master level. Communication, senior. Deception, intermediate. Grand command, beginner. The most unfortunate was Shireen, whose profile was utterly vacant. However, considering that Shireen was merely 12 years old, a future warrior with great potential, this was understandable. After perusing the profiles of several individuals, Li Wei finally turned his attention to his own. Name, Li Wei. Age, 19. Position, formal breeder. Skills, all eyes on me, master level. Energy cubes, top level. Breeding, senior. Culinary arts, senior. Fishing, intermediate. Ancient language, intermediate. Close quarters combat, intermediate. Affinity, intermediate. Appraisal, intermediate. Thanks to system rewards, Li Wei possessed the most skills. In fact, his personal profile bore a striking resemblance to those of others, lacking only the proficiency indicators at the back. Currently, Li Wei had 3 A-grade dishes: crispy apples, squirrel fish, and spicy fish head. He intended to first conquer the squirrel fish, as his knife skills were at their finest, yielding the highest success rate for this particular dish. Moreover, he was eager to discover what fortune this lucky buff could bestow upon him. Over the past 2 weeks, Li Wei had uploaded 2 videos, both culinary showcases featuring oil-braised prawns and garlic crabs. The motivation behind these creations stemmed from his own cravings. However, before embarking on his culinary endeavors, he needed to utilize 3 Pokemon item lottery tickets. Chapter 89, Planning Evolution. The results of the 3 Pokemon item lottery tickets arrived swiftly. Ding. Obtained beautiful scales. Ding. Obtained HP enhancer, powerful version. Ding. Obtained thick green onion. Gazing at the beautiful scales, Li Wei contemplated the possibility of attempting to evolve the ugly fish. After consuming Li Wei's culinary creations for over 2 months, the ugly fish's beauty had already reached satisfactory levels, especially since it had been feasting on perfectly crafted energy cubes. Its allure had been steadily increasing. As the ugly fish swam in the pond beneath the foam mountain, its scales shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Many customers had already praised the ugly fish's beauty, and one must remember, it was indeed an ugly fish. True to its name, it was not merely unattractive. It was rather unfortunate. The ugly fish's reluctance to evolve could stem from a lack of confidence. Taking the ugly fish out was nearly impossible. But Li Wei had some ideas, as there was a river nearby the breeding center. The HP enhancer, powerful version, was a nutritious drink that could slightly boost stamina. 1 bottle was more effective than 6. The thick green onion was an ingredient for preparing Pokemon curry and was the favored plant of the Galarian duck. Unlike the ordinary green onions obtainable within the league, this was the Galarian duck's prized stock, longer, heavier, and thicker. The average weight of a regular green onion duck is around 15 kilograms, while the Galarian variant weighs 42 kilograms. The difference in size was not due to the Galarian duck being significantly larger, but rather the distinction in the onions. The weight discrepancy amounted to a staggering 27 kilograms. Li Wei found an excuse to return to his room and retrieve this impressive 2-meter-long green onion. Witnessing this spectacle left Li Wei utterly astonished. Was this even legal? Starting with a 2-meter-long green onion was quite the advantage, wasn't it? Li Wei had no intention of using this green onion for cooking. It was unnecessary, even though he did not yet possess a Galarian duck. However, given that his family operated a breeding center and were acquainted with Qing Lu and others, acquiring a Galarian duck would not pose a challenge. Yet, there was no urgency in this matter. At present, he was already swamped with breeding Dratini and his responsibilities at the breeding center. As for the HP enhancer, powerful version, Li Wei planned to distribute it evenly among Lucario and the others. During this period, Li Wei had been providing Lucario and his companions with more than just the items drawn from the system. Since his family operated a breeding center, they could procure various items at a lower price. Li Wei had even managed to acquire a mysterious water droplet, which he placed in the ugly fish's pond to nurture it. Li Wei felt it was high time for the ugly fish to evolve. Keeping it in the foam mountain pond would not be conducive to its growth. Dayu, Rui Shi, Xiaoro, Shireen, I have an idea that requires your assistance. Helping the ugly fish? No problem. I will do my utmost. Apart from you and the others, Lucario and the Arcanine Pokemon were also on Li Wei's list of helpers. Lucario, I shall accomplish it with grace. Li Wei's Arcanine flashed a confident grin. Oh, whoa. Leave it to me. Woof, woof. The retired police dog Arcanine was eager to lend a paw. Kong Jin. Beep beep, the plan is set. Finally, Li Wei sought the assistance of Shaymin to provide the ugly fish with a spiritual cleansing using its abilities. Shaymin had long since healed from its injuries. While Li Wei had not captured it, Shaymin had chosen to remain. After all, Pokemon hunters still lurked nearby, and Dewey was still investigating the matter. However, Shaymin's presence was akin to being captured, as it slept in Li Wei's room, nestled in a crib. Even the wild water-type Pokemon residing in the breeding center were within Li Wei's sphere of assistance. Wei, the floating ring-tailed weasel nodded in agreement. Thank you all, Goldfish. Li Wei was resolute. With so many individuals rallying to bolster the ugly fish's confidence, failure was simply not an option. Observing Li Wei and Diyu brimming with enthusiasm, Li Wen and Leon exchanged knowing smiles. Oh ho, a grand operation is underway. Father, I still require your assistance. Leon was momentarily taken aback. Is there something for me to do? After all, he was merely an onlooker in this grand affair. In the realm of emotional value, none surpasses your prowess. Leon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Indeed, came the reply. Levi's fabrications had indeed improved. As the busy day drew to a close, the clock turned to evening. The moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, and the temperature gradually warmed. Earlier that afternoon, they had prepared an array of props by the riverbank, all in anticipation of the evolution of the Phoeba. According to the script, Levi would venture forth alone to find the Phoeba. Phoeba, allow me to take you for a wash, he said. The Phoeba responded with a soft gurgle, narrowing its eyes and blowing bubbles. This marked Levi's second time bathing the Phoeba. The first occasion had been in a specialized room dedicated to Pokemon bathing. However, this time, they were bound for the river. Weighing no more than 8 pounds, Levi effortlessly cradled it in his arms. Though a water-type Pokemon, the Phoeba could breathe on land as well. By nightfall, the riverbank was aglow, illuminated by the electric currents supplied by the Electivire to the floodlights. The Metagross skillfully maneuvered the lights, casting an almost daylight brightness over the scene. The Phoeba's initial reaction was one of confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be a bath? Why were they at the riverbank? And why were there so many people gathered? Fortunately, both the Pokemon and humans here were well acquainted with the Phoeba, who had resided in this locale since its inception, easing its apprehension. Levi gazed down at the Phoeba in his arms. You see, Phoeba, today I Haven Tea brought you here for a bath. It is time for your evolution. He gestured towards the crowd. Look, everyone is here to cheer you on. The Phoeba's large eyes reflected profound bewilderment. Do you remember Milotic? A spark of recognition ignited within the Phoeba's gaze. It seemed you still recollect. At that moment, the once tranquil surface of the water began to ripple, and a gracefully streamlined Milotic leapt forth from the depths. Me. It was none other than Cynthia's Milotic, which Levi had borrowed for the evening. Bathed in the glow of the lights, the scales of Milotic shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, utterly enchanting. Upon hearing that the Phoeba was to undergo evolution, Cynthia had readily sent her Milotic over. In the middle of the river, a circular area awaited, perfectly suited for the Phoeba to leap through. The Corphish, the Floatzel, and the Milotic all jumped in succession, beckoning the Phoeba to join them. Why? The Floatzel floated atop the water, waving at the Phoeba. The Corphish also surfaced, Tass. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Levi gently placed the Phoeba on the grassy riverbank, then adorned it with the beautiful scales of Milotic. Go ahead, Phoeba. Embrace your moment of evolution. Levi encouraged. Xiaro clenched her fists. You can do it, Phoeba. You are the very best, Phoeba. Lion. After much hesitation at the river's edge, the Phoeba flicked its tail and ultimately leaped into the water.